young scholar Gu Ming, who had just transmigrated into the body of a scholar on his way to the capital for imperial examinations, was captured by a group of bandits who demanded he become their leader's husband. Expecting a heroic and dashing young woman, he was instead met with a 2-meter-tall, 100-ton behemoth. Just as Gu Ming was about to end his life in despair, a life simulator activated, allowing him to simulate an entire lifetime in reality. After the simulation ended, he could retain everything he gained during it. On the first day of the simulation, you sit up in bed, pondering for a moment before deciding to remain composed and adapt to whatever comes your way. What is destined will come, and you must learn to accept fate. After all, this is just a simulation. You know your mission clearly and are prepared to sacrifice. You died. This simulation has ended. You have obtained peak body tempering realm cultivation, mastered the 4th level of the breeze fist technique, gained all 8 years of cultivation memories and combat experience, retained all 8 years of memories without personal impact, acquired an internal energy manual and a bottle of chi condensing pills, and received 120 taels of gold and 15 sets of clothing. In a shabby room, a handsome young man dressed in a scholar's robe lay on the bed, frowning and sighing softly. This shouldn't be my fate. Gu Ming was speechless. He had been at home, just finishing his business in the bathroom, when he suddenly transmigrated into this complicated world. To make matters worse, his identity was quite peculiar. The original host was a 15-year-old impoverished scholar, orphaned and following the standard transmigration template. After studying for 7 years, he believed himself invincible and set off to take the imperial exams to bring glory to his ancestors. But on the way, he was robbed by a gang of mountain bandits, and now, they even wanted him to become the leader's husband. Indeed, this leader was a formidable woman, standing 2 meters tall, weighing over 300 pounds, with a robust physique. She wielded a 9-hole great ring blade, yet her name was Su Wanru. She was the strongest in Qingfeng stronghold, rumored to have reached the peak of the body tempering realm. According to the information in his mind, martial arts in this world were extremely advanced. As long as one had money and resources, anyone could train to strengthen themselves. The cultivation realms were also very simply divided, from weak to strong, body tempering, chi condensation, internal hardening, and external hardening. There were certainly more beyond these, but the original host's memory contained no further details. The fact that even a peak body tempering cultivator could rule over a mountain stronghold was enough to demonstrate the peculiarities of this world. Could it be that Gu Ming was destined to fail here? To be honest, he still held some anticipation. After all, not everyone got the chance to become a bandit leader's husband. But the moment he recalled her massive figure, forget it. Better to give up. Just as Gu Ming was drowning in despair, a sudden sound rang out. Ding. Gu Ming froze. The sound was utterly divine. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the simulator golden finger. So this was his cheat ability? As expected, the Time-Space Administration hadn't forgotten about him. A transmigrator. These days, how could anyone transmigrate without a golden finger? After quickly scanning the information in his mind, Gu Ming instantly understood. The simulator could simulate an entire lifetime in reality. And after the simulation, he could inherit the cultivation, resources, memories, and more from it. Each use had a cooldown of 72 hours. Additionally, if he completed simulation tasks, he could simulate again. The simulation opportunities from tasks were independent of the cooldown, though the appearance of these tasks relied purely on luck. Lying on the bed, Gu Ming clenched his fists and decisively began the simulation. Heaven, grant me liberation. Recalling the first time he had seen Su Wanru, his excitement grew even stronger. Simulation begins. On the first day, you sit up in bed, ponder for a while, and decide to respond to the unchanging with the unchanging. What will come will come. You must learn to accept fate. After all, this is just a simulation. You know very well what your task is, and you're prepared to make sacrifices. At noon, the door opens, and a burly man in iron armor walks in, handing you a meal. Eat up. The boss wants me to tell you that as soon as she finishes her current business, she'll come to see you. Within 3 days, Qingfeng Stronghold will hold a wedding. 3 days is too soon. The boss is really in a hurry. You're starving, so you quickly grab the bowl and shovel a big mouthful. After eating, you lie on the bed and think. You start doing push-ups, squats, and other exercises to train your body. I, Gu Ming, have always been strong-willed. Even as a forced husband, I must take the dominant position, mainly because being on the bottom would be unbearable. Over 300 pounds, who could handle that? Late at night on the second day, while you're still exercising, the wooden door is roughly pushed open. A burly woman reeking of alcohol walks in. My little treasure, you've been waiting for me a long time, haven't you? She sits beside you and sighs. There's been a lot going on in the stronghold lately, and I couldn't help it. But don't worry, I've convinced them. Tomorrow we'll get married. My little treasure is so handsome. She pinches your nose, and you catch a whiff of sweat. Darling, I grew up without parents. You're the first person to treat me well, I'm so touched. You instinctively flatter her. The boss, Su Wanru, changes her expression. My little treasure, you don't despise me? How could I? Why would I despise you? You retort, just because of your appearance? Ha, I, Gu Ming, am not some shallow hypocrite. I love strong women like you the most. Being with you makes me feel so safe. You say shyly, your face slightly red. Su Wanru laughed heartily. Good, 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 my little darling. I'm growing fonder of you by the day. The next day, the wedding proceeded as scheduled, and the entire Qingfeng village was bustling with excitement. Suppressing your discomfort and negative emotions, you put on the best performance of your life. The ceremony included bowing to heaven and earth, bowing to the elders, and finally being escorted to the bridal chamber. Su Wanru carried you like a princess and tossed you onto the bed, where the night passed without a word. The next day, you were on the verge of tears. Warriors truly lived up to their reputation, their strength undeniable, and there was no escaping your miserable fate. For 3 consecutive days, you couldn't even get out of bed. Your suffering was immense. Su Wanru visited you daily, and to make it up to you, she specially prepared chicken soup and fed you herself. After a week, you gradually recovered, and Su Wanru eagerly sought you out. Your body had endured tremendous shock, leaving you feeling that life held no meaning. Death might even be preferable. A month later, you found yourself trapped in this repetitive existence, and the terrifying part was that you had grown accustomed to it. On the last day of the month, you stopped Su Wanru as she was about to leave. My dear, my body is too weak to match your robust physique. I've heard there are countless strong warriors in this village. Could I possibly train with them? After enduring for a month, you finally revealed your true purpose. Having crossed into this world of overwhelming martial prowess, how could you not aspire to grow stronger and enhance your abilities? Su Wanru was completely captivated by your words and replied without hesitation, no problem. I'll have Wang Laosan personally instruct you. Even if your aptitude is lacking, I'll make sure you step onto the path of martial arts, she said domineeringly, as you nestled in her arms, murmuring repeatedly, it's done, finally done. This is hope. On the 3rd day of the 2nd month, at the Qingfeng Stronghold training ground, Su Wanru brought you to a middle-aged man, 3rd brother. This is Gu Ming. From now on, you'll train together with him. His share of medicinal herbs and meat will be deducted from my portion. During this time, you had learned that, apart from a few prodigies, most martial artists in the body tempering stage required various supplements to aid their cultivation, both to speed up progress and to heal injuries from training. Your efforts during this period had not been in vain. 3rd brother Wang said respectfully, rest assured, Sister Ro, I'll make sure he's trained well. His expression was solemn. Su Wanru laughed heartily. No need, no need. My little treasure is already very well behaved. After giving a few more instructions, she left. 3rd brother Wang glanced at you and said, kid, don't think climbing up to the chief's favor will let you leap over the dragon gate. In our Qingfeng stronghold, everything depends on strength. You nodded respectfully, keeping a low profile. You were all too familiar with the strategy of laying low before rising. After a while, a dozen or so teenagers arrived at the training ground, all around your age, brimming with excitement and eagerness. All right, everyone's here. Today, I'll teach you the basics of the body tempering realm, said old Wang III, shaking his head as he began instructing you in some foundational martial arts. Body tempering involves pushing your body beyond its limits through repeated training to become stronger. After explaining for a while, old Wang clapped his hands. Now follow me, I'll teach you the Clear Wind Fist, the mainstream martial art of the Clear Wind Gang. He assumed a stance, demonstrating while explaining. You followed along, learning the Clear Wind Fist, which had 4 levels corresponding to the 4 minor stages of the body tempering realm: low, middle, high, and peak. An ordinary person could break through to the low stage in a year, followed by 10 years for the middle stage, 20 for the high stage, and at least 50 years of cultivation to reach the peak. During this time, a steady supply of meat was essential. Without it, progress would stagnate and no longer improve. The poor pursue literature. The rich practice martial arts. Without money, you can't take a single step forward. For the sake of your dreams, you trained with all your might, pushing yourself to the limit. By the 3rd month, with the aid of ample meat and medicinal supplements, you successfully broke through to the low stage of body tempering, greatly enhancing your strength and physique. You felt good. It seemed your talent wasn't bad at all. During this time, you also did your utmost to provide Su Wanru with more positive feedback, proving your worth. Pleased with your aptitude, Su Wanru grew even happier and granted you abundant cultivation resources, including a body tempering pill. After consuming it, your cultivation advanced a small step, saving you several months of training time. Time kept passing, and you studied and trained diligently, never giving up, enduring hardships with relentless persistence, though with some bitter feelings. By the end of the 1st year, you broke through again, smoothly advancing to the mid-stage of body tempering. just one minor realm behind Wang Laosan, who was at the high stage. While cultivating, you also constantly fought with those youths, honing your combat experience and mastering every move of the breeze fist, making it your instinct. Gradually, your combat prowess grew stronger, and Su Wanru directly appointed you as a minor leader in the mountain stronghold, commanding over 30 people and wielding a certain degree of authority. In the third year, through your own efforts and the aid of resources, you progressed further, stepping into the ranks of high-stage body tempering. Your strength grew even greater, and you could hold your own for over 100 moves against Wang Laosan, who was at the same realm. You were filled with confidence about the future, believing you would surely achieve your desires and grow even stronger. By the third month of the third year, you had completely surpassed Wang Laosan, defeating him within 10 moves. Su Wanrui has made you her beloved, letting you join the core of the cottage, and she's growing more and more attached to you. You're also constantly active around other people, expanding your influence. Traveling for work from time to time, with a decent track record, bringing in a good profit for the cottage. In the fifth year, your strength is still improving, but you are still one step away from the peak of body hardening. You have never given up and you will never. Liang, I won't forget you. In the dark, Su Wanru said coldly, then turned on her horse and galloped towards the distance. Li Liang, the real name of the second master. You followed Su Wanru all the way out of Qingfeng village. You don't know where you're going. 2 months later, you came to another cottage. Little sister. You're here. At the foot of the mountain, a white-clothed young man greeted you, and he looked at Su Wanru with a concerned face. Second brother, it's all because of Li Liang. If it wasn't for him, my Qingfeng walled city wouldn't have been put in this situation by the court at all. Su Wanrui looks upset. The white-clothed youth smiled. Little sister, don't worry, this revenge second brother will help you avenge. Talking and talking. Su Wanrui suddenly pushed you up. Second brother, let me introduce you, this is Gu Ming, my suppressive husband. Oh? The young man in white, Su Yu, looks surprised. Little sister, you've got a good eye. After a moment of silence, he smiles. Hello, second brother. You salute yourself and get close. It's all Wanru's fault that I'm here today. Without her, I'd still be a poor scholar. Of course there's nothing wrong with being a scholar, but with Wanru, it's more of a sea and sky. So you laughed out loud. Interesting, you kid is interesting. In the following days, you finally figured out Su Wanru's background. She is the biggest Yakuza force in Xiushui County, the youngest daughter of the big boss of Weihu Mountain, and the Qingfeng walled city was just created by her for fun. Mighty Tiger Mountain is everything to Su Wanru. Chapter 3 Acting Not So Good. The Wahu Mountain covers a vast area, with nearly 10,000 men under his command, and the old villager, Su Batian, is a peak martial artist of the inner gang, and his moves are powerful and unrivaled. It carries a lot of weight in all of Fallwater County. This is a real old man. Once you're in Weihu Mountain, you continue to follow Su Wanru and act as a secretary. Su Wanrui rewards you with cultivation resources from time to time, fights with you and feeds you moves. It's obvious that she's really cultivating you. 3 months later, understanding enough to make a smooth breakthrough, at this moment is the peak of body hardening, strength, confidence. Su Wanru was ecstatic when she learned that you had broken through your. Ma'am, come, try my newly learned kung fu. You're charging up. The next afternoon, you staggered out of bed. This Su Wanru was too strong. Obviously her all-body hardening pinnacle, this woman is really thick skin and flesh, unusual. You've been working hard for the next 6 months. Su Wanru also sensed your determination and gave you medicine from time to time. At the same time, they often go to a distant temple of the mountain god to offer sacrifices and seek a son. 1 year later, Su Wanru has changed nothing. This guy, I'm afraid he can't do it either. After all, if it's really possible, it's been 7 years, it's always going to happen. You're muttering in your mind and you're not in the mood to work at night. In the 8th year, Su Yu, the second youngest master of Mighty Tiger Mountain, came back, and he brought back a head. Little sister, Li Liang is dead, you should pull yourself together. Suitoshi puts down the head and walks away with a heavy heart. Strangely enough, after 3 days, Su Wanru got pregnant. Looking at her growing belly, your heart yearns for more. Inner workings, resources, I'm coming. End of the 8th year. Deep in the cottage. You're walking around outside nervously. In the room, Su Wanru is in labor. The second young master, Su Yu, gives you an impatient look. Brat, you're nervous my ass. Eldest young master Su Guanshan walks over and pats you on the shoulder. Ming, don't worry, third sister is a martial artist, she'll be fine. You nodded. Care? I would care about this woman? In the past 8 years, you've had nothing but resentment and not a drop of love. All you care about is the resources promised by So Baxter. Subadian sat on a chair, sipping tea with a calm demeanor, saying that I have no grandchildren in my life, all. I can see that the old man is happy. After waiting a while, a baby cries. All three men lean in nervously. This is an issue of the Su family's legacy that has to be taken seriously. Subadian was the first to rush up. Well. After seeing the baby on the side, he was in a good mood and gently flicked his chicken quack. It's a male child, the future of my Su family is destined to be glorious. You've come too. Looking at the wrinkled child, a strange emotion wells up in you for no reason. Child, own child. A child with his own blood in his veins. Is this what it's like to be a father? Your heart races and you can't calm down. Husband. Su Wanrui cried out weakly. You rush to her side. No matter how disgusted and unwilling you are in your heart, you still have to have the acting skills online. Wanru, are you okay? You wiped the sweat from her face, that was a lot of work. Su Wanrui laughed and shed tears. You wipe her tears, what, are you too excited? Don't get excited, it's just a baby, isn't it like taking a to you? You're talking tongue-in-cheek. Su Wanrui snorted out a laugh. You're laughing too. Bang. Just then, a pain in the back. A sudden surge of power rushes through your body, wiping out all your meridians. You spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. Rubbish, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Now that my Su family has a legacy, naturally I can't use you. Su Batian holds the child in one hand and laughs. Su Yu, Su Guanshan are laughing. Only Su Wanru grits her teeth and weeps. We're not human beings, we're all human beings. 8 years together, she's deeply in love with you. Mainly because you give so much emotional value. There's no substitute for this. When I open my eyes again, you find yourself in a dungeon in the cottage. No chains or ropes on his body. And no need. After all, now that your meridians are broken and you have no strength at all, it's hard to have a future unless you hang on. You're sneering. Young, or too young. He was too inexperienced to see Su Baishan's cunning plan to borrow a chicken to make a living. Leaning against an earthen wall, you have extraordinarily mixed feelings. Day. At that moment, a footstep came. A family of 5 from Waiwoshan. Su Batian, Su Guanshan, Su Yu, Su Wanro, and the newborn child, your son. Gu Ming, you've been allowed to live so long, you should be satisfied. Suatoshi clasps his shoulders and laughs in the Cold War. Subadian took out a beast skin book and a bottle of elixir from and threw it to you. Nua promised to give you the internal arts, and the chi condensation dan. Chapter 4 Closure, Simulation Mission. I, Subatian, am true to my word. If I promise to give it to you, I will definitely give it to you. He teases the child in his arms as he talks. Su Guanshan pulled out a sword behind him and handed it to Su Wanru, third sister, kill him. It's time for a clean break. My Su family won't stop at this Weihu mountain. My father is already betrothed to the lord of the Taihang mountain fortress in Qiushui County, and 3 days later, the 4th son of their family will join the family. Su Yu laughed out loud. Our 2 mountain fortresses have joined forces to create splendor. Su Wanrui has a complicated look on her face. You look into her eyes, attempting to see some different color. Motherer, you don't want to die? After a moment of silence, Su Wanru picked up her sword and smiled back. Big brother, the 4th prince will be very handsome, right? Su Guanshan nodded. The face is good, at the very least it's better than this waste of space full of heart. He points at you and says without a care in the world. Sawani nods, steps forward. Destroy. You grabbed the inner workings in your hand, the chi condensation pill, and closed your eyes. Gu Ming, in your next life, don't ever meet me again. Also, your acting is not very good, it's really bad. Su Wanru unsheathes her sword. A sword pierced your heart. You feel a sharp pain. Am I really a bad actor? On your deathbed, you had only one thought. We need to practice more. You're dead. Simulation ends. The bed. Gu Ming touched his face. Following the description of the kung fu, he operated in a burst. Half an hour later, a strand of true chi appeared out of nowhere. Gu Ming's heart was delighted, and he hurriedly ran this strand of true chi in a circle within his body. At this very moment, he was already a chi condensation martial artist. With true chi attached to the body, the attack power far exceeded that of a normal hardened body. Putting away the gung fu, he pulled out the chi condensation pill again. Want to eat now? If the simulation is used, it can be utilized a few more times. After hesitating for a while, Gu Ming still held back. The chi condensation pill is also very precious. It was a complete accident to get my hands on it last time. It's better to stay a few more days. Settling his mind, he continued to cultivate. The cultivation of the chi condensation realm focuses on a simmering. By constantly running his internal energy, he made more and more true chi and raised his cultivation level in such a boring way. However, there were also chi condensation pills, or heavenly materials that could speed up cultivation. It's still the same. It's hard to move an inch without money. Gu Ming felt the changes in the chi condensation realm while silently practicing. Time flew by. Noon. Hearing the footsteps, Gu Ming directly laid down on the bed and lifted his cultivation state. The door opened. A burly man in iron armor approached. Exactly the same as in the simulation. He handed over a portion of the meal. Eat quickly, the Grand Master told me to tell you that she'll come to you as soon as she's done with the matter at hand. Nice guy. The line, exactly the same. Gu Ming didn't say anything and didn't just run away. Instead, they chose dry rice and silence. People are iron, food is steel. If you don't eat one meal, you will suffer. The burly man was just about to leave. An exclamation mark suddenly appeared in front of Gu Ming's eyes. He took a closer look. The exclamation point expanded and a line popped up. Simulated mission. Mission statement: wallop the other guy against the wall and stare at him for 3 seconds. Mission reward: 1 simulation opportunity. Mandate penalty: none. Good. The simulation mission popped right up. Gu Ming struggled for half a second. Dry. Don't get me wrong, I'm decent. He clenched his fists and grabbed the burly man. Slow down. What are you doing? The burly man's brow furrowed in displeasure. Gu Ming laughed and dragged him directly to the earth wall in the room. The burly man was confused. You. Isn't this guy a soft scholar? How is it that you have more strength than yourself? He himself is a body-tempering middle stage. Just as he was doubting his life, Gu Ming propped one hand on the wall and bowed his body, looking down into his eyes. The strong man felt doubly bad. What do you want? I'm going to call someone. Gu Ming didn't say anything, just smiled. 3 seconds later. He sighed and slapped the burly man on the head. Puff. The burly man fell to the ground, sleeping peacefully. Young people are good. Fall back to sleep. Close the door. Gumming direct simulation. It won't be long before they are discovered, so they must raise their strength as soon as possible and leave the Qingfeng walled city. Simulation begins. On the first day, you pulled out the chi condensation pill and drained it in one gulp. Run the basic internal martial arts, you absorb all the power of the elixir. It's getting dark. You have successfully refined the elixir and your cultivation level has increased, infinitely close to the middle level of chi condensation. Feeling the surge of true energy, you're cool. Slaps the burly man on the ground. You're about to operate. Door opens. Lao Lu, you're on. A few mountain bandits saw the corpse at one glance. Old 6. Dead. You sigh and charge straight up. Bang bang bang. Fist of flesh. Not long after, 3 more corpses appeared on the ground. You've killed people back in the first simulation, and you've gotten the experience, the memories, and you don't care about that. Chapter 5, Did you lie to me? Crouches down, you fumble around. In the end, I got 100 taels of silver and a martial arts technique. It's also a boxing style called Shocking Fist. The name is overbearing, but you can only cultivate to the peak of body hardening. Putting away your fists, shattered silver, you charge straight for the building at the very center of the cottage. With the memory of the first simulation, you know the Qingfeng walled city like the back of your hand. After weaving your way through and killing more than 10 bandits, you finally arrived at the gathering hall of the Qingfeng walled city. One punch kills the two bandits guarding the gate. You kick the gate open. Don't move. Stop pornography. In the hall, the four bandits were taken aback. You swept in. These four people are the four leaders of Qingfeng village, Su Wanru, Li Liang, the third leader Lijian, and the fourth leader Wang Yang. It's you. Su Wanru drew her sword. You're pretending? Interesting, looks like someone is targeting me, Su Wanru. She rises to her feet, a shudder runs through her majestic body. You pick up one of the knives on the floor. If you want to be obeyed, you'll have to do it quickly. Blade flashes. You instantly killed the third and fourth masters, and shattered the second master's heart with one punch. Su Wanru's jaw dropped. Concentrate. You're actually a chi condensation master. Looking at the white gas flowing from your knife, she looks slightly altered. I'm no longer as relaxed as I was before. You glanced at her and raised your knife. Su Wanru, hand over all the resources in your hands. I may consider sparing your life. Su Wanru was silent and finally put down the knife in her hand. I hope you're true to your word. Saying that, she took out a small porcelain bottle from behind her. This is a bottle of chi condensation pill that my father gave me. It's enough to save you 10 years of bitter cultivation. You reach out and take it. It's exactly the same as the previous refinement, it's true. And you keep pushing. At this time, a large number of bandits also gathered around. They surrounded the gathering hall, eyeing intently. Su Wanru frowned slightly. Man, you're too greedy. So what if it's condensed chi? You may not die if more than 2,000 of my people come together. You laugh out loud. I will die, but before that, you will die before me. Su Wanru's face was stunned, then somewhat reluctantly, she pulled out a book from her chest. This is my Su family's internal martial arts heart method. If you want it, it's yours. She threw it. You catch it and scan it. Tai-Bai Ice Heart Technique and Ice Attribute Technique can be practiced all the way to the peak of the inner gang. Good stuff. Putting away the gongfu, you nodded. Don't worry, I, Gu Ming, never kill women. Saying that, you searched the 3 corpses on the ground for a while and ended up with another martial arts book and 200 taels of silver. This is too shabby. The one in charge goes out with so much money? Kung Fu was still a body hardening technique, called piercing leg. You put away these resources and waved your hand. The sky is high, you and I will have nothing more to do with each other. Su Wanru sighed in relief. I'm a little bit obsessed with your back. So handsome, so dashing. Chuckles. Just as she froze, a knife flew in and penetrated her neck without any obstruction. You walk in with a smirk and draw your knife. I said I don't kill women, but I'm sorry, but you're just too male or female looking. Feeling around on her body, you find another bottle of chi condensation pill. Good, good, good. You're sure Su Wanru still has a secret stash? After all, her dad is the peak of the Big Dipper. But now is not the time to do it. You chopped off Su Wanru's head and grabbed her head to walk out of the assembly hall. The surrounding bandits were scared and backed away. Su Wanru is dead. Clear wind-walled city, break it up. You say loudly, sending her head flying with a kick that ends up hitting a distant rock so hard it shatters. Remember, the one, young warrior, what program to experience? Listening to the other person's words, which are completely out of this era, you are somewhat speechless. You take out a silver ingot, key. You are led by a woman to a room on the 3rd floor. You sit down in a chair, the woman in white pours you a glass of wine, and she turns and closes the door again. You took a sip, and before you could speak, the woman in white came over, young warrior. This is my first time. She lights a candle, please have mercy, young warrior. Ha ha ha. You just think she's farting. After an operation. You're lying in bed, drinking, and thinking about life. I crossed over for this most trashy of desires? No way, never. As a traveler who also has a simulator, my life must not pass by so meaninglessly. I want to work hard, I want to practice. You're all pumped up and motivated. Is the young warrior satisfied? The woman in white said as she straightened her clothes. You lied to me. You shake your head. The woman in white smiles at you and doesn't speak. But silence is the best response. Chapter 6, Tenderness, Departure, Settlement. 2 drinks and you're wearing boots. Young warrior, don't forget my slave. My slave's name is Gentle. Next time you come back, be sure to look for me. Gentle will always wait for the young warrior. She's talking while she's helping you dress. Gentle. That's an interesting name. Why are you doing this? Gentle, bitter smile, it had to be. My father is a gambler who owes 30,000 taels to the gambling house, and my mother, although she is a daughter, has been dressing as a man to go to the capital to take the examination. My sister married a lousy man who asks for money from her family every day, and my brother married a lousy man who contracted a serious disease and needs medication every day to cure it. Miserable, really miserable. You can't help but weep. Don't worry, next time I come back, I'll call you. A man's word is a lie. You left this place called Wanning Luen style. Came to an inn and got a room. You can eat and stay at Manning Building, but you don't like the atmosphere there. You're a man of principle, about separating wet and dry. Objective, your meal. A short-sleeved waiter brings lunch. After you've had enough wine and food, you sit on the bed, take out the chi condensation pill, and start practicing. After dawn, you've been completely refined. 20 chi condensation pills have directly allowed your cultivation to break through to the middle level of chi condensation, and you're even not far from the high level of chi condensation. And then took out the boxing and kicking techniques that you got from picking up corpses, you took a close look at them and directly lost interest in practicing. For combat, the Tai Pak Ice Heart technique is enough. It's still the realm that counts. Take out the Tai Bai Ice Heart technique, and you begin to change your technique and practice hard. 3 days later, your change of technique ends. The true chi in his body has turned into the ice attribute Icy Heart True Chi. A single blow can freeze an enemy's heart and veins, killing without a trace. Picking up a jug of wine, you run your true chi. No, this temperature is still not enough to chill it. You suddenly remembered that white wine can't be chilled. You've been practicing hard for the rest of your life. Until a month later. The officers and soldiers of Jolien City are suddenly looking for people all over the city. Looking for a young man named Cool Sun Ye. You're not panicking because they're completely perfunctory and not serious about finding someone. But it also makes you feel much less secure. It's time to get out of here. Taking out a map of the Autumn Water County, you scrutinize it and finally shake your head for a while. It's better not to take any chances. You're going to find a little place to stay and just die. Cultivation resources and whatnot, you're not going to fight for them unless you have to. After all, there's a risk involved in making a move. After packing up, you wore a bucket hat and black clothes and left Jolien City in the night. Then heading east. In the 5th month, you traveled through 15 counties to a small fishing village in the middle of nowhere. Standing on the beach, looking at the scattered fishing boats in the distance, feeling the touch of the sea breeze, you decide that this is the place to be. From this day on, you settled in the fishing village. The fishing village is called Shanjiu Village. You're not sure why you're named that. Gave a few taels of silver to the village chief, who took the villagers to build a house for you and left you a lot of food. At the end of the first year, with your unceasing cultivation, your cultivation broke through and you entered the high level of chi condensation. After this, without the assistance of the chi condensation pill, it would be difficult to break through so quickly again. Time passes day by day. Your outward identity is that of a wastrel who failed in the imperial examinations and has lost hope in life. This attracted no attention. Your life is as boring as ever. All I do is eat, drink, piss and sleep. People in the village think you're strange. Gradually, few people come and go with you. Only the village chief, under your money attack, every once in a while, his son Xiaohu will bring food, water. 5th year, you're 20 years old. After finishing a full day of practice, you sit in front of the door, fiddling with a nearby rock while looking at children playing in the distance. Looking on, a figure suddenly walked up. Big brother, I'm serious, just take me as your disciple. A scrawny teenager looks at you with a determined face. No, thank you. This is little Tiger, the mayor's son. He's 15 years old. Big brother, I'm really serious. In these 5 years, I've read more than 30 martial arts novels and listened to 31 storytelling sessions at the town's tea house. I already know the Jianghu like the back of my hand. Xiaohu pleaded further. He found out about your practice early on, and as a teenager, he was too interested. What nonsense, you the girl this year are 15 years old, you look at your father, he was 15 years old when you were born, and then look at you, every day. You sustained attack. Xiaohu can't, big brother, stop talking. Forget it, practicing martial arts is not really something he pursues. Looking at his lost back, you laugh heartily. We have to have fun in life. 7th year. Xiaohu got married. His wife was the daughter of a butcher at the east end of the village, and she was not bad looking. It's late to get married at 17. On the wedding day, you drank 3 glasses of wine at the banquet, it was great. Xiaohu brought his wife over to make a toast. Big brother, when my son is born in the future, can you take him as your disciple? Rolling. You kicked him out. In the 8th year, Xiaohu didn't have a son, but a daughter, and he specially came to you. Big brother, give us a name. You're surprised. Naming rights are important these days. A child's name is usually chosen by the child himself, and there is no reason to let outsiders choose it. Brother, we are uneducated, haven't you read books? Xiaohu said with a smile. You nod, and there's another pause of contemplation. Your last name is White, and your name is Tiger. Tiger, Tai. Why don't we call it the White Song? How about that? Well, White Song, what a name. Xiaohu said excitedly. You're a little speechless, it's just a harmonic stalk, are you that excited? In the 10th year, your cultivation has improved a lot, but it's not time for a breakthrough. This year, Tiger's daughter turned 2 years old. When you go fishing, Xiaohu often sends Bai Gu over for you to take care of. Gradually, you've grown to love this little doll, too. Grow up healthy. You gave her a small wooden sword and smiled. 12th year, late night. Your spirit is lifted if you are practicing. Breaking through, finally breaking through. At this moment, you've entered the peak of qi condensation, and the next step is the Big Dipper. You're looking forward to this. Chapter 7 Pestilence, Departure, Strike. After the peak of qi condensation, your overall power is greatly increased. The total amount of true qi in the body has expanded by more than 10 times. True qi attached to arms and legs, weapons, able to burst out more powerful. At this point, you're finally feeling a little more confident. In the 15th year, the village was suddenly struck by a plague. More than 30 villagers died overnight. The whole village of Yamakako is in a state of shock. The fishermen struggled for a while and decided to leave the village. After all, it was a plague. It's contagious, it's deadly. You've also cleaned up and are ready for a change of scenery. Life is important, everything else is a sham. On your way out, you visited the village headman's family who took good care of you. Only to find everyone dead. The mayor and his wife, Mr. and Mrs. Tiger, and Becky, who hasn't grown up yet. The world, it's changed so much. After 10 years together, you have deep feelings for the village chief's family and can't help shedding a few tears. Gentlemen, take care. With a hat and a long knife, you left Yamagata village. A few days later, you see a dozen well-equipped officers and men at a stagecoach stop. From their conversation, you learn that they are going to catch all the villagers who escaped and centralize the process. The plague is very scary these days. Once we find out, it's village by village to kill. And that's precisely why the people of Shanjiao village are fleeing in spite of everything. You couldn't figure out where the plague came from, and had no desire to meddle in the affairs of the government, so you quietly left. You traveled all the way north, and 3 months later, came to a small city in the northernmost part of southern summer. The weather here is cold and windy, people wear heavy fox furs and coats, and every family burns wood to keep warm. Even though you have real qi, you can't resist this cold. After a period of acclimatization, you decide to make your home here. Because it's a border town or a corner place, it's so remote that no one will come here for 10 days and half a month. You bought an uninhabited yard and stayed there. Then he gave his neighbors a few taels of silver, hiring them to cut his own firewood and bring him food. You're going to try your best to comprehend the tie by ice heart technique in order to break through to the next stage of the inner Dipper realm. The Big Dipper. True Qi transformed into astral Qi, can be spontaneous operation, protect the surrounding body, not only that, can also be similar to True Qi, attached to the surface of the body, to increase the attack, defense, but the effect is much more than the True Qi on the. In your 18th year, you've become thoroughly familiar with life in this northern city. Every day, I chopped wood to keep warm and practiced. The visitor was dressed in a fox skin coat, with a majestic figure and imposing presence. You can't see through him. It's a master? Good man, you've mistaken me for someone else. You give a laugh and continue chopping wood. Mistaken identity? That's not so bad. Wang Taidan, this official has control of all the evidence of your escape from Shanjiao village. Shanjiao village is the birthplace of the plague, and over the years, no less than 100,000 people have died because of the plague, so if you let other people know about your background, your life will not be so comfortable. You frown slightly. What is it you have, my lord? Speak directly. If other party wanted to count him out, they would just report it directly, but as a result, they are now obviously threatening, so there must be.
You haven't told anyone about this, have you?
No, it's a matter of God knows, you know, and I know.
Not many people even in Canal City know I'm here.
The Hanyu hurriedly said, Wang Taidan, I only need you to help me kill the walled city lord. When this is over, I will relieve you of your worries.
You nodded.
The next moment, you throw a punch. Bang! The Hanyu flew straight out, his body hitting the stone wall behind him. Picking up the axe, you take it step by step.
I don't like being threatened.
Looking at this city lord's horrified eyes, you raise your axe, with no cultivation. How dare you come to threaten me?
And break all your backs?
I don't know if you're really stupid or just clueless. City lord spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to speak.
You fall with an axe.
Put. Simply clearing the neighborhood of traces, you pack your bags once again.
In any case, it's not safe here anymore.
Let's go somewhere else. Late at night, you changed your clothes and left the small town without a word.
And then heading north.
This time you're going to northern Qin. Qin and Xia are one south and one north, with a snow-covered mountain called Taibai Mountain blocking the way in between. Once you go to Qin, you'll be able to change your identity and continue your life without any burdens.
You're hopeful about this.
Chapter 8.
The road to the north is not easy to travel.
The mountains are high and far away, and there are tigers in the forest from time to time. In your 19th year, halfway through your journey north, in a snowy field, you hear a roar. In a sweep of the afterglow, a huge black shadow leaps down from a nearby tree trunk.
It's a black tiger. It's coming at you fiercely.
The gaze is extremely terrifying, the eyes and voice alone can scare the guts out of the average person. You draw your long sword, astral energy gushing out, extending over the blade.
Chuckles.
After successfully dodging one of its attacks, you turn and swing your sword.
The black tiger's defense is amazing. Even with the astral aura, you feel like you're chopping on a rock. Too hard. You clench your fists and keep fighting it.
The black tiger also learned that you are not to be messed with, and after a few rounds of fighting, it found a moment and rushed to the side of the mountainside under the shadow of the turn of the eye.
That's it? I haven't had a good fight yet.
You're sorry. Mainly because I don't have enough dry food on me, and the road ahead is still far.
Tightening your shirt, you speed up. Master, good kung fu. About to move on, a white shadow flies in and looks at you with a smile.
He was slender, wearing a Buddhist garment, with Buddha beads on his chest, his head was bare, his lips were red and his teeth were white, he wore very few clothes, and he seemed to have a high level of cultivation. The little square battle also looks refreshing. You glanced at the package behind the other person, and in the next moment, collapsed directly to the ground. I can't. The young monk is puzzled and comes to you. Master, you are boiling with chi and blood, you are fit and healthy, there is no problem.
You shake your head and point to your mouth.
Master, you don't understand, I haven't eaten in 3 days. The young monk took out the parcel without hesitation. Here, this is the pasty bread I've been eating for 3 days, it's all for you.
You look at the teeth marks on it, and the ring of black stuff around it, and the corner of your mouth twitches. Is this what you eat, master?
Yeah. The young monk reveals a light smile. No matter where you go or how far you go, one cake is enough.
My name is Wang Ergu.
You put away your long knife and casually say, when you're in the world, a trumpet is important.
Brother Two Dogs, what are you doing in northern Qin?
Family visits.
Ah, you have relatives in the northern Qin.
Aha!
Then what are you doing in the north?
Murder. Fauna heatedly smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth.
You're interested. This monk's cultivation is much stronger than his own, and the person he wants to kill. After some thought, you decide to run. It's better not to get involved in this kind of thing.
I'll see you in the mountains and the waters, Brother Dharma, and I'll see you again. Saying that, you run forward at a fast pace. Master, wait for me, don't you wonder why I killed him?
Fame chases after him. Curiosity kills.
The two of you traveled together like this, and Fa Ming was a broken mouth, saying non-stop along the way.
You know a lot of things from him, too. 10 realms in all. Cultivation worlds don't do this much.
Shaking his head, now is not the time to fight, cultivate to the peak of the inner dipper first. You know very well the purpose of this simulation and must not waste the time.
Quickly, the wolf meat is ready. You pulled off a leg and just chewed on it.
There are no condiments or anything,
but it tastes okay, just a little sour. A sigh of relief from the Dharma name, Amitba Buddha. Then, with a wave of his hand, a wisp of golden astral energy flew out and chopped off a piece of meat, which he skillfully picked up and chewed with a big mouthful. You're confused. Master, don't monks not eat meat? Dharma name gives you a blank look. How can I practice without eating meat? You're speechless. As you can see, this guy is a tease, powerful, but with zero life experience and a broken mouth. Difficult muscles. Second decade. You finally made it out of the snowy mountains. Beyond Imnitaibai, there's northern Qin. The road ahead will get warmer. French name He Hoing. It's like this. The world is a strange place. Cold in the center, hot on both sides, and I don't know what the principle is. The two of you went on a little farther, and then you parted. Brother two dogs, we'll meet again. French name smiling at you. Cut. You give him a blank look and turn to walk away quickly. 3 months later, you arrived in a small city in the middle of North Qin, and after a bit of poking around, settled in a village 20 miles outside the city. This is an authentic mountain village, sparsely populated, simple, and you like it here. This time you didn't hire someone to prepare your own food, but fed yourself. In the 2 years you've been at Taibeek Mountain, you've fallen in love with hunting. It's like fishing. It's hard not to fight for a day. You built yourself a house at the foot of a great mountain and began a quiet life of asceticism. Life is boring, but you're enjoying it. In the 25th year, your astral aura expanded by a full circle, and your fighting power became stronger, and at the same time, you used your free time to cultivate the shocking fist and piercing kick to their peaks. The two body-hardening martial arts don't increase your strength much, but they're still somewhat useful. Chapter 9, Sometimes It's Okay. In your 30th year, you're 45 years old and your body is at its peak. On this day, you run the Tai Bai Ice Heart technique, go all out and leave no stone unturned. Soon, as you practiced, your cultivation broke through, and at this moment, you're at the middle stage of the inner gang. If you work hard, you can still hope to break through to the peak of the inner dipper before you die. You're stretched out and hopeful for the future. Small village called Montenegro. It's not because the mountains here are dark, it's said that a long time ago, a big man walked out of here, and that man was called Montenegro. Your life here is very cozy. Hunts his own game, makes his own clothes, and is content with everything. Mid-30th year. You returned to the small courtyard dragging the body of a large tiger, and as it happened, a guest came to the door. Godmother Wang, why are you here again? You're rather speechless. Godmother Wang is a famous matchmaker in Black Mountain Village, and it is said that more than half of the couples in the village are through her hands. Wang kid, I'm not doing this for your own good. You're not young anymore, how can you live without a woman at home? If you come to Chrysostom, I'll get you one right away. You don't know which woman in the village, from 80 to 18, is not attracted to you. Wang Qianyang said rather complainingly, she has been persuading you for 5 or 6 years, but unfortunately you have not been moved. Oh? Then is the godmother also attracted to me? You suddenly looked at her with deep affection. Godmother Wang snorted and laughed. Brat, when did you become a snarker? She's in her 40s, long past that age. But it's not impossible if the second dog is willing. She's thinking. You know it's a joke. You throw the tiger behind you to the ground and shake your head. Godmother, I am dedicated to cultivation and have no intention of taking a wife, so you might as well give up. You've always been a career-oriented man. What's the use of a woman? It will only affect the speed of your training. Brother two dogs, think again, I'll tell you. Wang Genyang was not ready to give up, and continued to persuade, talking about the advantages of taking a wife, the wonderful advantages of having a baby, that is a heavenly flower. You keep refusing. There's nothing she can do. Only to leave. Good intentions are not good enough. The queen's godmother glares at you in disrepute. 35 years, you're stronger, but you're also getting older. The skin is not so smooth and delicate. I'm 50 years old, so I'm a real middle-aged man. In these 5 years, Godmother Wang never gave up and came over almost every month to persuade you, but you were so strong-willed that gradually there was nothing she could do. I'm speechless. I'm being urged to get married at home. I've crossed over and you're still urging me to get married. Push, 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 push. In the 40th year, one winter, you were hunting in the backcountry, but you came across a baby, an abandoned baby, in the snow. He's huddled in the snow, dying. If we don't help, we'll surely freeze to death. None of my business. You left without hesitation. But as you walk, you go back.
He has no grudge against me, and saving him would not be detrimental to my own interests.
On some random excuse, you picked up the baby.
After checking it out, I realized that there was no Chica GA, and it was a girl child. You inject the astral energy into the baby to keep her warm. Back in Black Mountain Village, you gave the child directly to the village chief.
Old man looks confused. 2 dogs, what are you giving me?
You're the village chief, naturally you're the one to handle it.
Adoption, reporting to the police is fine. Waving your hand, you turn and walk away.
The mayor is left speechless. A few days later, you heard that the village chief had adopted the baby girl. You breathe a sigh of relief and then continue practicing. 50th year, you're older.
Good, good, good. King's godmother. How dare you slander me like that? Be good, don't listen to them, I'm.
Come, I'll tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a place called Shentangwan, where the chief soldier, Mrs. Li Jing, was pregnant for 3 years and did not give birth. You rubbed Lu's head and smiled as you recounted it for her.
When you're older, you always want to talk to someone.
Lu Xiaomei fills the gap perfectly, and what's more, she enjoys listening to your stories too.
I guess we all get what we want. The sun is about to set.
Your story has come to a close. In the end, Neza and Ao Ban lived happily together, and a few years later, they gave birth to a big, fat boy named Aoe.
Lu Xiaomei is incredulous. Grandpa Ergo, can men also be together? Sometimes. You're talking off the cuff.
Chapter 10, Breaking Through the Peak of the Inner Dipper and Discovering the... After listening to the story, Lu Xiaomei left.
You're all alone in the house again, all alone. It's getting dark. You put away your chair and return to the room. Sometimes it's good to have a wife. At least you won't be so lonely. You sigh. Snap.
You slap yourself again, jailbird, it still doesn't work.
If you have this time to lament, you might as well cultivate.
Sitting cross-legged on the bed, you continue to run the Tai Pak Ice Heart technique.
Practice hard. Transcendence. 55 years, you're used to being alone. But it's still a shame.
2 years ago, after Lu Xiaomei turned 13, she stopped coming to play with you. After all, there's a difference between men and women, and it's not good for her reputation to be in contact with you all the time.
It makes your life a lot less happy. There's nothing to look forward to.
On this day, you're practicing while basking in the sun. A burst of footsteps came, and Lu Xiaomei came excitedly. Grandpa Ergu, I'm going to be married. She smiles a sweet smile and can't hide her joy. Lu Xiaomei is 15 years old. At this age, it's time to get married.
Congratulations. You look at her smilingly and take out a bamboo book from under your chair. I'm too old to walk, so I probably won't be able to go to your wedding. It's a small token of my appreciation. Lu Xiaomei took the bamboo slip. Grandpa Ergu, this is one of those stories you told me?
Most of the children in the village don't have the opportunity to read and write. But you used to teach her. Lu Xiaomei is one of the few girls in the village who can read.
Do you like it? Love, this is the best gift I've ever gotten.
Lu Xiaomei hugs the bamboo slips with all her might. Grandpa Ergu, the one who married me is Zheng Liming from the next village. He is also 15 years old this year and is a scholar. My grandpa said that the Zheng family has a store in the city and runs a small business, so it will be a good life if you marry there.
Lu Xiaomei suddenly said. That's very nice indeed.
Grandpa Ergu, the 2 villages are very far apart, so I won't be able to come over to see you very often in the future, so you must take care of yourself and take care of your health.
Lu Xiaomei can't help but cry as she speaks. Don't worry, I'm old enough to know better.
You comforted her and dried her tears. She's also the one you've grown up with, so she's naturally very affectionate.
By the way, Grandpa 2 dogs, here's my gift for you.
Lu Xiaomei suddenly pulled out a black cloth from behind her back, and when she opened it, there was a wooden knife inside.
How's that? Does it look good? It took me 3 years to make it myself.
You hold this delicate wooden knife and smile.
It's beautiful. It's the best gift I've ever gotten in my life.
You take a closer look, and there's a small line engraved on the hilt.
2 dogs. Is your trumpet name?
After a few more words, Lu Xiaomei left. She's going to be someone else's wife, and it's not good for her to stay at the widow's house all the time.
You wish your little sister a happy life.
sighs, and for some reason you feel the air a little chilly. Looking at the wooden knife in your hand, you regard it as a treasure. This has to be preserved. How can you not treasure a gift that took a little doll 3 years to prepare? Time continues to pass. You didn't go to Lou's wedding, you've been practicing hard at home. Only the last realm is missing. You've got to get to the top of the Big Dipper. For the 6th year, you've been practicing day and night, and you finally found. You laugh, hugging your shoulders and casually asking, what is it? You don't know? Lu Haizhu looks surprised. Ha? You narrow your eyes, sensing that things aren't simple. Say it. Lu Haizhu shook his head, since you don't know, then I won't say it, you are old, it's good for you to hear it. He shakes his head and turns away. Tell me. You stopped him with a firm gaze. Lu Haizhu was helpless and finally sighed. It's my little sister. 5 years ago, she got pregnant, her husband got a degree, and things are looking up. When I went to the temple outside the city to see the incense, my little sister was spotted by the prince of the Wang family in the city. And insulted on the spot. My little sister lost her baby. She killed herself on impulse. The Wang family is in a high position of power and is the overlord of the entire Tianming city. My little sister's husband wrote a letter of repudiation and married one of the Wang family's daughters, and his official position has risen even higher. My father couldn't hold it in when he found out the news and died on the spot. Is that so? You take a deep breath, only to feel a cool air rushing through your body. How many years have passed since I've laid hands on a man or killed a man? I'm fine, don't worry. Patting Lu Haizhu's shoulder, you grip the wooden knife and walk step by step toward the big mountain in the distance. 10/4 of an hour later. You've come to 2 graves, one large and one small. The older one is village headman Lu Yifan, and the younger one is Lu Xiaomei, whose tombstone bears the name of her unborn daughter. You're on your knees in silent worship. Standing up and pulling out your wooden knife, your gaze is cold. I don't want justice, I just want to kill and take revenge. Chapter 11 Settlement. Tianming City. The only city in a 100-mile radius, surrounded by more than a dozen villages like Black Mountain Village. The wind is very noisy tonight. One of you, came to the door of Wang's house in the city. According to the information, this is that Mr. Wang. You also poked around the Wang family before you came, in short, there was no pressure. On the beds, a man and a woman are sleeping soundly, with rhythmic breathing sounds. You pick up 2 child's marbles from the windowsill and reach out to flick them. Under the astral aura, the marble penetrated through the 2 men's skulls, leaving a thumb-sized bloody hole, with red and white flowing all over the place. It's just a matter of killing. Why do you have to do it? Suddenly, a voice rings out behind you. You slowly turn around. That's a young man. He was dressed all in black, with a white ribbon wrapped around his head and a jade tablet dangling from his waist. You're a little surprised, more than a little wary. Seeing you turn around, the young man looks startled, or an oldest man. Master, do you have a great grudge against the Wang family? In less than 1/4 of an hour, you've already killed 256 people. The young man said calmly. You look at him while recovering your astral energy and suddenly laughs. It's not much of a grudge, it's just that the Wang family's people hurt someone I care about. The young man shook his head. The Wang family's son has done many evil things, but there are its own great Qin laws to restrain you. You're doing this, it's not right, it's very wrong. You lifted the knife. You can't see through him, but don't mind fighting him one last time. Young man sighs. A flash of red light surges from his hand, and the light crashes to the ground, transforming into a ball of flame that scorches the surrounding buildings. The fire was blazing, and the surrounding area was abuzz with activity. The young man makes way for you. You go, I've taken care of the remaining 95 for you. Master, you're not too old, you'd better settle down. He gave a sudden laugh. You look around, and sure enough, there are a lot of bodies lying where you haven't even set foot yet. You've passed him, heading out. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned around and asked, who the hell are you? Just a minor character under the Great Qin Jintian division. He waved his hand, go now, or you won't be able to go. You look deeply at him, turn and jump away. 1 day later, you came to another village. This is Aoyama village, next door to Black Mountain village. This is also where my sister's husband's family is located. Zhang Liming has been staying at home during his leave of absence. Noon. You've come to Zhangjia. Outside the yard, a few children are playing house, you as father and I as mother, having fun.
Old, evil sewer city. Looking at the huge plaque on the city gate, you walk forward. Okay, you come with me first. Middle-aged man invites you up to the 6th floor to an unoccupied private room. Wait here, I'll call someone. He can't stop looking at you like this, he's so amazed. You're drinking and waiting. Not long after, a young man dressed in white with a scarred face pushed his way in. My God, what an old man. The white-clothed youth's eyes widened. I say, Master Teacher, you're not so bad. The chi and blood in your body have begun to decay. Even if you can break through the outer dipper, you won't be able to prolong your life. In this condition, if you don't break through to the innate, you'll still have to die in 10 years. He can tell your life expectancy at a glance. You nodded. Yeah, just because you want to live a few more years, you're thinking about trying to work hard. The white-clothed youth showed his thumbs up. High. Really high. Since you are willing, then I, the Tsanglong gang, will take you. From now on, you're my Tsanglong gang's vice head of killing heaven. You laugh. You don't know if this road will work. But how will we know unless we try? Even if you only have 10 years left to live, so what? 80 years old is the right age to fight for your life. The next day, you took up your post and became the deputy head of Kill Heaven, with more than 2,000 people under your command, and you realized that the Tsanglong gang had corresponding industries in charge of the whole Daoqing city. After another 5 days, you were given an assignment. The same young man in white. His name is Ouyang Shang, he is in his 30s, but his cultivation has reached the realm of the Big Dipper. He brought the mission himself. Look, Mr. Fortune, this is the thing. Ouyang Shang handed you a token. Wang Fu Gei is your new trumpet. This is Blackwater County. This recent period of time, right, the Mighty Tiger Gang's motley crew has been harassing our industry, like a dog. Your task is to fend off the Mighty Tiger Gang. Don't let our interests in Blackwater County be damaged. Saying that, he handed you a thin pamphlets. This is an Outer Dipper's mind method. As long as you can complete your mission, we will give you the second half of the mind method, and a portion of the cultivation resources, which is enough to allow you to break through to the Outer Dipper within an instant. The mission is for 2.5 years. Will you do it or not? After screening the pros and cons, you take over the heart without hesitation. Do it. You never miss an opportunity when you have it. The heart technique is called Ice Dragon Frost technique. It's the Tsanglong gang's top internal technique and can be practiced all the way to the peak of innate. Your eyes flashing. Either this group doesn't believe you'll succeed, or this group is tempting you with feats. Either way, you don't care. It's over if you do it. In the 65th year, you came to the county town of Blackwater County and became the controller of the Tsanglong gang's affiliated forces there. The Mighty Tigers also have power support here. Both sides are in constant conflict. Every month dozens of people must die. That kind of. When you first arrived, you didn't do anything like that, but kept collecting information and deploying manpower to deal with the various actions of the Tigers. In the process, you won the favor of several of your men by giving up most of the benefits to them. You maneuvered steadily, not giving yourself any chance to fail. In the year 66, there was a calm and nothing happened. In the 67th year, you did your best to repel several attacks by the Mighty Tiger Gang and held most of the Tsanglong Gang's interests in Blackwater County. In the process, you fought dozens of times, your bodily functions were drastically reduced, and your battle power was much weaker than before, but you still persisted. You know how hard it is to hold on to a person, you know it well, you won't give up. You believe you can do it. Failure to do so is a death, and you're ready for it. We've been alive for 82 years anyway, that's enough. 68th year. It's the last month, but fortunately, you're experienced. The control of the moves and the rhythm of the battle has reached the point of perfection. It won't be a problem to hold them back for a short time. But in time, you'll die. Thousands of your men also rushed over and fought with the Mighty Tiger Gang. But it doesn't affect you at all. After all, you're facing 3 peak inner deities, while you're the only peak inner deity on the Tsanglong Gang's side. Back up! Back up! You roar. Behind you, one of your loyal subordinates yells, "My lord, support is still on the way." Okay. Sable is still on her way on horseback, isn't she? Clenching your teeth, you hold a wooden sword, and the stars fly. In a trance, you see your own death. Killed by 3 peaks of the same realm. Fight to the death. This is not bad. You take a deep breath and suddenly explode with power far beyond the norm. No good, he's going to make a death-defying comeback. Get out of the way. A peak inner gang member of the Mighty Tiger Gang saw that the situation was bad and retreated in a hurry. Why is the old bastard in a hurry? TSK, 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 I'd like to walk him a little longer. Retreat first, he'll be dead in 10 breaths. Indeed. At this moment, you've used all the astral energy in your body is torn apart, your meridians are squeezed, you're already in a situation of certain death. But even if you die, you'll take one with you. You're rushing madly towards a peak inner gangster. Going all out, the knife is deadly, perfectly anticipating all his movements. Mad dog, what a piece of. The other guy is backing up and cursing. You don't say a word, you just keep attacking. Snorting. Gradually, the astral energy in your body is exhausted. And the other guy was stabbed several times and was dying. You roll over and jump, dropping through the air and pressing your knee hard into his neck. Creaking. He's dead. Blood flows from his mouth and stains your clothes. At the same time, you're running out of steam. Wooden knife is stuck in the ground by you, supporting your body. Old thing, die for me. The other two let out a sigh of relief, and then came charging at you frantically. And it. Your eyes are closed. Squeaking. The wooden sword suddenly breaks and you fall to the ground in a pool of blood. Stop. On the verge of unconsciousness, you hear a shout. But soon, you'll lose your senses. You're really dead this time, aren't you? But sadly, you're not dead yet. In a daze, you open your eyes to a large mural of a pale dragon. Looking around, you realize you are lying on a bed, your body is still uncomfortable, your life is short, but at least you won't die right away. According to your deduction, one can live another 7 days or so. Master Fortune. At this time, a low voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterward, a silhouette appeared in front of you, she sat on the chair in front of you and held your pale palms. Fortune Master, you are the hero of my Tsanglong. You look up with great effort, and there is a stranger, wearing a purple tunic, with a veil, not able to see the figure, the appearance, but there is a scent emanating all the time. You opened your mouth, but no words came out. The purple-clothed woman hurriedly took out a small booklet and a small wooden box. Fortune Master, this is my Tsanglong's promise to you. This is the next part of the Ice Dragon Frost Decree, and there's also a concentration pill. After taking it, it will allow you to break through the Big Dipper in a short period of time. You grab both with a firm grip, the corners of your mouth lifting slightly. The resources that I've been trying so hard to get have finally arrived. Master Fugue, you can rest assured that you will recuperate here. My Tsanglong gang will not let down any of our brothers who dared to sacrifice themselves. The woman in purple stood up and said in a deep voice, someone come. Outside the door came two big men whose cultivation could not be seen. Greetings, Master. Gang leader? This is the gang leader? A master of the innate realm? Pass on my order, search for resources at all costs. Physician, I want Master Fortune to live another 10 years. She's got a bossy look on her face. You can't help but be hopeful. This leader, the pie he drew smells good. 2 days later, you were able to walk on the ground. But nothing has changed with the physical injuries, and no physician has come these days, so it seems that pie is pie after all. You pick up the Ice Dragon Frost Decree and look through it page by page. You've mastered it thoroughly in the past 2 days. But now you're seriously injured, your meridians are overwhelmed, you can't practice at all. Putting down the kung fu, you picked up the little wooden box again. Spirit concentration pill. It's a great treasure. You can instantly break through the Big Dipper. You put the wooden box on your chest and clench it hard. Immediately afterward, you walked out of bed. Picks up a wooden knife in a corner. The wooden knife broke in half and was covered in blood. This is a gift from my little sister. A small child made a gift for 3 years. Pity, pity. You walk out of your room and pick up a few pieces of wood out in the yard and try to make a new one, but always fail. 3 days later. You've given up. You clean up the broken wooden dagger and fix it with the dagger one by one, ending up with 2 wooden daggers. Looking at the baby in your hand, you smile. But then, you can't either. Physical decay, coupled with the occasional operation of the astral body over the past 3 days, has completely come to an end. You stagger over to a tree in the center of the compound and sit down. After 83 years, I have no regrets in my life. I'm happy. You hold the wooden dagger and close your eyes. The feeling of death is eating away at you. Your consciousness, your mind, everything about you is fading fast. The old man is finally dead. Quickly, bring back the technique and the potion. This is a treasure of the gang, how can it be easily given to a loser? Tisk, TSK, this Moncler, really stupid, and age, what to fight? At the end of your life, you heard two people talking. It seems that all the promises made by the gang leader were false. Pie, after all, is a piece of pie. If you're serious, you're a loser. In the 68th year, you died of your wounds at the age of 83. You're dead. Room. Gu Ming had an excited look on his face. This time, the simulation went directly from chi condensation to the peak of the inner dipper, and not only that, with the concentration pill, he himself would soon be able to break through the outer dipper as well. Great harvest, absolutely great harvest. Licking his tongue, he looked to the simulator. This simulation has ended. Chapter 14 Inheritance, Kill Through. I have attained the peak level of the Big Dipper. I've acquired the Water Dragon Ice Heart technique highest peak of the inner dipper. Ice Dragon Frost technique highest innate peak. I've gained all the memories of 68 years of cultivation and battle experience. All memories of the 68 years have been acquired, no effect on you. I've acquired 1 pill of concentration, no side effects. I've obtained 300 taels of gold, 15 sets of clothes of various colors, and 3 hats. 2 wooden daggers have been acquired. Is it inherited? Gu Ming nodded his head vigorously. Inheritance, all of it. Take off. Take off straight away. Inherited. Along with the simulator's prompts. His cultivation instantly broke through to the peak of inner dipper, and the astral energy in his body flowed and circulated endlessly. There was also all the cultivation experience from the 83 years, which allowed him to perfectly control his realm today, and his battle experience was even more terrifying. The memories of those killings, the extermination of his family lingered in his mind and were instantly absorbed by him. Warp draw is elevated to the level in the simulation. All items are in analog space. Gu Ming directly took out the God condensing pill. As for the Ice Dragon Frost technique, he already knew it like the back of his hand in the simulation, and after inheriting the memories, he naturally knew every detail. The inheritance of memories is even more terrifying. The memory of 83 years was so detailed that it was like the truest virtual reality game, and he could recall every second of his experience and feel everything at any time. This brought Gu Ming great wealth. Planking his knees on the ground, Gu Ming opened the wooden box and dried the God condensing pill in one gulp. A wave of warmth rushed through his body. He hurriedly ran the Ice Dragon Frost skill. The Ice Dragon Frost technique and the Water Dragon Cold Ice technique were both ice attribute internal techniques, and right off the bat, he had succeeded in practicing them, and the process of changing his technique was exceptionally smooth and very bah humbug. As the astral energy continued to operate, the energy of the concentration pill was continuously refined. 3 breaths less. Boom! A popping sound came from within Gu Ming's body. His cultivation smoothly broke through and stepped into the low stage of the outer dipper. Reach out. A wisp of blue astral energy flew out and stretched forward until it flew 3 feet before stopping. 3 feet, or about a meter. This distance was not long, but it would be lengthened at a later stage as the astral energy grew and the cultivation level increased. In less than a day, I directly broke through 4 great realms. I am truly a genius. Standing up, Gu Ming said shamelessly. Reaching out, he grasped 2 wooden daggers. Memories from the simulation come head-on. Frozen for a second, he shook his head. A simulation is a simulation, and reality is reality, so let's forget about it. He has no affection for Lu Xiaomei. This kind of stuff is only good for collecting. Play real and you lose. Picking up the strong man's long knife from the ground, he grinned. Now that his cultivation has broken through the outer dipper, it's time to settle this. I'll take him as my husband. And we're going to use him to have babies. Using him when you know he can't act. It doesn't play cutie. What? The mage couldn't even look at it. Thumbs up. The long knife was waved, and an extra streak of blood appeared on the ground. But it was the bandit who came over to deliver the food who received his box on the spot. Dying in his sleep was considered the grace Gu Ming had given him. Kicking the room open, he came into the outside world. In the meantime, a huge exclamation point surfaced. The corner of Gu Ming's mouth tugged. So lucky? Just finished the simulation and here comes another simulation mission. Must have used up all my bad luck drawing cards in a previous life. So much so that in this life, my own koi is attached to me, and the Emperor of Europe is in the world. Fix your eyes.
The exclamation point reveals specific information about this simulated mission.
Simulated mission.
Mission statement: kill through the entire Qingfeng walled city for the sake of the numinous mine 02365.
Mission reward: 1 simulation opportunity. Mandate penalty: none. Overthrow the Qingfeng village?
Guming flung his long sword. That's exactly what I want. Grinning, he charged straight up. At the time of the first simulation, Guming had spent several years in Qingfeng walled city and knew the terrain and topography of the place like the back of his hand, and he.
Guming killed the guards and crushed the gate with 1 foot. Good New Year, gentlemen. I've come to give you my blessing.
Looking at Guming, who was wearing a scholar's robe and holding a long sword, Su Wanru was incredulous. The whole thing was fast and furious. But there's a bit too many people at Clearwind Cottage.
Over 2,000 people. He was ultimately limited on his own. Half an hour later. Still missed 2.
Guming observed for a while before realizing that they had run in the same direction. So he searched the cottage for a while, took another 100 taels of gold, and finally burned the whole Qingfeng cottage clean. Following the experience gained from the last simulation, he tracked the traces of the other 2 and made his way east.
Another half hour.
He smoothly caught up with one and flung a knife across a distance of tens of meters. The scimitar spun and severed his head.
Headless corpses fell and blood flowed. There's one last one left. 2364 2365.
After checking around, Guming determined the direction of the last person.
Then came the chase. The opponent was slow, but unorthodox. And don't kill yourself. What road is hard to travel?
On the way, Guming saw many traces of his falls, jumps, and bloody cuts from thorns.
It was a misery. Chapter 15, the third time around. A few minutes later. Guming saw the bandit by a cliff.
The first thing you see is a hand that is gripping a rock so hard that his body hangs in the air with no landing point other than the rock.
Miserable, how can you be so miserable? Guming lamented. The bandit wanted to cry. Help, young warrior, I was forced. I didn't want this.
He choked out, please help me, I really can't hold on much longer. Guming let out a laugh and grabbed his hand, come on, step it up.
Easily, he yanked his opponent up.
The young bandit breathed heavily, it felt good to have his feet on the ground. His heart was still beating fast. Clothes were shattered and bare skin was covered in scars.
Miserable. Dogs have to shake their heads when they look at it. Thank you, young warrior, for saving my life.
I used to be a mountain bandit, I had no choice, but now that I have been saved by the young warrior, it's like a new life. From now on, I will be a good person, live hard, help people, and pass on the love that the young warrior has given me. The young bandit looked serious. I believe that if everyone gives a little thumbs up. Before he could finish his sentence, Guming sent a knife into his heart. The young bandit looked surprised. Young warrior. He stared. There were 3 points of disbelief in his eyes, 3 points of anger, 3 points of resentment, and the remaining 1 point of relief. Don't get me wrong, I'm just afraid you'll fall and not die. After all, there are countless cases of jumping off cliffs with treasures and getting divine inheritance. It's better to be cautious. In an immensely complex mental exercise, the young bandit died after all. Guming severed his head with another slash and kicked his corpse down. Too fine, my brother. After the last bandit died. It's all over. 2365 2365. It's full. It's all full. The simulation mission was complete and he was able to simulate it again. It was still dark at this point. Guming didn't think much about it and directly sat under a nearby tree. Get it up. Third simulation, hopefully something good will come. He rubbed his palms together. Like a fly. Simulation begins. On the first day, you traveled south. This simulation you're still ready to close down and practice hard. These days, upgrading is the most important thing. Adventure or something, d'amour. Strength is the greatest thing in the world. Cultivation in the Big Dipper realm continues to be a day-to-day operation of the Gong method. Even without resources such as the concentration pill, the strength can be increased day by day. You've decided to find a nice place to live, too. A month later, you arrived at the southernmost city in southern summer. It's too hot here, and it's also the southernmost area of the entire continent, and further south, there's the virgin forest that you can't see the end of.
There are very few people in the small town, everyone is very kind and the atmosphere is very barnyard.
You've fallen in love with this place. After settling down here, you used the several hundred taels of gold in your hand to store up a large amount of resources, preparing to live for 70 or 80 years. 2 months later, you built a retreat for yourself while practicing. Not only that, but he paid for 2 slaves to cook, wash, and clean up the yard exclusively for himself. Life is getting on track. You're looking forward to everything. By the end of the first year, you familiarized yourself with the little town called.
The 2 slaves shook their heads. Master, we are all lowly slaves.
The Coyote Gang is the strongest force in Nanshuan City, controlling all stores and businesses, with a manpower of 5,000, suppressing everything.
Even the government has to give them face. Bastard, hand over all your money. Chapter 16, Extermination of the Gang.
Lu Bing said loudly, with an air of moroseness.
They've been watching you all year.
I didn't find. If you're offended, let's get rid of it altogether.
Honestly, you still like it here, but it's a shame, it's time to change the map again.
Patted his clothes, you crossed the corpse, left the small courtyard, came to the nearest stronghold of a wild wolf gang, the astral body sped, directly kill. Many people are still drinking and enjoying themselves when your astral energy shoots over, sweeping and slicing, a set of operations in a flowing stream.
The Big Dipper lost only a little bit of his aura and cleared out more than 200 people from the wild wolf gang.
Habitually touching the corpse, you get another portion of the gold and silver. There are feats and stuff, but they're useless and don't mean much. Taking advantage of the night, you shuttled from one Coyote Gang stronghold to another, killing countless members of their gangs and getting a lot of money, but unfortunately, nothing in the way of cultivation resources.
Not to mention the spirit concentrating pill, there's no bone soup.
It can only be said that the isolated gangs are too vegetable and too poor in power.
There's no wool to pull. Half an hour later, you've arrived at the last stronghold of the Coyote Gang. This is a gambling house in Nanshuan City.
Most of the masters of the Coyote Gang are seated there, and it is said that there are strong inner gang members, so let's hope that they can contribute some interesting resources.
You knocked softly on the door. Who is it? It's New Year's Eve, no business today.
The door opens and a sharp-tongued man says casually. You kick him out of the way and take it in stride.
Trouble? Messing with the coyotes, you don't want to live, do you?
As soon as you entered, everyone in the gambling house stood up and looked at you indifferently. The one you kicked off knocked over 3 tables, fell to the ground unconscious, surrounded by blood, sleeping peacefully.
Who the hell are you?
A middle-aged man walks up and looks at you.
He's seen the difference in you. Who is the leader of the coyotes? Looks like it's you.
You looked at the middle-aged man and suddenly let out a laugh, then took a step and rushed up, pinching his neck. Do you have any resources here?
Take them out and open your eyes. You, young warrior, is there some kind of misunderstanding between us?
You flung your right hand and heaved him to the ground. Misunderstanding? That's not true. You can lie down for a while. I'll come back to catch up with you after I've killed them. You reach out a little, a wisp of astral energy flies out and cuts off both of the middle-aged man's legs.
Ice-cold aura rages throughout the gambling house. The gang leader is not even an opponent.
Someone said incredulously. The middle-aged man is the Wild Wolf gang leader, is the strongest among them, the inner gang low level, but also a party of experts. Around Nanshuan City, no one dares not give the gang leader face. While they are surprised, puzzled, and speechless, you also rush up. Starting from the first level, astral energy keeps shooting out, killing all the gang members in seconds within a fixed distance.
Blood flows, spatters on the window pane, the table, the floor. You'll have a good time. Like a ghost from hell. Don't.
Spare me, warrior.
People screaming for mercy.
Resisting, but apparently to no avail. The gambling house is full of people. You used up half of your astral energy to end this fight. After killing the most one, you jumped from the 4th floor hall and landed beside the gang leader. He was surrounded by corpses, and blood was sprayed all over his face and clothes.
You, who are you?
Coyote gang leader Chen Duluo gritted his teeth and asked.
He just can't figure out who you are, what you're up to. You stomped on his neck. How have you considered what just happened?
Are there any suitable resources for cultivation? My dear Lord Gang Leader, if you can satisfy me, I can keep you alive.
I, Wang Ergu, am a man of my word.
After hearing your words, Lone Wolf Chen dismembered and closed his eyes, to kill to.
Buffed.
The Big Dipper's aura gushes out, churning his body.
If you don't want to, you won't force yourself. Searching in the gambling house, but with little success. What a waste of time. With the 1,000 taels of gold in hand. After some hesitation, you head toward the east side. The south side is virgin forest, there's nothing there, you don't want to live that kind of life, it's better to change to a quiet place. Figures flashing, you left Nanchuan City in the night. On New Year's Eve, thousands of bodies were left behind. At the end of the first month of the second year, you traveled all the way through the country and ended up in a small village on the eastern side of southern Summer near the border. It's also very remote and sparsely populated, and the villagers continue to make a living by hunting and mulberrying. For a little bit of silver, you found a reasonably good living situation at the edge of the village and began a long career of hard labor. The village is called Tian Bao. For no reason at all, everyone calls the name Tian Bao. Your life here is as boring as ever. Contributing all my time to practicing. Chapter 17, Unexpected Gains. Going out, that's impossible. Socialize, get lost. Woman, walk away. For you, there are only two things in life, practicing and living. At the end of the second year, you sat down in front of your bed and picked up a bronze mirror. Who's the panda that got out? Heavy dark circles under the eyes, jailbird. I'm wearing smoky makeup. This year, you've really worked too hard. When you're 24 hours a day, you spend 23.5 hours practicing, and the remaining half hour is spent eating, drinking, and pooping. Sleeping? I'm already a big dipper, so I don't need to sleep. This was your first thought. Now you've got some regrets. Even the Big Dipper can't handle such intense training. Walking out of the courtyard, you walk breathlessly toward the tavern not far away. This cultivation, how do I feel that the more I cultivate, the closer I am to death? The cultivation level has not increased much, and the astral deities have only reached 9 feet 6, so the speed is still too slow. Boss, a jug of wine, the stronger the better. You sat down and yelled. At this moment, only alcohol can paralyze you. No, must adjust the cultivation program, life is still long anyway, can't work so hard anymore. I'm gonna take it easy. You clench your fists, feel the terrible physical condition, and make up your mind. Bam! An altar of wine was put down by the boss with the bearded face. Guest, it's good and tasty. You look up, yes. The boss took a look at you and was startled. Guest, I say you. Young people, or you have to be more restrained. Do not rely on your own physical strength, do not cherish the body, young do not know, old too. You waved your hand, go 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 go, I don't need a woman. Boss hams and haws and removes it in a hurry. You hurriedly pour yourself a drink. Guldan Guldan. After a few sips, you're high. It's true, only alcohol can paralyze my nerves. Alcoholic nerves. Drinking, a blind man in tattered clothes came with a crutch, and he sat down very smoothly next to you. Young man, do you want to tell a fortune? No money. The blind man opens his mouth, revealing 6 old yellow teeth. What can you count? You take a sip of your wine and casually ask. The blind man said calmly, there is nothing under the sun that cannot be counted. Is it a master? Hidden masters? After all, you really can't see through his cultivation. Thinking about it sobers you up a lot. Takes out another silver ingot. Here, help me calculate what I can achieve in my life. The blind man slowly collects the silver, then grabs one of your hands, and 2 seconds later, immediately drops it again. Young man, you, strange, why are you alive again when you were obviously dead? The blind man's eyes widened. The 8 trigrams and 4 elements, forgetting the river Gongming, heaven's fate says that you should have died 2 years ago. A shiver runs down your spine. 2 years ago is when I crossed over. According to normal logic, he came himself, the original Gu Ming either died or went to his own world. This old man can even figure this out, expert, 3 or 4 floors of expert. Ahem, you'd better keep counting, don't think about all this nonsense. You take a sip of your wine and say casually. Blind man nods, pinches his fingers and keeps primping. After a few minutes, he shook his head and pulled your silver out of his pocket. Young man, you. I can't figure it out. Saying this, he left on his stick. The old man. Kind of dedicated. If you can't figure it out, you don't get paid. This is the first time in your life you've seen someone with such a work ethic. Can't count me out? Inexplicable. You continue to drink heavily. In the 3rd year, you began to combine work and rest, practicing and nourishing your body at the same time. But the intensity is still high. In the 5th year, your life has become more and more dashing, and in addition to cultivation, you have spawned a new hobby, fishing. Fishing 2 spots on the river every day. It's just a shame that the Air Force has been. But okay, fish or no fish, just sit down and you'll be quiet and cool. At the end of the 5th year, the sun was setting and you were still fishing by the river. We've been lucky today. There are already 15 in the bucket, all 3-pound blackfish. There were 3 eels in it, one with a tattoo, all of which you threw away. You're fishing while running your gong fu and practicing hard. This time, it's a real double opening. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the distance. It's no good, bandits have entered the village. A villager on a black horse ran and spoke while spreading the news throughout the village. You're hesitant to hold the rod. Forget it, let's wait. Maybe a fish will take the bait next. Bandits enter the village. You didn't worry about it. These days, bandits who rob even villages don't have much power. After waiting for a while, you really see a band of bandits. They are numerous and come on horseback, in a mess. You glanced at it and didn't care. But these bandits aren't going to let you go. One of them rides up on horseback. Hey, the fishing guy. Die for me, I hate anglers. You live in Bungbu. I'm just catching a fish, do I need to be killed? Shrugging your shoulders, you reach out and point. The astral plane gallops and crushes even the man and his horse. After 5 years of practice, you can already release 13 feet of astral energy. Although you haven't broken through the middle astral stage yet, your strength has really increased. It's been a long time since I've done anything, so I'm going to have a good time today. You stand up and release the fish in the bucket, your figure jumping and rushing quickly. Eyes on over 200 people. 1 minute to fix everything. You calculate the amount of astral energy in your body, and in the blink of an eye you've arrived near the bandits. Retreat. It's the Big Dipper, he's an outer dipper martial artist. Only when you got close did the bandits see your skill clearly and ran away. The Big Dipper realm, it's not something they can touch. You jia laughed, blue astral energy constantly shot out, killing a large number of bandits in seconds, itself also cool as hell. 235 bandits, the strongest one is an inner deity, his strength is not bad. You'll have a good time. The Big Dipper. Not much time, all the bandits are dead, the ground corpses are numerous, piled up together, quite spectacular. You clench your fists and then suddenly unclench them. I'm not normal anymore. Murder, in your mind there is no wave, as if it is eating and drinking water, too common. Shaking your head, you touch the corpse out of habit, not realizing that there is a windfall. Chapter 18 10,000 Poisons Body Nurturing Technique, Cultivation, Mutations. In the hands of that bandit leader of the inner gang realm, you got a unique technique. All Poisons Nurturing Kung Fu. This is a poison technique, which is also considered a body hardening technique, through various toxins to stimulate the skin and flesh, so that one can achieve the effect of invulnerability to all poisons and flesh enhancement. Cultivation is also very simple, it is to find the poison and then incorporate it into. After packing up, you leave immediately for the back of the mountain. I remember there are a lot of poisonous insects over there, enough for you to practice for a long time. In your 6th year, you've incorporated 31 toxins, mostly of animal origin and some plant. After absorbing dozens of toxins, your skin becomes more and more moisturized and smoother, and your face value improves by several levels. The strength of the physical body has also increased more than 10 times from the original base. It's a match for those who specialize in body refining techniques. More importantly, toxins in the body. 31 toxins are fused together to make you more powerful, and under your test, releasing a little at random can kill many masters. According to the current characteristics, as long as the toxin is strong enough and numerous enough, it can even corrode the protective astral body. You're more interested. In the 10th year, you still haven't made a breakthrough in your cultivation. You've expected this. There's been so much change in you over the years. The toxins in the vicinity of Tianbao village have been collected by you, a total of 89, and the 10,000 Poisons Body Nurturing Technique has made you look better and stronger, and you're happy with the change. On this day, late at night, you're still practicing the Ice Dragon's Frost Decree. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud boom from the outside world. You frowned slightly, and immediately felt a powerful aura sweep over you. Walking out of the yard, you see a berserk figure who is on a killing spree. A man with a gun, a blue light filled his body, the buildings in the village collapsed madly, more and more villagers died. Your brow is furrowed in utter confusion. What are you beating up? The next moment, the figure senses your gaze and slowly turns around. He was dressed in a blue robe, with a slender figure, handsome features, fair skin, and a murderous aura. "It's you?"
The blue-robed man's face turned cold, and he rushed directly. "I'm afraid this isn't the peak of the Big Dipper." Feeling the powerful aura exposed by your opponent, you turn your head and run. You're getting faster and faster with the Big Dipper. But he's faster. Bing! The spear flies, you jump to the right and barely dodge the blow. "You're the one who killed my favorite brother? You, unforgivable." The blue-robed man said coldly, "In this world, only I can kill him." Why does that sound so awkward? And that brother, is it possible that he's the bandit who doesn't have a single line? You speculate in your mind while taking up a stance and looking at him warily. 3 small realms short, can you do it by yourself? Gritting your teeth, you run your astral energy and a poisonous mist fills your body. Sure enough, even the 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique has been practiced. The blue-robed man looks furious and raises his gun. You're unarmed, so you'll have to deal with this unarmed. After a few moves, you realize that he is really overbearing. A body of strength is surprisingly large, hard to resist. The designation cannot be. But you've also officially established that his cultivation level is the Big Dipper. Even though he's a fragile in front of him, his own toxins can hurt him. In conjunction with the astral aura, you clearly see his protective astral aura being eroded and the toxins harming his. While you're hiding, you can't stop talking. Or do you like your brother, but you're just afraid to express it? TSK, you're afraid you're not a rabbit. The blue-robed man became even angrier. Don't you dare insult my brother. Good. You're laughing. This is an opportunity. You're overthinking it. I'm insulting you. During the ensuing period, you dodged and talked back, cursing him and his brother, and to the naked eye, the blue-robed man red-warmed and gradually lost his mind. You're using the toxin to keep circling him. With your superior mental strength and rich combat experience, you stuffed a large amount of toxins into the blue-robed man's body. His pace is getting chaotic. Attacks are getting harder and harder. Chuckles. You showed a crack. He didn't hesitate to rush forward and shot you through the abdomen. You clenched your teeth and rushed forward smoothly, and blasted his heart with a hard palm, a blow you had prepared for a long time and made many preparations for. The effect is also obvious. Chapter 19: A bountiful harvest and a surge in strength. The palm-containing toxins knocked back the blue-robed man, and more importantly, a large amount of toxin astral energy rushed into his body and is harming him non-stop. You, vile. The blue-robed man reacted, but it was already too late. The toxin flows along the meridians all over his body and he gradually loses his strength. Unforgivable. He does his best to nudge the lance in his hand. You look pale and spit out a mouthful of blood. Followed by a kick that sent him flying. Almost 1 for 1. You take a deep breath, pull the lance out of your body and immediately run your gong method to stop the bleeding, then you pull out a variety of medicinal herbs and stick them on the wound. After primping for a moment, you limp towards the blue-robed man. This battle is too dangerous. He'll kill you if you don't watch out. Fortunately, the other party is not familiar with the mind, easy to impulse, but he created a lot of opportunities. If he had been in his right mind, he'd be dead by now. Stumbling to the blue-robed man, you glance at him. He's already cold, his heartbeat all but gone, blood bubbling from his features, a state of poisoning plus internal injuries. You crouch down and grope at him for a while. Finally pulled out 2 books of techniques and a dozen bottles of pills. Getting rich. You open the 2 feats and after flipping through 2 pages, you become even more excited. Then he took a look at the pills. There were those for healing, for regaining chi, and more for practicing. This guy, he's a rich man. Great harvest. After a count, you've harvested 1 advanced mind technique, 1 gun technique, 10 bottles of concentration pills, totaling 100, 1 bottle of innate pills, 5, 1 bottle of poison avoidance pills, 10 sisters, 1 bottle of back to the Big Dipper pills, 20, and 2 bottles of blood replenishing scatter, used to treat injuries. There are instructions on the elixir. You hastily spread the blood replenishing powder on the wound, the whole person is comfortable again. After regaining some of your strength, you scan the surrounding area. The entire village has been destroyed by the other side, and too many people have died. You're recovering from your injuries while you're recovering your astral energy. After a dozen breaths, you'll be able to strike for a short time. Don't blame me.
Shaking your head, you rush towards the other villagers who are still alive, striking out brazenly to exterminate all survivors. It can't be helped, you already know each other's identity through the Kung Fu. This guy is from the Southern Summer Earth Alliance, he is the peak of the Big Dipper at a young age, and the Kung Fu in his hand can be practiced all the way to the Grandmaster realm, so his identity in the Tiandi Alliance is definitely not simple. The Tiandi Alliance, one of the strongest Jianghu sects in Southern Summer, is said to have a strong Big Dipper in attendance. I'm really convinced. The Big Dipper. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. At this moment you have had a taste of this, and the thoughts in your mind are suddenly active. I already have a way to die. You chuckle. Gaze grows complex, still have to hold steady old iron. I've also lived here for 9 months. It's time for a change of scenery. The Tiandi Alliance can't afford to mess with them yet. For safety's sake, it must be stable. In the 12th year, you continue to go deeper into the eastern Zhou, walking in small, isolated towns, changing locations every so often to practice. In the 15th year, with the aid of various resources, you made another breakthrough, and your cultivation has reached the high level of the Big Dipper. In the same year, you have 150 toxins in your body. The process of absorbing toxins is painful. Torture of all kinds. But after the storm comes the rainbow. The effect brought about by the 150 toxins is also very strong, and now you are indescribably handsome, and after revealing your original appearance, not only will you attract the opposite sex, but the same sex will also inevitably be interested in you. The strength of your physical body has increased by more than 10 times again, you tried it and ordinary astral energy can't hurt you anymore. Not to mention ordinary weapons, which are all scum. The only thing that worries you a little is the Book of Marksmanship. Thunderbolt Shocker. There are 9 floors. Cultivate to the 9th layer, you can suppress everyone in the same realm with a single shot, and even kill people over the level, no matter what. The damage of this shot is horrible. Should we practice? You picked up the same gun that the man in the blue robe used. 2 meters long and weighs 1,000 pounds. The head of the gun can still shoot out, so there's no defense. Fix it, it has to be fixed. In this world, strength is what counts. I still have free time anyway, so I'm sure I'll make use of it. At the end of the 20th year, you used up all the condensation pills in your hand, but your cultivation didn't break through to the peak of the Big Dipper, but it's getting close. In 5 years, you've grown much more powerful in battle. 180 toxins. The 3rd level of the Thunderbolt shotgun, if you face the blue-robed man from 10 years ago, you're sure you can kill him with one shot? In this year, you came to the easternmost city of Great Zhou, called Endless City. You walk the streets of the city dressed in black with a hat, mask, and iron spear on your back. Dressing up like a common man of the world. It's been 10 years, and the Heaven and Earth Alliance hasn't found me yet. But still, I can't let up. You're thinking to yourself as you survey the landscape. After walking a few steps, you suddenly see a modestly sized ring with a banner stretched across the top, matchmaking. A wonderful young girl is standing in the ring, waiting quietly. You're frozen. Not because of a young girl, but a monk. That monk jumped onto the ring in one step, Amat Babuddha, female monks, the words of the match. Little monk can? P.S. Body tempering, chi condensation, inner dipper, outer dipper, innate, marrow cleansing, true bone, zone sure, earth dipper, sky dipper. Chapter 20 Exposed, Fighting, Running. You came up and hugged your shoulders and watched the show. This monk is the same name of the man I met in the last simulation. But shouldn't he be killing people in northern Qin at this point in time? How come he's in eastern Zhou? Is it hard to believe that there is some kind of butterfly effect again because of yourself? This young master is joking, you are a monk, how can you take a wife? The young girl shakes her head and looks at him with a smile. Fa Ming waved his hand, who says that monks can't marry and have children? It's just worldly prejudice. He shakes his head and laughs bitterly, this world gives too many shackles, why must we burrow into them? Crowd gasps in amazement. Is this monk crazy? Normal, the monk is also a person you see he is young and vigorous, designation also have ideas, but a dress bound him just. It kills a monk to get a wife. Listening to the people around you, you think about it. From what I remember from the last simulation, Fana is still a very strange person who doesn't follow the rules in everything. This time you've seen his cultivation level, just like he said himself, it's really the peak of the Big Dipper. Well, since the female monk is unwilling, the young monk will have to give up. Fame shakes his head and smiles bitterly, turning to leave. His movements are quite dashing, but how do you look at it is obscene. This is the end. Somewhat sadly, I thought I'd have fun watching it. You're sorry, and you're ready to leave. But then, the young girl in the ring suddenly jumps in front of you. This gentleman, would you like to come and try? The young girl looks at you with a smile on her face, hugging her shoulders, quite literally. No, I'm too old for that. The female sex is garbage for you. Life is long, how can we waste our time on such meaningless things? You move on. Hey, don't go away, what do you want, just say it. Teenage girl stops you. You are very puzzled. This monk, in fact, I am also a monk. The young girl was unforgiving. You're lying, you have hair and you smell like wine, how can you be a monk? You frowned slightly, took a step forward, and pinched her neck. I told you, I will not take a wife, I advise you to die of this. Fusion toxins are numerous, and you have to experience pain with each fusion, plus all these years of repressed life and hiding, you've become a bit mentally unbalanced. Listening to you without temperature, looking at your cold eyes, the girl gulped. Okay, I won't pester you anymore. You put her down and turn away. This woman, what a pain in the ass, should I kill her? It's not appropriate, he's not exposed yet, but killing her will definitely draw attention. After all, his conflict with her is too obvious. After circling the city, you come to an inn, ready to take a bath and get some rest. It's getting dark. You soaked in a tub and habitually put a new toxin in it. Recite the mantra, run the gong method, and automatically cultivate. Suddenly, you blush in a strange way. Looking up, a man suddenly appeared on the roof of the room, and not only that, but a thin round tube emerged, followed by a burst of thick smoke pouring out of it. Isn't this like some kind of drug from a TV show? Your face doesn't change. This is a critical moment for the toxin to be integrated into your body. You are suffering and it's not very convenient for you to make a move. Soon the smoke falls and fills your right and left. But it's a pity that your resistance to poison is so strong, just a little ecstasy can't help you at all. Only stun this kind of effect, these two guys really want to die. After absorbing the toxin completely, you step out of the tub, put on your clothes, and in the next moment, sprint straight for the roof. The rich astral energy blooms on the surface of the body. Bang! Two silhouettes are sent flying by you, crashing into a distant house in a tragic manner. You reach out and grab it, and the astral aura removes a mask from the package, which you put on, and then chase it downward. In a piece of rubble, two figures just stood up. A monk, a woman. It's Fana, and the one who's fighting for the marriage. You have long hair and a white dress, looking at them indifferently. I didn't want to kill anyone, but you had to. Before you can say anything, a black light suddenly flies from afar. You grabbed it. It's an arrow. Your brow furrows as you look in the direction of the arrow shot. Evil thief, it's been 10 years and you finally show up. A deep voice rings out, followed by a figure ghostly appearing to the left and right of you, frantically attacking. Kill someone from my heaven and earth alliance. No matter who you are, you must die. You shoot out an astral energy and make contact with him, instantly testing his true power. Innate. This is an innate master. Someone from the TND alliance? You are on guard, your figure keeps crossing with it, and a large amount of poisonous mist comes out from your body to fight against it. After a little trial and error, you laugh. A district innate, but nothing more. This guy's strength, defense, are all weaker than his own. It's really trashy. You no longer hold back, a flash of blue light gathers in your hand and cuts down ferociously. Bang! The man raises a sword to resist, the blade shatters, he falls to his knees as you crush him, spits blood from his mouth, and finally his head drops and he dies. You reached over him for a while and got 10 bottles of pills, an internal art, and a sword technique. After taking all the resources, you turn around and jump into the inn, put on your package, put your lance on your back, and turn around. We must run away. It looks like we can't keep Dongcho. You're going north, then to northern Shin. Wait. Just as he was about to leave, Fa Ming's voice rang out from behind. Scholar, you killed someone from the Heaven and Earth Alliance, you will surely die, running away is useless. That's right, big brother, one person's power is limited, let's think together, there will be a solution. The young girl suddenly comes to your side and holds a strand of your hair. Even if I die, I will stay by your side. What the is wrong with you? You can't understand each other's brain circuits, tighten the lance on your back, and just run away. Don't go away, master, let's go together. Fame 2 in hot pursuit. 3 days later, you traveled all the way east to the easternmost part of Eastern Zhou. These two guys are like a dog's skin, they won't go away no matter how hard they fight, and if you really do it, you can't beat fame. This guy is obviously also the peak of the Big Dipper, but his skin is so thick that even you can't break through his defense. It's more bold than even the innate body protection of the true Dipper. Of course, it's hard for him to kill you. Chapter 21, Drifting Across the Sea. You've got it all figured out. It's mostly that woman.
Gongsun Jia from the martial arts competition, she fell in love with you at first sight, and Fa Ming likes Gongsun Jia, that's why she followed you all the way. Beside the coast, Fa Ming looks at you with some confusion. Master Air Dog, aren't you preparing to go to Northern Qin?
Why are you buying a boat again?
He pulled out a chicken leg and ate it while saying, I've been to North Qin, and it's okay except for the cold. That's a nice view of the snowy mountains over there. You didn't pay attention to him, but glanced somewhat breathlessly at the pendant next to you, Gongsun Jia.
Why are you so annoying? Can you stop hugging my shoulders?
Gongsun Jia shook her head, you smell good, very good, I want to hug you for the rest of my life.
You're speechless and helpless. This is the terror of the 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique.
Walking down the street, even if you're wearing a mask, a visor, or even makeup, you can't stop being all handsome, and some women just come to that.
You laugh in your heart. Wait for me to raise my level of cultivation and kill them all.
Soon, you bought a big boat over here, and a dozen more maids and servants, and took countless resources with you, and left by boat to the east.
On board.
Fa Ming sked, you're so rich, 2 dogs sure.
You're also a little bit sad. After buying these, you're completely poor. I can't help it.
Before also want to go to the North Qin, but too late, wait for their own to the North Qin border, the people of the Tiandi Alliance would have long known, after all, there is also a road to travel between.
Thinking about it, the never-explored East Zhou East Sea is an option.
Legend has it that there are fearful ghosts over here, a large number of fishermen die every year, and from time to time there are tsunamis, gales, and natural disasters are rampant.
Gongsun Jia. Get the down, I'm going to cultivate.
You tugged hard, but the woman stuck like a plaster.
You're about to collapse.
After the all-around boost, you're even better, this is just the beginning. With the innate pill in place, you can break through directly after the peak of the Big Dipper. But if you want to make a smooth breakthrough, you still need quite a lot of innate pills at once, at least 10.
Now that you have 105 of them, it's not a problem at all.
Taking a deep breath, you pull out 10 innate pills and throw one into your mouth. A strange sensation passes through your body, the drug blooms, you're high, but as you're getting high, you suddenly feel something bad.
This is too much fun, isn't it?
I feel like my meridians are about to burst. A blackout, you just passed out. When you open your eyes again, you realize that you are lying on the bed, and Gongsun Jia is sitting beside you, and is playing with your right hand, which has many more lipstick marks on it.
Wang dog dummy.
Seeing you wake up, Gongsun Jia exclaimed, you're really crazy, swallowing 10 innate pills in one breath before breaking through to the innate. Normal people refine them one by one, but not you. You shook your head, still a little dizzy, and you grabbed her sleeve, it doesn't matter how you call me Wang Dog.
My name is Wang Dog. Gongsun Jia patted your mouth, okay Gu Ming, go back to sleep. Exposed. How does this woman know her real name? You look embarrassed. This is the first time you've dropped your vest, somehow, a little embarrassed and a little cool.
Don't think too much about it, I just found a longevity tablet in your package that just happens to have your name on it.
Eternal life?
You remembered, this is really the original owner's things, at that time you think it looks good, exquisite, also left. Forget it, Gongsun Jia, you saved my life, I, Wang Ergu, will not forget it. You said solemnly, then lifted the quilt to take a look, fortunately, the body is still pure. Gongsun Jia was speechless to the extreme, okay Wang Dog, go back to sleep. Walking out of the room, you hear another series of her laughs.
This woman, she feels good too. You've got a sudden thought in your mind.
I'm not getting any younger, it's time to find a woman to marry, she looks like she's pretty strong, just right for me to eat soft food. After all, if you have bad teeth, you have to eat. You had bad feelings about Gongsun Jia before, but now you're much more comfortable.
Time continues to pass. You keep feeling the changes in the innate.
First of all, the most obvious is the power.
After the innate, the body surface automatically generates the innate true astral, and the defense power is amazing.
There's still longevity, most of the innate can live to 90 without a ripple, and even when they're dying they can still maintain their peak fighting power.
There have been many other changes, but they don't make sense to you. In the 22nd year, you were adrift at sea for 2 years, and all was well during those years without incident. You used up the rest of the innate pills and only allowed yourself to break through to the middle innate stage. Chapter 22 Departure, Giving. It's good to have resources. After eating so many condensation pills and innate pills, it's as if you've glimpsed the truth of the martial arts in this world. 2 years of cultivation, your thunderstorm shocking gun has reached the 4th level. Additional toxins have been found in the water during this period, and the total has accumulated to 200. Yes, you're better, and you're meatier. Fame is nothing but a dog in your eyes, you can crush it with one hand. On the whole ship, the one you can't figure out is Gongsun Jia. I'm in the middle of the innate stage, but I still can't see through her cultivation. Not only that, whenever I have any evil thoughts, this woman will always find out in advance. Lying on the deck, you sunbathe while looking at Gongsun Jia's figure looking into the distance. I don't know why, but you've been seeing her more and more in the past 2 years. Feeling a little hot, jailbird? Looking at you, Gongsun Jia suddenly turns around. You subconsciously reach out to wipe it off, but stop in mid-air. A wisp of astral energy gushes out and vaporizes her tears. Gongsun Jia closed her eyes and gradually fell asleep. You let out a long sigh and tuck her in. Looks like a woman with a story, but it doesn't matter. The important thing is, what do I get out of her? Inevitably, you've had other things on your mind in the last 2 years. But never had the chance. In the 25th year, you're still floating on the ocean. Life is boring, really boring. Fan Ming is going crazy, his mind is more restless than anyone else. He goes down to the sea every day to kill fish, kills people for fun, he has no appearance of a monk at all. Gongsun Jia is as calm as ever. You're treated the same way as before, but there's always a sense of distance, and you can't describe the feeling, but you're happy to be comfortable with it. All these years have passed and your cultivation hasn't broken through, you're still at the middle stage of the innate. Gunnery skills have improved a bit, about to reach the 5th level. Toxins increased to 205. This day, on the deck, Gongsun Jia handed something to Fa Ming. This monk is overjoyed. Many thanks to Senior for his great kindness, the young monk is grateful. It's a long way from here. Let's call it a day. Saying this, he directly stepped on the astral body and jumped off the boat. You didn't say anything. You've seen it all these years. Fame has always been controlled by Gongsun Jia, imprisoned in a special way, and it seems that now he is completely relieved. Wang Erdog, from now on there will be 2 of us left on this ship. Gongsun Jia came and said with a smile. Ha! You questioned and went away with a legal name, and there are other maidservants, servants, cooks. Ah! Gongsun Jia claps her hands. Fluttering sound. In the boat, she killed everyone but you and threw them overboard. You look at her in disbelief. I don't like crowds. You frown slightly. I don't know how to cook. I will. There are enough resources here for us to live for 10 years. Will you enjoy 10 years with me here? Gongsun Jia extends her right hand and puts it in front of you. You know, I've never been good at rejection. You laugh out loud, pick her up, and walk into a side room. From this day on, your relationship progresses rapidly and life becomes much more interesting. While practicing, you have many more interesting and wanting things to do. Cooking with her, looking at the stars, talking to each other, discussing the world situation, telling all kinds of stories. Time goes faster and faster and faster with this operation. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have gone by. 35th year. In your room, you pick up the mirror and look at your still young face in the mirror with a sense of wonder. You're 50 years old now, and you're still so young, it's rare. The 10,000 Poisons Body Nurturing Technique is. Chapter 23 Ling Cho, Breakthrough, Departure. Ling Sorrow. Gongsun Jia breaks away from your embrace, turns around and disappears as a phantom. Ling Cho? Ling Cho. You've never heard that name. This woman. This is approximate, it's gone in less than 2 seconds. Is this really ing human? Isn't this a martial arts world? Well, Gao Wu is also Wu. You've got a bad taste in your mouth and you can't get used to it. Sitting on the boat, you take out the small package Ling Cho gave you. Upon opening, you see 2 small porcelain vials with labels on them. Extreme Innate Pills, 10 pills, one can be worth 10 years of hard training, one can be refined in a year. Marrow Cleansing Pill, 1, after taking it, it can cleanse the whole body's meridians without side effects, and can be completely refined in 5 years. Only these 2 things. After using it, you can allow yourself to break through the marrow cleansing realm naturally. You pick up an innate elixir and hold it in front of your eyes, the sunlight reflecting through this crystalline elixir on a side mast. Ling Cho, I will find you. Taking a deep breath, you come to the wheelhouse, turn the boat around, and head west. Then he took out the few supplies, carefully organized them, and began a new round of cultivation. In order to speed up, you threw away a lot of things on the ship. Not only that, but you also pushed with the astral energy from time to time, which is also considered practicing. In the 36th year, you refined a superb innate elixir, and your cultivation broke through, stepping into the high innate stage. In the 38th year, you refined 2 superb innate pills, and your cultivation broke through, stepping into the peak of innate. Feeling the powerful innate true astral deities on the surface of your body, you take a deep breath and take out a marrow cleansing elixir. Time, the most worthless and meaningless thing of all. Thud, you swallow. Practicing day and night, refining. In the 40th year, you had a vague illusion of a breakthrough, but an illusion is still an illusion. You step in front of him, fame, goodbye. Yes, he is the name of the law. Now there's no more cultivation, no more everything. Upon hearing this familiar name, Fauna gives you an expressionless look. My lord, you're mistaken. He's changed so much. Outwardly and inwardly. You have no feelings for him and directly probed a wisp of astral energy against his heart. Tell me, where did Ling Cho go? Ling Cho. Fa Ming laughed out loud. Sure master, do you really know or not? Your brow furrows. Should I know? Dharma name unspoken. Since you don't know, don't ever know. You're in a bad mood and just chop off one of his arms. Tell me and I can make you decent for once. Fa Ming showed his teeth and sneered. You beg me. If you kneel on the ground and beg me, your Buddha grandpa might tell you when he's in a good mood. He's crazy, completely crazy. The astral aura gushes out, easily slicing through his neck, and you indifferently leave, continuing forward. Along the way, you kept prying for news about the Tiandi Alliance, about Ling Cho. A month later, a city in eastern Zhou. In 3rd floor. You sat by the window, asked for a pot of tea, and drank it sip by sip. Just now, you managed to get the information you wanted. 10 years ago, Ling Cho, the master of the Heavenly Devil sect, made a move to break into the South Summer Earth Alliance at night, killing the Heavenly Deity Realm's Supreme Elder with a single sword, and destroying 10 Earthly Deity Elders with a single move. He single-handedly suppressed all the strongest members of the Tiandi Alliance and killed tens of thousands of people in one night. No one knows why he did it. Shikoku Django is puzzled and puzzled. But things have happened. The South Xia court can't do nothing, so it issued a CRS document. The whole country wanted Ling Cho, but everyone knows that it's just a setup. Because Ling Cho is too strong. He ascended to the position of Lord of the Heavenly Devil sect 50 years ago, purged all opponents overnight, took control of everything, and led the Heavenly Devil sect on a continuous conquest, and in just 5 years became a giant of the Devil's Way, and was known as the first person of the Devil's Way by the people of the world. The rumor in the Jianghu was that Ling Cho was a man. You take a sip of tea, but she's a woman, and there's the Heaven and Earth Alliance, and she's doing this for me? People should be confident. After Ling Cho made his move 10 years ago, he once again retreated from the Jianghu, and never made another move after that. Ling Cho, I will find you. You clench your fists and then head west. The headquarters of the Heavenly Devil cult is in West Shang. Ling Cho will most likely be there too. Calming the boiling astral energy in your body, you force yourself to calm down. I'm going to this rich girl. If I can take it twice, I won't have to worry about my cultivation resources for the rest of my life. Touching the remaining extreme innate pills in your pocket, you are motivated. In the 46th year, you passed through southern Xia, and after all the hardships, you finally came to western Shang. The climate here is much warmer and very pleasant. In the mountain paths, you keep moving forward. PS body hardening, Shi concentration, inner dipper, outer dipper, innate, marrow cleansing, bone, master, earth dipper, heaven dipper. Chapter 24 So, harvest, and western merchant. After taking a few steps, you squint your eyes and reach out. A small gray and white snake is in your hand. Another toxin I've never seen before. Western commerce is truly a blessing to me. It's only been a few days and we've found 5 unknown toxins. It's just too good to be true. You continue onward, weaving in and out of the mountains. A few days later, you passed a cottage. There is a fierce scuffle coming from within, and you stand on a rock, glancing at it. A young man in a green shirt is in a melee with a group of mountain thieves. His posture is calm, his face does not change. The sword in his hand shoots out a green-colored sword dipper from time to time, killing dozens of people at once. The bandits are powerless. The strongest is only the inner gang, not a match for the teenager at all, and can only allow him to keep exterminating his own people. As you can see, the young man has reached the peak of the Big Dipper's cultivation, so it's not difficult to take care of them. She died so suddenly. You walk up to her body and feel around for a while. Not for long. Under the coverage of the poisonous mist, all the bandits fell down poisoned, one by one, dying a gruesome death. When the time was right, you withdrew the poisonous mist and searched the entire fortress to make sure there were no survivors, then you burned everything down. Finally captures a wolf in the mountains and forces it to eat the remains of the maiden. Make sure there's no trace of you before you leave. On the way, you kept flipping through that poison nurturing method and soon mastered all the steps. All that was missing was practice. A month later, you arrived in a small city in the middle of the Western Business Center. Late at night, in the inn. You're soaking in a tub full of toxins, and in your right hand, a small 10-centimeter long white snake is crawling around and ends up wrapped around your fingertips. This is a poisonous snake you found on the road, and it has been partially controlled by the poison nurturing method, which allows it to move obediently, but it's not very sharp yet. The little white snake's venom is not very strong, but it will get better and better as you feed it. Reaching out and grabbing, you suck the lance in. Opens gun, little white snake crawls in under your control. Ha ha ha, isn't this Ouyang Fang's snake staff? You put the head on the gun. It's a tight fit. The little white snake is on the inside, ready to strike. From now on, your name is Susu. Susu, bite him. Susu, shoot. Susu, open your mouth. Turning on the gun, you continue to nurture Susu, preparing her to become a competent white snake. Soon, after absorbing all the toxins, your total toxin count has reached 311. The 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique is really unbelievable. Now that you're in your 60s, you still look young, this face, so tender you're embarrassed. If Su Wanru sees this, she'll be killed instantly. Slurping. The marrow cleansing realm can probably live to be 100 years old, and there's still a long time ahead. Lingcho, I will definitely find you. Getting dressed, you're getting firmer and firmer. Without resources, the speed of cultivation is slow. You can't help but think back to the good old days of being adopted. It's a landmark. Chapter 25, Heat Silian. In the 47th year, you wandered around the Western merchants for a long time, but never found any trace about Lingcho. She's so powerful, she's the myth of the world. You're so far removed from her, you have no chance of finding her. There are many mountains between them. You are powerless to lament, is it possible that I am not destined to eat soft food in this life? Nowadays it's only a low stage of marrow cleansing, there are still many realms behind, and the cultivation time is even longer. Forget it, it's fate after all. You sighed and ended up in seclusion in a village in the Western merchants, deciding to spend the rest of your time that way. In the same year, you secretly took over 3 mountain fortresses and ordered them to collect toxins for your own cultivation. It's still too slow to find it alone, and it's undoubtedly faster with the assistance of a subordinate. In the 50th year, your cultivation has progressed slowly, the toxins have accumulated to 325, and at the age of 65 you still look 18, which is really weird. 60th year, you still can't break through the middle stage of marrow cleansing, without the aid of resources, this speed is just very difficult, like a turtle crawling. The toxin has accumulated to 350, and has been getting less and less recently, and his men have been searching in 4 countries, but with very little success. It's worth mentioning that the Thunderstorm shocking gun has already broken through to the 7th layer, and not only that, it's about to break through to the 8th layer. Your raised Susu is also getting smarter and smarter, and what's worse, as you keep nurturing her, she's getting bigger and bigger. More than 10 years have passed, and now she's 2 meters long. She can't hide in the head of the gun no matter what. You rather regret that you can't replicate the means of the Western poison Ouyang Feng. In the mountain village, snow is flying, you sit in front of the fireplace, constantly running the 5 elements of heaven and earth 4 directions. A 2-meter long white snake coiled into a pile of, lying quietly in front of you. Now that it's winter, the weather is cold, and Soso is hibernating. But her hibernation can be awakened at any time. After all, you can always provide her with food. Tisk, TSK, I thought I'd get a big killer, but now I'm a pet. It's not a bad feeling, to have company, not to be too lonely these 15 years. After pausing your cultivation, you reach out and stroke the scales on Susu's body, your gaze growing softer and softer. Su, open your mouth. In the 70th year, under your insistent hard training, you finally broke through a small realm and entered the middle stage of marrow cleansing. After careful consideration, if you want to break through again, you can't do it without 30 years. You're 85 years old, but you're still fit and handsome. That's why you don't go out often, otherwise other people will definitely notice the abnormality. 355 toxins, you feel that's the limit. In the last 2 years, the men have nothing. I think for a long time this number will not change. The Storm Thunder shotgun has broken through once more, reaching the 8th level, bringing you more power increases. Nowadays, your physical body is very strong, far beyond that of a martial artist of the same realm, and your defense is even more amazing. Susu is also 5 meters long now, counting as a python, and this guy has followed you for more than 20 years, with no signs of aging, so it looks like he can still live. You're looking forward to the comparison. This summer, you're fishing in the creek outside the village, only after a long time, there's none in the barrel. Puffing. Waves churning on the water, a white python jumps out, she crawls over to you and spits out a black fish. Good dog, good dog. You patted Susu on the head and complimented. Sue rubs your arm hard, quite excited. When you're old, fishing is all about stability. As long as you're stable enough, you can catch fish anyhow. You speak disdainfully. As a result, the sun is about to set, and you haven't gotten anything. Instead, Susu caught 3 buckets of fish. She slaps you with her tail and makes a hissing sound as if to taunt you. Dead snake, you're really ing today. You can't hold on any longer, so you just grab her with the Big Dipper and ravage her for a while. After fighting for a while, you suddenly hear a cry for help. Sweeping across the river, you spot a woman in white lying in the jungle, struggling and crawling toward you, wailing bitterly. It's the same old storyline. You're speechless. If I save her, I'm sure I'll get myself in trouble. If I don't, when she's found out, I'll risk being silenced. Being hunted down like this, there must be a secret in this woman. After struggling for a while, you decide to take a shot. The lifespan of the marrow cleansing realm is only 100 years, even if you don't make a move you won't live long. Instead of that, why don't you put up a fight? It's killing me, my old bones. You take a step and jump over, the woman is covered in blood, miserable, and when she sees you, her face lights up. Thank you, warrior, for saving my life. You didn't answer her, but groped her for a while. The white-clothed woman's face changed. Warrior, how can you take advantage of someone's danger? Do such beastly things? She's annoyed in her heart, but she can't do anything about it. You reply, don't worry, I'm not interested in you, as you touch it. After a few minutes, you felt all over her, nooks and crannies, and you've got nothing. White woman blushing, dying. Woman, why are you being hunted? You feed her an elixir to help her recover from her injuries. Looks like she's hiding something. I know a secret. Well, so it's an exterminator. You thought there was some kind of treasure. Your interest has gone right out the window. I'll see you again when we meet in the mountains. You clean up your tracks and turn to leave. She's gonna kill you with one word. White Lotus sect, the top demonic force in the 4 countries, only a little weaker than the Heavenly Devil sect. Motherer, this woman is being hunted by this kind of force. For a moment, you have the urge to leave her on the ground and do nothing. Go on. You clench your teeth and glance at her coldly. 3 days ago, I stole the White Lotus sect's secret method, the Great Joyful Kung Fu, and escaped all the way here. The corners of your mouth twitch. Dual cultivation secret method? Heatsilian nodded. That's right, as long as one dual cultivates with a martial artist of the opposite sex, one can break through the realm. Great Joy Kung Fu. Silence is tonight's cornbridge. You've returned to your quarters, and you've put your rifle on your back, and you're running forward without a care in the world. Sue also catches up with you, landing on top of you with a jump, and proceeds to tightly coil. 2 more pendants on your body, not too much pressure for you. You continue to run as fast as you can. Go ahead, tell me the feats. You continue without prodding. Good. Heatsilian grabbed your clothes with force, looked at the snake head on your shoulder, and gulped. Rejoice in the Buddhist sect, Borua without a phase. The sky is wide, the earth is wide, the origin of all things. You keep memorizing it and also compare it to your own heaven and earth quartet 5 elements technique, and find that this technique is indeed a dual cultivation secret technique without any problems. Soon, Heatsilian will tell all the great joyful feats, and you remember every detail. This is no different from what she said, from what you think. It's a very simple secret method of dual cultivation. It's good for both men and women, there's nothing to take the yin for the yang for the yin part, it's very decent. As a personal disciple of the White Lotus sect master, you have the opportunity to practice this technique, right? Why did you steal it? Heatsilian laughed coldly. The secret techniques are only qualified to be practiced by the holy maiden of the White Lotus sect, and we disciples can only practice ordinary techniques. The virgin? You didn't say anything, but took her onward, and 3 days later, you came to the north side of the Western Merchant, in one of the mountain fortresses you had taken over. You order your men to prepare hot water, herbs, all sorts of nonsense. And then they kicked Susu out. Then carrying Heatsilian to a room. What are you doing? Hochoi Ryan has a bad feeling in her heart. Cultivate, of course. The Great Joy Red is only a secret technique and is not considered an orthodox technique that can be practiced with any technique. You throw her on the bed and immediately try to practice. Heatsilian kept struggling and resisting. Don't, you scum, waste. 3 hours later. It's all over. Lying on the bed, you just feel your whole body is weak and your astral energy keeps running away. Soon, a portion of the astral energy began to beat wildly, along the meridians in your body, surging into Heatsilian's body. You're feeling bad. This woman is really deceiving herself. In the blink of an eye, your cultivation level was lowered to the low level of marrow cleansing. You've lost all your strength and it's hard to move your eyes. Heatsilian, on the other hand, is in high spirits. No matter how powerful you are, you've fallen into my way. Heatsilian laughed epileptically. I knew it, this trick has worked 100 times. Her cultivation is no longer hidden and completely explodes. You are surprised in your heart that it is a high level of marrow cleansing. This is outrageous. Your brow is furrowed, which means that no one is after her at all. Everything is her disguise? Heatsilian lies on your chest, happy? When we cultivate a few more times, I'll be able to absorb all of your cultivation and step into the peak of marrow cleansing. Wang Airdog, you're really my lucky star. Okay. She knows about your exposed vest? Looks like she's been eyeing you for a long time. You sigh in your heart, it's still not fine enough, Jindy. But there's still time to save it. What are you looking at? Heatsilian pulled out a dagger from her pocket. I'm going to cut off both your hands and feet, so that you won't be able to escape me in this lifetime. She scrapes your nose with the dagger and suddenly shakes her head. No, it's better to seal your meridians first. Without arms and legs, you won't be able to be my servant. What a nice face. You can't listen to it anymore, and as it happens, it's coming back to you at the moment. The astral plane flies, and you roll over, instantly pouncing on her body, noisy. Right hand grabs her arm, you yank hard, blood spurts, you rip her hand off hard. A wisp of poisonous mist then floated out and filled the area around Heatsilian. Heatsilian looks at you incredulously. Impossible, it's impossible for your body to recover after being taken by me. Sure enough, it's not a double cultivation technique, but a one-sided harvesting. And the reason why he is fine, the biggest possibility is the 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique. This technique allows one's physical strength to increase dramatically, boosting poison resistance, and along with it, resistance to this evil technique. Motherer, I'm an old man in my 80s, and I've suffered this kind of thing. Name the technique of extracting yin and replenishing yang. You're forcing me to do it. Heatsilian also understood at this moment. She laughed. What I have eaten, there is no time for me to spit it out. And don't you dare kill me. To tell you the truth, I am the holy maiden of the White Lotus sect. I have the soul-chasing incense of the sect on me. Kill me, and the White Lotus sect won't let you go. Wang Airdog, I advise you to stop those stupid behaviors and let me go. I can consider keeping you alive and letting you be my servant. It's a blessing from your past life to be my head. Hochoi Ryan speaks condescendingly and doesn't give a damn about you. Your eyes are bloodshot and one hand is around her neck. Since you wanna die, I'll make it happen. Whistles, Sue pushes the door open and comes to your side. Chapter 27. 99 years old, Ling Cho crisis. The Big Dipper flies, you cut her flesh and blood, then using the toxin, madly torturing Heatsilian. Every piece of flesh and blood is devoured by Suzu, and in the process, Suzu keeps striking out, attacking with her tail and playing assist for you. Say it or not, you say it or not. You're like a mad dog, you keep asking. Hochoi Ryan spits out blood, her eyes roll back in her head. You force yourself to calm down and then torture her more carefully. After cultivating for more than 20 years, it's not easy to break through the middle stage of marrow cleansing, and it's just snatched away by this woman. You're naturally upset. Heatsilian is worthy of being the White Lotus sect's saint. Her willpower is too firm. No matter how you torture her, she won't say the rest of the dual cultivation technique. You secretly give her a thumbs up. What a good woman. On the second day, you were about to line up more than 3,000 brothers in the cottage when Itsilian finally bungbu live. Stop ing around, I said. You retracted your right hand and shrugged it off with intent. Waste of my feelings, go ahead. Itsilian whimpered and miserably uttered the method of extracting yang and replenishing yin, which was a completely different set of secret methods of dual cultivation from the Great Joy Kung Fu. After you hear this, you take a deep breath and continue to ask, how can I get my cultivation back? Itsilian was also helpless. My White Lotus sect's secret method is simply harvesting yang to replenish yin, and doesn't have the part of harvesting yin to replenish yang. You just kill me, and you can't get your cultivation back. Is that so? Hearing her say that, your complexion keeps changing. It's really hard to believe the words that come out of your mouth. Susu crawled over and silently stuck out her tail. Another round of fierce fighting. Itsilian broke out and cursed, you, how can there be such a disgusting person like you under the sky? Kill me, kill me. You sneer, 24 years, you took 24 years of my time, how dare you talk tough, give me. Saying that, Susu pulled a pile, you take it with the astral body, and slapped it on Itsilian's body. She's broken and desperate. All along the way, from an ordinary peasant child to the Holy Virgin of the White Lotus sect, she has experienced countless sufferings, but never has it been so disgusting, horrible and unbearable. Every move you make is pushing her to her physical limits, her mental limits. Finally, on the 10th day, Itsilian was dying, she was completely broken. She couldn't help herself and told you about all the resources a day earlier. Having gotten all the information, you didn't stop there, and after ordering your subordinates to fetch it, you continued to experiment on her with the various toxins in her body. Neurotoxins, nephrotoxins, control, disorientation, homicidal, corrosive. Day 15. In the small room, Itsilian lost 3 circles of weight. She was lying on the bed, her eyes were gray and she kept repeating the words kill me. On this day, all the men you sent out have returned. You opened the package and found a technique, a bottle of elixir, and a bottle of poison inside. The technique is called White Lotus Destruction Technique. It's the secret technique of the White Lotus sect. It can be practiced all the way up to the highest realm of the Big Dipper, and it's stronger in every way than the heaven and earth quadrilateral and 5 elements technique you're holding. The elixir is a marrow cleansing elixir. There are 30 of them. There are 50 poisons, all toxins you've never seen before, enough to take your 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique to the next level. These harvests, too, are good. After checking it a dozen times, you are sure that there is no problem, and only then did you kill Itsilian with one finger. A large amount of toxin was placed on her corpse, directly contaminating and interfering with all the sense of the soul-chasing incense, ensuring that he would not be exposed. Then you took care of it. It took me a month to get rid of these marks. You realize you've gone as far as you can, and if this is still discovered, you have nothing to say. You're speechless when you have to go through something so exciting when you're over 80 years old. In the 71st year, you left the Western merchants and once again came to northern Qin, settling down at the foot of a snowy mountain and practicing by yourself. No, it's not a bad life when you have Susu with you. You begin to change to the White Lotus Destruction Technique, refine the marrow cleansing pill, continue to fuse the toxins, and cultivate the Storm Thunder Shocking Gun. 75th year, your conversion to Kung Fu was over, and everything is going well. 5 years, the White Lotus sect did not move at all. It seems that their own cover is still quite useful, you heart secretly happy, and then more efforts to practice. 80th year, you're 95 years old. With the assistance of the marrow cleansing pill, he finally broke through back to the middle stage of marrow cleansing. It's not easy, it's too hard. 84th year. With your unchecked practice, your human center has finally come to an end. You're 99 years old. In your calculations, this body will last 3 months at most, and then it's all over. You've had a good harvest for over 10 years. Cultivation at the middle stage of marrow cleansing, 390 kinds of toxins, which makes you, a 90-year-old man, still look hydrated. It's too contrary to common sense. Oddball of oddballs. The Thunderstorm Shocking Gun also broke through to the 9th level yesterday. In this life, you have no regrets. When you think of this, you can't help but see Ling Chao's figure in your mind. 49 years, and you still can't forget her. Met her at 35, floated around on a boat together for 5 years, officially got together 5 years later, and had a 10-year soft lunch. In the small yard you built with your own hands, you're roasting in your room, you're lost in memories you can't get out of your head.
Reaching out to stroke Susu's head, you look at her body, which has grown to 5 meters, for a moment, a time of small regrets but great happiness. You are silent for a long time, and after a few minutes, return to the hut and take out the iron lance that has never been used in battle. Changed into black clothes again and put on a bucket hat. Susu is following you, unaware. After a brief cleanup, you turn back to Susu, silly snake, you're free. Go, find a place where no one's around and live the life you want to live. As a python, Soso is infused with dozens of toxins by you, and is definitely the top king in nature. A 5-meter-long python will have no problem surviving. So wrapped herself around you, very hard, and she kept shaking her head, and then flashed a piece of snakeskin that had just popped up. She's old, too. For the first time, you felt her emotions. Take me with you, I'm dying too. It is also true that Susu is also very old, growing from a small snake to the point where she is now. Her lifespan has long since reached its limit. Looking at Suzu's spirit-filled gaze, you gently knock her on the head. I'm going to die soon, it's not worth it for you to go. After a long sigh, you chase after the Western merchant. Susu is frantically chasing after you, but can't catch up with you. 3 days later, you gave it your all and finally made it through the snowy mountains to Shishang. You have weathered the storm, your whole body is on fire, and you have come to a small town, inquiring about Lingqiu from everyone. In the inn, a middle-aged warrior said disdainfully, Lingqiu has been surrounded by 300 heavenly deities and is already in a state of serious injury, so just any small child can take his life. And because of this, the great sects of the rivers and lakes have all sent out the most accomplished young disciples from their sects to fight, and none of these heavenly prides are higher than 30 years old, yet their cultivation levels are already at the marrow-cleansing realm. Having them kill Lingqiu is kind of the best ending for him. You're silent again. After listening for a while, you went straight to Kunlun Mountain, the headquarters of the Heavenly Devil sect. 10 days later, you came to a ruin where the blood has not dried up, there are corpses everywhere, and looking at the clothes they all belong to disciples of the Heavenly Devil sect. You're horribly repressed inside. Clenches fist hard. You continue to look for signs of Lingqiu. 5 days later, outside a small town, you suddenly hear a commotion, a group of people gathered around a clearing, pointing. You walk up, only to see a dozen or so teenage chivalrous men excitedly crowding around to watch the battle before you. A white snake, a big dipper. White Snake had a lot of wounds on his body, and that young man in the inner dipper was swimming with ease, looking like he was catching and playing. It's Susu. Susu's poison is very strong, but no matter how strong it is, it can't kill a human martial artist, she's only good for sudden attacks. Your gaze is particularly somber. An invisible, colorless and tasteless poisonous mist was slowly released, and gradually, within 100 meters, everyone collapsed, foamed at the mouth and died of poisoning. You stomped that teenager to the ground. My snake, only I can bully. The Big Dipper erupts and crushes him. Followed by another round of toxin release, melting all the corpses around them. You held the dying Susu. She's covered in sword wounds, knife wounds, and her scales have fallen off in a big way. She stretches out her tail hard, trying to touch your back, but how can she not do it? You put your head down, and Suzu gently rubs against your hair, and soon, she hangs her head helplessly. I'm sorry. You're on your knees with your head down, vulnerable as hell. Susu is still chasing after her, or she's in trouble. I'll be damned. Don't worry Susu, I'll be down there with you soon. You came to the far jungle with Susu in your arms and buried her. As the earth buries her, you won't see her at all. You'll continue to roam the way. You saw the dense wounds on her hands, you couldn't feel a trace of her power, she had lost her cultivation. At this moment, really a little beggar. You look at her still beautiful face and place her hand on your chest. Not bad. Ling Worry doesn't know how to face you, but even more so, he doesn't understand your words. Guming, you should leave, they will soon come after you, don't get dragged down by me. You shook your head and didn't say anything. Just quietly leaning against her. You're content to be together and in close proximity. But all good things come to an end. A broken mirror can be reunited, but separation is inevitable. A series of footsteps ring out. A silhouette surrounds the broken temple. Chapter 29, Extermination, End, Will Die. Dense astral energy rushes in from all directions, breaking down the temple buildings and houses. Impacts come one layer after another. You released your astral energy to protect Lingqiu. In the midst of the rubble, you get up slowly. Who are you? How dare you stop us from doing justice? Do you know how many innocent people Lingqiu has killed? How many people have lost their families because of her? Get out of the way,
We of the righteous path do not want to hurt the innocent. You leave now, it's not too late. Young man, don't be selfish. Today we, the 8 sects, the 10 great families, the 4 great royal families gather together. Ling Cho will die, this is the great trend. People around you say out loud and keep talking you down. But you know very well, the reason why they don't go up, or because they are afraid of themselves. Just now the astral energy should be their combined strength, but the result is still being resisted by themselves. Anyone would be wary. You put the hat on your head on top of Ling Chao's head, put your own black clothes on her, and then carried her on your back. You know what you're doing? Ling Worry's voice is a little low. You hide her with a piece of string and gently strangle, I know. Am I heavy? No, you're light, much lighter than my gun. You smile faintly. Back then, you overthrew the Heaven and Earth Alliance for me, and today I will die for you. You and I are clear. You release a poisonous mist as you speak. Unfortunately, the toxin is interfered with by the heavy rain, making you much less effective in combat. You helplessly withdraw the poisonous mist and grip your iron spear. You're too confident, aren't you? When I destroyed the Heaven and Earth Alliance, it was just for fun, and I went to the sea with you because it was fun, and you're just one of my toys. Don't you think too much? Ling Ling's voice twangs. You're full of it, that's what you think, I only believe in what I feel. You raise your lance, kill. How many years has it been since I fought with all my might? You're in the mood, your blood is boiling. The spear in his hand resounds with rounds of explosions, like thunder. This is the Heaven and Earth Alliance's thunderstorm heaven-shaking gun. You punk who can't distinguish between right and wrong, do you know that the Tiandi Alliance was overthrown by this woman's? The young Taoist priest from the Zhangyang Palace has an angry face. Grabbing his soft sword and coming at you. You are surrounded by a dense astral aura, and your gun comes out like a dragon, instantly penetrating his heart. Get the hell out of here. The astral aura further bloomed, directly shattering his body. You look around. There were more than 20 people in total, every one of them was a marrow washer. The strongest was a peak marrow washer, a young man with a sword on his back. Let's all go together, there are so many of us, can he still kill us all? The monk of the 10,000 Buddhist sect asked a rhetorical question, then rushed up with a 3-section stick in both hands. All the other celestial pride have also made their moves. Surrounding you, no more reasoning. You're standing by. Poiso. Noose mist sprea. DSN gushes on the surface of the body, the lance shakes, constantly attacking, defending and releasing the astral energy. Chuckles. You pierced the head of the Digdao cult's Dao Zi with a single shot, and flung a wisp of astral energy to send the weakest Western Shang royal disciple flying in the distance. These people are the strongest of the young generation of their respective sects, families, and royal families, but they're still a bit inadequate to face you. They are too young, the oldest one is only 27 years old. This martial art has not been practiced to its peak, and it's all at the level of a bottle of water to you. After a round of fighting, the ground was covered with corpses. Ling Worries covered her mouth, incredulous. Gu Ming, this time you'll have to die even if you don't. The future of the 10 great families, the 8 great sects, and the 4 great royal families have all been cut short by you. You crushed the last Gu family disciple with a single shot, your expression unchanged. I'm going to die anyway, it's worth it. After killing these people, the astral energy in your body has been depleted. The lance stands on the ground and you stand in the pouring rain, looking warily into the distance. You can feel it, there's one more. Ling Cho? All the righteous Taoists are besieging your heavenly devil sect. Where are the rest of the devil sect? Don't I remember there's still the 5 poison sect and the White Lotus sect or something? You're quite puzzled. Ling Worry shook his head. Back when my divine power came to fruition, it was precisely when I killed a group of Devil Dao experts and stepped on their corpses that I became the first person in the Devil Dao. They're good enough not to fall on their sword. This is how it is. You've just figured it out, and in the distance, a single silhouette holding an iron rod slowly walks out. Scholar, you have committed a capital offense by killing the pride of my Buddhist sect. Just in time, today with your lives to open the way for my disciple, Humph, once pure heart is dead, the position of Buddha's son in Don Temple can only be my disciples. It doesn't matter though not making a move will be blamed by the abbot, the major powers. As long as I can get my disciple to ascend to Buddhahood, everything. In the midst of the rainstorm, that middle-aged monk laughed out loud and said, it was all worth it. You're on guard. Ling Cho behind him sighed, Gu Ming, he's at the earthly deity realm, no matter what, you won't be his opponent. You nodded, a difference of 3 great realms. Is indeed difficult.
marrow cleansing, true bone, master, Big Dipper, Big Dipper. In the middle of talking, the earthly deity masters of Don Temple have already rushed in. He has a vicious face and an incomparably violent aura, completely lacking the aura of a Buddhist disciple, more like a devilish expert. In the midst of the haste, you can only use your spear and keep resisting. He is so fast that you have no chance to attack. Bang! A black light erupts, crosses over the obstacles, shatters your protective astral aura, and ruthlessly plunges into your chest. You go all out, grimacing. Bang! A force far greater than you can handle blooms, and you're sent flying hard, crashing into the rubble behind you. You're spitting blood, you're badly hurt, you're dying. Still can't do it, Jandy? There's a difference of 3 realms, so there's really nothing I can do. A middle-aged monk walks out from the shadows and applauds you. Interesting, the strength of your physical body is even comparable to that of a peak true bone martial artist. Not only that, but your bone age is also over 90 years old, yet your appearance is still young. He steps in front of you. Is it that 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique? Heat sked, it's amazing that there are people in heaven and earth who can endure the pain of toxins entering their bodies. The power of the earth's Big Dipper filled the left and right as he smiled and bent down. Heavenly Demon Sect Master, Ling Cho, the number 1 of the Devil Dao. Please die. You grab Ling Cho's hand hard and close your eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cracking sound rings out. You open your eyes and realize that the monk opposite you is surprisingly dead, and on the other side, Ling Cho retracts his right hand. Cough cough cough, even though you don't have any cultivation left, an earthly deity wants to kill me? I've got all the memories of my life. 10 pills of marrow elixir have been obtained. 30 pills of spirit concentration pills. I've obtained 200 pills of rejuvenation pills. I've obtained 50 pills of the blood storm elixir. I've obtained 900 taels of gold, 500 sets of clothes of various colors, and a bloodstained hat. 3,000 kilograms of grain have been obtained, 8,000 tons of drinking water, 300 jars of spirits have been obtained, and 500 caddies of tea have been obtained. I've acquired a pet white snake susu. Is it inherited? It goes without saying. Gu Ming bit down hard on his spit. Inheritance. Inherited. In the blink of an eye, his body changed radically. It's cool, it's so cool. The astral chi ran unceasingly, and the physical body was strong and terrifying. With a thought, a large tree 300 meters away was chopped off with his astral chi, strangely fast, rigid and quick. Gu Ming looked at the simulation space again. All the rewards are in there. Included a snake. He reached out and Su appeared out of thin air, skillfully climbing onto his shoulder and gently pushing against his head. Gu Ming cooled off. Su, what a good boy. Gently touching her snake head, Gu Ming felt doubly novel. He was still afraid of snakes before he crossed over. But now. Since the end of the first simulation, after having a lot of experience in fighting and killing people, he was immune to all kinds of fear. In this life he was only afraid that he wasn't strong enough. Good dog, good dog. Su was just too well behaved. Most importantly, as a pet, she was a bonus and could be included and released from the storage space at any time. It's a pity that everything can only be released and taken out around me, or else I would have fought directly with this move. Gu Ming was slightly regretful. A fresh look at the analog space. There's just so much stuff in there. Looking over the analog memories and comparing them carefully, he realized that they were all nominally his for a long time, even though he didn't have them on him. Odd. There are really no rules for determining this kind of stuff. But this time his target was the Western merchants. That side is the stronghold of the Devil's Way. The Heavenly Devil Sect, the White Lotus Sect, and the 5 Poisons Sect are all there. He practiced the White Lotus Sect's White Lotus Destruction technique, and at the age of 15 this year, he was at the middle stage of marrow cleansing, and was an absolute genius regardless of which power he was in. It's possible to get a good haul at the White Lotus if it's done correctly. Of course, this process must be done with caution and care. At least realistically he wouldn't do it. It's just a convenient way to maneuver around the simulation. One day later. Gu Ming came to a small city. Simulator cooldown, 12 hours. On in. He pulled his eyes back from the simulator. The 72-hour cooldown is still pretty barfy. We'll be able to continue the simulation tomorrow. Sir, the hot water is ready. Next to him, a clean-looking junior said respectfully. Gu Ming nodded, signaling that he could go. Seeing that Xiao Er didn't leave right away, but looked at him with an expectant face, guessed,
Do you need a bath rub? It's free. There was a pang of greed in his eyes. Gu Ming Bungbu lived. He's not, asshole. Get out. Touching the right side of his white face, he recoiled a little. 390 toxins, greatly enhancing his face, his aura. Got him into a lot of trouble along the way. You can't hide it even with a mask on. I'm a damn charmer. Undressing, he got into the steaming tub. Both Ling Cho and the monks from Don Temple said that the 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique is painful. Is this thing really that abstract? As it happens, he collected a new toxin on the way. After hesitating for a while, Gu Ming threw the toxin in. It was followed by a direct recitation of the mantra. The diluted toxin began to integrate into his body, pulsing along his meridians in a single stream. In less than a second, Gu Ming couldn't hold it together. Stop in a hurry. This feeling. It's simply not humanly tolerable. It was reasonable to say that he had over 300 toxins in his body now, and his resistance was already very strong, so how could it still hurt so much? Chapter 31, for the fourth time, the world is first. It's all like that now. I can't imagine how painful it would have been when he first practiced. Although Gu Ming had memories, the specific sensations were not there, and could only be obtained through his own expression in the memories, as well as the narration during the simulation. After all, if he could even inherit feelings, then those memories would 100% affect him. Then it's not a simulation, it's a death regression. As the astral energy surged out, he was going to retrieve these toxins and prepare to try them out when he simulated them. But just then, the exclamation point appears again. Gu Ming had a bad feeling in his heart. With a thought, the exclamation point widened, revealing exactly what was inside. Simulated, the shopkeeper on the side patted his shoulder. Little stool, I remember he was brought in by you, right? TSK, it's a pity, don't worry, tomorrow I'll treat you to the drunken immortal house. Xiaoer shook his head. Boss, you misunderstood, I still like women. But that guy is really seductive. Sighing, he went back to work. Gu Ming's voice was too soulful. The entire inn, men and women, stayed up all night speculating about what they had been through. This pain simply won't hold. Gu Ming had no choice but to give up on this simulation mission. Day 2. Gu Ming sat up from the bed. Nobody, how could it hurt so much? He had experience fighting in various battles in the simulation and thought he had a strong will, but he still couldn't carry it off. But the simulation carried itself hard over 300 times. This mother-er. Is it possible that the me in the simulation is just a piece of programming that doesn't have a setting for crap like pain? Gu Ming guessed. Lying in bed, he was not going to do anything. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Guest, your breakfast is ready. Getting out of bed and opening the door, only to find the entire third floor, all the rooms open, and a group of people surveying themselves curiously. Gu Ming took the breakfast, somewhat unsure. TSK, people are so gossipy these days. After breakfast, he continued his journey westward. Left the little town. He may be gone, but his legend lives on and is perpetuated. On the way, Gu Ming continued to look for additional toxins, and he was quite lucky to get 5, counting the previous ones, for a total of 6. After walking for a while, it's getting closer to the next simulation. After looking around for a while, he walked over to a tree. Just as the cooldown was about to end, a sudden sound of hoofbeats came from the distance, followed by a group of bandits on steeds whistling. Gu Ming didn't make a move and chose to simulate it instead. The blur seems long, but in reality it's just a moment. For the 4th time, can we just become number 1 in the world? Gu Ming let out a laugh and immediately simulated. First day. You stand up and kill all the bandits in one move, a total of more than 500, well equipped, and you check and realize that it's not bandits at all. Soldiers. From their various letters, you understand the identity of this group. It's a squad of the Daxia Tiger Leopard Cavalry, ordered to gather with government soldiers 300 miles away to capture a mountain fortress. Whatever, they really want to kill me anyway. You unleash a toxin that covers all the bodies, corrupting them all and melting them into a puddle of liquid. It won't be long before the liquid evaporates and disappears completely. You thought about it for a while and finally decided to go to Western business. In any case, the White Lotus sect is still worth a trip. If you can even carry off the 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique, you can surely carry off the other tortures as well. 10 days later, you arrived at Western Commerce and managed to find a stronghold of the White Lotus sect based on the memories of the last simulation. A station in the wilderness. You strolled in wearing a mask and a black robe that hid your figure. A middle-aged man looks at you warily. Is the guest delivering a letter? You gently release a wisp of astral energy. I want to see the sect leader. Feeling this familiar aura, the middle-aged man who was only at the innate realm was puzzled. What are you talking about? What sect master or not? You deepen the force, and the White Lotus destruction technique's aura becomes even more violent. At this point, the middle-aged finally realized. 10 years ago, he had the honor of meeting the sect leader once, and the astral aura of the sect leader was the same as this guy's awe. And you are? He asks cautiously. My identity is confidential, just go ahead and inform. You walk into the stagecoach, very much at home, and make it your home.
The middle-aged man has become more subtle with you, and you don't treat him as an outsider, ordering him to collect toxins and prepare hot water for himself. That night, you absorbed all the toxins you had collected during this time, and you did feel the pain of the toxins integrating into your body, but it was acceptable. After all is said and done, your total number of toxins comes to 400. You're better looking, but you're not happy about it. Looks don't mean, so far it's only caused you trouble, no benefit.
It's so obvious. A red dress, unspeakably beautiful, exuding the same flirtatious aura as Hytsilian all over her body. It's really attractive. As the two of you approached, the woman in the purple dress spoke. Sect leader, this is the person that several envoys spoke of some time ago. The red-skirted godmother comes to you, close to your body, and she suddenly reaches out and removes your mask. Sure enough, it's the breath of the 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique. The mold smells so good, I'm sure you've fused a lot of toxins, it's really suffering. You shake your head, so what if it's bitter as long as it makes sense? Saying that, your breath is no longer hidden, and you directly explode with all your strength. Feeling the rich, proper White Lotus destruction technique powering your body, the red-skirted sect leader was silent. Who the hell are you? Who am I? You laugh out loud. There is a cycle in heaven and earth, and the four seas are always there. The wind and snow send spring home, and the earth does not stay. I'm done pretending, I'm showing my cards. You salute and continue. I'm a born again, and in my last life, I met someone named Hytsilian, who called herself the Holy Maiden of the White Lotus sect. However, she also suffered a life and death crisis, so she passed on the White Lotus destruction technique to me. You're calmly stating this very bull thing. Finally, in the small temple, in order to cover Hytsilian, I was killed by a monk in the realm of the earth's astral deities in the Duan temple. When I woke up again, I found myself back in the present with all the gains of my last life. After hearing your words, the red-skirted godmother's eyebrows flowed and she grabbed your arm. The 5 elements skill of the 4 directions of heaven and earth, the storm lightning shocking heavenly gun, the White Lotus destruction skill, and a few other inferior martial arts. The godfather said indifferently, I look like a cutie. Do I? Oh? You don't believe me? You laughed and took out the iron spear directly in front of her, so what? This is one of the abilities I got after being reborn. I can put items into a special space and take them out at any time. The sect leader looks at you coldly, and in the next moment, a miserable scream rings out, and the purple-skirted woman on the side suddenly collapses to the ground, her body transforming into a puddle of blood and water. Not only that, but the entire small town fell at the same time, killed by the sect leader in seconds, dying a gruesome death. Men, go and kill that envoy, and all those who know the news. Whooshing. All around, a group of women in black dresses with the White Lotus mark on their chests left at a fast pace. You laugh. Looks like the woman believes it. Since you've been reborn, why don't you find a place to hide yourself and have to come to my White Lotus sect? The bishop asks the deadliest question. I love Ho Choi Lin, I love everything about her. You speak with deep emotion, recalling the misery of Hytsilian being tortured by you in various ways in your last life, and your feelings become more and more sincere. But the godfather obviously didn't believe your bull, and not only that, the temperature around him dropped a lot with it. Well. Am I that bad at acting? You're not pretending. I want to come to the White Lotus sect to dabble in food and drink. After all, I'm only one person with no resources whatsoever, and my cultivation speed is too slow. The sect master laughed loudly. Very well, go, from now on, you are the 7th protector under me. She swings out a wisp of astral energy and carries you through the air, traveling off into the distance. A few days later, the sect leader took you to the depths of a great mountain in the western Shang, where a deadly poisonous fog permeates the area, but you have 400 kinds of toxins added to your body, with strong resistance and fearlessness. In addition to the poisonous fog, there are all kinds of poisonous insects around, and under the shadow there is a black shadow standing, you simply cannot see their cultivation. The sect master leads you to an attic. I understand what you mean, so from now on, you can just cultivate here, and you don't need to worry about resources. She claps her hands and 10 beautiful, gentle women come and place 10 glass bottles beside you. Here are 100 extreme marrow cleansing pills, which happen to match the White Lotus destruction skill. Rich woman. Adoption. You're drooling. In that case, I thank the Godfather. Bishop? She takes a step in front of you and reaches out to hook your chin. I don't like that term of endearment. From now on, when I see you, I'll call you sister. You goosebumps died a place, which realized that the woman's eyes became incredibly crazy. This ing, not psychotic, right? Okay sis, I like sis best. You say, slightly shyly. Sometimes some sacrifice is okay. At the very least, this godmother is much better than Su Wanru. My name is Nangong Chinya, remember that. Alright, take your time to cultivate, just talk to them if you need anything, they will fulfill all your needs. After leaving 2 sentences, Nangong Chinya flung her long skirt and left. Nangong Chia. Touch who stupid. You're intimidated by the name. Devil's Road Powerhouse, White Lotus Sect Master is actually this name, also too. Incongruous, right? In this moment, you even suspect she's a traveler. Not far away, Nangong Chinya saw your reaction, smiled faintly, turned around and disappeared into this complex. You don't know anything about all this, and you're straight into a cultivation frenzy. Who cares who she is and what purpose she has? Being strong is the root of everything. In this life, you vow to go to the top. At the end of the first year, your cultivation has made small progress, and with the aid of the White Lotus sect, you have incorporated 50 more toxins, you are more handsome and your body is stronger. In the second year, you have a vague feeling of a breakthrough, but you can't break through no matter how you brew it. Late one night, you moon over the sky, letting loose, then breaking through down the line. Must be the stress. Breakthrough Dan to marrow cleansing higher order, you thought to yourself, then went to take a bath. In the past 2 years, Susu has also been fully nurtured by you, and now she's over 7 meters in size, thick, big and long. Now that the weather is hot, you enjoy being surrounded by Susu and practicing against her scales, the cooling effect is so cool. Chapter 33 Cultivation Breakthrough, Abundant Resources, Soft Rice really smells good. The third year, on this day, you're still practicing hard. Door to room suddenly opened. Immediately afterward, a figure came lumbering, Gu Ming. She jumps on top of you, spits out a mouthful of black blood, and then simply faints. You look stunned. This woman is none other than Nangong Chinya, your daddy A. Just T-escape. Nangong Chinya has a hideous wound on her chest, her ribs are exposed, and you even saw your still beating heart. You're not dead yet. You're really tough. You can't die. If you die, who's going to feed me? You've had too much fun eating soft food in the past 2 years, go back to practicing alone, or forget about it. You put Nangong Wenya on the bed, carefully healed her wounds, warmed up her medicine, and applied it. During a period of unavoidable contact, you gave her a thumbs up. If there was a ranking, her figure would definitely be number 1, second would be Heat Silian, third would be Lingcho, and the last one would have to be Su Wanru. Something's not right. Why does it feel like every improvement I make has something to do with women? You're speechless. Is it possible that I was born to be a soft touch? Born to be a softie. It's all right. My mom said it's soft. You take care of Nangong Wenya while practicing, she has good recovery power, but she'll be almost well in 10 days. One night, you're incorporating new toxins. Susu is guarding your side, with a banana in her mouth, trying to peel the skin. This is the new task you gave her. As a python, her mouth must be flexible. There's got to be a place for this. Just at the critical moment of your cultivation, a figure suddenly intruded. Gu Ming, you're really persistent. Nangong Chinya said with a look of surprise as she carefully looked at your body. After the 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique was created, there have been countless practitioners, but no one has ever succeeded in incorporating a single toxin. Because it hurts too much. She reaches out and touches your shoulder. Even I, with over 800 years of cultivation experience in
Can't stand it. She looks at you incredulously, but you've fused over 400 of them. Are you really not afraid of pain? You're in the middle of your training. You don't have time to reply to her. Gu Ming, talk to you next time. Frowning, Nangong Kanya walks away again. After a few minutes, you've absorbed the toxin completely. Iluatart just 800 years of experience in cultivation, buddy, you become a spirit? Isn't it just the Big Dipper realm? Is it that powerful? You don't know anything about this. Emotional. On the second day, you had the White Lotus sex people collect a great deal of martial arts realm information for you, and only after reading it did you realize. It turns out that martial artists can extend their lifespan when they reach the true bone realm. The specific figures are 100 and. In the 5th year, you consumed a large amount of marrow cleansing pills and finally broke through to the peak of marrow cleansing. The toxins have been fused into 550 types. Still too slow, unfortunately. There are countless toxins in this world, but very few that can be extracted for my use. After lamenting for a while, you continue to cultivate and work towards the true bone realm. In the 6th year, late at night, you encountered the seriously injured Nangong Wenya again, and this time, her injuries were still horrible. You cleaned her wounds, put medicine on her wounds, and took good care of her. In the process, you discovered a whiff of Ling Cho. You have reason to suspect that this woman was injured by Ling Cho. But this has nothing to do with you. In this life you have no contact with Ling Cho and have no feelings for her. You just want to work hard to improve your cultivation and enhance your strength. In the 8th, 9th, and 10th years after that, every once in a while Nangong Wenya would come with serious injuries, and you would take good care of her. The more subtle her attitude toward you in the process. You obviously feel the feeling of being adopted by a rich woman. It's so cool that you can't help yourself. 10th year, end of year. Your spirit is extremely tense and you go all out, and finally, on the last day, you break through and step into a new realm. True bones. Life expectancy, 150 years. Your physical strength has increased dramatically and your body's recovery ability has reached new heights. You are happy with your current physical state and are looking forward to the future. Up to now, you've fused a total of 1,000 toxins, and that's the limit. Even the White Lotus can only collect so much for you. Early morning. Nangong asked you to walk in a red dress. This woman seems to have never worn other colors of clothes, as if only inside is another color. Gu Ming, congratulations, you've broken through the true bone, you have a bright future ahead of you. She looks at you with a smile, but you always have the feeling that you'll be eaten by her at any moment. This woman is too dangerous, you know it. But you don't care. In this world, you get what you pay for, and no one will be nice to you for no reason. You've always been aware of this. Likewise. You said archly. Nangong Chinya looks at Susu behind you. Gu Ming, if I'm not mistaken, you tamed it with the 5 poison sex secret method, didn't you? That's right. You're not hiding anything about this, and you don't have to. There is a giant python beside the 5 poison sex sec master, which is also the 5 poison sex sacred beast, and has been cultivated by the 4 generations of sec masters for 3,000 years. I've seen it several times, and it's 50 meters long, with a horn growing from its head. Nangong Chinya and said, take your time, I'm sure your snakes will get. My pants are almost off and you're here for this? You're more than a little disappointed. In the days that followed, you continued to practice and try to be strong. But after reaching the true bone, even with numerous resources, you can't break through your cultivation in a short time, and when you reach this point, you still have to simmer. Gu Ming. You look over at her, if there's something, say it. Boom. No sooner had your body left the attic than all the buildings around you shattered, and you were hit by a violent wave of sword energy, being shocked into a distant creek and falling hard. In a haze, you see hundreds of figures, going on a killing spree. The maids who fed you and collected the toxins died horribly. Bang! You fell in the water and got soaked. This level of power, I'm afraid it's the Big Dipper. You get up from the water. If you hadn't incorporated 1,200 toxins and increased the strength of your flesh, I'm afraid you'd have been killed by that force. Even so, you're seriously injured and defenseless at the moment. Run, run. You summon Susu and held her body. Susu hurriedly escapes to the distance. She was so fast that every now and then she catapulted, spanning tens of meters. But sadly, it's still too slow. In the air, you perceive a deadly crisis. Looking back, another sword dipper comes after you. I'm so Ed. Without much thought, you just take back Susu. After all, her strength is limited and she can't carry this attack.
You're calm in the face of life and death. Immediately summoning 3,000 pounds of grain in sacks, 900 taels of gold, and 8,000 tons of drinking water. In the simulated space, everything is taken out and surrounded left and right, while you run your astral energy to protect your vitals and defend with all your might. You also released a lot of toxins, and really tried your best this time. Boom! A powerful force comes crashing down. In the midst of the flying food and clothing debris, you were drenched in wetness and were sent flying toward the bamboo forest in the distance. His body is densely covered with sword wounds, hideous and horrible. Gradually, you are weak and your consciousness is getting weaker and weaker. Stop. Just a second before you pass out, you hear a familiar voice. Nangon Yoru? How are you? Immediately afterward, there was an even more tragic explosion. I don't know how long it's been. You've opened your eyes. You're lucky you're not dead. But the body is still seriously injured, and there is a tearing sensation deep into the bone marrow when I move. Gu Ming, how are you doing? In a trance, you hear Nangon Wenya's voice. Your brain is confused and you're dizzy again. Then you wake up and pass out again, and repeat a dozen times, leaving you wanting to die. In the process, every time you wake up you can feel someone holding your hand. In the 36th year, you finally stop that. In the cave lit with green candles, you open your eyes and realize that Nangon Chinya is lying in front of the bed, holding your hand hard. You're awake. Hearing the sound of your breathing, Chinya instantly woke up and looked at you with awe. There are a total of 3 Sword Dao Masters under the sky who can eradicate it. You're here. Nangong Askya brow in some worry. One is the Zhengyang Palace Sword Executor, one is the Endless Sect Master. But they are both righteous people, they will definitely not save you. In that case, only the last one remains. You follow? Nangong Astya nodded. She is my old enemy, the two of us have been fighting for many years. Who is it? You have a guess in mind. Master of the Heavenly Devil Sect, the first person in the Devil's Path today, Ling Cho. Okay. But Ling Chao's movements are secretive, it's not easy to find her. Nangong Chinya continued, but don't worry, no matter how much it costs, I will cure you. You take a deep breath, then look at her in disbelief. Nangong Chia, what exactly is your purpose? I don't believe that you would somehow be nice to me? If you say it, I'll admit it even if I die at that time. You've been hiding this for a long time. Now that there's no fight at all, you don't want to put up with it. Today, you must solve the mystery in your heart. Nangong Chinya loosens her grip on your hand and is silent for a long time. Actually, I'm not from this world any more than you are. Nangong Chinya's words make you freeze, but you quickly respond, you're also a traveler. It's like this. No wonder they use the name Namgung Mana. Before crossing over, I had a brother who looked a lot like you. Nangong Chinya's gaze gradually became complicated, and finally sighed. At the very beginning, I was prepared to take away the fruits of your cultivation through a secret method, but later on, I slowly lost this mind. I just want to look at you quietly, even if I don't do or say anything, I'm satisfied. Really? You narrow your eyes, not believing all of it, but still wary inside. Nangong Chinya continued, my real name is Nangon Lightning, and using Nangon Chinya is also just to confirm your identity. So it is. She stood up and said in an unusually firm voice, I've already asked the entire White Lotus sect to investigate Ling Chao's traces. You'll be fine. After saying that, she walked away with a heavy heart. You're lying in bed and there are things you still can't understand. At the very beginning of the Nangon light soft to their own kind of attitude. Is difficult to treat like a younger brother And most importantly, in the Blue Star at most live 100 years, and then a little more extreme 120 years, but now, Nangon Lightning is already more than 800 years old, the memory of the last life can really affect her, or a demonic sect master? You're deeply skeptical. Whatever, it's worth it if I die now. You shake your head and pull the covers over your head. Because of the Big Dipper in your body, you can't practice or integrate the toxins, and life is all of a sudden tasteless. Can't practice. It's better to let me die. Of course you won't die. For your safety, Nangong Shiro has brought you to the White Lotus headquarters, where there are countless experts, so it's hard for you to die. In your spare time, you begin to read the history books to understand the division of power in the world, the composition. 38th year. You got it all figured out. In the 4 countries of the Jianghu, from the big aspect is divided into 2 camps, respectively, the righteous way, the devil's way. In the righteous path, the 8 great sects, the 4 great royal families and the 10 great families are the leaders, and in the devil's path, the 4 great devil religions are the main ones. Among them, Zhangyang Palace, Guanla Palace, De Dao Cult, Wan Buddhist Sect, Duan Temple, Yi Dao Sect, Fengyun Sect, Wuya Sect. The 4 great imperial clans, the Ying family of the northern Qin, the Z family of the western Shang, the C family of the southern Xia, and the Ji family of the eastern Zhou. 10 families, Zhao, Qin, Feng, Gu, Shen, Guyu, Morong, Li, Bai, Yang. Devil's Way, Heavenly Devil Sect, 5 Poison Sect, White Lotus Sect, Divine Dragon Sect. They are the strongest, with at least 10 astral deities in each force. Below them are the first-class forces with only 1 astral deity, including the Tiandi Alliance, the Green Lotus Temple, and so on. The one who hurt you is the swordsman of the Zhangyang Palace, that's the strongest combatant of every generation of the palace, trained as a killing machine, without a name, it's called the swordsman. You're more emotional when you know everything. Nowadays, the world, the devil is rampant. Mainly Ling Cho appeared out of nowhere, suppressing everything, nothing under the sky is her opponent. But she died in the end, the 300 Big Dipper teamed up, but only to injure her. This woman's battle power is too terrifying, even if Nangon Lightning can find her, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get her to help me. After all, you have no feelings with the other party, unless Nangon Lightning pays a huge price, but is it possible? In these 2 years you have been suspecting Nangon Qingruo's motives, but how can you not figure out what this woman is trying to do? 39th year, bed. You lie down on it, and Nangon Lightning applies medicine to you, Gu Ming, your willpower is bears, happy Superman, and all that, like, started after 3rd grade. You and Nangon Qinglu have a word with each other. This is what you've been discussing the most for a while now. Recollections of childhood. Do have endless topics to talk about? Chapter 36, Meeting Ling Cho, Settlement, Entanglement. In your 40th year, you're 55 years old. The reason for the 10,000 poisons body nourishing kung fu is that you are still young and have been injured because you have read a lot of books, and your aura is more scholarly. At first glance, you look like a white-faced, white boy, the soft kind. In order to alleviate the torment of the Big Dipper, you use medicine every day, both internally and externally, and have become an authentic medicine pot. At the end of the 40th year, White Lotus headquarters. On this day, you're reading the history of Western business. Before this, all the books you read were all kinds of martial arts secret codes, and you didn't start reading history books until the last few months, which is a shocking thing not to see. Damn, this world is too scary. The 4 kingdoms of the world not only have the same names as before the crossing, but the present emperor is even more so. All of them are familiar to you as fierce men. The emperor of northern Qin was none other than Ing Zhang, but he was not the first emperor, the first Prince Fusu, the second Prince Hu Hai. The same is true for the civil and military officials, the left and right prime ministers Li Si, Shang Yang, the generals Meng Tian and Bai Qi. His Majesty of Nanxia is the Great Yu, known as Emperor Yu. GFA, King Wu of the Eastern Zhou dynasty, and Zishou, King Zhou of the Western Shang dynasty. All in all, it's a mess, 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 it's a mess. A pang of emotion runs through your mind after reading the last book on the history of Western business. This world, it's so strange. You get up and walk out of the cave. Sir, please have some tea. A maid is welcomed at the door and respectfully hands you a steaming cup of green tea. Okay, thanks. You said casually, taking hot tea. Ling Chen said coldly. Nangon Lightning waved her hand, don't talk nonsense, the person has been brought to you, you quickly make your move. I don't want him to endure the pain of the sword dipper tearing through his meridians again. Ling worries nods and reaches out to place his hand on your shoulder. A wisp of reopening astral energy rushes through you, and the next moment, with a shattering sound, you're high as a kite. Really, I almost had. The breeze ruffles a few strands of her hair, adding a special flavor. You're staring at me in disbelief. Honestly speaking, although Ling Chen's face value is also extremely good, but it still can't be compared to Nangon Qinglu, but at this moment, with her aura, she even forcefully crushed Nangon Qinglu. Ling Cho? What the hell are you doing? Nangon Qinglu is standing in front of you, her aura is stern, the power of the Big Dipper keeps turning over, she is truly angry. Ling Chen's tone was flat, I said, you can go, man, I want it. The two of them are at cross swords and the atmosphere is tense to the extreme. I say, we're all demon doctors, we're not good people, so let's not fight among ourselves. You open your mouth to regulate. Nangon Lightning laughed as she withdrew her astral energy, want my treasure? Fine Lingqiu, if you can kill the Zhengyang Palace sword executioner, I'll give it to you with my hands. Killed the sword bearer? Your heart is shocked. The swordman always lived in the palace of Zhengyang, hands, then never one-on-one, that is with the entire palace of Zhengyang for the enemy. Well, I'll see you with his head. Ling Worries put away his sword and gave you a deep look. Wash up and wait for me. After saying that, she jumped off the snowy mountain and left as a swordlight. What's wrong with this woman? You think back and realize that the last time she liked herself was so inexplicable too. Is it the enhancement of the charisma brought about by the 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique? Or do I look like someone in her memories, the same as the Nangon lightning side, and became a substitute messenger? You're imagining things. Chapter 37, Did you really kill? To the side, Nangon lightning breathed a sigh of relief, this madman, finally gone. Kuming, let's go too, don't worry, I'll never let her take you. Ha ha ha, there are countless experts in the palace of the righteous sun, there are 20 at the peak of the heavenly dipper, she is only one person, she will surely die if she goes there. Nangon lightning tugs at your clothes, you nod and follow her out of the snowy mountains. After returning to the White Lotus sect of the Western Merchant, you continue to utilize the resources of the White Lotus sect to cultivate, and over the years, Nangong Rouge has collected more resources for you through the Five Poisons sect, which is just right for you. You practiced hard with all your heart and refused to let go of a single second. You're gonna make up for all that wasted time. Nangon Lightning always advises you to moderate, but you don't listen. Why do you need to moderate when cultivation is such an enjoyable thing? I'm happy, I'm so happy. In the 51st year, the total number of toxins in your body has reached 1,600. Your vigor has gone up a notch. Nangong Qingru a whole day to watch you practice, you also do not see her to deal with the affairs in the White Lotus Church, this woman. My unattractive charms. You sometimes wonder how good this soft rice tastes. Life's too short for a couple of balls, so don't stop until you're full. At the end of the 51st year, Nangong Yushu has found you again. She's still in a red dress. Gu Ming, is there something you want to know? I feel that I need to tell you. You, in the middle of a bubble bath, shrugged, go ahead. Today the people below sent up a genius who in every way meets the requirements of the holy maiden of our religion. Nangong Lightning's voice was gentle, her name is Heat Silian. Ho Choi Ryan? You recalled the time, and it's normal. Oh. You responded with a couldn't care less. She was good, she was brilliant, I could see that, and she was a hard worker. But I killed her anyway. Nangong Qingluo's words turned, suddenly walking to your front, close to your face, you were close to her in your last life, I couldn't care less. But in this life, you are only mine, you belong to me alone. Her voice grows cold as she reaches up and strokes your cheek, there is no one in this world with whom I can share you. Sick boy. This is not ing crazy as ah. You're horrified, and only at this point do you completely understand this woman's brain circuit. You did your best to calm down and said with a smile, Jailbird, don't worry. That night, you promised her a lot, and Nangong Shiyu smiled happily. In the 55th year, your cultivation still hasn't made a breakthrough, and you're not in a hurry, after all, it's a watering hole. You fused a dozen more toxins, and the whole thing's even tier. On this day, you were practicing alone in your yard when you suddenly heard an odd sound, followed by a figure appearing in front of you. It's Nangong Xiao. She looked warily at a dark shadow directly in front of her. Lingqiu, what are you doing here? Lingqiu, dressed in black, stands in the air, and with a casual tug, throws a head down, along with a sword. Nangong Qingluo's face changes drastically. This is... She looks up suddenly, incredulous, crazy, you crazy bastard. Ling Worry strolled to your front, twisting his head to look at Nangong Lightning, the sword-bearer has been killed, he, from now on, belongs to me. She reaches out and points at you with an icy face. Nangong Lightning couldn't comprehend, you're really crazy. The Zhengyang Palace is the leader of the righteous path and has a long heritage. You are slapping the face of the entire righteous path when you kill the sword-bearer of the Zhengyang Palace. You're gonna die. Ling Worry shook his head and laughed coldly, what's the harm in dying? Don't talk nonsense, from now on, this man belongs to me. She grabbed you and turned to leave. You struggled a little. Nangong Qingluo's side is a bit better, at least a bit of poison is soaking once in a while. Ling Worry sounds like the heavenly devil sect leader, but you've never seen her with her subordinates. Always alone. But barring that, security-wise? No, both are mentally ill and it's not safe to follow anyone. Impossible. Nangong Lightning grabbed the other half of your body,
want to take him away, kill me. The power of the Big Dipper surged out, transforming into a white lotus coalescing above her head, which blossomed, releasing an even more powerful, terrifying aura. Kill you? Ling Worries glanced at her and suddenly drew his sword, just killing chickens and slaughtering dogs. Swords are drawn, battle is imminent. You're speechless, both of you, let's. You're tempted to say, the three of us are better than nothing. But it's not the right time. You're so weak, wouldn't that make you a green? You reach out and take it. This is half a mask of the evil ghost, very hideous, only the left side of the face, covering half the eyes, cheeks, nose, and mouth. This is... You look at her in disbelief. I commissioned Master Ryezi to build this for you, and the mask is infused with a special kind of red iron that can astringe the chi in you. What gas? Ling Worry said without. What are you looking at, white boy? Wanna come over and have a few drinks with the brothers? Looking on, another man across the table suddenly said. Come on, sit in my arms. I've seen too many little beauties in my life, but this is the first time I've seen a little white boy like you. You laugh. Right hand slightly raised, a wisp of astral energy catalyzed. Thud. The astral energy shuttles and rushes through the hearts of the three. You don't stop, but release the toxin, tormenting them bit by bit. Nowadays, the Jianghu people, how come they don't even have an eye for it? If you're so handsome and dare to go out alone, you'll have the courage to do it. Big brother, wrong. Spare us, don't dare. The three screamed repeatedly, attracting the attention of many people. Many people no longer stay, turn and run, these days, watching will kill. You sit across from Ling Cho and pour yourself a glass of wine. The screams of the three men behind me suddenly disappeared. But it was corrupted by your toxin and turned into a puddle of blood, which then quickly evaporated, leaving nothing behind. Ling Worries doesn't care about your behavior, he just drinks alone, bowl by bowl. You're confused. Last time I simulated this woman, she didn't drink this much. 10 jugs of wine. Ling Worries drank 7 jugs a person. She was really cool. Where do you like it? She suddenly asks. Huh? You really don't understand the brain of this godfather. Cities of the 4 kingdoms, villages, wherever you like, let's find a place to live in seclusion and live out this life. She calmly spoke. You are now at the middle stage of the true bone, with a bone age of about 70 years. You were severely injured before, and with the 150-year lifespan of the true bone realm you can live up to 120 years at most. That is to say, you still have 50 years left, and in those 50 years, you won't be able to break through to the sovereign realm, even if you try as hard as you can. Instead of that, why don't you live with me in seclusion for 50 years? In 50 years, I'll be about the same. Ling Worry's tone is a bit despondent. You can't speak. She's right, in 50 years, she definitely won't be able to break through to the Grandmaster. But I won't give up, I'll do my best to keep practicing. You say it seriously, but your heart is dripping blood. I went with you for your resources and you want to live in seclusion with me. This soft rice. It's hard to eat. After finishing this meal, Ling Cho picked up his sword. I was under the impression that East Zhou was a good place, where there was a sea that knew no boundaries. After saying something, she walks east without looking back. What can you do? I can't run away, so I have to follow. You've been walking so slowly toward the eastern Zhou, experiencing and killing a lot along the way. You keep practicing every day and never give up. 56th year. You have traveled to the border of the western Zhou, and are about to step into the southern Xia, and if there are no accidents, you will arrive at the eastern Zhou in another year. Yes, it's really one leg to the head, this woman likes to walk too much. Doesn't it smell good with light weight? In a forest, you and Ling Cho are walking side by side. Suddenly, she stops. Then without hesitation, he drew his sword. Gu Ming, hide. Just as you reacted, a large number of Big Dipper powerhouses appeared around you, dressed in various colors, standing in the air and surrounding Ling Cho. Ling Cho, you're really bold, it's fine for you to kill those devilish demons, but 1,000 times you shouldn't, 10,000 times you shouldn't have messed with my Zhangyang palace. In the crowd, a white-robed Taoist's voice was bleak and cold. Today, I, the 8 sects, the 4 royal clans, and the 10 great families, a total of 355 heavenly deities will kill you, and you, as well as your heavenly devil cult, will be completely turned into history. Ling Chen's face didn't change, just quietly sizing them up. Ling Yun, stop talking nonsense, go, kill him. A monk beside Ling Yun roared, holding his soft whip, directly reaching out to fling out a long snake of powerful astral energy. Kill! It is incumbent upon us to kill the demons and exterminate them.
And crooked will. Feeling your movements, the middle-aged man reveals a relieved smile as he laughs and opens his eyes, but, unfortunately, your astral dexterity, and Ling worried is dead, hacked to death by a random sword. Something's wrong, Susu, why have your scales turned black too? You walk to the location of Su's abdomen, and sure enough, you see a black scale, which heck, it's not going to mutate, is it? Is the beard an auger? You jumped to the top of Susu's head and didn't notice the tendency to grow horns. Forget it. Take your time. You also remembered a legend. A snake becomes a python becomes a jiao becomes a dragon, and a dragon's son. Blah, blah, blah. At this time, you see a figure in the distance, hurriedly putting away Susu, followed by a 4-square step, ready to go home. Whoosh! A sudden sharp sound comes from the distance, and you turn around to see that it's 2 swords hacking away. I'm super. You reacted quickly, took out your iron gun and did it. There are 2 of them, they can't see the background of the sect, their cultivation is stronger than yours, they are at the peak of the true bone. But obviously not as strong as you. After a few strokes, they are invaded by your toxin and shriveled up, lying on the ground, a pile of slime. You fumbled around on them for a while and finally found a token belonging to the Zhongyang Palace. What do you mean? You know I'm in Ling Chao's gang and want to kill them all. But it's not too slow, it's been over 30 years, old iron. You grab the 2 men and return to the residence. Removes wall-mounted equipment. Ah! Harsh screams ring out. You're listening with great enjoyment. Say it or not, say it or not. You're making their bodies weaker. Well, it's hard to see, worthy of being a disciple of the Zhongyang Palace, this willpower is firm. The way you got it. A middle-aged man on the left couldn't carry it, ask us. If you don't ask, let's say a few. You retrieve your weapon and grin, I'm going to have to ask then. Why did you kill me? 2 people's minds have been destroyed by you, they don't dare to hide it at all. Not kill you, take you alive. That's not the point. I want to know why. The middle-aged man on the right side, 5 years after Ling Chao's death, the White Lotus sect's master Nangon Lianro refined her evil powers, quickly unified the cut, and took control of the entire devilish forces. There have been countless killings in recent years, and I, the Zhongyang Palace, have gathered the forces of the righteous path to prepare to sweep away the demonic path in one fell swoop. After probing, found your message. Chapter 40 Passing Through, Blocking, Great Xia Imperial Clan. Nangon Lianro has practiced evil kung fu? She's a woman who can make the whole righteous world afraid. From each other's mouths, you roughly understand the strategy of Shoto. He wants to use himself to interfere with Nangon Shiro and overthrow the demon sect. There's absolutely no chance of that. You've made up your mind. Another round of questioning, the 2 of them screaming, but you get very little information. True Bone Realm in the Zhongyang Palace position is not low, also counted as a core disciple, it seems that the people above do very hidden awe. Kill these 2 with your own hands, then pack up and go straight to the West Chamber of Commerce. Suicide you are not prepared for. At the most, he will go to join Nangon Qinglu and reduce his influence on her. Step by step is performed by you to your extreme, your speed is getting faster and faster. I haven't seen the sickly Nanyang lightning for decades, how is she? You're in anticipation, and you're hurrying faster. After 7 days, you crossed a large swath of eastern Zhou territory to southern Xia, continuing westward. But sadly, here you've hit another snag. That's a team of middle-aged men. There were 10 men, each wearing a long black shirt and carrying a sword. Looking at you wearing a half mask, the head of a middle-aged arched his hand and said, "This young warrior, the White Lotus sect hurt countless people, the godfather Nangon Lianro is more." Before he could finish his sentence, you took out the iron spear behind you. There's no point in talking more, let's do it. 10 people, the strongest one is a grandmaster, the remaining 9 are all true bones. I wonder if I can handle it. You're standing by. Since the young warrior is bent on the devil, I, Gu Haichuan, can only lead these young men to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils. That patriarch said painfully, "Young warrior, please. You've raised your spear. And a family man. Since you're so eager to die, you'll have to help people out." Storm Thunder shocking sky gun is fully exerted, you run the astral deities in your body, your chi is strong, and a gun out flies out, directly repelling the middle-aged man in front. You got impatient and a shot flew out,
the powerful force directly penetrated his chest and abdomen, nailing his entire body to a tree in the distance. Gu Haichuan spits out blood, the whole person is even more uncomfortable. You draw your iron spear, I'm over 100 years old, so don't call me young warrior. Gu Haichuan spat out another mouthful of blood, followed by a complete loss of consciousness. Dead. You searched through the corpses on the ground for a while, and got 10 more identical Gu family tokens of no value at all. It's worth mentioning that this time, in addition to these tokens, you got a letter and a technique on Gu Haichuan. You pick up the letter and glance at it, Guhan? Don't recognize it. After throwing the letter away, you quickly peruse the feats in your hand. This is the Gu family's Heavenly King's Flare technique, which is also considered a supreme technique that can be cultivated to the peak of the Big Dipper in a single breath. Most importantly, this is special, with the ability to cleanse the body and recreate the roots. You also took off your mask, put on a hat, a mask, and tried to hide yourself as much as you could, but unfortunately, they always found you. You can't fathom when exactly this group of people did their trick. How did you get the courage to come and stop yourself? Behavior and demeanor will still be so pretentious? Although you can't see him, but that doesn't stop you from touching the corpse. After all, it's a member of the royal family. This is going to be missed. You'll regret it for the rest of your life. After an operation, you got a bottle of the best quality true bone pill. The quantity is quite large, there are 200 pills, you can't use it all in your life. In addition to this, there is also a sword technique called Heaven's Gate Crossing, which is very distinctive, with a total of 15 layers, each layer of which consists of attacks, all sorts of attacks, and not a single defensive move. Too aggressive. The specific effect is far more than that of the step-by-step, Storm Thunder shocking gun in your hand. Other than that, the most numerous are the various villain drawings. You flipped it. This guy, he's got bad taste. I can't believe you like to be so poor, you'll starve if you give birth. You collect these two things, dispose of all the corpses on the ground, the little people's books, and then run straight away. After all, you killed a great summer royal family, although it is not clear exactly who, but the royal family is very deface. You entered the West Chamber of Commerce on that day. On the way to the White Lotus sect, I managed to meet a group of White Lotus sect disciples. They were the first to sense the power of the White Lotus destruction technique you were practicing and hurriedly followed, but Protector Gu Ming? You nodded. This reminds me that I am also one of the protectors of the White Lotus sect. His Eminence the Bishop has specially ordered us to come and meet you. A man shrouded in black robes said, and then pulled out a token, which you've seen before. It's unique to Nangon Lightning. Let's go. You shake your head and follow them on their way. You didn't talk much of anything along the way. The air is unusually quiet. But after walking for a while, you suddenly frown. I say, this road isn't going to headquarters, is it? The black-robed man nodded. That's right, now that the headquarters has been targeted, the Lord Sect leader has opened up a new headquarters, and that's where we're going. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. You subconsciously feel that there is something wrong with the other person even though you can't be sure that they are lying. You stop and hold the spear. This group of White Lotus disciples consists of 25 people, the strongest is the one you're talking to, a low-level master. All the others are also real bones. What's the matter, Protector? The black-robed man asks, his voice hoarse. What? You've been exposed, asshole. A breathless voice came from not far away, and a burly silhouette stepped out from it. Stop ing pretending, get together and take this kid. I've heard that not even the peak of the Sovereign Master can catch them, so at our level, we must use all our strength. 6 more silhouettes come out one after another and surround you. You're squinting. This one's a bit tricky. There are 7 people in total, each of them is a zongsure, there are middle rank, high rank, and there is no peak in the solemnity. It's another one of these cross-realm fights, you sigh, your whole body, all parts running. Gu Ming, the righteous can't help you. I don't know if the 7 little dragons of the Divine Dragon sect, have the ability to do so. Dragon cult? The other person's words are confusing you. Hasn't the Divine Dragon sect been subdued by Nangong Shiro? You didn't ask more questions, and there was no need to. The most important thing now is to survive. A poisonous mist pours out of the hole in your body, filling the left and right. All of them held their breath and concentrated, their protective astral body aura kept rotating, resisting the erosion of the poisonous mist. In less than a second, a silhouette fell to the ground, poisoned to death. Even including 3 low-level masters.
There are only 5 masters left. 3 middle-ranked, 2 high-ranked. Guming, what a good tactic, 10,000 poisons nourishing kung fu. The 5 of you immediately struck out, different attributes of astral energy came head-on, you clenched your teeth and instead of defending, you operated all the astral energy in your body, interspersed with toxins, and erupted with your strongest strike. You don't want to waste your time here. Quick and easy is the way to go. The iron spear that gathers all the astral energy keeps flying, making ear-splitting cracking sound. The 5 people's face changed greatly, not daring to resist. This kind of might. Non-sect Master Peak will be seriously injured if he touches it. After a few rounds of fighting, you catch a man in the act and shoot him through the lower body, taking his life. That's a grandmaster. But at the same time, the 4 patriarchs also seized the moment and struck wildly. Stab. Another hideous gash is left on your face, and a splash of blood spurts out with it, falling to the ground and continuing to corrode everything. The battle continues, you're tense and leave no room for error. 10 minutes later, you're leaning against a tree with a brightly colored bloodstain on the corner of your mouth. And the ground is full of corpses. After this battle, the astral energy in your body is exhausted, not a drop left. Inside the body is gone. Retrieving the iron spear, you touch the corpse on the ground for a while, and get a large amount of cultivation resources, secret books of Gongfu. In the end, you could only summon Susu. Take me too. You fainted before you could finish your sentence. Soso stares with wide eyes for a moment in thought. The 2 whiskers on his head are blowing in the wind. Sticking out her tongue, she licks your wounds, and finally swallows you in one bite, holds you in her mouth, and moves ever onward toward the west. I don't know how long it took, but you finally woke up. Physical strength is partially restored, and so is the astral aura, at least it's not a battle-less state. Just the space around Soso. Stinks. Su? You thought of something instantly and shouted. Buffed. With a squeeze of your body, you are spit out and hit the ground hard. Su Young looks at you with an innocent face. You're covered in her saliva, sticky and smelly. It's true, no matter how good-looking and high-faced you are, you still have to stink. You immediately flushed your body with astral energy and released another wave of aroma toxins, which made you feel much more comfortable. Looking around, you realize you're still in the forest. I've been here before. It's not that far from the White Lotus headquarters, only less than 3 days away. Putting away Susu, you touch the 2 scars on your face, and your complexion grows more and more grim. The right way is it? Wait for me. To find Nangong Qinglu, then I will settle you all. There's no way, you're not destined to avenge yourself in this life, but a different path is still possible. You run the White Lotus destruction technique while hurrying to recover your strength. 2 days later, you're getting closer to the White Lotus headquarters. Chapter 42. A Principled Son Displeased. It's a real trip to the west. The closer you get to your destination, the more dangerous it gets. You sigh, quite speechless. Under your feet is a forest full of miasma, the ground is full of swamps and countless poisonous insects. You perform step by step and keep moving from tree to tree. Half a day later, you finally leave that disgusting territory. Coming to a straight official road. But as soon as I came out, I saw a group of people. You hold your forehead in disbelief. Do you really want me to die here? I'm over 100 years old, how easy is it to live an ordinary life? Across the street, hundreds of soldiers in black armor, with a tawdry carriage in the very center. You glanced at it and were ready to make a sneaky detour. Guming, what are you running for? The atmosphere is rather awkward. The sun smiled broadly in displeasure. Men, give him a weapon. I don't kill unarmed men. At that moment, 2 soldiers behind him stepped out and carried a heavy-looking iron gun. Guming, take it away, this is my army general Huang Fei who used gold clutch to mention Lu gun, weighing 8,000 kilograms, is the master Oyezi used gold. This guy's character, strength, is not at all like a real person. More like the kind of highly romanticized fictional character. You lamented for a while, and left with 8,000 kilograms of gold clutches on your back and a Luger. In his heart, he is still wondering why this guy is so strong when he's only at the Zhongshu realm. It doesn't make sense. You left so easily, not a single one of the Zibuyu and hundreds of soldiers behind you made a move. This is bull. Is there really such a person in the world? The appearance of the sun's displeasure has a great impact on your 3 views. And this gun, the golden clutching loot. 2 meters long, black and white, the gun is also vaguely engraved with a blood-colored pattern. It looks extraordinary. You'll be amazed. In less than half a day, you've managed to return to the White Lotus headquarters. When I left, I followed Ling Cho. 39 years apart. There's something in your heart that you're looking forward to. In fact, you don't really resent Nangon Gentle, you even like her. After all, she's really good to herself, and it smells good to eat soft food. That's just the way it is. Too possessive. In the midst of your thoughts, you have arrived in front of the White Lotus Sect's headquarters, which is a large building in the mountains, and at the highest point is an oddly shaped house connected to the mountains, which is the cave you lived in before. Who? Just as you approach, a figure rushes up. You take off your black robe, mask, it's me. Though it's been 39 years, the other side still recognizes you instantly. After all, it's hard not to pay attention to the fact that after living for more than 800 years, the Lord Godfather has adopted a gigolo and made it known to the whole world. So it's the seventh protector. That disciple quickly saluted, then said, Lord Protector, please follow me. Right now the Godmaster is still dealing with the siege of those righteous people. If he knows that you have returned, he will be overjoyed. You understand. Soon, word of your return spreads. The whole White Lotus sect knows about it. The last 3 Big Dipper powerhouses who guarded the family personally received you. You frown and say, It's very simple, said the Golden Will Dharma King on the far left. When a martial artist reaches the realm of a grandmaster, he or she is divided into 2 parts. One part follows the path of those who have gone before him or her, and although the speed of cultivation is fast, he or she can only follow the steps of those who have gone before him or her, and his or her accomplishments or her emotions could no longer be taught, and she hugged your body hard, Gu Ming. Don't leave me again, without you I can't. Her tears soaked your clothes. You gently patted her back. Your mood is a bit complicated, this woman, when did she have such deep feelings with herself? I've lost you 3 times, and from now on, no one will ever take you from me again. 3 times? Your pupils are shaken, this woman, is she reborn as well? After all, the only time you departed from her was the Ling Cho one, and when were the 2 extra times? You're confused. But feeling Nangon Lightning's abundant feelings, he still didn't say anything. Just a pang of gloom in his eyes. That night, you tossed and turned and stayed up all night. You're also speechless, being 100 years old and having to be tossed around so much. You don't treat old people like human beings, do you, young man? Early the next morning. The sun shines on your bed, you open your eyes slowly, and your body is soothed. Nangon Yushu has already left, I don't know where she's gone. The place where she slept has left a large number of precious resources, including a high-quality true bone pills, high-quality chi recovery pills and so on. In addition to this, there is a large amount of toxins, all of which bear the mark of the 5 Poisons sect. It seems that this woman has really robbed the 5 Poisons sect. You smile slightly, it's good that you don't whore yourself out, and I, for one, hate whoring parties the most. Stretching, you yell, men, bathe. You spent the rest of the day fusing toxins. There are too many of these toxins, far more than you have. Toxins in the body really hurt, but you can endure that pain too. It's really puzzling. After 3 days, you have fused all 2,000 toxins, and after this point, your total toxins have reached 4,000. The scars on your face are gone, and the whole thing is even weirder. Late at night, looking at your own face in the mirror, you stroke the right side of your face, somewhat speechless. This has been gender neutral, right? To be specific, it's like a Pro-Max upgrade for those fresh meat. Alas, eat a few more years of soft food while you're young. You murmur. 4,000 kinds of toxins, your strength and defense is also greatly enhanced. If you face Z displeasure again, you have absolute certainty to suppress him with a single shot. On the second day, you called the maids around you and asked them to bring a large amount of kung fu. Now that you've decided to go your own way, you must prepare in advance. Immediately after that, you took out the Great Xia Imperial Clan's Heaven's Gate Crossing, 15 layers, 1 move all offense. This kind of swordplay is just right for you. In addition to the Heavenly Gate Crossing, there's also the Heavenly King Flare technique from the Gu family. White Lotus Destruction Technique, Heavenly Gate Crossing, Heavenly King Flare technique, this is your next major training. You put all your time into practicing, day and night. The battle outside you do not care to pay attention to, after all, your strength is too weak. No is also added to the feelings for no reason. 95th year, you're 110 years old. With your diligent cultivation, the Heaven's Gate is broken to the 3rd level, and your cultivation is progressing okay. If you work hard, you may break through to the peak of the true bone in this life. The Heavenly King's yew tree is naturally going nowhere. It takes 100 years for the first level of practice, and you still have to practice.
These 5 years, under the conditioning of Nangon lightning, your previous roots due to serious injuries have also been made up for. A part of the foundation is also able to live a few more years. Everything is slowly getting better, but you still have some worries in your mind. After all, the situation is really bad right now. In the first 100 years, your Heaven's Gate crossing was cultivated to the 5th level. The further you go, the slower the speed. The effect of the 5th level's Heaven's Gate crossing is also very powerful, comparable to the 9th level's Storm Lightning Shocking Lance. Chapter 44 Danger, Ling Cho. Taking out the gold-clutching Tilo gun that has been eating dust, you gently polish it. Looks like it'll be hard to use you again, little baby. I'm sure I'll be using a sword from now on. After all these years, you still have a soft spot for guns, and it's easy to blow up asses and stuff. A sudden footstep outside the room. At the same time, there's a shocking aura of blood. Your face changes, puts down the gold-clutching Tilo gun, opens the door to the room. Protector, go. A woman wearing a black veil struggled and said. Before you can speak, a huge black snake rushes in from the distance, directly lifts you up and places you on top of your head, carrying you and the black-veiled woman quickly forward. The black snake was so fast that it jumped from the top of a 100-meter-high mountain and landed hard in the riverbank at the foot of the mountain, then continued on its way, swinging its body. It's all happening so fast. You can't even react. You're the master of the 5 Poisons sect. Looking at the unicorn horn on the head of the black snake at your feet, you ask. Nangong Shinro once said to you. That's right, I am the master of the 5 Poisons sect, Simwa. The black-veiled woman said calmly. You have a sudden bad feeling. Sihei laughed. At the moment she couldn't even look injured. Can't you see, I confused the guards of the White Lotus sect and took you away, preparing to give you to the Zhengyang Palace. A bunch of fools. There are countless experts in the righteous path, there is great justice, who are they to resist? No matter how hard you struggle, it's just death. Sihei heart is not willing, good days do not, have to go against the right way, a group of brainless fools, Nangong Luolu, the old man direct slap. She was spitting madly, with profanity coming out of her mouth, completely lacking in the appearance of a generation of godmothers. You look at her soft body and a big doubt pops into your head. The 4 great demonic religions, the 3 godmasters are all female, or so beautiful. Is it hard not to believe that this world is immodest? Is a ribbon anime? You can't help but wonder. Sihei suddenly grabbed your neck and licked his tongue, worthy of being the man that Nangong Qinglu looks up to. It's really strong enough. She smiled lewdly. The bone age is not more than 150 years old, and she is still a fresh meat. This woman, she's really an old cow eating young grass, and she's not shy about it. She keeps pinching your face with her other hand, like a child, laughing. Crazy, all ing. You closed your eyes, looking for the right moment. This river under your feet is very long and connects to the westernmost Broad River. Like the East Sea, the Broad River has countless legends, boundless and mysterious. Soso is still a fast swimmer. You're thinking in your mind that maybe you have a chance. The black snakes darted forward, the river on both sides being constantly pounded. And every now and then a blackfish flies in and smashes you in the face. Cold ice fish. Did you do it on purpose? Sihei pinches your mouth hard and pays no attention to you. It feels so good. If you didn't have a great use for it, I couldn't help it. Really? You can't help but think of that 5 Poison sect cross-dressing disciple you killed last time, also a. 10 minutes later. The black snake that was moving forward suddenly shook its body and a swordlight fell hard from the sky. Buzz. You reacted quickly and seized the opportunity at the first opportunity, jumping straight down to the black snake. Sihei is the main target of the swordlight. He can't care about you at all, he can only deal with it with all his strength. Bang! Explosions ring out and a large amount of blood and flesh floats on the water. Black snake, the black snake that has been raised by the 5 venoms for 3,000 years is dead. You look at the scene calmly from underwater, then immediately summon Susu. Is it good for you to devour that meat? You grabbed one of Soso's beards and asked. Su shakes her head. Okay, then run away. Susu will understand and fly forward underwater. Chuckles. After running for a while, a black light flies, and you vaguely see that it's an arrow. Susu dodged in a hurry, but in the end, she was still hit and screamed miserably, losing large chunks of flesh and blood, and her white scales were swept up by the waves and disappeared a large part of them. Who is it again? You take back Susu, your heart is pounding. Another arrow appears overhead, this time aimed at you.
A lotus flower emerges from beneath your feet, and with a step-by-step lotus cast, you burrow out of the water and rush to the far shore. Just after leaving, the original bottom of the water stirred up huge waves, one after another, which looked exceptionally scary.
Gu Ming, right?
Come with me. A man dressed in black, with a slender figure and a black iron mask suddenly appeared, carrying a black bow, and said coldly.
He was the one who shot the arrow just now.
And who are you? You look around and realize that the figure in the sky is frantically attacking Simwa. A sword light flies out, her body is completely crippled, and finally shatters into countless pieces in a flash of sword light. The masked man also realized this, his heart scorned and incredulous. Impossible.
Aren't you dead?
Sword light suddenly approaching. The masked man is knocked back by a sword and falls to the ground, wailing in pain.
The figure in the sky landed beside you. Gu Ming, are you okay?
You look at her in a daze, eyes wide. Lingqiu, it's good that you're alive.
Just say it.
Last time, simulating Lingqiu also survived the siege of more than 300 Big Dipper. This time, surely, it can also. Lingqian is still dressed in black, only her hair is combed into a ponytail, and after all these years, she looks even colder.
I'm still here, I've always been here.
Ling worries, turns his back and suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood.
Body tilting, about to fall.
You hugged her, what are you? As soon as you touched her, you realized that she still had dense scars on her body, and the meridians in her body were in disarray.
There are no less than 300 astral deities left.
300 roads. You can't imagine how much pain she'd be in. Ling Worry's face turned pale. Gu Ming, get out of here. The righteous path has gathered all its forces and is determined to eradicate all the demonic paths.
Nangong Qinglu can't hold out any longer. You, go.
After saying this, she fainted.
You blush.
An aura flies out and kills the masked man, who was seriously injured and dying on the side. Then habitually pawing at the corpse on his body, this time with no resources whatsoever, only a red amulet. After cleaning everything up, you left with Lingqiu in your arms.
Chapter 45, Truth, Understanding.
Late at night, you and Lingqiu stayed at a small temple.
You don't look so good.
This small temple is exactly the same place where you and Lingqiu died in the last simulation. Lingqian collapsed in your arms, her face was bloodless and her body was convulsing. You felt doubly distressed and kept creating toxins for her to ease her pain.
But judging by her behavior, it's not much use.
In this life you spent a short time with Lingqiu, but she saved you once again. You're not a good person, but you have a principle.
Those who are good to you, you will repay like crazy, and those who are bad to you, you will do your best to get back at them. Firewood burning, crackling. Boom!
A thunderclap suddenly rang out in the dark night, and heavy rain fell immediately after. You hugged Lingqiu tightly with all your might, channeling your true qi, trying to make her feel more comfortable. Suddenly, Lingqiu's body twitched and she slowly opened her eyes.
Gu Ming.
A splash of green blood flows from the corner of Ling Chen's mouth as she looks at you with a determined face. You must live. You wipe her blood with a puzzled look. Why did you save me? You're not curious about why she's still alive, but more curious about why you or wants to.
You know her well?
You sheath your sword and put it behind your back. Nangong Lightning said while burying Lingqiu with her astral chi, I have known her for a long time. We were born in the same year, and we lost our parents and loved ones in the same year. At 15, I joined the White Lotus sect, she joined the Heavenly Devil sect, and together we vowed to change this disgusting world.
I didn't realize they had such a connection. Gu Ming, do you know why she likes you so much?
You shake your head, a question that has been bothering you for a long time. When she was in the Heavenly Demon cult, Lingqiu met someone named Zhoubu, who was also 15 years old, and trained with her, practiced together, and went out on quests. He's very good at taking care of people, especially Lingqiu. When they were 20 years old, the two of them went together to kill a man in Southern Summer, but it turned out that the target was 2 realms stronger than the one on the information, and they were powerless to do anything. Finally, there was Zhoubu, who stole for Lingqiu and lost his life, allowing Lingqiu to escape and survive.
Very cliched storyline.
It was only when I saved her that I learned from her that you look a lot like and resemble Zhoubu in every way. No wonder Lingqiu didn't die, so it was Nangong Shiro who saved him. And one more thing, Mother, it's really a substitute messenger.
I'm being used as a substitute.
Your face changes for a while, finally grabbing a handful of soil and placing it on Lingqiu's grave. No matter what, she saved you in the end. She's already dead. There are some things that it's useless to care about.
You look up at her. What about you?
Nangong Lightning held your shoulders, both eyes misty, also immersed in memories. She finally shook her head and said with an obscure expression, I also met a Jobu before I crossed over, but he died trying to save me. It was the same when I was in the White Lotus sect. You have everything the two of them have in common. Nangong Shiro speaks the answer. You don't want to talk. Sure enough, sometimes the face is important, and the killing power of the white moonlight has never diminished sharply. Nangong gently hugs one of your hands. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, I just know that I have to do it. I won't let you step away from me again, even if it costs me everything. She looks at you fondly. You're a little sick inside. After decades of being together, you have heavy feelings for Nangong Qingrua, a sickly girl, but you can't stand the fact that you're just a replacement for someone else's mention. Disgusting, really disgusting. She senses your thoughts and then grips your hand even harder. See, you have the exact same possessiveness in you as he does. You turn away and look up at the raindrops that keep falling in the air, not wanting to talk. Nangong Shiro smiles even more happily. Just then, a large number of silhouettes appeared all around. The Righteous Masters, Nangong Luiga, your White Lotus sect, Five Poison sect, Divine Dragon sect, and Heavenly Devil sect have been completely exterminated by us. Today, you will die too. Zhengyang Palace Contemporary Palace Master Lu Chuanxiu was righteous as he drew his longsword behind him. Together, she's already seriously injured, don't let him go. Many righteous martial artists don't keep approaching. There are 157 Big Dippers, so the odds are against us. I don't know if Nangong Shiro can handle it. You're not sure. The power of the Big Dipper shot out all around Nangong Lightning, transforming into a white lotus that floated in front of her body, emitting a cold and poisonous aura. The right way. Come on. She rises to the occasion. You stood in front of Ling Wuri's grave, quietly looking at the scene. Chapter 46, Surviving with a Helping Hand. There's no need to run anymore. When you were with Ling Zhou for the first time, you didn't have any grudges against the righteous, and it's normal that people didn't chase after you when you ran away. But it's different now. From the eastern Zhou to the western Shang, along the way, these righteous disciples you killed too many, Zhengyang Palace, Gu family, Si family. You sit in front of Ling Chao's grave and draw her Buzhou sword. It's not bad to end this just like this. In this life, you have no regrets. The battle directly in front of the thoroughly unfolded, Nangong lights off to 1 against 100, White Lotus constantly burst, kill the righteous heavenly deity retreating, vaguely have an invincible aura. But you can see she's in a bad way. She won't last much longer. Among that group of people, there were 30 Big Dipper swimmers who didn't take her attacks to heart at all, acting like monkeys. In the eyes of these righteous people, whether it's Ling Zhou or Nangong Qinglu, it's just a tool for them. Eliminate dissenters, kill with a knife, consolidate interests. You looked at the Buzhou sword in your hand and thought for a long, long time. Just then, too, a silhouette comes and surrounds you. Wicked man, you killed my Si family members. Without the devil's shelter today, I'll see who else you can rely on. A middle-aged man in a white robe walks out of the crowd, his narrow eyes staring at you with hatred. There's no doubt that this is a member of the Si family, one of the royal family of southern Xia. You didn't say anything because it wasn't necessary. Si Zhang drew his sword and smiled coldly. He will take your life. You didn't look at him, just waited quietly. Whoosh! At the critical moment, a bright light flies in and wipes out all the martial artists around you, and you look up, it's Nangong Lightning. And because of this, she was attacked by 30 Big Dipper at the same time, and was seriously injured, and finally fell from the air and collapsed in front of you. You reached out and hugged her. Nangong Lightning spat a mouthful of blood onto your face. You look at each other's backs in disbelief. Who is this? Is it hard to find out what's wrong with you and want to count yourself out? You're thinking about it. Zhengyang Palace's Lu Chuanxiu's eyes flickered. Guhan, what do you mean by this? It's not like you don't know how many people he's killed from my Zhengdao and how many people he's killed from your Gu family. Even when he fought with Ling Chuchi back then, he was the one who killed the previous head of your Gu family, your father. Guhan didn't say anything, just maintained the salute and stubbornly stood in front of you. Lu Chuanxiu is a little upset. Elder Lu, this kid can't turn the tide anyway, so let him go. Another young man came along, dressed in a black mangina robe, and said with a smile. Immediately following, Zibuyue, who was watching the show from afar, also shouted, what kind of bad guy can he be with a gun? He must have been compelled by the devil's way. That's right, he's so handsome, how could he be a bad guy? Withdraw, such a large territory of the devil's way is still waiting for us to take over. Lu Chuanxiu looked deeply at them. Just as well, since so many of his fellow disciples have asked for it, let's leave him alive, says the man who got up and left. Gu Han then took a long breath and continued to salute. Thanks to the many pleas for mercy, in the future, all of you are my Gu Han's friends. He laughs and makes many assurances. Crowd dispersing. I'm ready to fight you once, in 20 years' time. 20 years and you're still alive, right? Slowly, finally only 3 people remain. One is Gu Han, whom you have some guesses, one is a teenager in a black python robe, and one is a middle-aged man, also dressed in black. Gu Han respectfully looked at the python-robed teenager. This time, thank you for your highness's hand, leaving my son alive. My Gu family, I can't thank you enough. My son? You're in shock. When did another dad come out? Didn't I lose both my parents? He also thought that the Gu family's help was a favor for stepping in to solve the Gu family's Big Dipper back then. I did. The year he turned 30, he will be in the North Qin Jianghu walking, on the way with a woman in the greenhouse. The woman then left the greenhouse, with him to break into the world. The two went through a lot, and in the same year, something suddenly happened to the Gu family, and Gu Han had to leave temporarily, leaving behind the woman who was pregnant. When he returned from his business, he found the woman dead and the child in her womb had lost its life. Gu Han was so grief-stricken that he used the influence of the entire Gu family to find someone, and finally even made the Great Qingjintian division to take action, and finally found that the murderer was a Jianghu villain. Gu Han killed him with his own hands, and the matter passed, and he reclosed, concentrating on bitter cultivation. It wasn't until more than 100 years later, when he had broken through to the high Big Dipper stage but couldn't step into the peak realm in any way, that he came out of the gate. The first day out of the customs will be from the big brother Guleng there to get the news. The original woman was sent by the father to kill, the child in her womb was also father was executed. Gu Han collapses, has no desire to cultivate, and spends his days in debauchery. Until a few days ago, he got another piece of news. Big brother Guleng found out decades ago that the child at the time did not die, but also grew up smoothly and became the face of the White Lotus sect master. Gu Han's heart and mind were so moved that he killed Gu Lang with a single sword, beheaded hundreds of people in the Gu family, and finally took control of the Gu family with strong arm tactics, and then came to Western commerce alone and found you. That's all Gu Han told you. You're so good at listening to me. Tisk, TSK, no wonder there's no father or mother, so there's an ambush waiting here. What are you gonna do to me? On the way to northern Qin, you suddenly asked. Gu Han didn't hesitate. What do you want to do? I'll help you even if I give up this life. So powerful. You want to avenge Nangong Xiao's death, but it's not realistic. You look into Gu Han's serious eyes and finally smile bitterly. My talent is limited, but my desire for the martial arts is still there. I will continue to cultivate and go to the next level. Gu Han nodded. If you need anything, I'll ask the Gu family to find it, and if the Gu family can't find it, I'll go to His Majesty. You look thoughtful. It seems that the Gu family is deeply bound to the North Qin royal family. I'm so confident in asking for help. A few days later, you returned to the Gu family and became the young master of the Gu family. Gu Han gave you tons of resources for cultivation, and found numerous physicians to temper your body, and even a celebrity. In the inner courtyard of the Gu family, an old man with white hair and a rosy complexion, holding a deer staff, walks toward you. Gu Han leads the way right in front, with a respectful attitude. Elder medical ancestor, this is me and Gu Ming. Medical grandpa. You look at this gray-haired old man. Gu Ming, this is His Majesty's enshrined medical saint, Divine Dr. Bien Magpie. So it's a magpie, this world, it's too messed up. I pay my respects to the medical grandfather. You're humble and polite. Magpie smiles and looks at you twice before saying, this male cultivated the world's miraculous 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique. His physical body is strong and his defense is amazing, but there is a Big Dipper sword dipper remaining in his body. It looks like it was once melted by someone who had melted the sword dipper, but not completely. Not only that, but subsequently experienced a large number of battles, the more the dark wounds accumulate. He saw your illness at a glance, and then slowly took out a brush from his pocket. Master Gu, I will give your son a prescription for medicine to be taken daily, and with no more fighting in the future, he will barely live to see the end of his life. He reaches out and points, and a line of gold letters slowly appears in the air. You are surprised that this one is, together with pills, it can greatly increase the speed of cultivation and save time. Now that your Heavenly King's flare technique has reached the second level, the qualification has improved to a very obvious degree, and you are enjoying the change. All these years, you've been practicing, never fighting in order to live a few more years.
In addition to practicing, the rest of the time you spent reading books, reading tens of thousands of martial arts within the great Qin, Gu family, in preparation for the next step to become a sovereign master.
Chapter 48 Ying 130th year.
Unsurprisingly, with your extreme maneuvering, you finally broke through. At this moment, your cultivation has reached the peak of true bone. The next step is the Grandmaster.
Feeling the much enhanced power, you are satisfied.
No progress on toxins.
Tenno Yoshiki is also. Heaven's Gate breaks the 8th level.
Nowadays, if I go all out, an ordinary Earth Dipper can't carry it at all, and only a peak Earth Dipper can stay alive in my hands.
You're guessing in your mind.
Although you haven't tested it, it's close enough based on your various knowledge of the Big Dipper these days. And when I step out on my own path as a patriarch, I'm afraid only the Big Dipper can do anything about it. Seeing your cultivation breakthrough, Guhan was so happy that he held a big banquet in Gu's house, inviting many heads of forces from the 4 countries to gather here. That night, Guhan drank a lot, and you also met many big names. At the banquet, Zibuyue from the Western merchants put his arm around your shoulder. Pity, I heard you switched to swordsmanship.
He lamented, what is a sword, a woman's play? It's just an embroidery needle, it's not as cool as a lance, a hammer, or an axe. This is the kind of man of steel we are.
He didn't finish this sentence. Looking at your already androgynous face, he waved his hand. Forget it, you look like this, practicing the sword is fine. TSK. You shook your head and toasted him. Brother Z, today I am looking for you, mainly because I want to ask you for some advice. After agonizing for a while, you continue to eat and drink. There is no other way out at the moment, and you decide to repeat the path of those people. A lot of people came this night, even including those Tiangang who surrounded Nangong Qinglu in the beginning. Zhangyang Palace Lu Chuanqiu also came, bringing you 100 toxins as a gift.
Other forces are doing the same. It seems that Guhan in the middle of the righteous path is not the general face.
You've never seen him in a fight scene, but have no doubt about his fighting prowess. In this world, without strength, no one gives a damn about you, and to have so many people looking at him, he must have something to offer.
After the banquet dispersed, Guhan brought you to the Gu family hall. I'm taking you to someone.
You then realize that at some point, inside and outside the Gu family home is filled with soldiers in black armor with serious faces, hidden in the shadows, ghost-like. They look like this. You have some impression. Quickly thought of the second simulation, the young man encountered in North Qin.
Chapter 11. Are they all from the Jintian division?
You've learned over the years that the Jintian division is a violent organization belonging exclusively to the Emperor of Qin, with a large number of men, all of whom are elite, similar to the Jinui, and with a great deal of power.
Similar organizations existed in the Western Shang, Southern Xia, and Eastern Zhou. All the way forward, you've guessed who you're going to see. Obviously, it's the current Emperor of Qin, Ing Zhang. In this world, Ing Zhang did not have the merit of uniting the 6 countries, nor did he repair the Great Wall, burn books, and bury Confucianism. He was a normal Qin monarch, just some horrible means. Between thoughts, you arrived at the Gu family hall. You also caught a glimpse of the young man directly in front of you with his eyes closed. He was slender and handsome, with a face only a billion points weaker than his own, but with an aura that made up for it, wearing a black dragon emperor's robe with an imperial crown, the tassel on his head shaking every now and then. Guhan pays his respects to His Majesty. Guhan bowed and saluted, without kneeling for that matter.
You follow suit and bend. Greetings, Your Majesty.
Aha!
Ing Zhang across the table nodded. Now that Brother Gu has recovered his beloved son, in a few more days he will be able to fulfill his merit and break through to the peak of the Big Dipper, and under the heavens, there will be one more absolute top expert.
He cocked his head and leaned his right hand on his chin, unperturbed. That's very congratulatory.
Top masters means those who have broken through to the peak of the Big Dipper by following their own path. In the 4 kingdoms of the world, there are so few such people, including the whole history, not more than 50. Once upon a time, Ling Qiu was one, and Lu Chuanqiu, the palace master of Zhangyang Palace, was one. When Zhong, the Western merchant's grand master, was a. South Xia's Hou Yi is a. This is a poor tribal leader in the primitive forests east of South Xia, came out of nowhere, a hand of archery to return to the truth, and later was convinced by the charisma of Yu Huang.
Zhang Zia of the Eastern Zhou dynasty.
It seems that this is the reason why Ing Zhang holds Guhan in such high regard. Guhan bowed his head and said firmly, my power, the power of the Gu family, is Your Majesty's power.
Ing Zhang laughed loudly, good.
I believe you can help me to destroy the 3 kingdoms and unify the world.
He turns his gaze back to you, Brother Gu's child, he is quite a character. The 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique has been around for 1,000 years, and no one has ever practiced it, and even if they endure the pain and incorporate the toxins, they will collapse and die. Ying Zhang knocks on the table and looks at you with extra surprise. Chapter 49 Hu Hai, Princess, Mask. 3 days ago, my army overthrew 35 tribes in the north and collected many more toxins, which have been brought to you. Gu Ming, I heard Brother Gu say that you have fused over 8,000 toxins? That's really surprising. I hope you will continue to work hard and reach higher levels of achievement. You make a bow, thank you, Your Majesty. Ying Zhang clapped his hands, and a team of Jintian Division subordinates came and put down the 5 wooden boxes. I heard that you still have your heart for martial arts aspirations, and even want to follow the path of a self-patriarch. These are the peerless techniques that my great Qin has collected over the years. I hope they will be of help to you. Extreme techniques, specifically those that can be practiced all the way to the peak of the Big Dipper. Most of these feats were created by the hands of those self-patriarchs, and were subsequently improved by later generations, lowering the threshold and making them suitable for more people to practice. TSK, this Your Majesty really likes Guhan. You've seen what it's like to be in love with a woman. After a few more words, Ying Zhang sent you away. It seems that the two of them have something important to talk about. You wandered around the Gu family and found many more people from the Jintian division, and even some of them were originally underlings of the Gu family. I now have reason to believe that when Gu Han was able to take control of the Gu family, it was definitely with Ying Zhang's help. After seeing these, you have many more speculations in your mind. After a few steps, you suddenly saw a sneaky figure. He was lying on the roof of the house, seems to be peeping at Ying Zhang and Gu Han, but the distance is very far. That side also closed the doors and windows, which can see. Also have ghosts? You let out a laugh and jumped right over. You can really see? At the sound of your voice, the man looked surprised, turned his head, and then froze. Who is it? Followed closely by a small head peeking out from behind the man, looking at you quizzically. The peepers are 2 people. A man and a woman across the street, the man handsome, with some apprehension between his brows, the woman gentle and lovely, innocent. Judging from their facial features, there are many similarities with Ying Zhang. I know him, 18. The girl scrutinizes you. This guy is prettier than me, and in the whole world, there's only one other guy. The teenager next to him nodded. The most beautiful under the sky is the younger sister, and even more beautiful than the younger sister, that must be Gu Ming, who practiced the 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique of cheating beauty. The young girl approaches you and takes a moment to look around. That's really good looking. No wonder Ling Qiu would go into the Zhangyang Palace alone and kill the sword wielder in order to save you. Nangong Lightning also practiced evil kung fu for you, and went out of her way to anger the experts of the righteous path. You're a little upset. Who are you guys? What are you doing on my roof? The young man laughed dryly. Brother Gu, I am the 18th son of the man inside. My name is Hu Hei. He glanced at the young girl again. She's the man's favorite daughter, Yin Man. The young girl nods. You can also call me Yins. So it's these two. Though certainly not the Hu Hai, Yin Man, you know, you're still a little surprised. TSK, I hope the Hu Hei of this world won't execute and dismember Yin Man. Can you really see here? I can't see it. It's mostly for the atmosphere. Yin Man says it as a matter of course. You shake your head, not bothering to waste time with them stranded. You guys keep enjoying the atmosphere. Jumping off the roof, you're ready to go back to your room to practice. In addition to the toxins sent by Ying Zhang, many have been sent by other guests, so we can boost another wave. Hey, you wait. Yin Man. Hui follows her and looks at you a bit strangely. Since childhood, except for Ying Zhang, everyone else has treated them with respect, one mouthful of the emperor and princess, and only you have ignored them, mainly because of a sense of relaxation. I have to practice. After passing through a few doors, Hu Haiyan Man sees Su Su, who is plopped down in the garden. So many years have passed, Su Su has recovered from the injuries he sustained back then, and the change in size is not particularly large, only 35 meters. The color is still predominantly white, and the whiskers on his head have become 10, mainly concentrated on the sides of his mouth. There are also a few scales on the abdomen that have turned black, which still looks weird at a glance. Wow, that's cool. Yin Man looks at Su Su incredulously. What a handsome white snake. She comes up and holds out her right hand. Huey looks at her with some concern. Su. You shouted, and Su lowered her head and put her head in front of Yin Man. The huge snake's head is still a bit appalling up close, but Yin Man isn't scared and even reaches out to touch it. What a well-behaved snake, Guming, can you teach me? I want to raise one too. Yin Man is desperate.
You handed her the 5 poison sex gongfu, simple, just follow what's on it.
Chapter 50, The End of Life. Looking at the gongfu in his hand, Yin Man shook his head and threw it directly to Hu Hai, 18th brother, you come to cultivate, and remember to give me the snake to play with when the time comes. Hu Hai was speechless. Good sister, it's not like our family doesn't have this gong method, so why would you make me exchange my treasure with him? Besides, if you want a snake, just let the people below raise it directly. This kind of disgusting feats. Forget about it. Yin Man squeezes a face at him, so what? You have the illusion of facing 2 elementary school students. After sending away the reluctant Yin Man and the disgruntled Hu Hai, you order your subordinates to bring numerous toxins and return to the cultivation room. A total of 3,000 species. These guys, they really put their money where their mouth is. You really don't understand. Is Guhan really that strong? Is he such a hero that Ing Zhang thinks so highly of him? It's not like there hasn't been a Big Dipper Jedi before. You slowly throw the toxins into the tub, absorbing them counting the time spent as a crown prince. It's really coming to an end. End of the 134th year. You've done the math. You've got a month to live at most. 1 month. This is the longest you've lived and the most experienced and emotionally complex of all your simulations. On a clear white day, you bid farewell to Guhan and prepared to leave North Qin. Where are you going? Guhan asked nervously. You calmly say, Father, thank you for taking care of me all this time. I don't have much time left, and in this last month, I want to go out and meet the people I used to meet. Guhan pats you on the shoulder. Son, I understand you. But you're still not too safe alone. After all, you used to be Nangong Qingruo's. This way, I request your majesty to send an expert with you. You shrugged indifferently. That afternoon, a carriage stopped in front of the Gu family. The two were the first to walk out. Gu Ming, where are you going to run off to? I begged father for a long time before he agreed to let us come out and go play with you. It's Hu Hai and Yin Man. I didn't think they'd come. You don't care how many people will be on this road trip, it means nothing to you. In front of the carriage, a young man jumped down. Young Master Gu, I'm Zhang Han, His Majesty ordered me to escort. Zhang Han, who is also a famous person. You nodded and said, few of you, the mountains are high and the road is far, the carriage is very inconvenient, I decided to walk, I don't know if you can accept it. No problem. Yes. On the road. You set out on the road to the western merchants dressed in all black, wearing 2 masks and carrying the Buzhou sword. The left face is evil, the right face is divine. Huey and Yin Man follow you around excitedly. Zhang Han is always 50 paces away from you, not in a hurry. In 10 days, you'll cross the snowy mountains, walk out of Qin, and step into the west. Along the way there is Zhang Han Inn, but there is no such thing as a mess, everything goes smoothly. On the 20th day, you met a man in the West Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 51 Conclusion of the Simulation. Brother Gu, you didn't even tell me you were coming to Western Commerce. Z displeased himself, he said, carrying 2 large axes and stepping forward, I heard about you, alas. He pats you on the shoulder, you have to realize that some people are geniuses, like me. Only geniuses have the chance to get out of their own way as a patriarch. I would highly recommend that you cultivate another technique, at the very least break through the sovereign first and extend your life. I've known a lot of people in my life, but you're the most special, and I really don't want to lose you as a friend. Sun is not pleased with his face. Everyone has their own pursuits. Don't take it personally. You whisper that by this point, you're not as fit as you used to be. It's only been a couple days. Good, whatever you do, I'll support you, old man. Old man? You always feel like this guy is taking advantage of you. But it doesn't matter. From this day on, you have a donkey friend named Zibu Yu. Hu Haiying Man and his duo have no feeling, in fact, all these days, their existence is very low. You'll be happy to be accompanied by a kid like this when you go out for a trip. 2 days later. You've come to a dense forest in the southern part of the West Chamber of Commerce. You stumbled into it alone, with none of the 3 behind you. Yin Man dropped her tears. I heard that 2 of Guming's women are buried there, as well as those 2 demonic sect masters. Hu Hai nodded and sighed. Yes, the last moments of Guming's life must have wanted to be with them as well. Z unpleasantly wiped his axe. Ugh, touched me, I'll bury the 3 of them together in a moment. That said, those 2 godmothers are both tough, will they share a husband with 2 women? He said idly. Zheng Han stood at a distance and gently drew his sword behind him. You sit in the ground with no traces of burial, put down the 2 masks, the Bujo sword, leaning against a tree, life is short 150 years, not counting the previous 15 years. This life, no loss. Your breath is getting weaker and weaker. All the sights of this simulation have come to mind. From the very beginning of the search for Nangon lightning, to the death of the 2, to now. Next time I simulate, I'll stay away from you guys, double walkers. White moonlight's earthly body. That's disgusting. You're yelling at me. Then it gets weaker and weaker. You lie down on the ground and look up at the blue sky above you with a smile. Lingqiu, Nangong Rouge, never see you again. You're dying. What the? Your Highness, run away? Just then, you hear Zi's displeased scream. You look up, only to find that a large number of black armored soldiers have appeared around you at some point, and this outfit is actually from the Jintian division. They kept striking out, killing the hidden Western merchant soldiers around them. Zi's displeased face changed drastically. Zheng Han, what do you want? This is my Dishang. Are you Qin going to war? Zheng Han didn't say anything, but took a step forward, the sword light flashed, and Zibuyu's head flew out and landed on a tree in the distance. The next moment, he immediately knelt on the ground. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. The guards of the surrounding Jintian division also salute together. In the air, 2 silhouettes slowly fall. Ying Zhang was still wearing the Black Dragon Emperor's robe. He held the coronet on top of his head and smiled. Zheng Han, well done. He turned his head and smiled even more happily. Brother Gu, the next step is yours. Gu Han nods and steps to your side. Gu Ming, please die. He has a sad face and tears are flowing from his eyes. He picks up a sword. You're unbelievable. You didn't see this coming. I'm about to die, for his sake. Couldn't you have waited until I was dead to do this? Not far away, Ying Zhan laughed loudly, refining love with the closest relatives and love, and then finally extinguishing love, so breaking through the last step of the infinity record of 10,000 swords, stepping into the Big Dipper, and accomplishing the ultimate peak. Gu Han, you're a real talent. Only a person of your caliber can help me achieve great things. Hu Hei, 2 people incredible, Father Emperor, this. You. Yin Man lowered her head, not daring to look at Ying Zhang. Ying Zhang reached out and stroked Hu Hai's head, saying out of breath, Son, for the Emperor, the interests are the most important. He has incorporated 14,000 toxins, the likes of which have never been seen before. Taking his heart, liver, spleen and lungs, his flesh, blood and bones will surely help me to refine the divine elixir, even if I am given another 100 years, 50 years. My time is running out, but I'm not willing to give up. No matter what, I will unify the world and take the 3 kingdoms. Ying Zhang snapped, right away, I'll have the 4 absolute tops, Guhan, Gaini, Mengtian, and Bai Qi. My many years of layout in the 3 kingdoms will also be completely activated, and with the 4 supreme leaders joining forces, I, Great Qin, will surely be able to unify the 4 seas and dominate the world. His demeanor has gone insane. Huey lowered his head, for the first time he was so afraid of his father. On the other side, Guhan puts his sword against your heart, my son. The Big Dipper flows, wiping away his tears. I've never regretted being at the top of my game. When I was able to kill your mother and my brother, now I can kill you too. From now on, I don't have a single family member in this world. But I don't care. I don't even need family. Guhan laughs recklessly, then pierces your heart with a sword. You didn't say a word. Because it doesn't make sense. The Big Dipper penetrates your heart and your life stops immediately. At the end of your life, you only have time to hold a speck of dirt around you. See you in the world. Under the tree. Gu Ming awoke with a start. The emotions in his mind were complex, very complex. I did not expect that this world will have so many celebrities in their past lives. I did not expect that their identity is so uncomplicated. I did not expect that Lingqiu, Nangong Qinglu, and will treat themselves so. There were so many things he didn't expect that even as a bystander, it took an emotional toll on him. It's too late to be sad, too late to inherit the cultivation. Because the bandits on the other side had rushed over. From the text in the simulation, the other party was a squad of the Southern Summer Tiger Leopard Cavalry, which had been ordered to gather with the government soldiers 300 miles away to lay siege to the mountain fortress. Gu Ming stepped backward. Sure enough, they had no intention of hurting anyone. Just a bunch of passing soldiers.
That murderous aura on his body was nothing more than a special aura naturally formed from years of fighting. Only after everyone had left did Gu Ming open the simulator and look at this time's harvest. Taking off. Chapter 52, ending the simulation, discovering the mission, and seamlessly moving forward. This simulation has ended. Having gained the cultivation of the peak realm of the True Bone White Lotus destruction technique, I've obtained the step-by-step Lotus 5th level. Having obtained the Heaven's Gate crossing 8th floor 15th floor, I've acquired the Heavenly King's Flare technique 2nd level. I have obtained the Golden Clutching Tilla Lance, the Bujo Sword, the Mask of the Gods, and the Mask of the Evil Ghost. I've acquired the 10,000 Poisons Body Nurturing Technique 14,550 Toxins. Has obtained 300 pills of Extreme True Bone Pills, has obtained 800 pills of Extreme Marrow Cleansing Pills, has obtained 1,000 pills of Chi Recovery Pills, has obtained 500 pills of Blood Storming Pills, has obtained 555 pills of Meditation Pills, has obtained 150,000 taels of gold have been obtained, 2,566 sets of black clothes have been obtained, 3,000 kilograms of grain have been obtained, 58 tons of drinking water have been obtained, 168 jars of spirits have been obtained, and have been obtained. Has obtained 15 Zhongyang Palace tokens, has obtained 18 Gu family tokens, has obtained White Lotus sect tokens. Has obtained 189 supreme techniques which can be practiced up to the Big Dipper, 999 supreme techniques which can be practiced up to the Big Dipper, and 36,000 first-rate techniques which can be practiced up to the Grandmaster. All memories of this simulation have been acquired. I've gained all the experience of 134 years of training. Having gained 134 years of combat experience, I've acquired a pet white snake Susu, 35 meters long, highly poisonous, in the process of mutation. Whether or not to inherit? Looking at the densely packed rewards in front of him, Gu Ming was refreshed. So many resources, it's so cool. Inheritance. Inherited. An inexplicable feeling of exhilaration spread throughout his body, and Gu Ming hastily held onto a large tree to the side, which stabilized his body. Cultivation, Gongfu, 100% under his control. Combat power instantly soared. Peak of True Bones, 800 meters of astral energy outward, everything was different. There was also the increase in strength brought about by the 10,000 Poisons Body Nurturing Technique, and the increase in the physical body. Lifting his right hand and looking at the white and tender skin, Gu Ming straightaway exclaimed that he couldn't stand it, this is too girly. How do I look so good? In my last life, I would have received a lot of advertisements for cosmetics. Sighing, Gu Ming was a bit regretful, for me, a straight man, this is too cool in terms of appearance. Alas! There is no one who doesn't like to look better and better. After a quick adaptation, Gu Ming took out 2 masks from the simulation space and put them on his face, one on the left and one on the right. Taking out the unchained sword again. Brush. Sheathe your sword. Cool. Ling Cho, this woman, her aesthetic was quite similar to his. If only I could get my hands on another unchained sword and fuse them together. It's entirely possible. Gu Ming thought in his heart, and his entire body became more and more beautiful. He checked the records of this simulation as he hurried toward the Western merchants. The time spent with Nangon Lightning was indeed beautiful, but this woman was sickly and took his as a substitute messenger, damn it. Ling Cho isn't bad, but damn him for using him as a replacement too. It's a good thing he doesn't get emotionally disturbed by simulated memories, or it would have to be hard on his. He took 2 steps backward and then lay down on his butt, sleeping peacefully. Gu Ming continued to flip through the book, and after waiting for a while, he couldn't help but look up and say, "Serve the food." Only after hearing this did the junior rush in slowly, carefully placing the rice on the table, cough cough cough, guest, you mau use. With fear in his heart, he turned his head and ran, unable to speak intelligibly. No way, Xiao'er is in danger too, I'm going back to the village to farm and hunt. Never again will I enter the city. Gu Ming heard him crumble. Shaking his head, he sucked the chopsticks from the table next to him and was about to take a bite. This young man, he still needs to sink his teeth into it. But soon, his chopsticks hung in the air. Slow down. An urgent voice came from upstairs, followed by a fat man running down in a panic. Sir! You've come to visit, how can these dishes be worthy of your status? I'll have the back kitchen prepare something new for you. Fatty made a wink, and 2 runners came and were about to take away the rice on the table. Gu Ming sighed. He knew the meal was poisoned. But he's not afraid of poison. It's okay to eat. After 2 days on the road, I just want to find a place to rest,
how come there are so many twists and turns? Li Dazue, quick, give our guest a Hibiscus Town Bully Jedi set meal. The fat shopkeeper yelled. A neutral voice rang out from the back kitchen immediately afterward, medium. Guming put down his chopsticks and was just about to speak when he saw a growing exclamation point on the fat man. With a thought, the exclamation point expanded and transformed into a line of words that floated before his eyes. Simulated mission. Mission statement: there are countless villains in Hibiscus Town, but they dare to mess with you and must be eliminated. Mission details: Black Tiger Gang 11263, Wang Family 02694. Mission reward: 1 simulation opportunity. Mandate penalty: none. This mission. Good. In that case, it seems that the one with the abnormal orientation is the Black Tiger Gangs, and the inn is the Wang family. Guming stood up, his thighs propped up on the stool, and stretched viciously. Su, hunting time. A burst of invisible, colorless, and tasteless toxins centered on him, spreading rapidly in all directions under the effect of the astral aura. Bang, bang, bang. The crowd fell to the ground unaccountably and slept peacefully. Chapter 53, No One Left Behind. Less than 2 seconds. The whole inn lay down. Judging by the sound, there were about 3 dozen of them, but the data in front of them changed very little. The King's family 2694. It looks like a portion of the population has been misplaced. Guming walked out of the inn and headed straight for the headquarters of these 2 forces. Things are simple. It's good to have it all worked out. After he left, the toxin continued to evaporate, devouring all the corpses before finally dispersing again with the wind. The entire inn was peaceful and quiet, as if nothing had happened. Putting on 2 masks, Guming put on his black clothes and bucket hat, and first went to the Wang family. Outside the huge compound, he took advantage of a gust of wind and unleashed a massive amount of toxins that fell dozens more. Soon, a commotion began within the Wang family. Some of those who realized something was wrong began to struggle, seeking life. But it didn't help. Guming stood on a house, quietly watching these people fall one after another. His heart was unruffled and cold to the core. Soon, in his perception, there were only 10 people left alive in the entire Wang family. These 10 people were all purposely left behind by him as well. Each one of them was at the high, peak body tempering stage, and there was even a chi condensation low stage. All of them are Wang family executives. Guming got up and took 1 step at a time. 365-269. Who is your excellency, to make a move against my Wang family? Aren't you afraid of being targeted by the officials? My Wang family controls a large number of industries in Furong Town and brings to the government every year. The only chi condensation middle-aged man said quickly, hoping to arouse Guming's scorn. Cut the crap. Tell me how many other branches of your Wang family there are, and roughly how many people. Guming casually waved his hand, and 3 more people fell. The middle-aged man was in a cold sweat. Killing without a second thought. Crazy. This guy's crazier than he is. The least he can do is have some expression when he kills someone. This warrior. The middle-aged man directly knelt down. My Wang family has been doing business honestly all these years, so please spare us. I am willing to give you all of the Wang family's properties. Are we being really proper? Guming smiled. Being human. Quite good at it indeed. It's still the physical plane of being human. A few more fell. At this moment, the only thing left alive was the last of the middle-aged condensed chi. Warrior, be a man. He struggled and agonized. Guming couldn't hear any more and directly incorporated a weak toxin into his body, and immediately, the pain was so intense that he screamed 7 times. I say. Subsequently, under the leadership of this Wang family head, Guming terminated 15 of the Wang family's properties in one breath. 2,532-2,694. There's not much left. Pulling the head of the Wang family, Guming led him on another bout of wandering around the neighborhood, settling a dozen beggars, more than 30 officials and soldiers, and even a few of the gang's top brass. This Wang family, they really have people everywhere. The whole town of Flora, no holes in it. 2,692-2,694. At this point, only the last one remains. Warrior, I have said all that needs to be said. Wang Yudao had a sad face. Guming shook his head. There is one more person. Warrior, you kill me. Guming used poison. After a few seconds, Wang Yudao couldn't carry on. Warrior, I'll take you there. Week after week, they returned to the Wang family. Just as he walked through the door, Wang Yudao recoiled as he clenched his teeth. No, I won't tell. Pulling out a dagger on his leg, he frantically killed Gu Ming. You've said it. Gu Ming turned around and walked away. The poisonous mist erodes the whole body. Wang Yudao's action ended just as it started, being melted down with nothing left. Walking through the small courtyard of the Wang family, Gu Ming casually took out a jug of wine and removed half of his mask, taking a sip as he walked. A minute later, he came to a water tank. Hiccup, little friend, you're not hiding very well. Putting the unfinished wine back into the analog space, Gu Ming casually pushed the water tank away, revealing the entrance to the tunnel below. He didn't bother going down. It then released a blast of poisonous mist. The smoke and rain soon filled the entire underground space. Ah! Evil man, I will kill you? I want revenge, I want. A childish voice rang out. It sounds like he's only 15 or 16 years old. Gu Ming turned around and wobbled away. 2694. The end. Next up is the Black Tiger Gang. I think I'm only 15 years old too. Nobody owes anybody anything. Hiccuping, he put his evil ghost mask back on and took one step away. The Black Tiger Gang does the same thing. This gang is much weaker than the Wang family. Many are not that loyal either. Gu Ming quickly killed through several divisions in Furong Town. All the gang members fell down and died complete. After dark, only 3 mission targets remained. Black Tiger Gang Hall. In a brothel. A bearded man knelt on the ground and prayed, Warrior, you are generous, just let us go. I've done many wrong things in my life, but the child is innocent. He hasn't killed a single person, he hasn't done a single thing wrong. And he's going to go into office and change the world. Gu Ming held a delicate wine glass in his hand as he sighed. Although he has done wrong, he has also enjoyed all the conveniences you have brought him, hasn't he? I can give you all a pain in the ass if you say so. As you can see by now, those people died quickly and without any pain at all, didn't they? The big man clenched his fists hard. Warrior, aren't you a chivalrous man? Just kill me, I'm the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, he'll definitely become a good man. I don't care. Gu Ming couldn't hear anymore, and casually killed one of the people hiding on the 2nd and 3rd floors interlayer as he released more toxins. Destroy the traces as you press the issue. It has been proven that everyone is equal in the face of all kinds of toxins. After a bit of maneuvering, he got the exact location. A few minutes later, Gu Ming found the other party in the sewer at the side of the brothel. And what a little doll. But there was something wrong with the mold. The Black Tiger Gang leader was confused. He rushed up and grabbed the other party, which was a pitiful woman. Jade, why you? Where's Aaron, where's Aaron? He asked excitedly. The woman named Xiao Chui sobbed. Brother Along said that there was danger, so he let me hide here. He himself is still in the building. Why doesn't he come out? Xiao Chui was shocked by his appearance and said with a trembling body, Brother Along just met with that woman. From Inamura. The woman had been struggling, and Brother Aaron killed the woman's 2 sons with his hands in order to take her down, and again in front of her husband. He didn't have the strength to run. Gu Ming smiled. Sure enough, they're all the same. He laughed as he ended the lives of the 2 men across from him. Of course, I'm no good either. Chapter 54 5th Simulation. Mission accomplished. Got another simulation. Gu Ming didn't simulate immediately, but instead changed ins to pitch in. It's been a long time coming and it's time for a hot meal. The 3rd floor of the inn. After drinking and eating, Gu Ming sat down in front of the bed and began. Simulation begins. On the first day, you continue to practice in Furong Town, reading and practicing to gain experience. In the 3rd month, you left Hibiscus Town, realizing you were getting nowhere. From the beginning, the destruction of the Black Tiger Gang and the Wang family did not affect you. Looking around the 4 rivers and lakes, you a burst of thought, North Chin, South Xia, East Zhou, West Shang, these 4 places you have been, but the most beautiful scenery is undoubtedly the Sea of the East Zhou. The only thing to watch out for is Lingzhou in the 2nd decade. A month later, you arrived at an island in eastern Zhou and decided to settle here, practicing while walking your own path to become a patriarch. For the sake of convenience, you still choose to stay away from populated areas, relying on a variety of supplies in the simulation space. You also do not need to contact people, in addition to the occasional sea fishing, completely self-sufficient. This time the island is completely different from the last time. The scenery is better and more restful. At the end of the first year, on the sea, you were lying on top of Susu, with a book in your right hand, reading it. Susu wanders steadily on the surface of the water, occasionally opening her mouth wide and devouring the large fish and prawns around her mouth. It's a good life. You're enjoying it. The only thing I'm not happy about is the lack of progress. It's too short a period of time, but we have to keep building up. 10th year, you're still reading. The Heavenly King's flare technique progresses as very little. Without the Heavenly Luodan, you can only cultivate in the normal way, that is, 100 years await. Heaven's Gate Crossing has broken through to the 11th layer, holding the Bujo sword. You're stronger. As for the toxin, it's really a no. You seriously doubt that you've collected most of the toxins. Ying Zhang's claim of 35 tribes is probably an excuse. After all, he needs your body too. Alchemy. Which world's ancestors are so obsessed with longevity? Standing in the middle of the beach, you lamented. 20 years and counting. You've read all the techniques in your hand more than 10 times, and you've already memorized them. But I still don't have any idea about the path to become a master. Heaven's Gate Crossing has been cultivated to the 13th level instead. Your fighting power is getting stronger and stronger. This is the year you changed into a white dress and decided to come out of the world. I have enough theoretical experience. All I need next is to feel it, to experience it, to have an epiphany in a desperate situation, to understand it. This is the routine of most masters. Carrying the Bujo sword on your back, you put on 2 masks and purposely walked in a different direction so as not to run into Lingqiu. All 4 countries are so large that they seem small because of the rush to get from one to the other in a month. But if you wander carefully, you won't be able to walk out of a Taoist city in a month's time. This time you purposely slowed down for the experience. March 20th. You met bandits again and again and again, and you happened to be in the mood, so you didn't use the poisonous mist, you just stuck to the iron. Punch after punch, releasing all kinds of negative emotions in my heart. The bandits are weak, one punch can crush them. The sky is full of blood and flesh flying, like a rain. You use the Big Dipper to block out all the dirt, and you kill to your heart's content, and your blood boils all over your body. In 10 seconds, you killed hundreds of bandits with their horses and even 15 dogs. They're no stronger than the Big Dipper. They're pathetically weak. Well, brother, good tactics. As soon as it's over, a silhouette rushes up, looking at you with an excited expression. This group of bandits, this is how it should be. Guilty as charged. You nodded, his eyes in his neck, chest slightly stayed. Jindi, you this technology also cannot women dressed as a man also do not cover the knot in the throat. Kendo master? Fengnan picked up his own sword and nodded. There are still quite a lot of people in the Jianghu who walk this road, but there are very few who can walk to the end. I heard from my master that only 3 people in the world have gone to the top. She said with some yearning, one is the legendary demon sect master Lingqiu, one is the master of the endless sect, Zhao Wuxing, and one is my senior brother, the sword bearer of the Zhengyang Palace. You've heard of these 3 before, or did Nangong Shiro tell you? Except for Zhao Wuxing you haven't seen, the remaining 2. Ling Ling slept with you. The sword wielder almost killed you, and made you endure the long torture of the sword dangler. Take your time. Fengnan sighed, my life is probably hard enough, it would already be smoke from my ancestors' graves if I could break through to a grandmaster. You laugh, this female Taoist priest is only 30 years old this year, the time is still long, surely can break through the patriarch. Any more her master is Lu Chuanqiu. The real Big Dipper. Come on, dog, I'm on to you. You encouraged her, and in your mind you kept thinking about your own path. 10 days later, you arrived at a small city called Tianning in the Great Zhou. Chapter 55 Preparations. Inside the city. You're walking side by side with Fengnan. She was dressed in a light blue Taoist robe, with a turquoise hairpin on her head, and she walked and laughed all the way. You also surveyed the city, looking for things that would give you a break. Walking to the center of the city, Fengnan exclaimed, Airdog, look, there's a martial arts competition over there. That girl is so pretty, I can't help it, I'll go first. With that said, she rushes straight into the crowd and jumps into the ring. The corner of your mouth twitches as you look at the 2 figures in the ring. I'm hiding so far away, and you're still competing. National tour, isn't it? The one who is recruiting is Lingqiu. She pretended to be soft, her moving eyes blinking, and at the moment she had already fought with Feng Nan. Both sides have been fighting each other for a while. You look twice, ready to run, but it's so obvious, you finally decide to keep looking, wearing 2 masks, you should be fine. Master Ayezi must be believed. But, right, the last time he went from the Eastern Zhou to the Western Shine, no matter how much he dodged along the way, he was still discovered. After watching for a while, Feng Nan knew he couldn't overcome, so he took the initiative to retreat and jumped out of the ring. The onlookers gasped, not realizing that both of them were so capable of fighting. You think back to the image of them in the same frame, and you feel a stirring in your heart. The orange power is great. Too strong, go, this must be to experience life and have fun. Von Nan makes a precise judgment, hitting me is like my senior brother feeding me moves. Skimming, she pulls you away. Ling worries didn't catch up, you let out a sigh of relief. Feng Nan bought many things in the small town, masks, tassels, rouge, cold drinks. Finally, you came to an inn. 2 dogs, I don't think this is practice, this is enjoyment. Feng Nan took a big gulp of the small sweet water and said unimaginatively. You nodded, it does feel that way. Junior comes and serves up a portion of the dishes, and you all eat while chatting, the topics are all very light. Until it was almost over when a figure walked up, 2 of you, how about adding me? Ling worries looks at you with a smile. Feng Nan nodded, you eat straight away, it's on me. This guy has absolutely no feeling of being a monk, a Taoist nun. Is more like a Taoist master. Ling worry sat down, under Gongsun Jejia, these 2 years have been in the martial arts recruiting, want a husband stronger than me. But it seems that some of the sky is the limit. 666. No eyes. Still using this trumpet, right?
You're thinking of the golden clutch Tilu gun you got earlier. It's not impossible to get him to talk. You too, why are you walking so fast? Are you going to find a deserted place, make love to each other, undress your robes to the moon, and sleep on a starry night? Ling worries rushes in, smiling, her gaze gradually sharpening. You're looking straight at her, and your eyes are not kind. After staring at each other for a while, Ling Cho suddenly reaches out, and the unconventional sword behind you suddenly comes out of the body and is held in her hand. Immediately afterward, she took out her own sword. Feng Nan was incredulous, exactly the same, there is actually an identical sword under the sky, even the decorations on it, the engravings are all the same. You didn't say anything, you've made all the preparations. Next time, be sure to stay away from this woman. Ling worries surveyed for a while and shook his head, there are some differences, my sword has only been recast 2,996 times, while his sword, 3,160. Right? And Feng Nan, we'll meet again. Waving her hand, she turns and walks away. Your eyes keep changing, what does this woman mean? Feng Nan thoughtfully, Air Dog, do you guys know each other? I know, you and she were childhood sweethearts, but then you failed her and left her, and she had no choice but to go from city to city competing in martial arts to earn road money to find you. Women, so much drama. You righted the mask of the gods on your face and shook your head, Taoist nuns, the green hills don't change. What are you going to do? Feng Nan asked in disbelief, and then hastily said. You shake your head and turn away, I've heard from many friends that most breakthroughs in the realm of the sovereign are between life and death. I'm going to go all the way west and challenge those experts along the way to force a breakthrough. I'm asking for your opinions here, so you can comment in the appropriate comments and I'll refer to the majority response, thanks. Length of simulation time. Do you feel that using all the time affects the look and feel, just use it once for each simulation? STH. Or SB else. I'll be checking back here often for reference, thanks. Chapter 56 The Heaven and Earth Alliance. Feng Nan looked at you incredulously, my master also said, but between life and death. You simply cannot control this degree, once the operation is not good, you will die. Let's just die. If you can't break through, you might as well die. The pressure from Ling worries is too strong. You're sick of it. You've had enough of being weak. You have to get stronger. Carrying a sword, you walk forward in silence. 2 dogs, I'm with you. Feng Nan chases after me. You don't care. 20 years, march. Great Joe, in a mountain fortress, you killed a peak Big Dipper with a single sword, looking around at the countless corpses, your face was expressionless. A figure jumps down from the air, incredulous, 2 dogs, you are simply not human. But the peak of true bone, even the peak of earthly Dipper can be decapitated, directly crossing 2 great realms.
You put away the unconventional sword and sigh.
In the first two simulations, he was involved in the siege of Lingqiu, and he was also hacked to death by Lingqiu with the Buzhou sword. That iconic head, you'll hardly forget it. Feng Nan was incredulous. Airdog, how do you know it's someone from the Zhengyang Palace?
I'm just trying to help you.
Why are you helping me? We haven't known each other for 3 months. Feng Nan grabs a fallen leaf from your shirt. 3 months isn't long enough, I already know everything about you. My master also wrote back, he said you're a strange man, worthy of a lifetime commitment. You're speechless, this inexplicable fondness again.
I don't like you. Don't ever come to me again.
You look at her coldly, take care of yourself.
Gu Ming.
Feng Nan's eyes were red and she directly called out your real name. It seems that Zhengyang Palace has already investigated you clearly and she herself knows everything.
Feng Nan is going to chase after him.
The yellow-clothed heavenly deity behind her couldn't stand it anymore and directly stopped her. Senior sister, isn't it just a man?
There's no need?
Like him this kind of goods, we Zhengyang Palace as much as we want, you. When Marshal Huang wanted to continue, Feng Nan Bengbu stopped and turned around and roared, get out!
Then crouches down, tears falling. You ignored them, and went straight ahead.
There is no suitable target in Eastern Zhou, you decided to make a break for Southern Xia.
There are 3 good candidates on the other side.
One of them is Plum Blossom 56, the head of the Tiandi Alliance, an ordinary Big Dipper who was just broken through 100 years ago, which is just right. Back then, Lingqiu alone killed through the Heaven and Earth Alliance. It's reasonable to use their allies to break through again yourself. 10 days later, you arrived without incident. Standing at the headquarters of the Heaven and Earth Alliance, you jumped up onto the huge statue in front of you. I, Yi Baiyun, Lord of Dekiro City, have come here today to challenge the Lord of the Heaven and Earth Alliance.
The wind is blowing and your sleeves are flying. The entire Tiandi Union headquarters, everyone heard your voice. How dare you?
But a mere true bone, presuming to challenge my alliance master.
A figure comes at you with his feet in the air and a gun in his hand. A grandmaster.
The 5 elements of heaven and earth and 4 directions skill, storm thunder shocking the sky gun, you can see his heel at a glance, and then a long sleeve wave, a sword.
Bang!
The lotus-like sword dipper sent that patriarch flying and smashed him on the ground, leaving him unable to regain his senses for a long time.
The explosive astral aura also restricts all his means. You didn't kill anyone.
After all, you were just trying to break through and feel the pressure.
Nice try. Your Excellency.
Not far away, an earth deity comes out, looks at you with an excited face, rushes to you and talks at the same time, only to be crushed by you before he can finish his sentence.
Still seconds. Let your allies come. Under the Big Dipper, I am invincible. You whisper. When these words came out, the many disciples of the Tiandi Alliance below were not happy, but looking at the wretched appearance of that Earth Dipper elder, there was no one who didn't know how to make a move.
Whoosh! Not far away, a blue light keeps flashing, followed by a figure holding a lance, appearing in front of you. She has a delicate figure, only 1 meter 5 by visual estimation, but the lance in her hand is 2 meters long.
She's standing across from you in a towering building, bent over. Ya Baiyun, challenge me?
Plum Blossom 56's gaze was cold. It's been years since I've encountered someone as rampant as you.
Another little lowly? Or is it the leader of the Heaven and Earth Alliance?
You're even more sure that this world is a ribbon world. Looking at the mask of the gods on your face, she suddenly let out a laugh, and then her gun came out like a dragon, and a Stormbringer shocker shot you in the face. You're too familiar with this gun technique, Buzhou sword out, dodging and attacking at the same time.
Plum Blossom 56's face kept changing. Who the hell are you? How do you know the footwork of my Heaven and Earth Alliance?
The 5 elements of heaven and earth, the 5 elements of the 4 directions, the thunderbolt and the heavenly spear, all these martial arts have a part of the accompanying martial arts, which you have already mastered and integrated into your own system. Oftentimes it is cast subconsciously, completely instinctively.
To which you anticipated, not answering, but continuing the attack.
Chapter 57, Green Lotus Temple, Thoughts Like Fountains, the Path of the Patriarch's Footsteps. After fighting for a while, Plum Blossom 56 flings his lance, the power of the Big Dipper erupts and sends you flying hard, smashing into the ground.
Hundreds of alabaster floor tiles broken. You're holding your back and getting up slowly. The difference between the Big Dipper and the Big Dipper is too great. The power of the Earth's astral deities you can react to, and even backhandedly suppress, but the power of the heavenly deities is truly bizarre. In this world,
The power of the Big Dipper comes from the earth, and the power of the Big Dipper comes from the stars.
The gap is not that big.
Plum Blossom 56 falls beside you, and with a twist of the gun, hooks off the mask on your face.
No wonder she wears a mask. She's a little. After a lewd laugh, Plum Blossom 56 turned around and left. I know what you want to do, and you've got too much guts. The path of the ego patriarch is not that easy. Not every Big Dipper is like me and will leave you alive.
I don't know how you know my Heaven and Earth Alliance's gun technique, internal strength, but if I let me hear in the Jianghu Lake that someone has borrowed the name of my Heaven and Earth Alliance to do evil,
I will kill you.
You struggle to stand up and listen to that little lowly with such domineering words and mixed emotions. The contrast, you love it.
I wasn't born with an M, was I?
The astral winds flow, washing the dust away, and you put back on the half mask of the gods.
By the way, the floor under your feet is worth 10,000 taels, remember to pay for it.
Sighing, you say flatly, don't worry, I, Yi Baiyun, am true to my word and will definitely pay back the money. On your way out you picked up a floor tile and looked at it twice. It's not worth much.
No way, Lori, you're trying to trick me.
You don't have any hesitation, just run away and pay back the money, in your next life, jailbird. There are 2 more in Nansha besides this TND League Master. One of them is more suitable for you than Plum Blossom 56.
There's a good chance he won't kill you. After all, he's a Buddhist.
Yes, your next target is the Green Lotus Temple, the same temple where Fa name is located. It is said that the Green Lotus Temple happens to have a monk who just broke through the Big Dipper, named Tianchi. You sprinted along, recalling the battle with Plum Blossom 56 while thinking about your own path to becoming a patriarch, forcing various martial arts to blend together.
My brain is about to explode.
5 days later, you came to the Green Lotus Temple. Worthy of being a temple, the ground is too big, as far as the eye can see, densely packed with palaces and pavilions, and there is a huge tower towering in the very center.
This is a ING palace. Being a monk is so lucrative.
The corners of your mouth twitch, and then you barge right into the Green Lotus Temple.
A jump to the highest point of the giant tower.
You have a strong breath and yell, my name is One Sword Dictator Wang Fugue, and I've come to teach Elder Tianchi today. When you're in the world, a trumpet is important. A silhouette walks out from various buildings, and you instantly feel more than a dozen hot gazes, 3 of which are full of killing intent. You gulp. The Buddhists, they're supposed to be very compassionate.
Directly in front, 3 people walk out of the glorious temple.
The monk in the center wearing golden monk's clothes uttered calmly, Tianchi, you go.
The white-robed monk on the left nodded his head and saluted, disciples receive orders.
Says the man who flew in with his bare hands and stood across from you. Tianchi, Green Lotus Temple Big Dipper,
breakthrough in less than. Misstep. The Big Dipper is so strong.
Your whole body is covered with internal injuries caused by the power of the Big Dipper, and your whole body is unconscious.
Gu Ming.
In a trance, you hear a familiar voice. Elder sister, this guy is too rampant. A true bone dares to challenge the Big Dipper and has no background whatsoever, who will die if he doesn't.
Elder brother, save them. Gradually, you lose consciousness.
When you wake up, you find yourself lying in a quaint room. The walls are covered with Taoist truths, all kinds of talismans and spells, and there's a huge portrait of a Taoist man right in front of you. Here's.
Thinking back to your memories before you fainted, you have a guess. Fengnan took me to Zhengyang Palace? It's not good. Zhengyang Palace is Lu Chuanqiu's territory. This old Taoist priest is a bit mean.
After reperceiving, you realize that your body's injuries are still severe, and that the 14,000 or so toxins piled up in your body can't carry the Big Dipper.
You keep recalling the moment when you were knocked away by Tianchi,
attempting to find a breakthrough.
In the process, the martial arts you've practiced and seen continue to surface. I'm getting a little bit of an idea. For a moment, you thought of a lot.
In the Jianghu, all patriarchs practiced one path: sword, knife, gun, arrow, whip, inner, outer. Is there a possibility that I will cultivate all martial arts and forcefully open up a true path of the Haina Patriarch?
You're getting more and more active.
Soon, you identified the 5 main planks of your path to the Patriarch. Internal martial arts, lightweight martial arts, weapons, fist and kick, body refining. The so-called way of the Patriarch is mostly in these 5 directions. The memories of tens of thousands of martial arts continue to swim and intertwine in your mind, and in the next moment, you smile.
Egoist, but that's it. Chapter 58 Infinite 10,000 Laws Technique. In the world, no matter whether it is internal, external, sword, fist, after the master can only choose a main training, the other can only be auxiliary. Why? It's not because the flesh is too weak to withstand the impact of multiple forces. The solution is also very simple, as long as there is a technique created that reverses yin and yang and balances everything. But unfortunately, there's no such technique until now. But I am different. I have practiced the 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique, and my fleshly body is strong to withstand these. You think it's simple, practicing all the martial arts in the world, all is one, each martial art is the way of the master. Although these martial arts are created by others, it is not wrong to be able to control all of them, and the general outline that suppresses everything is unique to you. The details of the 5 chapters of internal martial arts, fists and kicks, weapons, lightness, and body refining have been added by you bit by bit. Soon, a wholehearted technique was created by you. Infinite manifestation. The main core is the 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique, which is like incorporating toxins, integrating all martial arts into its own system. These martial arts are further divided into the 5 sections above, each with a corresponding cultivation method. Immediately after creating the unique Patriarch's method, you tried it. Directly integrating the White Lotus destruction technique into the inner strength chapter. The astral energy uniquely belonging to the White Lotus destruction technique flows through your body, and soon, intense, far more than you can imagine, pain surges in, and you grit your teeth, forcing yourself to endure this pain. After a few seconds, the White Lotus destruction technique has been transformed into a part of the inner strength chapter, and has been integrated within your body. With the incorporation of the White Lotus destruction technique, your cultivation level instantly breaks through. From the peak of the true bone to the lower level of the master. Strength in all directions. The only downside is time. You sigh. If you want to incorporate new techniques, you must practice them successfully, so that they can be fully integrated into yourself. But the last thing you need is time. From now on, devouring the incorporated internal energy can enhance my true chi, total amount of astral chi, and strength. Weapons can enhance my attack power, physique. Light kung fu can enhance my stance, physique, and punching and kicking can enhance the stance, attack, and physique. Many martial arts include attack, stance, and physique. You're in me, I'm in you. Your thoughts are getting better and better. Soon, you're in bed incorporating the martial arts you mastered before, such as Step by Step, Storm Thunder Shocking Sky Gun, and you obviously feel your body stronger. Next, I need to practice some techniques to recover my internal injuries. After feeling your badly injured body, you ponder in your mind. Inner strength is the main thing. Not only can you improve your cultivation, but also enhance your true chi, the total amount of astral chi. With more energy in the body, it's easier to do everything. Ordinary gongfu can recover from internal injuries in 3 days, and in an instant if there is enough true chi. You immediately found a heavenly wood one-line technique for repairing internal injuries and started practicing it. Since the White Lotus destruction technique has been integrated into your body, you are not considered to have changed your practice. Not only that, but also because of the abundant true chi and powerful physique, the speed of practicing internal martial arts is greatly increased. In this way, the speed of your practice of internal martial arts and other techniques will snowball, getting faster and faster. Half an hour later, you succeeded in your cultivation, and the heavenly wood one-line technique was rapidly integrated into your body, and with it came that unbearable pain. Immediately afterward, you run the skywood one-line technique with all your might to recover from your internal injuries. It will take about 3 months to heal completely. Having been given the exact time, you immediately stopped and subsequently practiced more healing internal arts. 2 hours later, you have incorporated 3 more internal disciplines, and then you run the gong method again and realize that the time has been shortened to 2 months and 15 days. Wonderful, just wonderful. This is the horror of this path of the masters. There is no limit, you can never stop improving yourself. The main reliance is still the 10,000 poison body nourishing work to enhance the physical body. If it is an ordinary person, early in the moment of integration into the work of yin and yang disharmony, bursting body and died. Even if you could really fit in, you wouldn't be able to tolerate that kind of pain. After all, the 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique is already painful, and the heaven and earth 10,000 methods technique, which is even more painful than it, will surely be even more painful. You continue to practice. Now that the road ahead is smooth, I feel much more relaxed. Not for long. You hear a footstep, which stops. Door opens. A familiar figure walks by. Fengnan jumps in front of you with a surprised look on her face. Guming, you made it. You've actually made your own way to the master's path. She looks at you incredulously, delighted by you.
Behind her, a middle-aged Taoist priest steps out and looks at you with an extraordinarily amused gaze. This karmic master is truly young and take care of your wounds, karma. Su Shiji didn't have too much contact with you and just closed the door, leaving Feng Nan behind. Gu Ming, quickly tell me, how did you come up with your path of the patriarch? What was the path again? You shook your head. Specifically I cannot say, but I feel it. Want to break through the patriarch. Is best to experience a real life and death crisis. The other side really want to kill you kind of. Feng Nan sighed, the probability of this is too low, it must be more than that, or else how many ego masters must there be under the sky? Do you follow the way of the sword? She's very curious about this. You shake your head. Perhaps it was because my thoughts of surviving were so drastic at the time that I took the path of inner strength, healing inner strength. You run your gongfu, and a vibrant astral energy gushes out from your body. Feng Nan's eyes widened. There's still this kind of operation under the sky. She really hasn't heard of it. After chatting a bit more, she left. You are also relieved to learn from Feng Nan that this is not the Eastern Zhou, but still the Southern Xia, and a branch of the Zhongyang Palace. It's been 3 years since I was seriously injured by Tenchi. With a quiet environment, you continue to practice those simple healing techniques, grimacing as you incorporate them into yourself. After 2 days, you've incorporated a total of 151 simple healing techniques. The wounds in my body are completely restored. A large number of healing internal energy gathered, so that your physical body recovery power greatly improved, already a bit of super speed regeneration flavor. Not only that, the total amount of true chi in the body is also far more than the same realm of the clan master. Simply put, it is to return blood to plus, blue bar limit to plus, blood bar limit to plus. Chapter 59, Cultivation, Strengthening. After your injuries are healed, you continue to fuse your internal energy, and at this point, the speed of your internal energy cultivation would have reached the extreme. Ordinary inner strength is learned in 10 seconds. 1 hour for the top technique. 3 hours for the greatest skill. You strike the iron while it's hot, run the contents of the internal martial arts chapter, and keep fusing new techniques. Feng Nan has also been looking for you all this time to learn more about the key points of the breakthrough. Time is spent in an infinite cycle of practice. 1 month later. You have integrated all the internal arts you know, and your own power is at its peak. A body of true chi is as majestic as the sea. This amount is too much, you call it awesome. There are many different types of internal arts, some specifically for attack, some specifically for defense, and you are free to use them, and your strength is unprecedented. At this moment, just the astral energy outflow is 3,000 meters. Because of the additional effects of the many internal arts, it also makes your physical body more powerful. The effects of the true chi are more and more, and the astral chi released even possesses the characteristics of setting fire, freezing and so on. Combat power increased dramatically. I'm now a few days away from the Big Dipper. Forget it, let's not talk about it. The upper limit of the Big Dipper's power is too high, we still need to keep accumulating it, Jindy. Immediately after that, you start practicing those basic weapons, that is, those swords, knives and so on. Basic martial arts consume a short time, produce quick results, and can also continuously accelerate one's cultivation speed, so it's the best choice. It's a pity that the martial arts in your hands are mostly internal, with very little in the way of weapons, fists, and kicks. After another half a month, you've cultivated a total of 531 weapon martial arts, including the Heaven's Gate crossing that you got your hands on before. Your strength is again a burst of enhancement, then continue to cultivate. We'll focus on the hands of those first class, the absolute, the top level of the Gongfu. So it's been another half a month. Internal martial arts are very different from weapons, fists, and kicks. While most internal martial arts are much simpler to practice, other techniques have various layers and weights. Half a month down the line, you've only practiced 3 first-class weapon martial arts up to Grandmaster. That's fast enough, but you're not satisfied. On this day, you were practicing at the Taoist temple. Feng Nam is here again. Only this time her expression was a little strange. What's going on? You stabbed a sword through a tree across the street and asked. Feng Nan shook her head. Master told me to go back to East Zhou. My father had an illness. Then go away. I can't bear to part with you, Guming. It's so happy and easy to be with you. Come back to East Zhou with me. Feng Nan suddenly looks at you expectantly. Jailbird, I don't have any feelings for you and you want to take me home to meet the parents. Come on, it's not appropriate. You put away the Buzhou sword, your face is getting weird. Feng Nan did not continue to persuade. After a few words of conversation, she rode away. On the way out, she somehow fell a few tears, looking at you puzzled.
I'm really a chimera now? You put on a half mask of a god and also decided to leave Nansha.
Find a quiet place and practice hard. Now that your path is complete, it's time to fight and work hard. Changing into a brand new white robe, you head south. The southernmost part of Nansha has a lot of unexplored primitive forests. The terrain is very complex and sparsely populated, just right for your retreat. 3 days later. Halfway there. But just then, a figure suddenly appears in front of you. It's a Taoist priest. He's holding a scimitar, stopping you in your tracks.
You're Gu Ming?
The white-robed Taoist priest asked coldly. You nodded and looked at him in disbelief. Young in appearance, cultivated in the Big Dipper, nothing special.
You're the one who stole my girl? Die for me.
After getting your confirmation, the dowser went straight to Redworm, picked up his sword and rushed up.
You're thinking directly of Nan Fong.
After all, in this life you only have a little relationship with this woman, plus the other person is also a Taoist nun. Looking at your opponent's flawed appearance, you shake your head and stomp him to the ground. The Taoist priest struggles, but can do nothing. You look back, the Zhongyang Palace is famous all over the world, and its disciples are chivalrous and righteous, punishing evil and promoting goodness, so I'm sure they won't do anything to hold on to the strong and weak. At this moment has felt a breath not far away. That's a Big Dipper. Traveling with the Big Dipper to send each other, it seems that the status is not trivial. You silently lifted your foot. This Taoist brother, I have no feelings for Fong Nan, it's all a misunderstanding, goodbye. Without realizing that the killing power of your sentence is too great for a Taoist priest. Ding Hong spat out the dirt in his mouth, both eyes bloodshot. Gu Ming, you deserve to die. Elder brother, help me kill him. Feeling the overriding killing intent on your opponent, you frown. Then he drew his sword without hesitation. Whoosh! A head flies out, blood rushes out like a fountain. You gather a large amount of astral energy, gathering it together with the raging toxins in your body, and look warily at the Big Dipper in the distance. The sword of Buzhou is clenched, and the battle is about to begin. Worthy of being an ego patriarch, a patriarch beheads the Big Dipper like killing a chicken and slaughtering a dog.
The man who was just coming out of nowhere.
He wore rough Taoist robes, stepped on straw shoes, and had a scruffy beard.
You want to try it too?
Big Dipper, I haven't killed yet. In these 3 days you have practiced part of your lightness, incorporated the lightness chapter, and your strength has also increased a lot. The Big Dipper. If you go all out, you're not a match for me. Shinhe shook his head. This senior brother of mine has grown up with no one in his sights, so if Jusher kills him, it will be considered as removing harm from the people.
I'll see you again, Mr. Gu.
You glance at him and finally walk away with some regret.
I'm not sure if I can beat you.
After you left, Shinhe breathed a sigh of relief. His body was already covered with fine sweat.
This guy, how does he cultivate?
But it's only the low level of Zhongshu, but it makes me so afraid. He can feel it clearly. If you really fight, you're likely to die.
It's a horrible feeling.
After years of walking the rivers and lakes, he hasn't experienced this feeling for a long time.
It's too bizarre.
It must be reported to the palace master. Resetting Ding Hong's head, Shinhe pulls his body and turns away, moving faster and faster. 10 days later, you're deep in the primeval forests of southern Daxia. It's too humid here, snakes, insects and beasts are everywhere. Fortunately, you have strong qi in your body, and you have the astral body protection. You don't care about this at all. After another 5 days, you find a cave in the deeper mountain forest, and after a brief cleanup, you begin a new round of practice. Chapter 60 Going Out, Taking Down the Heaven and Earth Alliance. You have a lot of techniques in your possession, all of which were collected for you by Gu Han and Ing Zheng in North Qin. You begin to frantically incorporate easy light kung fu, weaponry, fists and kicks, and body refining feats. You've allocated your time wisely and utilized it to the utmost. Practicing every second, like a puppet. In the 22nd year, you have fused all the light techniques, which is the smallest number among the many martial arts, and after all of them have been fused, your body's reflexes and physical strength have greatly improved. One step is 30 meters, not only that, but you can also take 35 steps in the air in a row, and with enough astral energy, you can completely keep stepping in the air. In the 23rd year, you have integrated all the body refining techniques. As the name suggests, these techniques cultivate the physical body. There are many parts of the body that are strengthened, even the teeth. After finishing this part of the practice, your appearance has become a lot harder and sunnier looking, which is more in line with your aesthetic. More importantly, the practice of body refining techniques makes your body stronger, and the bones, muscles, and various parts of your body usher in secondary development. If you explode at full power, you can instantly turn into a 5-meter tall little giant.
You named this mold the second form.
In the 25th year, you have fused thousands of boxing and kicking martial arts, and your strength has risen a great deal more. In the 28th year, you fused the rest of the weapon martial arts, all kinds of weapons at hand, more powerful combat. After reaching this point, you have also officially ended this long practice. If you want to continue to improve, you must incorporate more feats. This is also the main process for you to raise your cultivation level. Today you are still in the sovereign realm, only one step away from the next step. It is estimated that with a few more White Gate martial arts incorporated, it will be about right.
In the cave, you're on to something new.
With more practical experience, you are ready to create more feats to practice and incorporate.
So self-sufficient.
In the 29th year, you kept trying, improving, and created 108 martial arts, subject to the limitations of your realm. The cultivation limits of these martial arts are all the sovereign masters. Boxing, swordplay, and internal martial arts. After all the fusion, your strength, cultivation, continues to increase. In the 30th year, you created more techniques, and after practicing fusion, your cultivation officially broke through and stepped into the middle level of the sovereign master.
In the cave, you're in good spirits. The current me is not that far off from the Big Dipper. You're really confident at this moment. Too many buffs on you. The brain is running out, I need more feats. Walking out of the cave, you have some feelings. It's not good to keep eating the same old food, without new feats to take in. Sooner or later there will be a day when we won't have the inspiration to create feats. It's like going to the bathroom, you have to eat and drink to go, otherwise you just wash your hands. Jailbird, in the restroom, washing your hands is just the basics. Walking out of the cave, you go to a nearby city, and after thinking about it for a while, you decide to go to the Heaven and Earth Alliance once more. The Tiandi Alliance is also a famous force in Southern Summer with a long history. If you can take it down, it will definitely bring you more gains. At the same time, this is an important process for you to test your strength. Can the Patriarch defeat the Big Dipper? This has never happened before in all of history. In March of the 30th year, you came to the Tiandi Union. The floor tiles here have all been replaced with cheaper green tiles, TSK. It seems that the Tiandi Alliance's economy isn't doing too well these days. You take one step and come straight to the statue above your head. Where is Plum Blossom 56? One sword to the West-East Gate Blower, will defeat you today. Your breath is showing and getting stronger. A red light appeared, followed by a familiar voice. It's you again, the punk who owes money. Plum Blossom 56 is standing on the roof of the building across the street and looks a bit surprised when he sees you. I didn't expect that you would have become a self-patriarch. The aura on you is too obvious, the difference between you and the average clan master is too great to be seen at a glance. You're not going to hide it, either. It's all over. There are only more things you don't expect. Drawing your Bujo sword, you charge straight up. Little master, you don't know what you're talking about. Plum Blossom 56 taunts and rushes in with his spear. You gather a sea of astral energy to fight her, and upon contact, you are shocked in your heart. A palm swings out and Plum Blossom 56 flies straight out. So you're so weak. In your perception, the power of the other side is really weak. Plum Blossom 56's eyes stared like bronze bells as she looked at a crack on her iron spear. She couldn't believe it. You actually defeated my Big Dipper's power, just by using the Big Dipper's energy? You're standing on the statue, the sword of Buju strikes hard. A hideous sword darted out. Boom! Plum Blossom 56 was losing ground and finally spat out a mouthful of blood directly and collapsed in the ruins. This is considered the strongest flat A in your norm, and it seems to be enough to kill the average Big Dipper. On the opposite side, the faces of the many disciples of the Heaven and Earth Alliance suddenly changed, and they hurriedly went up in order to Alliance Master. Are you all right? Ally, you must have been careless, pull yourself together. Master, we've all been on this mission together, don't lose your honor. A group of people scrambling to be the first to say. A Grandmaster defeated the Big Dipper. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be that the allies aren't serious. You laugh and jump down from the statue, the astral energy spreads, all the disciples of the Tiandi Alliance are knocked back dozens of meters, the astral barrier unfolds, how can they not get closer to you? Plum 56, looks like I don't have to pay what I owe you. You reached out and melted the sword astral in her body, and transformed the healing astral, restoring all her injuries. Plum Blossom 56 opens his eyes before a large amount of blood remains in the corner of his mouth. Who the hell are you? You help her to her feet and smile. A name is just a title, it doesn't matter. What matters is, do you want to live? Do you want the entire Heaven and Earth Alliance to live? You're threatening me. Plum Blossom 56 grits his teeth and looks at you. What the hell do you want? It's simple, from now on, the Heaven and Earth Alliance is at my command. Daydreaming? Ha! You stretch out your fingers and densely packed sword dangles appear around you with a chilling aura. Are you repeating that? The corners of Plum Blossom 56's mouth tugged, and he finally said helplessly, good. A black smoke flies out of your mouth and into her body as your heart is beautiful. What's this? A poison that controls you is just a poison, that is, a fusion of more than 14,000 kinds. Don't worry, you can't die. At this moment, you can already crush her Big Dipper defense, and hold your opponent at your fingertips. Chapter 61. Before, because of the Big Dipper, you couldn't pinpoint each other. Now, all of you, kneel down for me. As to whether it will be criticized, saying that the favor will be returned or something. After all, when you came to challenge, Plum Blossom 56 did not kill you. To the Big Dipper strong, this is indeed a favor. You're totally cool with it. As long as we can fulfill our purpose, as long as we can become stronger, morality and whatever else can be fed to the dogs. You. After feeling the mixed poison flowing in his body, Plum Blossom 56's face changed drastically. Evil demon. You won't have a good ending. You have both hands. I don't need a good end, I just need strength. After controlling the 56 Plum Blossoms, you control half of the TND Union, and you control the people watching the show, planting poison in their bodies. Most of these onlookers are senior members of the TND Alliance. Among them there is also a familiar face. It is the young man who came over to avenge the bandits. The same guy who contributed some of your cultivation resources, the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and the Thunderbolt shocking gun. It's been a lot easier for you after this. If you want to live, do as you're told. You reach out and hook Plum 56's chin and speak softly. Plum Blossom 56 stares at you angrily, his face grim, but he can't say anything. You've taken over the TND League. At night, Plum Blossom 56 brought all the martial arts collected by the TND Alliance, a total of 300 internal arts, 500 punches and kicks, 100 light arts, 50 body refining, and 500 weapons. Is this the accumulation of the Heaven and Earth Alliance? As a first-class power in Southern Summer, this is indeed a bit less. Plum Blossom 56 nodded. That's all the martial arts, my Heaven and Earth Alliance majors and the Heaven and Earth Quartet's 5 elements skill, and the Storm Thunder shocking Heavenly Lance. What's the use of the other martial arts? Okay, so crazy. Too much pride can kill you. You made Plum Blossom 56 stand down and start practicing instead. East Gate Blower, in 3 days my eldest sister will be back, so get ready. Halfway through the walk, Plum Blossom 56 suddenly said, Eldest sister? You frown slightly. In your understanding, isn't the strongest in the Heaven and Earth Alliance the Plum Blossom 56? How come another eldest sister has appeared? Plum Blossom 56 gazed and said, back then, Master took in a total of 56 disciples to cultivate, and then only 3 were left, and the rest died. Being the youngest and the least qualified, I inherited the Heaven and Earth Alliance and guarded it all day long. Eldest senior sister, 13th senior sister, on the other hand, chose to travel the rivers and lakes and continue her bitter cultivation. You pick up a copy of the internal martial arts and ask, how strong are they? While practicing. All of them are Big Dipper, with 13th senior sister at the middle stage of Big Dipper and eldest senior sister at the peak of Big Dipper. Unlike you, they are all ordinary Big Dipper. East Gate Blower, can you handle it? Plum Blossom 56 clasping his shoulders, watching the show. At this moment you have also succeeded in practicing your inner strength. Putting down the small book in your hand, you grabbed Plum Blossom 56 with one hand. Are you watching me laugh? Plum Blossom 56 shakes his head. I wouldn't dare. No, you've got lot. But you don't know what's in your heart. Anyway, you've got a lot of martial arts resources in the TND Alliance. You don't care even if they turn against you, it's worth it. In the evening, just after dark, you were sipping tea in front of your bed when a dark shadow suddenly jumped up and knocked on the window. Who's that, knocking on my window? You ask. My lord, this is the entire collection of merit laws that have come up today. You opened the window, and the man outside obediently handed up one parcel after another, 10 in total, with the total number of feats roughly over 300. Aha! You nodded your head in response and sent him away. It's inexplicable. It's like a secret agent meeting. You spit out a sentence and then take out the kung fu and continue practicing. You're finished in less than an incense burner. As you incorporate more and more feats, you are getting faster and faster. The combined strength has increased by another fraction of a degree, which is not bad. After dawn, you're almost rested. Preparing to move to next target. Another first-class power in southern summer, the Green Lotus Temple. According to the previous understanding, the Heaven and Earth Alliance, the Green Lotus Temple and other first-class forces only have one Big Dipper in the town. But the situation is definitely not simple. If the T&D Alliance is like this, the Green Lotus Temple will only get stronger. It's better to be careful. One day later. You've come near the gate of the Green Lotus Temple. Looking at the contiguous complex of buildings in front of you, you once again exclaim, "That's rich." You're not going to go through with it. What you want is nothing more than a technique, and the hidden scriptures in the Green Lotus Temple are just the thing to satisfy your various requirements. Late night. You stepped into the air and crept into the Green Lotus Temple. After practicing so much light kung fu, your stance has long reached the highest level. You won't be detected easily. Even if you're found out, you'll be able to run away. That's why you dare to challenge Tiandi and break into the Green Lotus Temple at night. Kyangri Unsa Temple is too big. All areas. In the temple, the statue of Buddha is golden and all kinds of materials are abundant. After searching for half a day, you finally found the hidden scripture cabinet. Carefully opened the door, you walked in. Who? As soon as I took a step, someone on the other side of the room questioned me. You glance over, nightclothes, black mask, more lewd than yourself. Looks like a fellow traveler. Chapter 62, Discovered. Studying at Sirenji. You casually dealt with a sentence, at this moment also felt the other party's breath, actually is also a Big Dipper. Not only that, the grade is not low. You didn't underestimate your opponent, and after saying this, you kept your eyes on him, ready to strike and fight to the death. The man in black gives you a deep look. If you're here to read a book, be my guest. Said he got out of the way. Deep in the cache. After the strength improvement, night vision has been the basic operation. You see clearly, but did not find a martial arts. In the library, there are all the scriptures. I throw. Whoever has a good family puts the scriptures. No, it's possible that the martial arts are in the scriptures, and you thought of a lot of routines, and then looked through them one by one. A quarter of an hour later, you've turned the 5 floors of the book depository around, and this time it's really taught. Surprisingly, it's really just scripture. While confused, the man in black came and laughed softly. If Your Excellency wants to find the Green Lotus Temple's martial arts, you have to go to the northeast corner of the 3rd floor. There is a mechanism there, and when you open it, you will gain something. At those words, you take a serious look at the other person, then nod, "Thanks a lot." Getting up and going straight to the 3rd floor, I really saw an organ in the northeast corner, which was a book that could not be opened, right in the middle of the bookshelf, very conspicuous. Turning the mechanism, the bookshelf in front of you unfolds, revealing a huge secret room. The chamber has rows and rows of bookshelves holding books of every color. You gulp and walk in. Takes down a book, and sure enough, it's a martial art. You settle your mind and subsequently read hungrily, not practicing, but memorizing one after another. Your qualifications, although only once through the Heavenly King use your skill to enhance, but with a variety of inner strength subliminal image, cannot forget what, the basic operation is just. You're looking away. The man in black is standing in the middle of the 3rd floor, quietly looking at you, a moment of contemplation. Interesting, Junior. The night went by without a word, and you left at dawn. This night has memorized a total of 3,000 martial arts books, not even 1/10 of them. You're cool. Leaving the Green Lotus Temple without a word, you wash up in the inn, and then you practice directly. Priority is still given to incorporation of inner strength. Inner work can improve the blue bar limit, the speed of blue return, and a variety of additional attribute attack. The effect is most obvious. After a whole day, you have incorporated more than 300 internal arts, which are not of low grade. All of them are various Buddhist teachings. Perhaps it is for this reason that your cultivation has slowed down a lot. 300 Buddhist internal arts have made your breath a lot more righteous, and your whole aura more upright. TSK, the Green Lotus Temple alone has so many techniques. What will happen to the Buddhist sect's #1 force, the Dawn Temple? And the 10,000 Buddhist sect, which is only 1 point weaker than Dawn Temple. Not only these, I'm afraid that those famous forces have a lot of books in their collections. After all, the history of the development of martial arts in this world is too long. You're already looking forward to it. For the next 10 days, you'll study at the Green Lotus Temple every night and record various feats. Every day, you run into that man in black, and over time, you've gotten to know each other. His name is Coldblood, and he has a deep sea of blood, but his strength is not enough, so he dives in the Tibetan scripture pavilion every day, only seeking to enhance his power and avenge his hatred. Know his name, the moment of birth, you face suddenly change, this template, now out of a sweeping old man you believe. Day 10, Night. You've come to the last part of the bookshelf, and there are only about 3,000 books left unrecorded. This 10 days, you also incorporated more than 3,000 books of internal energy, strength, cultivation are substantially increased, according to your calculations, now a general attack can be more than 100 seconds of Plum Blossom 56. If you develop a skill, the number will be more than 10 times. Only after this step do you realize that when Ling Cho was facing 300 Big Dipper, I'm afraid that more than 300 of them are just trash, only the peak Big Dipper or the self Big Dipper is worth her attention. The gap between the way of the self and the way of those who have gone before is too great. Of course, the gap between you and them will only widen, because you have no ceiling. With 10 days of experience, this time you memorized all the martial arts in only half the time. When you're done, you're ready to leave. Coldblood walks over and looks at you in disbelief. Little friend, you came over here just to memorize these martial arts? The Green Lotus Temple has always been overbearing. If you spread their martial arts, you will definitely be hunted down by these monks, and at that time, it might be more trouble then. Before he could finish his sentence, a strange sound suddenly rang out around him. Immediately afterward, a silhouette came, and the room outside the hidden scripture pavilion was suddenly lit up and brightly lit. Whoever's in there, come out. Stealing my Green Lotus Temple's secret book, what a nerve. I'm surprised to be discovered this time. Little friend, you go first, I'll break your back. Coldblood said calmly and coolly, it's not the first or second time this has happened, I'm familiar with it. You take out the unconventional sword and ask with a smile, even if there are 8 peak Heavenly Dipper, can you walk away? 8 bits? Yes, in your perception, 8 Big Dippers have gathered outside the hidden scripture pavilion, and not only that, these 8 are all peak Big Dippers. Impossible, there's only one peak Big Dipper in the Green Lotus Temple. Coldblood said incredulously. You shake your head and walk out of the hidden scriptures alone, with Coldblood following closely. On the surrounding buildings, there are really 8 astral deities standing, not only that, more experts are gathering. You're completely surrounded. You look at these 8 and notice a big difference. Coldblood's face changed drastically. Little friend, it's not good, there are experts from Dome Temple and 10,000 Buddha Temple here. It also includes the abbots, the elders, of these 2 great Buddhist sections. Damn it, what are they doing in the Green Lotus Temple? I can't believe I didn't get the slightest wind of it. It turns out that 2 of the top 8 Buddhist sects are here. It's you? At first, for the sake of the face of the disciples of the Zhangyang Palace, I did not expect that you little thieves even broke into the forbidden land of the Buddhist sect at night, really do not know how to die. The abbot of the Green Lotus Temple's face changed slightly when he saw you. The other monks were instantly a little curious. Chapter 63 Cultivation, Take. The abbot of the Green Lotus Monastery transits to explain one by one, and only then did the people realize that the young monk has broken through the self-patriarch at such a young age, he has a bright future ahead of him. The abbot of the 10,000 Buddhist temple suddenly opened his mouth, only after he finished speaking, he shook his head, it's just a pity that you'll come to the end of your journey today. No one can break into my Buddha's forbidden land. Abbot Xiangan of the 10,000 Buddha temple looked at Dujiao, Venerable Dujiao, today, let us see the means of your temple. 1 peak Big Dipper and 1 mid-rank Zongshur, I'm sure it won't be a problem. On the other side, the abbot of the Dome Temple, Shirwei, also saluted, Venerable Ferryman, please. Watanabe nods. Looking at you. This time the 2 major Buddhist abbots came to Qinglian Temple to inspect the work, the main purpose is to be incorporated. Qinglian Temple and South Summer is too difficult to mix, you must embrace the thighs of. Now is the time for them to show their skills. Looking at Wadari's gloomy face, you somehow have some expectations. The peak of the Big Dipper, can I kill one? Raising the sword of immortality, you leap into action. Coldblood on the side, however, stops in front of you, little friend, you should go quickly. You and I have known each other for a long time, and today I will let you live no matter what I say. Cold-blooded sigh. I didn't expect so many experts to come today, otherwise he would never have been found out. There's no way back now. It looks like he will die. The only thing he can do at the moment is to let the kid behind him run away. This is also his last value. He thinks to himself. Cold-blooded senior, it's not up to others to decide whether to die or not. You take one step, and come directly behind Dodo, and slice out with a sword. Raging sword diameters float out, impacting on the body-shielding heavenly deities of the fairy. Dodo's face changed slightly. What a strong sword astral. He twisted his head and swung out a palm, golden light flashing continuously. If I let you live, I'm afraid you'll be another Ling Cho. You dodged easily and charged again, swinging your sword repeatedly. This Watanabe does have two skills, and neither the general attack nor the minor skills can help each other. After fighting for a while, you step back. An operation like a tiger. The body shield of the heavenly astral body of the fairy has only cracked a little bit. There are other masters, we can't exhaust our true energy here. You're thinking about it. Kill. The Bujo sword flashes and you stab it. Broken sword chi. This sword's sharpness flashed, and just as soon as it struck Dodo's face changed. This kind of move. He dodges. But the broken sword chi cuts off the protective astral aura and instantly injures him. Only minor injuries? You have some regrets, but smile, transition, enjoy it. As soon as your words left your mouth, Dodo's face turned white and he fell straight out of the air. But I've been poisoned by you, 14,000 different ways, and it's not pleasant. You go and leave them alive. Seeing this, Xian-sensei releases the evil and hastens to order the two men to catch the Dodo and detoxify him. The other 5 Big Dipper peaks have surrounded us. You turn your head and see that cold blood has already engaged them. You now also understand your own battle power. Hard contact can only lightly injure the peak of the Big Dipper, but you can kill them with the help of the mixed poison. At that moment, without hesitation, the broken sword chi kept flashing, killing the 5 people. After fighting for a while, you slashed out with your sword, skillfully taking the life of a peak Big Dipper, and then running most of the Big Dipper energy in your body. Water-breaking triple sword. The Big Dipper consumes and manifests 9 sword daggers, rushing towards a peak Big Dipper. The light and shadow keep changing, and even directly killed him strongly. Body protection astral, but a layer of thin paper, instantly shattered. 9 sword deities rushing back and forth inside him. Boom! The Big Dipper is shattered. And then there's nothing left of the dense toxins. You shocked a lot of people with this attack. The Temple of 10,000 Buddhas, the Temple of Dawn will probably not let me go. Maybe we'll have to play some kind of witch hunt. On the way, you blush, it's an emergency, I couldn't care less. After some hesitation, you head west. This time you've decided to use your strengths to your advantage. You practiced while rushing, and in order to speed up, you majored in lightness this time, and your stance became more and more wonderful. After 10 days, you incorporated half of your lightness, and your entire speed increased so much that you could take 50 meters in one step, and 100 steps in the air in one breath. There are good increases in other areas as well. 10 days later, you've arrived at the Western Business Territory, deep into the nearby mountains, and after finding a random cave here, you began to frantically integrate martial arts. Light Kung Fu, internal Kung Fu, kickboxing, body refining, weapons. Everything about you has received another huge boost. October 30th? In the unadorned cave, you put away an iron whip and end this practice. Half a year's light, you've finally integrated all the martial arts in the Green Lotus Temple. Your infinite 10,000 laws technique has advanced even further, and your cultivation has followed suit. Cultivation is secondary to your strength. At this moment, you have incorporated a total of more than 60,000 martial arts disciplines, the most numerous of which are still fists and feet, followed by weapons, internal martial arts, body refining, and lightweight skills. Your synthesized strengths go to the next level. Especially the effect of the broken sword chi, the attack power far exceeds that of the last water-breaking triple sword. The second form was also raised from 5 meters to 7. You're just getting the hang of things. A series of footsteps also sounded outside. Who is it? Chapter 64, Meeting the Nangon. You came out of the cave and drew your sword. After a few steps, a group of people were encountered at the entrance to the cave. They are wearing a purple Taoist robe, their cultivation levels are all in the Big Dipper, their demeanor is alert, and their faces are shocked when they find you. You are Gu Ming. A middle-aged Taoist priest at the front of the room asked. You recognized their identities. There are 15 Big Dipper in total, all from the Zhanyang Palace. It's me. You're looking at them coldly. They're coming for a reason. The middle-aged Taoist priest squeezed out a smile. "We are the Taoist priests of the Zhengyang Palace. The palace master sent us to find you to the Zhengyang Palace." "Looking for me? How did you find me?" The Taoist priest shook his head. "It could be a coincidence." "It doesn't matter, Gu Ming. Come with us. Feng Nan has been waiting for you. She's been injured and has a short life expectancy. She wants to see you." "Is that so? How did she get hurt?" "The thought of it is a sickness." You are silent for 2 seconds, then step forward and a cloud of poisonous mist fills the air in front of you, instantly shattering the people's protective astral aura and invading their bodies. The deadly toxin attacked frantically, and the crowd fell to the ground, screaming uncontrollably. This pain is even more intense than practicing the 10,000 poisons body nourishing technique, and only a little lighter than practicing the infinite 10,000 methods technique, but it's limited. Not many people in the world can afford it. Listening to their screams, you are rather self-conscious, leaning against a tree and asking, "Can we talk properly now? How did you find me? What's wrong with Feng Nan?" The Taoist priests of the Zhengyang Palace are still screaming, but they are also tightening their faces and clenching their teeth, not responding to you. Strong-willed. Since you are so loyal to the Zhengyang Palace, you can die here. You're leaving here after you've passed them with a smile. Slow, slow. Just 3 steps out, someone can't hold on any longer. "Kill me and I'll tell you." A little Taoist priest struggled and said. You withdraw the toxin from the other man and nod to him. The little Taoist priest gasped for breath and said with a face full of pain, "The 8 sects of the righteous path have joined forces with the 4 royal families, the 10 great families, and all the forces in the Jianghu to capture you, and have teamed up to issue a Jianghu suppression and killing order. It's really a coincidence that we found you. It's just simply a lot of people. Feng Nan has been grounded by the palace master. I haven't heard what happened. Is that so? The whole world will kill me. This scale is even bigger than the original Ling Chou. You're not scared, you're excited." A few other Taoist priests were still struggling, cursing now and then that the little Taoist priest had been disloyal and had failed the palace master's great kindness. Bye. You turn around and walk away. The little Taoist priest was a bit at a loss for words, still pondering in his mind why he left him alive. In the next moment, an astral aura filled the air and took control of their bodies, followed by a black shadow descending from the sky. In the jungle. You walk slowly. Behind you a white python comes after you, opening its mouth and protruding a large pile of stuff. You glance at it. There are only 3 martial arts disciplines, the rest are meaningless miscellaneous items. You casually succeeded in practicing the 3 feats into yourself. So excited to roam around you, spitting out your tongue every now and then and yanking off a big tree. All these years down the line, Sue's size has come to 40 meters, and after reaching that point, it has never grown again. The whiskers on his head became 16, and the scales on his abdomen were all black, still spreading in all directions, with a hidden tendency to expand to the whole body. Su, you. Hey, you won't be alienated away, you this, TSK, I was expecting you to turn into a little white. So doesn't understand you, but she's happy. You played with her for a while, then took her back into analog space. Then heading west. Now that I've been exposed, I'll do everything again. You're heading straight for White Lotus headquarters. On the way encountered many small and medium-sized sects, families. Without hesitation, you directly robbed once, got all their techniques, instantly refining. In this way, you're completely exposed. 3 days later, on a small road only 15 miles from the White Lotus sect headquarters. You stopped suddenly. A silhouette rushes from behind, murderous. Demon Sword Gu Ming, today is your doom. Gu Ming, suffer death. Before some of the drag queens' lines were finished, you suppressed them on the spot and took away their lifespan. Below the peak of the Big Dipper, you'll be killed in seconds. In less than 3 seconds, dozens of people who rushed over are dead. You knocked the mask from your face, touched the body and destroyed all traces. The strongest of this group is just the peak of the Big Dipper, so it's really not much of a challenge. More than 30 copies of the Kung Fu were harvested, and they were also instantly absorbed by you, becoming a part of you. You're getting ready to move on. A red shadow suddenly appears and blocks your way. The White Lotus sect master, Nangong Yoru. Are you planning to go to my White Lotus sect? Nangong Qinglu asked coldly. You felt her strength, a peak Big Dipper. For you now, you can be suppressed with one hand. You take off your mask and smile, no? Nangong Shiro froze when she saw your whole face. You take a step out, one hand cupping her neck, the sword dipper flowing, piercing through her protective astral body. Immediately afterward, a large amount of toxins poured into her body. You. Before Nangong Qingrua could finish her words, you covered her mouth. Stop talking, if you want to stay alive, listen to me. You led her on a walk through the air and soon arrived silently at the headquarters of the White Lotus sect, a cave in a cliff. You carry her to the bed, skillfully take out a strangely shaped wineglass from a sideboard, and take out a jar of yellow wine under the bed, and pour yourself a glass. Gobble gobble. You drink it all in one gulp. Cool. The doubts in Nangong Lightning's heart increased even more, but you didn't bother to pay attention to them and said directly.
Nangong Lightning nodded, I understand. By the way, there have been many shadows of forces in this neighborhood during this time, all looking for you? Nangong Lianrua asked curiously. That's right, they're all here to kill me. But soon they will all be dead. You carry her to the other half of the bed, turn around and walk into the chamber with all the feats. Su was released by you to guard your body. Although Soso's size is big, her real strength is the level of the Big Dipper, so she can't think of protecting you, but at most, she can serve as an early warning. Looking at your departing back, Nangong Qinglu sits up again, biting her lips, her expression gradually getting lost. In the secret room, you began a frantic practice. Internal martial arts, fist and kick, light weapons, body refining. Priority is still given to the cultivation of internal skills. The number is around 8,000. Nowadays your cultivation speed is getting faster and faster. A conservative estimate is that you can get it done in 3 days. As you continue to practice, your values begin to jump again. You have a feeling that you will be invincible after this time out. Even the top of the Big Dipper can be killed with a single sword strike. 2 days later, you successfully integrated more than 8,000 internal arts, and your cultivation broke through in the process, stepping into the high level of the Sovereign Master. Su is lying in front of you, motionless and dead. You took 1,000 pounds of flesh and blood from the simulation space and threw it to her. Soso reacted to this and swallowed it in one gulp. You calm your mind and continue practicing. The next one is light work, totaling more than 5,000. Cultivate like crazy. Time passes by. 1 day later, 5,000 lightweights take it. Another 3 days later, more than 10,000 punches and kicks taken. After another 3 days, thousands of weapons were integrated. Another day, all refining taken. A total of more than 40,000 techniques, taking 10 days. This speed is much higher than last time. You're carefully sensing the state of your body. Cultivation is only one step away from the peak of the Sovereign Master. All aspects of power increase significantly, you are stronger and can do more. Outside the chamber, there is a sudden clutter of voices, and you get up and walk out. Instead, I saw a messy scene. White Lotus sect experts were fighting with people from various sect forces, and further away on the cliff, Nangong Qingrua was also being surrounded by many astral deities. When did this happen? These people, they're really fast. You put away Susu and walked toward Nangong Lightning, and along the way, you casually released a strand of toxin that killed everyone under the Big Dipper. If you're above the Big Dipper, you can throw out a sword and kill it in seconds. Your total amount of astral energy far exceeds that of your peers, even at the peak of astral energy, and your astral energy recovery speed reaches a very exaggerated point. Depleting 1% and recovering in 1 second. 50% depletion can be recovered in 20 seconds. At this point, you've grown up completely and stood at the top of the world. Gradually, your appearance caught everyone's attention. In just a few seconds, hundreds of masters have died. You can hardly fail to attract their attention. When Nangong Lianro saw you, she couldn't help but reveal a light smile, and then retreated in front of you. It looks like you've accomplished a great deal. Nangong Shiro is very happy. You casually restore the injuries within her body. Divine Kung Fu? Sort of. A group of people standing together across the street, looking at you warily. The 8 top sects, the 10 great families, the 4 great royal families, there are experts from each family, but the top group obviously didn't come. Boring. You look at them silently and raise a hand. All the people felt the depressing atmosphere and their faces suddenly Gu Ming, the sea of bitterness is endless. Gu Ming, you are still young, do not go astray. On the road of no return. If there's anything, let's talk about it together. We can't solve it with our hands. Slurping. This group of people. Whenever you can't beat me, you start to reason. When you're strong, you'll be pleasant to look at. Reach out a little. Densely dotted sword dangles fly out,
All colors, attributes are there. Like a rain of arrows, falling from the sky, exterminating all the Big Dipper powerhouses, the whole process was done in one go, and the people died completely and cleanly. After killing these men in one breath, you unleash more poisonous mist to finish off the stragglers. Are there any more feats? Nangong Lightning nodded, about 30,000 gates, all from White Lotus sect-affiliated forces. You got it. Let's collect the remnant forces, and then give me the feats from these corpses. Your face is unruffled, I'm going to continue my seclusion. The ones killed this time are only next-level masters, and when the next time comes, it'll be the real powerhouses that will come, the absolute tops. You're eager to try. I wonder what the level of this group is. You entered the chamber and handed everything over to Nangong Shiyu. With the foundation from the last time, your cultivation speed is faster, especially since these techniques are generally of low grade, mostly basic, and you can break through just by looking at them. But 30,000 plus adds up to a significant amount. The sun rises slowly the next morning, the best lightweight, 300 meters in one step. Body refinement supreme, second form 15 meters. Just as you walked out of the cave, Nangong Chingrua came to your side. Guming, someone's coming. You didn't respond, but instead looked at a few figures on the top of a distant mountain. 15 total. All the way to the top. More than you've heard. It's me or you. You're crazy. Chapter 66 Victory. You came to them in one step. 15 absolute tops, many of whom are names you know by heart, but of course, just the same name. The rest of the background is far from the same. A weathered, middle-aged swordsman stepped forward with an extraordinarily strange gaze, and finally let out a long sigh. Genius, a true genius. At such a young age, you have the cultivation of a peak zonesure, and such a powerful battle force. Unfortunately, you were born at the wrong time. He has extremely mixed feelings. He is Gaini, the first swordsman of Qin and the best sword in the world. He's not an ordinary kendo master, and his methods aren't flashy. All his moves exist to defeat his enemies. Once, he was an assassin, now he's a warrior. An old man next to him shook his head and laughed. If we don't kill him, the world won't be at peace. It's better to settle for something so alien before it's too late. He is Jiang Zia, also the prime minister of the Eastern Zhou dynasty, with amazing wisdom, but he always loses his patience over some trivial matters and gets himself into disasters. Gu Ming, kill yourself. When you die, I can have Feng Nen buried with you. LV Chuanqiu suddenly said. Burial? She is your disciple. Lu Chuanqiu sneered. I don't have any stubborn disciples like that. You got it. Then he no longer stayed his hand, drew his Buzhou sword and killed. When Lu Chuanqiu saw this, he drew his sword and attacked while shouting, he's holding Ling Chao's sword. He is actually related to the heavenly devil cult, he must die. Chaos begins. You're invincible with Pombo's astral aura. A sword of destruction directly knocked Lu Chuanqiu back. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face suddenly changed. Be careful, he has incorporated a lot of toxins, don't let him break through the Big Dipper defense. Saying this, he hastily retreated, pulling out a handful of pills, expelling more than 14,000 kinds of mixed poisons. You kind of understand their level, and then attack even more aggressively. Your defense is amazing, but the other party is numerous and each one is at the top of the heap. Their attacks are extremely terrifying, but in just a few breaths, the clothes on your body were shattered and a scar appeared on the surface of your body. But likewise, 3 people on the other side have been seriously injured by you, lost their fighting ability, and are detoxing. 11 left. Gu Ming, you won't survive this. You'd better fold your hands. A loud roar comes from the distance, followed by a black arrow flying in, which you shatter with a punch and laugh, then kill me. Hui, not far away, sighs and continues to aim a burst of fire at your critical areas. Gradually, you can't hold out much longer. As expected of a shooter, the attack is high. Water-breaking triple sword. You suddenly lash out, 9 sword daggers fly out, rushing straight at Jiang Zia. Jiang Zia's face changes drastically. Gaini stabbed out his sword and tried to defend himself, but he was knocked back by this sword dart, and the sword in his hand broke into 8 pieces. In the end, both he and Jiang Zia were seriously injured at the same time and had to withdraw from the battlefield. At this moment, only 9 of the opposing Jedi are left. You're also very depleted from the sword you just used, but it doesn't matter, you're getting your blue back very quickly. Taking 2 steps back, you grimace, kill. In an instant, the mask on your face and the unchained sword in your hand disappeared and were put into the simulated space, your size expanding extremely fast. Turned into a 15-meter tall, solidly muscled little giant with long hair.
It's just a shame you don't have Hulk's pants and your clothes are in shreds.
But it doesn't matter. You don't care about that. Wobbling, you kill the crowd.
After the second form, your strength, defense, and speed are all greatly increased, even the total amount of astral energy is. After all, the body size has expanded, and so have the meridians and acupoints in the body. Your whole body's strength increases greatly, and more importantly, the second form has no cooldown and can be used permanently.
In other words, the second form is what you were originally made for, and the norm is just to live in a crowd. Your sword is constantly flowing, your power is increasing, killing the nine tops on the other side of the world. Another punch swung out, Sheen's by Chi's chest armor shattered, couldn't stop retreating, crashed through 3 big trees, and collapsed in the rubble. AD. You're getting energized and attacking. AD.
Punch after punch, each one carrying a tremendous amount of power, sharp sword daggers, overwhelming force.
When Zhong and Li Jing have been defeated, and Wang Jian, the last of the Qin dynasty, is no more.
In second form, they can no longer bleed you out, and you, with every move, can cripple them.
The gap is too wide. After a few more seconds, there are only the last 2 people left to fight against you. Both men are masked, you can't identify them. But it doesn't matter. They're all gonna die anyway. You're having fun killing and getting more and more explosive.
Seeking an opening, you punch one of them away, the rich astral energy swirling around in his body as he endures the pain and collapses into the wreckage of a building aside.
Gone Ryu.
Seeing this, Gainey rushed up and tried to save him, but because of the strenuous activity, the toxin penetrated even deeper into the bone marrow, and he collapsed after running 2 steps.
So it's Ganryu, the genius I used to hear so much about when I was a kid. You're looking at the last man.
He's really something if he's lasted this long in your hands. He is also dressed in black, wearing a mask, and is extremely experienced in combat, dodging your attacks and attacking back at every turn. There is no doubt that he is the strongest of all.
Boom!
You battle with him, strong astral energy, the power of the Big Dipper spreads around, destroying more buildings, vegetation. 15 moves later, you take a step back, and he goes on the offensive, but falls into your trap, revealing a huge hole.
You don't hold back, and swing with vigor, break. The strongest move is released. Nice try.
The man suddenly laughed, and then he was struck down hard by you and lay on the ground, his breath if any.
Cough, 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 even Dishin is no match?
The distant ginger said incredulously.
Dishin, it's him. Western Shang ruler, Zishou, known as King Zhou.
I didn't realize that this character was also a Jedi, it's really unexpected.
But that's about it. It's time to end this.
You look at these remnants on the ground, slowly raised his right hand, dense astral energy surged out from it, then you want to completely destroy them. Just at this critical moment, a figure suddenly appears and stops you with a walking stick. My little friend, let bygones be bygones.
Chapter 67, a different version. You're frowning.
The fact that your opponent just stopped your attack so effortlessly speaks volumes about his level.
More importantly, you know him.
Tattered clothes, dirty walking stick, and that wrinkled old face is none other than the fortune-telling blind man you simulated running into before, Chapter 17. I didn't realize he was the hidden boss of this world. Better than those monks, Taoist priests, and historical figures.
Who the hell are you?
The blind man put down his cane, me, just a passerby. These people are the 4 countries of the court, the Jianghu good, kill them, the world is bound to chaos, this chaos, not to be out of the hero. The blind man shook his head, how bad for the heroes.
That's a reason I just came up with. As outrageous as it gets. You're squinting. Something's wrong.
But it's not particularly bad.
Well, I've said all I have to say, if you do it, I'll take your life. You can kill anyone else, but not them.
Also, I'll send you another message, someone who cares a lot about you.
Is trapped in the Taibik Mountains and is going to die. Msen Taibai, the snowy mountain that blocked southern Xia and northern Qin.
You were just about to ask for specific information when the blind man left and disappeared without a trace.
There's a bug.
I thought there was no sweeper in this world, but there's a player like Li Yuqi. You glanced at these people on the ground and took a step to them. Remember, from now on, this world, I am in charge. He has not allowed me to kill you, but that is no capital for you to take liberties with me.
You look like a bully.
The youngest, Ganro, ripped off his mask and suddenly said, can you get dressed? He blushes slightly. This visual impact is a bit strong. Your face does not change color, and you slowly return to your normal self,
put on a new outfit, and reappear in your mask. Ganro, you have nothing to do with Fuso, do you? After changing your clothes, you suddenly asked. This guy, it's always so inexplicable. No, how could I possibly be related to His Highness the Crown Prince? I'm just a mediocre Prime Minister. Ganria denies it in a hurry, but with a strange look in his eyes. You don't care to go, reached out to relieve the mixed poison in their bodies, and said, within a month, send all the martial arts in the world to the White Lotus sect, not a single book should be missing. Whoever is missing, I'll ask for it myself. I can't kill you, but I can kill your whole clan, your whole family. Finally, you took out another piece of paper, astral energy filled the air, wrote a line on it, and threw it to Gon Luo, show it to Ing Zhang. After settling the matter here, you came to Nangon Lightning's front and said gently, I'll leave the next matter to you, Taibai Mountain, I'll have to go there once in a while after all. At this point, you already know who that person is. After all, there are only a few who care about you. Nangon Lightning nods her head as she tucks her head into your arms, then you must come back soon. I really like that form you just took. Another episode of Panic. You left in style, traveling north. To take a shortcut, you took a route through Nansha and passed by the Green Lotus Temple on your way here. No other words, directly released a cloud of poisonous fog, all the monks in one pot. You won't let go of the remaining 10,000 Buddhas, Don Temple. They must be neatly organized. As to who's right and who's wrong? I'm already number one in the world, what do I care about this? All the way to Rush, your speed in the sky is getting faster and faster, it only took less than a day to come to Amitai Bai. In the vast snowy mountains, you searched for a while, and for that reason you released Susu. A man and a snake keep searching. In less than a quarter of an hour, you see the familiar man at the top of the mountain. Dressed in black, sitting cross-legged in the snow, a sword stuck beside her, the color of her face constantly changing, a moment purple, a moment green, a moment red, a moment black. You came from the sky and landed beside her, Lingqiu, I haven't seen you in a few days, why are you so pulled? You're a bit of a puzzler. Ling Worries had maintained the posture of practicing with her knees crossed, but her state was always like she was going off the deep end. Not only that, from the surrounding bones and remains, there have been quite a few innocent people died here. You reach out, trying to ease the pain in her body. Thud. The Buzhou sword flies out and rushes straight at you. You grab with one hand, Ling Qiu, what's wrong with you? You put your hand on her shoulder, and Ling Qiu reacts violently, brother, don't leave me. She mutters under her breath and finally opens her eyes violently. She sees you and suddenly spits out a mouthful of black and bloody froth, laced with large fragments of internal organs. Brother, it's you. Is that you? Speaking of which, she couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed on the floor. You hold her up, brother? It's that legendary Chubu. Substitute messenger or whatever, you're the least favorite. In this moment, you even want to kill each other and leave her here. But finally picked her up. In the dark, you have a feeling that you'd be bad if you left her alone. As if she were important to you. Vital. Can it be that this body of mine is the reincarnation of Jobu? You can't figure out the feeling. Holding Ling Worries, you pick up her Buzhou sword, step on Susu, and rush toward the western Shang. Along the way, he also kept using healing techniques to recover her injuries. But then you realize that she's got a few superficial wounds at best, a little internal. As for the walk-in injury, it has completely disappeared. The moment I met you, I completely disappeared. Before nightfall, you returned to the White Lotus sect of the West Chamber of Commerce. Nangong Qinglu is directing her men, repairing the buildings, planting trees and flowers, trying her best to restore this place to the way it was at the very beginning. After seeing you, she was extraordinarily pleased, but after seeing Ling Qiu, she changed her face again. It's her? The one who cares so much about you is her? Nangong Qinglu looks jealous. You nodded and placed her in a room deep in the cabin. Then sits on a rock aside, quietly gazing at the evening sun in the distance. Nangong Lightning, tell me more about Ling Qiu's story. You suddenly ask. Again? Nangong Lightning was surprised for a second, then said, Ling Qiu, she's a miserable person. She could have been born without her parents and become a little beggar, begging and living alone in a small town. Until she was 8 years old, she lived a hellish life of precariousness, and it was at this time that she met a man, a poor scholar called Jobu. You're slightly surprised, that's not what Nangong Rouge said last time. Chapter 68, Absorption. This woman lied to herself? Or is the world different every time you simulate it? You prefer the former. The latter is a bit crazy. Jobu took care of her like an older brother, and Lingcho was no longer a beggar, she had a new home. But it wasn't long. When Lingcho was 10 years old, the scholar took a wife and had a child, and his wife couldn't see Lingcho and made things difficult for her. In the end, he even poisoned himself and tried to kill Lingcho, and all of this, with the tacit approval of the scholar. In the end, Lingcho once again perceived all this. She did not retreat, but backhandedly killed the scholar too, and then escaped from the small town, mixing with gangs in the Jianghu, practicing martial arts and practicing kung fu. From the mouth of Nangong Chrysanthemum, you got a whole new version of the story. Perhaps it was the misery of her childhood that caused her to grow obsessed with strength, and she gave everything she had to become strong. But no matter what, those years of being adopted by the scholar at the age of 8, 9, and 10 have always warmed her until now. So I'm still a ing substitute. No, I'm really a scholar. You can't help but wonder if there is reincarnation in this world or something. After hearing these words from Nangon Lightning, you ask again, what about you? Give me a reason. What's the reason? You know it. Nangon Lightning took 2 steps backward as she shook her head. I don't know what you're talking about. You smile and move closer to him, one hand stroking her face, and finally one hand grabbing her neck. I, for one, don't like to be a substitute for others, so you'd better behave yourself and not say things in front of me that make me sick. Letting go of your right hand, you pat her on the mouth. Go on, keep doing it. Nangon Lightning laughed and slowly turned around, tying a head of loose hair into a ponytail. Year 31. One day. You're sleeping in the bamboo house. In a daze, a sword is on your neck. You open your and see Lingcho, who is pale, wearing a bustier and a high ponytail within. Turns into a full mask. Are you Jobu? Are you here to save me? She asked such words and added, brother, back then, I had no choice but to kill you and my sister-in-law, but I did it on purpose. She bursts into and her face. Finally, I need a large amount of cultivation resources for the Big Dipper realm. Saying that, you walk towards those feats on the opposite side of the room. So many carriages, it's hard on the horses. Glancing twice, you're very pleased. As he was preparing to practice, 2 figures suddenly stepped out in the distance. That's 2 old monks, both dressed in white, kneeling respectfully on the ground. Scholar, the abbot of the 10,000 Buddha temple, the Duan temple, and all those who made a move against you have been resolved. Please be magnanimous and spare my 2 great sections. These are the 2 tops of the 10,000 Buddhas sect and Don temple. You sneer, mercy? You didn't show any mercy in the first place. Master, do you really want to kill them all? My 10,000 Buddhas sect, Don temple has countless believers and far-reaching influence. Aren't you afraid of? You didn't say anything, you directly swung out with a slap, slapping the 2 men fiercely on the ground, and the densely packed sword diameters crushed their protective heavenly deities. Both of them were seriously injured at the same time and fell to the ground struggling. You snapped your fingers, someone, send them back. The 2 venerable masters are not feeling well, so it seems that they will have to recuperate for a while longer. Chapter 69, I'm not human anymore, I'm stronger, 120 meters. If you don't want me to kill people, you can kill them, right? There are thousands of roads, but if you can walk, you can walk. After scrapping the 2 tops, your thoughts were clear. You returned to the secret room and began a frantic cultivation. 800,000 techniques, this time there's something to do. You're looking forward to the day when you'll be successful. In the secret room, Lingcho walks up and doesn't say a word, just looks at you quietly. What do you want? I'm going to follow you, and from now on, wherever you go, I'll go. You reach out and point, and a sword dipper knocks her back. Lousy is in seclusion, get out of here. Speaking of which, you release Susu and have her guard outside the chamber. You'll just be out there delivering books to me. Do as you're told. Ling Wuri stands up and nods in response. You began to fuse Gongfu non-stop, and in the process, you were also creating Gongfu and practicing the Heavenly King's Yutu technique. Nowadays, although your theoretical experience is unrivaled and your combat power is the best in the world, your realm is still not enough to create those more powerful, heaven-defying techniques. You're constantly improving yourself. In the 32nd year, you managed to integrate everything and created over 100,000 more techniques, in addition to which, the Heavenly King's Flare technique has been cultivated to the 4th level. Everything is at its best. In the 33rd year, other forces sent more techniques, and again you practiced them all and took control. You're starting to break through the Big Dipper.
The Earth Dipper realm has already transcended the realm of martial arts. The cultivation of the Earth Dipper is mainly to draw on the power of the earth. You spent 3 days clarifying all the processes and broke through in one breath. In the middle of the 33rd year, you officially entered the Big Dipper realm. All the forces are at your service, providing a steady stream, techniques, breakthrough resources, and Tian Luo Dan to assist. In the 37th year, after a whole year of epiphany and cultivation, you finally broke through to the Big Dipper, with another burst of power in every aspect. 38th year, your second form is completely inhuman. One step forward, you left the White Lotus headquarters, leaving behind Lingqiu, Susu, who didn't know what to do. West of Western commerce, in the boundless expanse of the river. You roared and transformed into a giant. Large in size, 100 meters tall. The skin on his body has turned blood red, and it is covered with amazingly hard lin armor, densely packed, defending the whole body. The eyes, nose, lower body and other vulnerable parts are also hidden in this set of blood-colored armor. Your fists, arms, thighs, and knees are covered with densely packed, retractable spikes, with a brightly colored, poisonous residue. There was also a 30-meter-long unicorn horn on the top of his head, which was imprinted with bizarre patterns, making it particularly mysterious. As for the hair, it has completely disappeared, and there is not a single hair on the body, turning into a set of black cloak that can be rushed out of the body at any time and fluttered behind. Open mouth, inside are tens of thousands of sharp teeth, internal digestion, absorption capacity, is an unprecedented increase. The worst thing is, there is a harder, more flexible tail behind you, also 100 meters long, with all kinds of white spikes on it. At first glance it looks like a person, with arms and legs. On second glance, it's a total monster. You grinned hideously, then thrust your right hand into your chest, from which you pulled out a white bone sword over 150 meters long. This is also formed from your bones and is incredibly powerful. Feeling the explosive power within you, you are extremely complex. With one swing of his fist, a dozen large mountains 100,000 meters away were swept and crushed by the power of the Big Dipper, including the countless living beings in the mountains. With a flick of his tail, another flow of the power of the Big Dipper set off monstrous waves in the wide area river beneath him, killing countless living beings in the water. It's just an attack. Size, speed, recovery, bloodstain, blue bar. You're at the top of your game. I'm less human and stronger. In this state, even destroying the entire world is just a little more time wasted. It's so much stronger than the so-called Big Dipper's finest. You gently stroke the white bone sword in your hand. Can I, now, finish off that blind man? You laugh and plunge your bone sword into your chest. The pain is excruciating and you don't even care. Complete immunity. Incorporating Kung Fu hurts, and you've experienced it more than 1,200,000 times. Pain is nothing but the most trashy feeling to you. No effect. Nowadays, I'm afraid the only thing that can continue to strengthen me is the 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique. You change back to your normal state and the clothes you were wearing fall from the air and are put back on by you. This is a new idea you've come up with that doesn't have the Hulk's pants, but it does allow you to pop your clothes off after transforming, put them in the flesh and blood, and keep cleaning them with the power of the Big Dipper to deodorize them. This is as far as you can go, but it's still not convenient. You're working on deriving a new suit from the bones, skin, flesh and blood of your body. Fuse all the toxins first, then go blind. Your long hair flies and you say fearlessly. Chapter 70, How Could I Be Wrong? March, 40th year. The world's sects and clans, at your command, begin to send you all kinds of toxins. Most of these are duplicates, but there are many new ones, a fair number of them. You're very satisfied. Fruitful, let the forces of the world look for it together, there must be a lot of unintegrated toxins. In May of the 40th year, you've got a total of more than 20,000 toxins on your side, and this time it's a real limit. You've emptied the 4 countries. If you want to get new ones, you'll have to explore those unexplored areas, such as the East Sea of the Eastern Zhou, the wide rivers of the Western Shang, the northern tribes of the Northern Qin, and the primeval forests of the Southern Xia. It took you 3 days to fuse them all. In doing so, the total amount of toxins in your body has also reached a staggering 38,000 or so. Physical strength has increased significantly. You've changed a lot in appearance, but you're still as handsome as ever. Strength has increased again, and this time you're really confident. In June of the 40th year, you came to Northern Qin, and when you passed by the Gu family, you reaped a wave of Tian Luodan in their hands, and these were enough to allow you to break through to the final level. Gu Han at this time is still practicing hard and doesn't look like he's noticed anything. There is also harmony inside and outside the Gu family,
and the relationship with the royal family remains beautiful. After a day, you came to the world's first Buddhist temple, Don Temple. I remember you died in a simulation at the hands of a monk from Don Temple. You stand on the top of a large mountain not far from the Don Temple, slowly raised a hand. 2 monks have been seriously injured, which you are not coming out. Then what if I have killed them all? The corners of your mouth turn up, coldly. In the next moment, 9 huge sword diameters rushed out from your fingers, killing the entire Don Temple with a strong force. Each sword dipper expanded as it sprinted, and a cloud of black gas mixed with mixed poisons filled their vicinity. Boom! There were no surprises, 9 sword daggers exploded in Don Temple. A series of buildings fell in a flash. Numerous Don Temple disciples lost their lives instantly. At this moment, no matter what cultivation level, everything is equal. You look at the scene in silence. Under the effect of the toxin, the corpses were eroded one after another and disappeared without a trace, You don't have any waves in your heart, you don't feel like you've gotten your revenge, instead you have a faint melancholy. Turning around, you went to the Eastern Zhou, repeating your previous maneuver, easily destroying the entire 10,000 Buddhist sect. Standing on the sky dome of the Eastern Zhou, you stroll toward the palace of Zhenyang. After killing 2 absolute tops in a row and destroying 2 major Buddhist sects, that blind man doesn't even come out. What's the situation? Fear you now? You're going to take care of another one. Zhenyang Palace, you came strolling. But I found that this place is very lively, judging from the happy words on all sides. This is the rhythm of someone getting married. You walk on air and see the whole picture. Marriage. Identity is not simple, respectively. Zhenyang Palace Master Disciple Fengnan, Zhenyang Palace Grand Elder Zone He Daoguang. It's hard for you to have feelings for Fengnan since you've spent so little time with her, but there's always an inexplicable discomfort in your heart when you watch the other person get married. Maybe it's just possessiveness. You fell from the sky and went straight to LV Chuanqiu at the end of the red carpet. Gu Ming. LV Chuanqiu in the distance spotted you and his face changed drastically. When these 2 words came out of his mouth, everyone's face changed, the crowd scattered and fled, and soon, only a few people were left in the surrounding buildings. Fengnan walks towards you first, she takes off the red silk on her body and pulls off her hair ornament. Gu Ming, You get some sleep. You knocked her down with a single finger, and later sent her out of the Maswiang Palace, releasing Susu to keep watch. After doing this, he slowly walked towards Lu Chuanqiu. Gu Ming, what are you doing here? If you like Fengnan, this can be discussed, and I believe that the Grand Elder will take the initiative to cancel the marriage contract. Lu Chuanqiu's complexion changed drastically. Don't mess around, don't forget what that godly man said back then. You can't kill me. He grew more and more alarmed and kept backing away until he was backed up against the wall and couldn't retreat. Gu Ming, don't be reckless. This is my Taoist retreat. The great elder on the side was about to play a mouthful, but he was slapped by you and his body broke through the roof, turning into a set of blood mist in the air, dying completely. At the same time, you begin to unleash a sword dirge with endless poisonous mist, ready to settle this once and for all. LV Chuanqiu's face suddenly changed. Gu Ming, we've been working for you all these years, I don't know how many resources, manpower we've used, collecting feats, toxins, and refining Tian Luodan for you. At this moment, in the Zhenyang Palace, disciples have begun to die. The Big Dipper sweeps across everything, the sound of buildings shattering in a series. Finished? That would be to die. You're slow, you've wasted a long time here, but you still haven't waited for the blind man to show up. Meeting Lu Chuanqiu's desperate eyes, you sigh, it seems that you guys aren't all that important in his eyes. Whoosh! An astral deity flew out and penetrated Lu Chuanqiu's chest. Goo. LV Chuanqiu, wide-eyed, collapsed to the ground, his body gradually disappearing. At the same time, the whole Zhenyang Palace was destroyed by you. Since these people have the courage to chase after themselves, they naturally have to bear the price of death, it's fair. Out of the ruins, you came to Susu. Fengnan had already woken up, she looked at the destroyed Zhenyang Palace in the distance and burst into tears. Gu Ming, what have you done? What my master did was wrong, but the others are innocent. Fengnan holds your body and pounds it hard, how can you kill them all? Where's your compassion, how can you have no mercy at all? She's in tears and looking at you with a complicated gaze. And my heart is full of resentment. In any case, she grew up in Zhenyang Palace and has feelings for everything here, and now seeing the destruction of Zhenyang Palace is really painful inside. You wipe the tears from her face. I'm sorry, I really am. I was wrong. You put your arm around her shoulders. Feng Nen grabbed a dagger hidden in his leg with his right hand. You keep pushing. Bang! A mist of blood rises in your arms, and a dagger falls, hitting the ground with a crisp thud. Am I wrong? You crush the dagger with one foot, your face grimacing. How could I possibly be wrong? Funny. You take a step on top of Susu's head and head closer to the royal family of the Great Zhou. You said that. No one will be spared. Chapter 71 Weasel. Continuing development. Halfway there, you suddenly stopped. A skinny figure stops in front of you. He was hunched over, dressed in tattered clothes, holding a cane in his hand, and his hair was white and in a disheveled mass. You're here. You knew I was coming? I'm waiting for you to kill me. It doesn't matter if you kill others, but you shouldn't have killed those two monks and Lu Chuanshou. What can you do to me? I'll just have to kill you. The blind man raised his head, his eyes suddenly became brilliant and emitted a silver-white light. You put away Susu and fall from the air. The blind man's aura is getting more and more sinister, you can't see through his strength at all. 3 sustenance. I have waited for them for 3,000 years, pity, pity. The blind man laughed coldly as a ball of black light surged out of his right hand. Insignificant mortal, you will never know just how great the gap between you and I is. As soon as the words left his mouth, the cane in his hand transformed into a 3-foot green blade that penetrated your chest with a whoosh. You lowered your head and blood flowed from the corner of your mouth. At this moment, your heart is broken and rotting into a ball. The blind man retracted his long sword, his gaze icy cold. I didn't want to make a move in this barren land. Your face is expressionless, and in the next moment, suddenly rushes on. Your powerful physical body allows the heart wound to recover instantly. You run your entire body's astral chi, and the Buzhou sword instantly appears in your hand. Broken sword chi. Smooth sword chi spurts out, landing hard on the blind man. He was obviously surprised a lot, but quickly reacted. His body took a step forward, and an odd mass of power surged out from the surface of his body, surprisingly resisting this sword of yours. For a mere mortal to make it this far, you are indeed a genius. The blind man waved his hand, your sword chi flew away in ashes, and the black light in his hand grew more and more exuberant, but this is also your limit. You sigh. Immediately followed by a frantic face, mortal, mortal. I'd like to see just how strong you are. Second form opens. You've transformed into a 100-meter giant, and your whole body's strength has increased dramatically. Bone sword drawn from chest, you flick your tail. Boom! A powerful force explodes in the air. The blind man was completely unprepared for this form of yours and was directly sent flying by a tail. In the air, he looks at you incredulously and spews out a hot cloud of blood. This doesn't make sense. You don't give him a chance to fight back, and your bone sword swings. Broken water triple sword. 9 swords pour out. Straight to kill the blind man in the air. He reacted quickly, turned to avoid, but found that these 9 sword diameters simply cannot be avoided, has been chasing him, can only be forced to defend. How could a mere mortal drive me to this? The blind man crosses his right hand in front of his chest, a burst of energy surges out from his body, turning into a barrier, blocking it with all his might. Boom! 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 9 sword daggers fall and explode one after another. The blind man's figure keeps retreating, and the defense in his hands is gradually thinning. If that's all you've got, then die. You look at his wretched appearance and shake your head with some disappointment, then make 2 more water-breaking triple swords in a row. The Big Dipper's aura is instantly restored to a perfect state after depletion. You continue to strike. 15 swords in less than 2 seconds. That's 135 swords and daggers. The blind man's face changed drastically. It doesn't make sense. In the next moment, he was continuously attacked by 135 sword daggers, the defense on his body getting weaker. What's above the Big Dipper? It can't be a human turned into a demon practicing, can it? Sire, in the same year, you also worked out a lot of good moves and made a lot of changes to the second form. Chapter 72. In which, the water-breaking triple sword has been enhanced by your emphasis a lot, this time more thoroughly. Consuming all the astral energy in my body, I gather 81 swords to locate and track. I'm dressed, but I feel naked. You shook your head, and a head of loose hair automatically stood up and turned into a ponytail, with a few strands of hair bouncing in front of your forehead, and your whole aura became a lot sunnier all of a sudden. It's over? Ling Worries walks up and asks. You nodded and swept past her, leaving the bamboo building and heading towards the hall. Ling Worried is right behind you. Have you had any fun in the meantime?
Ling Worry shook his head. After you took control of those people with the mixed poison, the world has quieted down quite a bit. There is no friction at all between countries, forces, and powers. It's peaceful.
So I did a good thing? It looks that way.
After walking a few steps, Nangong Qingrua suddenly jumped out from the distance. Gu Ming, someone wants to see you.
Man? You're in the mood.
Yes, the one who sent the message was a small beggar, and he said that the man asked you to meet him 7 days later at the Demon Suppression Tower.
Demon Tower?
You're more sure of each other's identity.
Designated relatives of weasels, snakes, rats, and ants. I'd like to see who's going to die.
You grin and the whole thing gets even crazier. 7 days later. You came to the Eastern Zhou in a blood-colored robe, with your hair down, to the Demon Suppressor Pagoda. Standing on the ground, looking at this 7-story pagoda in front of you, you take a hard breath. Familiar flavor, looks like.
Is a weasel too.
You narrow your eyes and look up to the very top of the Demon Suppressor Tower. A slender figure stood on the tip of the tower. She was wearing a long pink dress, the wind blowing, outlining the moving figure under the dress. You glance twice and smile. What a fine branch to bear fruit. One step forward, you come across the pink-skirted woman. The woman's nose twitched slightly, then she stared. It was really you who killed Shao Qi.
7? Is it still a family?
You nod. If you're talking about the weasel buried in the ground, that's him.
And what are you to him, girl?
The woman's eyes were bloodshot and her whole face instantly turned into the shape of a weasel. I'm his mother.
Boom.
A huge tail suddenly flies in, and as you move, a head of black hair springs out and turns into thousands of tentacles, grabbing the tail. The woman moved as hard as she could, but realized that your strength was surprisingly strong and she couldn't break free. She's only a little stronger than the weasel you killed, not enough. You're. She looks surprised. You were just about to speak when the woman's power suddenly increased so much that she took a step closer to you and a ball of red light exploded in your chest.
Boom.
The demon tower is reduced to rubble, and you are knocked back 13 steps, bending over and stepping in the air. You shake your neck, girl, if that's all you got.
Then you can die. In an instant, the second form is activated. You're getting bigger, longer and thicker.
Although in monster form, at the very least wearing a huge layer of black armor, only the sharp horns on his head are irrevocable. Long hair telescopes and turns into a black cloak behind you. Take out the bone sword, and you swing it immediately. Water-breaking triple sword. 81 sword daggers instantly flew out, rushing towards the woman with a mesmerizing aura. She was obviously surprised, and then panicked to dodge. But your attack is self-tracking, she couldn't avoid it, so she finally had to gather all her strength and fight it off. You clasp your shoulders and look at the scene in silence, the cloak behind you fluttering in the wind, a rather strange scene. After the move, your astral energy has been fully restored and you can continue to strike at any time.
Boom. Boom. In the air, explosions continue. After the end of the 6th sword dipper, the woman was seriously injured and transformed into her own body. It was a weasel of about 10 meters, also of yellow appearance, and was defending with a fierce face. The 10th sword dipper ends, the weasel is covered in wounds and is about to die. You retracted the rest of the sword dipper and came to her. The weasel is seriously wounded and dying, with blood pouring from the corners of its mouth and all 4 of its legs broken. Master Huang, I was forced to do it too. After saying this in your mind, you smile slightly as a hair flies out of your body and sticks into the weasel's body, easily injecting the mixed poison. With a big wave of your hand, you land in the rubble on the ground with the weasel. I didn't stop last time, so I'll have to study it this time. You run your healing inner energy, slowly repairing her injuries. Su Su was released by you. Oi! Is it good for you to swallow her? So still 40 meters, she sniffed the weasel carefully and finally nodded in surprise. Well. Looks like the weasel from last time worked on Susu too. It's just charred black, no value at all. You grabbed the piece of 2-fish jade pendant from the ground in the beginning, restored normality, leaned on Susu, quietly looking at the weasel in front of you. At the moment, with your assistance, she has recovered 20% of her injuries. Chapter 73 Peak of First Turn? Also back in human form. She opens her eyes and looks at you incredulously. How is it possible for a mortal to do this? You hooked your finger and the mixed poison in the woman's body erupted. She was as good as dead and in excruciating pain. Ma'am, you don't want to lose your life, do you? Next, I'm going to ask you something, and you're going to tell me truthfully.
The woman struggled for 2 seconds before nodding helplessly.
You're in a good mood. With your hair recombed into a ponytail form, you ask, do you know what the next step is for martial artists such as myself when we reach the Big Dipper? This is what you care about most. The woman, demon, you dare to kill my wife. The man in the Taoist robe roared, if I don't kill you today, I came to this world for nothing. What kind of name is that? His long sword swings and another series of thunderbolts rushes in. You draw your bone sword and point the blade at Bai Lai, human cultivator? Come. You laughed out loud and swung out a sword. The majestic sword chi flew out and collided with the thunderlight, and finally the two cancelled out. You step forward and strike again. Water breaking triple sword. 81 sword daggers flew out, raging towards Baika. Disgusting mortals. Shirai throws out his right hand and erects a white barrier, blocking all of your attacks. Then he dropped his long sword and placed his right hand on his chest. Kill. The long sword turns into a flying dragon and rushes towards you. This is the human monk. Looks much better than Weasel, turn 2, or 3. You go all out, instantly swinging 10 swords, 810 sword daggers fly out densely, frantically attacking the flying dragon. However, the flying dragon is more powerful than you can imagine. It even swallowed all the sword daggers in one bite, and finally opened its mouth and spat them out. All the swords return to kill you. You'll be able to fight them all. The black armor shattered a lot, but slowly recovered. Unconscionable, thinking you can fight me by killing a few unimpressive little demons? Who gave you the courage? Wastes who aren't even initiates, die for me. Entry is not even? You're confused by his words. What realm is this? In the next moment, Bai Lai wrote a cloud to your face. The long dragon reappeared as a long sword, held tightly by him. Accompany my lover to the funeral. Ah! He lets out a heart-rending scream, and the next moment, the long sword flashes with a horrifying lightning, piercing straight through your chest. Your resilience is limited to the point of death. Not only that, but the blade of the sword also contains a special power, centered on the long sword, spreading wildly within you, corrupting everything. Seconds later, your massive body dissolves into drops of pus. You're dead. Hibiscus Town. In. Gu Ming's heart was on fire. It didn't matter if you died or not, what mattered was that this simulation was very rewarding. It's a short time to live, but it's so informative. Gu Ming sked. Could that be why they are such a vegetable? Siren bastards aren't very strong. Unfortunately, until the end, he was still unclear about the other party's exact realm. White to say I'm not even in the word. But that rat said I'm at the peak of the first turn, the female rat is lying to me? Taking out a jug of wine from the analog space, Gu Ming savored it while pondering. What comes next is simple. Go out to sea and explore for practitioners. To be safe, these things are best done when simulated. 10 hours until the next simulation, sleep first. Chapter 74 Sixth Simulation. Wake up at 8:30 in the morning, wash your face and brush your teeth for breakfast. On the first floor of the inn, near the door, Gu Ming was drinking soy milk and eating donuts, with a bowl of tofu brain next to him. After taking 2 sips, he frowned. Junior, why is your tofu brain your sweet? Xiao'er came with a towel, like an NPC, squeezing out a smile. Ego, customer, this is really capped. You see, in the 4 countries of the world, which tofu brain is not sweet? Man, our tofu brain is the most authentic in the whole Furong town. This was said in such a way that it gave Gu Ming the yes. Waving his hand, he pushed the tofu brain aside and focused on drying the soybean milk fritters. Sweet tofu brain? It's all heresy. After drinking and eating, Gu Ming returned to his room on the 2nd floor and simply cleaned up, then ran straight away. An hour later, there were about 30 minutes left in the simulation. Gu Ming had already arrived on the West Business-wide riverside. He sat cross-legged on the beach and waited quietly. The main task of the next simulation is to step into the path of cultivation. Although the Big Dipper already has a 1,000-year lifespan, it's still too little. My goal is pure eternity. Come to this world in just 6 days. He's been through a lot, and while a lot of it has been seen in simulations, it's also greatly affected his heart. It's like reading a few martial arts novels when you were a kid and thinking about sword fighting and chivalry. At this moment, Gu Ming's goal was eternity. Life is eternal. Soon, the cooldown ended. Gu Ming closed his eyes. Simulation begins. On the first day, you released Susu and took a closer look. At this moment, Susu is still 40 meters long, but the scales on his body are all black, completely turning into a black snake. Not only that, but his upper jaw, middle jaw, and chin are full of whiskers. Looks very creepy, like a scruffy uncle. You reached out and pulled Susu's beard. Push hard and show me what you're made of. Susu struggling. 2 seconds later, you laugh. The original Susu only had the power of the Big Dipper, which you cultivated with toxins and the 5 poison sex techniques. And now, after eating a weasel, it's directly comparable to the Big Dipper. Do you still want to eat yellow leather? You ask. Susu is acting like she doesn't know anything. You look puzzled. It seems that Susu doesn't know what's going on in the simulation. Gather up, Susu, you're heading west. The White Family of Immortal Island? I'm hot. 3 days later, after your sleepless drive, you finally saw an island. This island is much larger than the one you were on before, or land. You're wandering around, getting information. 7 days later, an inn. You're glowing, you're in a good mood. Picks up a glass of wine and you take a habitual sip. This island is not an immortal island, it is also a mortal island, but unlike other mortal islands, there are many legends of cultivators here. You're interested. It is said that the great unified dynasty on the island, Son, was founded by a practitioner who was a disciple of the immortal sect, and after his death, he gave his legacy to his children and grandchildren, and then every once in a while, there were royal disciples who sailed to the sea, supposedly to the immortal island to take the immortal ascension examination. After finishing your drink, you head toward the palace directly in front of you. According to the information you know, there are many royal masters, but not to a particularly outrageous degree. For thousands of years, there has been no news of the existence of cultivators. You don't know the details of the royal disciples' sea voyage, so you'll have to explore it for yourself. In broad daylight, you came quietly to the palace. As soon as I came in, I heard a sound of wind and thunder, and fixed my eyes on a dragon and 35 phoenixes, which is really nasty. You skim over the group and come straight to a palace. An old eunuch is fishing by a pond under a big tree, and you come straight to him. The old eunuch looks horrified. Stab. Before the latter can be said, one of your hairs flies out and sticks into his body. Mixed poison invasion. The old eunuch was instantly honest. He is the strongest man in the entire palace, and an absolute top. You pick up a fishing rod and casually fling it around. I ask, you answer, or you die. The old eunuch nods repeatedly. This person can even be instantly suppressed by himself, enough to show the strength, to be a person or to weigh Junji a little good. Among the royal family, is there a method of cultivation? The old eunuch's pupils shook, then sighed in relief. Yes, yes, yes. You're a bit of a surprise. If the young warrior is looking for this information, I'll take you there. He's got a good attitude. You nodded, put down your fishing rod, and followed him to a study deep in the palace. Nowadays in the Great Song Dynasty, the Jianghu masters are rampant, the royal family is weak, we are all trying to maintain, we simply do not have the time, energy to explore those nebulous legends. The old eunuch said helplessly while searching for the book, since this is what the young warrior is looking for, we'll give you all of it. From now on, the son of Song may as well concentrate on ruling the country. After a few seconds, he pulled out a very old-looking scroll. The old eunuch spread out on the table. You look at the words, these words you do not recognize. After inquiring, learned that the original is the founding emperor Zhao Yaoguang personally created, in order to inherit the immortal law. You learned all the words in 20 minutes in your study. This surprised the old eunuch and called him a genius. Looking at the scroll again, you realize it's a letter. The author's identity is described above, as well as subsequent realms of practice. The one who wrote the letter was the founding emperor of the Great Song Dynasty, named Zhao Yaoguang, who was originally a farmer in the mountains, and by chance saved the seriously injured immortal, and then got the other party's inheritance and promise. After reading this, the doubt in your mind is completely gone. Above the Big Dipper is a new world that morphs directly from martial arts to cultivators. Cultivators visualize heaven and earth to strengthen their spirit, followed by a step-by-step breakthrough to enhance their strength and prolong their lifespan. Before formal cultivation, there is a realm of entry into the Tao, with a total of 9 levels, and this realm mainly involves contemplating the heavens and the earth, and nurturing the most basic Yuanshan power. The weasels we've met before are all at this level. The battle power of the entryway is much stronger than that of the Big Dipper, very exaggerated. Through the power of Yuanshan, you can perform all kinds of Yuan mysteries, which is a complete downward blow to the martial artist. After the initiation, only then is the path of cultivation from 1 to 9 revolutions. There is a qualitative change between each turn, and the strength is vastly different. According to the description on this, that white cum is a turn. The sign of the first turn is to make clouds and give clouds and rain. Chapter 75 Cultivation, First Turn. Founding Emperor Zhao Yaoguang's qualifications were not strong, and he only practiced until he reached the 9th level of the Tao. Having used up the 1,000 years of life of the Big Dipper and the 1,000 years of life of the Initiate, and not being able to break through to the first turn, he finally had no choice but to come here in the last 100 years of his life, to establish a country and leave a legacy. In addition to a cultivation method that can be visualized to the second turn, he also left behind many Yuan mystic methods. There are also 15 immortal ascension orders, through which you can unconditionally join the immortal sect of that immortal. The immortal's power is called the Yuelu Sword Sect, in the northern continent of the Great Song Dynasty, and can be found upon arrival. But so many years have passed, the Great Song royal family from no one to break into the realm of the Tao, but also successively out to sea 14 times, and even more no one has ever returned. I'm afraid they are dead. After all, those royal sons and daughters are ordinary martial artists, the strongest but the Big Dipper, although the Big Dipper guards, but the crisis in the sea demand. It is also because of the frequent consumption of expert guards that the Song royal family has gradually weakened. You picked up the scroll and took another order to ascend to immortality from the Yuelu sword sect in the hands of the old eunuch. The token is only half the size of a palm, and on the front and back is a floating and flying sword character, while the surrounding area is engraved with broken swords. After you've looked at it twice, it only looks familiar. Looking at it again, you realize that it's very similar to the Gu family's token. You take it out of the simulation space, and sure enough, except for the different text in the middle, the rest of it is exactly the same. Chapter 39. Including those details, patterns, simply. What's the plot? The old eunuch also noticed, young warrior, you have a destiny with the immortals. He said in surprise. You glanced at him. I'm still a man of principle. You guys give me these things and I'll help stabilize the world for Great Song. Upon hearing this, the old eunuch bent his head and kowtowed. Thank you, young warrior. Your bottom line, the principle is still flexible. The fact that immortal could give Zhao Yaoguang 15 immortal ascension orders is enough to show the relationship between the two. There are so many different ways to do the meta mystery that you're worried you'll die if you do too much. Every simulation is valuable and should never be wasted. Besides, these things are as easy for you as ting and eating. You took the scrolls, the tokens. 2 days later, within the Great Song Dynasty, a piece of news spread throughout the Jianghu. The 6 major sects in the Jianghu, the 3 major demonic sects, the northern grassland tribes, the southern barbarians, as well as the major reclusive families, and the strange deaths of masters among local officials. The world is in shock. The court immediately dispatched experts to find the real culprit. On the other hand, the imperial court is also step by step buying control of these forces. After many years, the Song royal family once again control the world in hand. Late night. On the eastern coast of the Great Song, you look at the kanji in your hand, mesmerized. Cultivation, mainly visualizing the heaven and earth, which are divided into many kinds, so that there are also many visualization charts. The visualization in your hand is of a black snake. Black cloud immortal technique. You are following the mindfulness method, practicing hard, and want to enter the state of contemplation. But after a long time, it doesn't sink in. It seems I'm not well qualified. According to Zhao Yaoguang's words, the stronger the practitioner's qualification, the faster he enters the state of contemplation. It's been an hour and still no effect at all. Zhao Yaoguang didn't go into detail on this aspect of qualification, and you are helpless. Another 2 hours, it's almost dawn. You finally find that little feeling and successfully enter the state of contemplation. At some point, you came to a small town, and a black python appeared in front of you, about the size of Susu. The black python traveled through the streets and alleys, killing frantically, taking one life after another, a vicious sight. After watching for a while, you suddenly feel a wave of fatigue in your body, and then exit the small town and return to reality. Immediately afterward, your whole body's power changed, and the true chi in your body, the astral energy, burned madly. At the same time, your appearance and flesh have changed drastically. After 10 seconds or so, the change in you is completely over. This situation. You have mixed feelings. Just now, you practiced according to the essentials of Quan Si, transforming the martial power in your body into pure Yuanshan power. Cultivation directly crossed from the Big Dipper to the first turn. The realm of initiation is omitted. It's normal. According to Zhao Yaoguang, most cultivators start their cultivation as martial artists, and only formally cultivate when their qi and blood are full. Only true geniuses can directly visualize. Shaking your head, you stand up, feeling the changes in your body. A black light surges out of your hand as your mind moves and rushes towards a large mountain 10,000 meters away. Boom! The great mountain collapsed into ruins, and at the same time, a black snake shadow flickered in the ruins for a split second. Because of my previous base, my current Yuanshan power and physical body strength are all 100 times more than that of an ordinary first-turn cultivator. The basic battle power can completely abuse my previous self, and when I learn the Yuan mysteries in my hands, I will definitely be even stronger. You shake your body, and the next moment, the second form opens. But to your surprise, the second form shrinks directly to 15 meters. Nothing has changed in the specific form. Combat power increases rather than decreases. In its second form, it explodes with roughly 5 times the power of its normal form. You made some rough calculations. This time it's really good. At this moment, facing the previous Bai Lai again, I can also kill him with one blow. Or even a second turn, for that matter. Thanks to the cultivation during the martial arts period, you are much stronger than cultivators of the same realm. After stepping into the first turn, most of your skills are ruined, although they can be used. They can't be increased in power through the power of the genjutsu. On the contrary, the toxins brought about by the 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique are still present, and can still explode with a good amount of destructive power. Nowadays, you still look handsome, but completely out of the previous state of fresh meat. A momentum has become unfathomable, dusty and elegant, just like the heavenly banishment. You didn't leave the Great Song dynasty, but you're here to concentrate on your training. Thinking is fundamental. Cultivation doesn't need to consume other spirit stones, Yuan stones, heaven and earth aura or whatever. Cultivators can cultivate wherever they are. Yuan Shenli is the unity of spirit, energy, can be used to attack, wide range to find people, are very convenient. At the end of the first year, your qualifications in cultivation are indeed not good. It took a full year to successfully cultivate the Yuan mysterious method in the Black Cloud Immortal technique. Both secret arts are offensive. One of them is called Black Python Swallowing the Sky. You can transform into a black python and greatly increase your attack and defense. Chapter 76, Normal, Snake, Crazy, Ultimate. The other school is called Black Snake Bodyguard. Consuming Yuanshan power to condense 9 black snakes, which can be used for defense and offense. Although the name sounds a bit low, the effect is awesome. On the coast, your mind moves, your body twists and turns, directly transforming into a 10-meter-long black snake, all scales hard and smooth, with a pointy, triangular head, dominated by a stable. Feeling the many changes in your body, you continue to try. After the black python state, all aspects have been improved. The strength is not bad, but compared to the second form, it's still not good enough. But your snake's head twists, and in the next moment, it jumps directly into the air, its body expanding rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it turns into a 100-meter-long black python. Hovering in the air, you stretch your muscles and feel another expansion of genjutsu inside you, and you get even better. Interesting, so interesting. You're in awe. In general, after taking on the form of a black python, the practitioner will at best enhance his physical body, defense, and such, and the total amount of Yuanshan power is fixed. But you're the exception. After transforming into a black python, the total amount of meta-magical power, its strength, has increased a lot. About 50 times. After hovering in the air for a while, you regain your normalcy and grow calm inside. I'm much stronger now. Not only that, but a few more forms. Shaking your thighs, you proceed to hit the scattering thoughts and say, in the future, my current appearance will be the normal state, my incarnation as a black python will be the serpentine state, the second form of the giant will turn into the insane state, and the final 100-meter python will be the ultimate state. Normal, snake, crazy, ultimate. All 4 forms can be used permanently. Normal 1 meter 8, humanoid, weakest in strength, but even this weakest form is much stronger than an ordinary practitioner. After all, there are millions of martial arts editions from the previous fusion. Black Serpent State 10 meters, Serpentine form, strength increased 3 times. Insanity State 15 meters, Monster form, strength increased 5 times. Ultimate State 100 meters, Python shape, 50 times stronger. The corners of your mouth lift slightly as a black cloud coalesces under your feet, carrying you throughout the island, traveling. In a few seconds, you've arrived at the imperial court of the Great Song dynasty. A year has passed and the world has changed dramatically. The Great Song is back in control. In the palace, find it surprising that there's Zhao Xian nods vigorously. You were about to reply when you realized that a huge figure suddenly appeared outside the palace. Meta-magical power perception, you saw the whole thing. 5 meters tall, with the features of various ferocious beasts, but at its core it is a human being, and there is also a faint mass of Yuanshan power within its body. Zhao Xian, are you threatening me? Your voice is cold. Old Li's face changed, and he looked at Zhao Xian at a loss for words. Your Majesty, what have you done? The monster was much stronger than a normal Jedi top, which he hadn't realized at the moment. Cultivating to become an immortal, this is the dream of how many people? The last order to ascend to immortality, absolutely cannot let outsiders take away. Zhao Xian stepped forward. Old Li, even without him, I can still sweep away the entire world. Over the centuries, he had exhausted his resources in the fiefdom, and with the Black Cloud immortal law to create that killing machine, he had long been sure of taking everything. I'm only on the throne to lure you out. You sneer, it seems that you are not aware of the gap between you and me. Looking at your unruffled face, Zhao Xian claps her hands. The monsters outside the palace rushed straight in, murderous. You glanced at me. The overall strength is above that of the Big Dipper, roughly the 3rd degree of Taoist initiation. You summon Susu. Want some? Su Yang nods like garlic. Crunch. A wisp of Yuanshan power surged out, directly cutting off the monster's body and splitting him in two vertically. Susu excitedly rushes up, opens her mouth and devours it for a while. The scene was so frightening that both Lao Li and Zhao Xian were stunned. Young warrior, you stepped into that level long ago? Old Li slurring his words. Being able to instantly summon a black python, this kind of means, what is it if not an immortal? Change the emperor. Also, send me what I want. You're on your way to the dragon chair. Zhao Xian's head was covered in sweat. Misunderstanding, young warrior, this is all a misunderstanding. My ancestor is from the immortal sect. You're not talking to him. Old Li reacted quickly, raising his sleeve. A flash of cold light flew out and ruthlessly zapped Zhao Xian's head. This new emperor, incredulous and wide-eyed, finally lay helpless on the ground. You skim over his body and sit down in your chair, smiling slightly at Old Li. I told you, you old man are the best at what? You're sorry. You didn't touch much of the Song royal family, just supported a new emperor to the throne, and decimated Zhao Xian's subordinates and relatives in the process. After doing this, you left the island with a clear conscience. In mid-air, you're holding a cloud that continues to fly west. The first turn of the realm, to be able to ride the clouds and call the wind and rain, this feeling is really marvelous to the extreme. 10 days later. Traveling all the way west, you came to another island, and after a brief respite, you realized that it was not far from the White family's immortal island. It'll take about half a day to get there. If it were any other practitioner, you'd have to fly for half a month. Mortal words. It's good to get there in this life. This island is also populated by mortals, but there are also practitioners. In the center of the most prosperous city, a restaurant, the highest floor, a window seat. You're sitting opposite a young man. The young man was dressed in green, with a handsome face and a bit of a floating air as well. He is the only practitioner in this small town. Cultivation, first turn low level. Fellow Daoist, what's the point of the White House? Going there is just to be a dog for them. Where is the good of being alone in the mortal world in style and at ease? The man in green pours you a glass of wine and laughs. I have been at home on this island for 2,000 years, enjoying myself in all kinds of ways, having all kinds of fun, and this is what true escapism is all about. You nodded. This life is indeed very cool, but my quest does not lie here. What I want is more power and a longer lifespan. The man in green shook his head. How long is this lifespan considered long? A mortal astral deity can live for 1,000 years, and when he enters the Tao, he also has 1,000 years, which makes it 2,000 years. After the first turn, 3,000 years of life are added, and then 3,000 years for each major realm breakthrough. I now have 500 years left to live, surrounded by happiness, flowers, the moon and beauty. You don't care to share this with him, sighs and takes a sip of wine straight from the bottle. The man in green also has a drink. But soon, he covered his chest and frowned. There is something wrong with this wine. I've put it away for 1,000 years, why does it still have a strange flavor? But a little bitter, a little sour, with a dash of spice in the sour? The man in green nodded. Fellow Daoist describes it aptly. Naturally, after all, it was I who poisoned him. You say it without a care in the world. The green-clothed man's eyes glared like bronze bells. Fellow Daoist, you're not being fair. I kindly invited you to drink. How do you? A fit of physical discomfort, he covered his mouth and a handful of black blood stained his hand. You lean back in your chair and say calmly, excuse me, I need to get something from you. You put down the wine cup, Yuan-shin power surged out, opened the wine altar, and poured yourself a cup. I'd like to see the Taoist's visualization chart. The man in green shook his head and laughed bitterly. You want it? I'll just give it to you. I'm just in time. Eunuch Song is always responsive to my requests, so why are you like this? Eunuch Song, the timely rain. That's an interesting name. Soon, at the wine table, Eunuch Song laid out a drawing. It's a crane. Soaring freely in the air. You read the whole thing. This door visualization diagram is called White Crane Ascending Heavenly Transformation, and it can only be cultivated up to the peak of the first turn. Not only that, there isn't even a matching Yuan-san mystic method on it. It's really shabby. Eunuch Song shook his head and smiled bitterly. Why would I not want to continue my cultivation? But the risk is too great. If I want to become stronger, I have to go and grab resources and fight with people. But that's going to kill me. I've only got one life. I'd rather enjoy it than that. There's a gleam in his eye. I'm underqualified. Maybe that's my destiny. You light up and talk to him for a while. You got new information from him. The qualification of a cultivator is divided according to the speed of visualizing the heaven and earth and condensing the power of Yuan-shin, which also represents the speed of cultivation. Practitioner names qualification as spirituality. You can only practice if you have spirituality. Some people are born with it, some can acquire it by practicing martial arts, but more people can't have it in their whole life. In your case, it was acquired through practicing martial arts, and in your careful exploration, you found that it was most likely due to the Heavenly King's Flare technique. The ninth weight of the Heavenly King's Flare skill has awakened you to this spirituality that can be practiced. Not only that, you even found out that only the Gu family bloodline can practice this technique, others can't get started even if they have the Tian Luodan. Interesting. The Gu family, the Yuelu sword sect, you're even more interested. Spirituality is also classified into 4 grades, from low to high, which are D, C, B, and A, in that order. Grade A qualification, 9 turns of practice. If it weren't for the fact that this world majors in genjutsu, you'd seriously doubt that you've come to the world of the immortal masters. Could it be that I realized after cultivating to the extreme that this is just a cave world, and not only that, it's still someone's split soul? And then we'll break open the cave and have another battle with the stars, TSK, Tisk. You're thinking out of the box, and you're thinking further and further. Fellow Daoist? Eunuch Song interrupts your train of thought. Back to reality. Based on the speed of cultivation, one's spiritual qualification is only C grade, better than ordinary people, but limited. Is there a way to upgrade your qualifications? Eunuch Song laughed. There is definitely something under the sun, but I don't know exactly what it is. You're thinking. For the next whole day, you chatted freely with Eunuch Song, and from him, you learned a lot of information. Includes the Beck family immortal island to the west, and includes a map of the neighborhood. You're very compatible with him. I hate to see you. You drank to each other for one night, and the next day, you unlocked Eunuch Song's mixed poisons and prepared to depart for the White Immortal Island. Eunuch Song will see you off. May you get what you want. You look at his calm face and nod, fellow Daoist, goodbye. In the next moment, you take a step and a hand penetrates his heart. Fellow Daoist. You, what are you doing? Eunuch Song looks at you incredulously. Aren't we buddies? You laughed. Yeah, we're heart and soul brothers. Chapter 78 Accession. It's hopeless, it's realistic. Eunuch Song's acting is very good, natural and smooth, but you still sense a murderous intent in some of his details. In order not to leave any problems behind, we have to let him go. Though he's not at fault at all in the whole process. Creaking. You crushed his heart, and Yuan-shin power flowed and crushed his body. Susu appeared and shook her head vigorously. It seems she is not interested in cultivators. I only like to eat monsters. You clean up the traces on the ground, then search the whole island for a while, and settle the forces created by Eunuch Song and all his vassals. This one kills more than all your previous ones combined. After making sure that there will be no problems, you leave in the clouds. So lying at your feet, like a dog, letting out a gasp, and occasionally an empire engine. After half a day, you manage to get to the so-called Fairy Island. The White family's land. You cleaned up your breath very well, and also put Suzu back in. Wearing a black dress made of skin, you step into the territory of the Island of Fairies with a ponytail, rather dashingly. Senior, please stay. Just after stepping into the Immortal Island, 2 black shadows flew in from the other side of the sky, both riding on clouds as well. They wore black armor, like guards, and their cultivation level was only Dao entry, which looked to be the 9th rank of Dao entry. After approaching you, the duo saluted and said, "Elder, this is the Bai Clan's gate vein, and high-altitude flights are prohibited. And may I ask where Senior is from so we can register?" Okay. It's not a guard. It's a security guard. My name is Morong Longchang, I came from Dandong, and I've come to visit Senior Bai Clan to exchange Taoist teachings. You say sincerely, if there is hope, I would like to pay homage to the White family. Oh? When they heard you say that, they immediately looked up to you. It would be good for a first-turn cultivator to join the White family. The number of cultivators is too small, the White family's territory is too large, and having newcomers joining in will relieve a lot of pressure. Senior, please follow me. The two initiates bend down and raise their hands to guide them. It's easy to join the White House. You met with a senior member of the White family in the center area of the island, a middle-aged man at the peak of his second turn, who sized you up for a while and agreed. Fellow Daoists, don't worry, there are many benefits to joining my White family. After today, we're all family. We'll enjoy the same blessings and suffer the same hardships. Listening to the middle-aged man in front of you, you have the feeling that you're on a pirate ship. His name is White Knight, one of the White family's law enforcement elders, with a high status in the White family. White Knight reaches out and hands you a patched cloth bag. Fellow Daoist, this is the storage bag that contains the January cultivation share of my White family's disciples. 300,000 miles east of the condensing Iceland, there is an earth dragon cave over there, which happens to be short of guards, so from now on, you'll be practicing over there. This routine, why does it feel like a Mortal Coil novel? You receive the storage bag and nod your head in response. We have specialized people to nurture, all you need to do is guard this place against foreign invasion. Earth Dragon is a snake. The White House. You didn't hide the matter, and gradually, the whole island learned of your horrible behavior of enjoying torturing demons and feeding them to pythons. Your reputation is in tatters. The subordinates fear you, the serpents hate you. End of the second year. After a whole year of cultivation, your cultivation has improved a lot, but it's not time for a breakthrough yet, it's still at the first turn low level. On the contrary, it's Susu, who ate more than 24 snake demons, and on this day, finally had a breakthrough. In the underground cave at the edge of the island, you look expectantly at Susu in front of you. Chapter 79 Soso takes form. This cave was built by your own hands, it's 300 meters deep, and you practice here on weekdays. After Susu swallowed a churlish snake demon, her black body began to tremble slightly. Subsequently, a mass of black gas coalesced outside her body, and the scales on her body began to fall off layer by layer, gathering together. Her body also began to compress and change. Black gas covers her breath the more she comes. 5 minutes later, the black gas dissipates. A woman appears before you, naked and beautiful. Sue? You clap your hands. The woman shakes her head, then lies down on the ground, stretching out her head to bite you. Master, play. You grab her neck with one hand and pick her up. Now that you're considered to have completely stepped into the cultivation world, you can work hard on your cultivation in the future. Play? Is that still a good demon? Roll M with me. Soso sticks out her tongue in excitement. You're speechless, this IQ, why are you so dumb? Obviously dumber and retaining more of its primitive nature than the other newly formed demons. You have no choice but to take matters into your own hands and correct her little by little. 1 month later, Susu was completely normal and spoke much more fluently. Kind of a good assistant. Helpful in every way. After reaching this point, she could still cultivate and increase her strength by devouring demons, and her speed was not slow. Time passes slowly in this blandness. In the 10th year, you have accumulated a large number of sleeping pills in your hands, but it's the unconsciousness pill. Because of the frequent practice, there is not a single grain left. High-intensity cultivation has allowed your cultivation to increase rapidly, 9 years of hard work, and you finally stepped into the middle stage of the first turn. I've gotten stronger in every way. Susu has also been elevated to the peak of the 9th level of the Tao of Initiation by devouring the snake demon, and is about to break through to the first turn. It is reasonable to say that demons have their own inherited memories after they have been enlightened and transformed, and most of the time they also enhance their strength through cultivation. But Soso doesn't have these memories, and she can only get stronger by devouring demons. Yuan mysterious methods and whatnot, naturally, are also absent, so much so that her strength is weak. You can't count on me in combat, at best I'll be an assistant. It's a good thing you don't really need her to fight. 10th year, end of year. On this day, you're still practicing. Knock knock. Knocking on door. Your Excellency, Steward Daylight is looking for you. In front of the door, Susu, dressed in a long, colorful dress with all kinds of shiny decorations on her head, waited with a smile. All these years you didn't intentionally cultivate her, and under free development, her status changed from a pet to a maid-like occupation. Let's go. Glancing at Susu's long legs, your heart doesn't ripple. On the ground, Daytime has been waiting. Seeing you appear, he rushes to meet you, boss. He lowered his voice and said, in 2 days, there will be a big shot coming from the side of congealed Iceland, we have to entertain him properly. He himself is only in the first realm, but he has a father of 3 behind him. This big guy, I think, likes to have sex with all kinds of monsters? The specifics have been arranged by me and Old Earth, so just come out and show your face. Big shot? You nodded, don't worry, I know. This cultivation world. You always feel like you're working for the White House on a dead-end salary. Not only that, but you have to curry favor with the leaders above you and kiss their asses. Susu, I'm going to continue practicing, call me if there's anything else. You turned around and went back to the underground chamber. Susu nodded her head vigorously, don't worry Gonzi, I'm in all of them. Soon the big man came. This side of the Earth Dragon's cave is treated with the highest level of hospitality. In the daylight, Whitey took out the strongest snake demon he had recently cultivated and prepared to pander. You're relieved. Sure enough, this guy's just horny, not brainless. I'll take care of it. You're patting yourself on the back. Bai Lai laughed out loud and then stayed in the Earth Dragon cave for 10 days, taking care of 300 quality demons one after another. After he was happy, he left without hesitation, saying he was going to check out the weasel strongholds further away. Boss, all those demons he used can't be watched. Said somewhat helplessly during the day. Whitey also sighed, it's not like these losses can be reported directly. It's alright. Take your lumps. I'll have Susu deal with the demons in a while, you guys don't have to worry about it. A few days later, after eating a few chili fries, Susu finally broke through to the first turn. She's stronger, but not too strong. Keep up the good work. You pat Sue on the head. Followed by another boring practice. In the 20th year, you're accumulating more and more sleeping pills, the storage bag doesn't fit anymore, it's too small. There is no trend of breakthrough in cultivation, but the battle power has increased partially. This life is never what I want. Looking around at the darkness of the cavern, you stand up, what's the point of day in and day out drudgery, really? This life, however, is stable and safe, and the only drawback is that strength increases very slowly. After a while, you continue your training. Chapter 80 Mutations. Working in the White House is indeed stable, so stable that 20 years have passed without a single accident. You haven't fought in almost 20 years, not counting the snakes. The bones are still itchy. You're a 2. In the 30th year, you still haven't broken through to the first turn high rank, but it's Susu who has already broken through to the first turn middle rank. Her cultivation speed is much faster than yours. All you have to do is devour flesh and blood every day. As your time working at the Earth Dragon's cave continues to increase, your authority grows, and the monthly depletion limit has been raised to 100 entries. Not only that, but there is a lot of wear and tear in the process of training and cultivation, all of which is cheaper for Susu. It's been 60 years since the high-level breakthrough to the peak, and the final Great Realm breakthrough mustn't be more than 100 years? You come out of the cave at over 100 years old, wearing a long blue shirt and a cape. Outside, in a building, a series of intermittent entwined sounds resonate. That's the snake demons doing all kinds of hard and painful training. A dark shadow falls from the sky after sensing your breath. My lord, you're out. So looks at you excitedly. She was wearing a few thin pieces of armor made of snake scales, covering only a few major parts of her body, and her charismatic figure was revealed. You frown slightly, you snake, why are you wearing less and less clothes? Switch back. Susu smiled and nodded, all in accordance with your excellency. Saying this, she transformed her snake scales into a long black dress, tight and without a single seam. This snake is like a western dragon, it likes all kinds of golden, shiny treasures. Looking at her increasingly moving face, you shake your head. Susu broke through to the second turn middle stage a year ago, her strength has increased very quickly. The snake can't hold her down anymore. She has to be crazy. In addition to strength, Susu has also greatly improved in other aspects, and has now become the direct leader of the entire Earth Dragon Cave,
and the white earth follows her orders during the day, tisk tsk.
Would the gentleman like to go for a drink for a change?
Susu reaches out and hugs your arm. I've newly developed a snake whip wine, and added a freshly scented peach blossom, and it's not bad.
Let's go, have a drink.
You grabbed her hand and your heart was on fire.
Susu smiles happily. Yuan Shinli transmits sound. All subordinates prepare immediately.
The room at the top of the 7-story tower, where Susu brought you in, waving her sleeve and lighting hundreds of candles all around.
An enchanting scent permeates the air.
You're sitting with her at a table of transparent delicacy, inlaid with 5-pointed stars. Your Excellency, cultivation is meant to be a water-milling exercise and cannot be rushed. You're only over 100 years old now, and to break through to the peak of the first turn is already the dream of many. Anyway, you still have 2,000 years to live, so don't worry about it. Soso pours you a glass of wine, an even more captivating scent comes through, fragrant, and you nod, picking up the glass and taking a sip. Su Young holds her chin in her hands and looks at you expectantly.
Good wine.
You're not stingy with compliments. About to say a few more words, a violent explosion suddenly rang out, followed by a furious and hideous aura that kept approaching. You blush, put Su into the simulation space, and take a step through the roof of the house to high altitude. At this moment, 5 figures suddenly appeared around them, stepping on a black cloud, their bodies exuding a shocking killing intent.
White trash, your end is nigh.
Breeding, toying with my demon race for so many years, today, the 3 great kings are out, all of you will die. You bunch of losers, today our brothers will eat all of you. The leader of the group roared, and in the next moment he directly transformed into a 50-meter-long black snake and rushed towards you. The rest of the demons also revealed their true forms and killed the others, rescuing the snake demons that were still being trained. You can see clearly, the cultivation level of the 5 people are all second turn. Fortunately, only one person is second turn high level, the others are all low level, middle level.
The end of the White family. It looks like stability is coming to an end.
You're rather sorry, but there's still a little excitement in your heart.
Humans, die for me.
Although there are some discrepancies from the intelligence, from a low first turn to a peak first turn, it doesn't matter. I'm going to torture you ruthlessly to avenge these brothers of the same clan. At this moment, the black snake has already rushed over. He's the strongest one, the second highest level. You sneer, torture me? You, too? Yuan mysterious method black python swallowing the sky. Ultimate state explodes. You instantly transformed into a 130-meter-long black snake. As your cultivation breaks through, your size rises, and your form changes in all but the norm. Growing in size, your strength has increased a lot with it. Black snake slams right into your hard scales, which he didn't expect at all. After the collision, his snake's head was dizzy and his body was spinning gently.
You glance at him, why do you make me?
Yuan mysterious method black snake body protection.
Chapter 81, Going North.
9 black snake shadows of the same length as you surged out and wrapped themselves around the opposite black snake, exerting a slight force.
Put.
Blood rains down from the sky. Crushed so thoroughly. After killing a second turn high rank, the 9 black snake shadows rushed towards the other demons one after another.
You unleash the swallow.
Susu nodded excitedly, while transforming into a 50-meter-long black snake with a big mouth, devouring all the blood and flesh that filled the sky. The ones she had devoured before were all the garbage that had entered the Tao, and this was the first time she had devoured a second-turn demon.
It's not like the old days. Your Excellency, I'm going to break through.
Susu blushed and said unwillingly. This is the end of the game, this will give me a whole bird's stomach, is not it? You give her an indisputable glare, which puts her in analog space.
At the same time, the 9 black snake shadows have ended the battle.
The other 4 demons are dead, no surprises. Their bodies fell to the ground, churned up quite thoroughly.
Battle ends.
Walks up in daylight, boss, you're awesome.
Boss is too strong, I didn't expect you to have this kind of tactic.
If it weren't for boss, my Earth Dragon Cavern wouldn't have been able to hold up against these 5 second turners. You shake your head, sorry guys.
The current situation is complicated.
Numerous demons are besieging the Bai family. The Bai family is designated to be finished. In this case, this place definitely can't stay.
The head office is bankrupt. What are you doing as a security guard watching the warehouse?
Boss, what are you doing? Daylight suddenly has a bad feeling. You spit out long snake letters and your pupils turn violently white, goodbye. After saying that, the 9 black snake shadows behind him flew out, easily killing these 2 subordinates in seconds, and then followed to exterminate everything in the Earth Dragon Cave. Your strength must be kept secret. You also need a perfect excuse to get out of here. So, we'll just have to leave them to it. In your next life, be a good person. You killed all the snake demons. There are no valuable treasures within the Earth Dragon Cave. After all, you have just joined the White Family, and the White Family is not confident in letting you guard those real money trees. Releasing toxins, you clean up all the traces. After some careful searching, your biggest haul turned out to be a dozen or so storage bags full of resources that are useless to you. Sighing, you make your way to the 4 bodies on the other side of the room. All kinds of books, pills, and treasures are scattered beside their flesh and blood. Humans have storage bags, monsters also have their own storage space, mostly with their own personal belongings. C1. Such as Susu's scales. After they died, the storage space became inactive and the items inside burst out. Is it the inherited technique of the 4 of them? Looked at it, all you cannot practice. After all, people and demons are different. Forced cultivation will die. Pills and stuff, can't tell what they are. Scanning, nothing of value. Absolute. This round of fighting, you really haven't gained anything at all except for a dozen or so storage bags. The biggest winner is Susu. She's about to break through with the help of that demon flesh and blood. You put the items of these demons into the storage bag. All destroyed at last. After making sure that no traces are left behind, you still maintain the appearance of your ultimate state and rush into the sea, heading for the distance. In that case, they will only find out that it was a snake demon that destroyed the entire Earth Dragon Cave. It's not particularly fine, but it's as far as you can go. 5 days later, Soso hasn't woken up and is still breaking through. You're out of the White Family's sphere of influence, and after regaining your normalcy, you continue on your way to the north. This time you're going to try out the Uelu Sword Sect. To join a small family force is to work as a security guard for someone else, getting a dead wage, and I don't know how large clans are. Half a month later, on the surface of the sea, you stepped on a small search boat and are borrowing the power of Yuanshan to fly forward. My lord, I'm better. A voice suddenly rings in your ear. It's Susu. You're shocked. Before this, Soso couldn't even communicate with herself when she was in analog space. What's going on? Not only that, but you're sensing a new wave of information. You can leave a mark on Susu, so she can go in and out of the simulation space as she pleases. You tentatively place the mark. Susu's silhouette emerges from the room. She stepped on the water with her bare feet and leapt. Gongzi, I have broken through to the second turning higher stage. Okay, this is a breakthrough. You're not jealous, really. After all, so what if it's the peak of the second turn? After the ultimate state, it's still a slap in the face. Until now, you haven't used your ultimate state to fight at full strength, and if you estimate conservatively, your battle power is probably at the peak of the second turn. Forcibly raising the level of a great realm. This gap will probably narrow in the later stages. After all, the further the gap between the great realms, the more massive the value. I think so. Good, you're good. Susu smiles and sits on the boat, puts her feet in the water. And keeps rinsing. My lord, that form of yours is so big. Too long and handsome. I'm sure a lot of snake demons will like you. You shake your head. It doesn't matter, as long as it's strong enough. Saying that, you give her all the techniques and pills in your storage bag. Is there anything you can use? Susu glanced at it, then pulled out a new technique. They're all too weak, this one will do. This is the inherited technique of that second turn high-level black snake, right? She picked up all the techniques, elixirs, and said with a wink, although I can't cultivate the main technique, those Yuan mysteries can, 5 demons, 10 in total. When I succeed in all of my cultivation, I will definitely be even more powerful, and by that time, your excellency will be no match for me. Well, Su can still operate like this. Where's the potion? I can't read it. I'm afraid to eat it for fear of dying. Sujunga speaking honestly. What a great snake. You break the boat with 1 foot, a white cloud rises under your feet, Susu follows, and you guys speed up, rushing in the direction of the Uelu Sword Sect. In the 110th year, you don't know where you've been for 10 whole years, and you haven't come across any island in the middle of it. The scene around us is the same, never changes, ghosts hit the wall. On this day, over the ocean. You're flying on a cloud. Suddenly, a huge black shadow appears on the surface of the sea, breaking through the water and rushing at you with its mouth wide open, a foul odor coming from it. Chapter 82, Opportunities and Fortunes.
When you look at it, it's a giant octopus. One tentacle is dozens of meters long and short, and at this moment, it jumped out of the sea, waving dozens of tentacles in the air, attacking frantically. Peak of the second turn? Feeling each other's scent, you get interested. Metamorphosis mysteries. Black python swallows the sky. Ultimate state unfolding. The black octopus's tentacles hit the body of your form, and he reacts quickly, immediately bending and winding toward you. Meta mystic method. Black snake body protection. You raise your heads and look down on each other in the air. 130-meter black snake swooping down, attacking frantically. It didn't last long before the octopus couldn't carry on. His body was covered in bloodstains and several of his tentacles were bitten off by the black snakes. The light and shadow changed, and he hastily transformed into a bald and strong man. The supreme immortal spare his life. The little demon was just impulsive. Give me a break. On impulse? Right now you know the general power of the other side, and you've already made a judgment in your mind. You fly forward, your huge body blocking all view of the bald head. Just as well, this Tao is bent on doing good and is unwilling to kill again. Your strong voice rings out, when will injustice end? The bald head sent a sigh of relief. Thanks to the immortal, the little demon will never hurt anyone again. From on, I want to be a kind demon and help people. But in your hands, it's still not enough. After the battle just now, you are more certain that your own combat power is definitely more than the peak of the second turn, perhaps the third turn. Can also be killed? Until now, you haven't had the chance to break out in full force. In combat, one ultimate state and a black snake bodyguard will take care of it. Go on, dispose of his body. A peak second turn, the Yuan mysteries will surely be more suitable for you. After leaving a message, you continue to fly on clouds. Susu hastily opens her mouth and begins to move. On the sky. You've returned to your normal self, and the whole thing is lying on a white cloud, quite comfortably. Susu's figure suddenly appeared as she spoke excitedly. Gongzi, after devouring its flesh and blood, I feel like I'm about to make a breakthrough. Well, this has just broken through to the peak of the second turn, and is about to break through to the third turn again? This snake, it's pretty fast. In the 120th year, Susu successfully broke through to the third turn after swallowing a second turn big fish. She still hasn't passed on her memories. Instead, because of practicing the octopus's Yuan mysterious method, his strength has risen to a higher level. The growth of the body is but slow, it's all the way to the third turn, still 50 meters, I have to say it's strange. After 20 years of flying at sea, you haven't had a breakthrough trend. On the contrary, all the resources accumulated in the White House have been consumed, and your cultivation speed is even slower. On the way, you fought with the third turn Susu, and this time you completely determined your battle power. Facing the third turn, one's strength is still a step behind after all. At most a tie, want to beat the other party, it's hard. In the 130th year, you've finally come across an island. It's not easy. After leaving the White House, I encountered two demons along the way, not a single one. It was really weird. You descended from the clouds and came to the island. Just as he landed, he sensed an eloquent aura. Surprisingly, all of them were of the third turn, on the same level as Susu. At the same time, those three turns quickly came to you. It's a human being. There is something familiar about the practice of crooked. Did you? Since it's not in the Morong family's sphere of influence, there are a lot of demons here, too. You released Susu and went all the way. A few months later, you came to Immortal City and made your home here. Su is in charge of everything, and you're. He hands you a storage pouch. This is your yearly payment. There's no danger in the neighborhood, and the work isn't too tiring, so you'll just get down to business here. After a good admonition, the bearded man walks away. You open the storage bag and see the familiar recipe again. A technique for cultivating catalytic spirit plants. The Yuan mysteries are all of this effect as well. 20 bottles of sleeping pills, each containing 500 pills. 30 bottles of unconsciousness pill, 1 bottle of 30 pills. Overall, it's quite a weight compared to the White family's pay. Is this the big family? It's not even an alternative job. You shake your head and start actively adapting to it all. The work content is very simple, just glance at it every day, don't worry about the problems of those spiritual plants. You spend most of your time in cultivation, and Susu accompanies you, which is not bad. Now that you have the resources to assist you, your cultivation speed has increased a lot more. Not only that, but you care most about the contribution points for working here.
Every year I can accumulate a little contribution, and in just 100 years, I will be able to redeem an immortal technique that cultivates up to the third turn. Open the pamphlet in your hand, your heart is on fire. Contribution points, this operation, why is it so familiar? In the 170th year, you're practicing the immortal technique of visualizing the heavens and the earth. In a trance, you see a black python again, who kills and devours the living in the town. This time there was a different scene. A sword blade descended from the sky and easily severed the black python's head. The black python falls to the ground, struggling in pain. It's all over. When you exit the koan, you suddenly realize that there has been a change in the black cloud immortal technique that you have been practicing for 100 years. You have comprehended the black cloud immortal technique's advanced immortal technique, the wind and cloud sword technique. Feeling the extra fairy magic, you're dumbfounded. It's still possible. At this moment, the black snake visualization in your mind has changed into a long sword pattern. The long sword shines with various colors and trembles slightly. According to the information I've learned over the years, the Black Cloud Immortal Law is the most basic immortal law of the Uelu sword sect, and there isn't much of an insanity 30 meters. Ultimate state 150 meters. The four gates of the genuflecting mysteries. Especially after the ultimate state, using sword shadow heavy, blazing sun sword chi, the effect is very strong. After testing, sword shadow repeat consumes only 1% of Yuanshan power and can be recovered instantly after use. After all, your genjutsu power is still 100 times greater than that of the same realm. The blazing sun sword chi is consuming all the Yuanshan power, which is a big loss for you, and it will take at least 10 seconds to recover all of it. All within acceptable limits. You're so cool. Then picks up the crystal stone and studies it for a while. But no specifics were found. In the 200th year, you've been working in the Morong family for 50 years. Over the years, you've learned a lot about this world through the Morong family disciples who come over every year to harvest. This world is called the Blazing Sun Sky. Divided into 4 regions, east, west, south, north and south. The Morong family is located in the Southland, which is also composed of a small continent and islands. Separated from the other 3 by the sea. The other 3 realms are connected land. The Morong family is a neutral force, covering a vast area and cooperating with both the human and demon races. But on the surface, he still cuts down demons and preaches his righteous side. In addition to this, you also know the information of Crystal. Wisdom stones. When opened, it will increase the cultivation speed and enlightenment of the practitioner for a short period of time. It's worth a lot of money, it's very precious. It's hard to believe that all of the Uelu Sword Sect's immortal ascension orders are wisdom stones? You're guessing. Then you pulled out a Gu family token. Using the power of the genjutsu, crushing them one by one. The next moment, a small crystal appears and a black mist is absorbed by you. You rush into a state of cultivation. In the 203rd year, the gain effect on you will end. All the crystal stones have changed to their normal form. Your cultivation level also breaks through in the process, stepping into the middle stage of the second turn. Chapter 84 Departure. Each wisdom stone is good for 1 year. There are 18 Gu family tokens in total, and their effect is comparable to 3 wisdom stones, which means that 6 Gu family tokens are equal to 1 immortal ascension order. There's something there. The feeling of breaking through the cultivation level in a short period of time is really mesmerizing. It wouldn't be impossible to have more wisdom stones. For my C qualification. But it's still too drawn out, we must find a way to upgrade our qualifications. The Wind and Cloud Sword Technique, as an advanced version of the Black Cloud Immortal Technique, can be practiced up to the peak of the 5th turn. I don't have to worry about the technique for a short period of time. You glanced at Susu, whose cultivation had not changed at all, and shook your head. I've wronged you. Susu's cultivation all depends on devouring demons, it's naturally useless to keep practicing hard. What are you talking about, sir? Drinking? Susu pulled out a pot of wine and handed it over. I newly brewed it, using bullwhip, tiger whip, snake whip, horsewhip. There are 351 ingredients in all, and I call it the spirited sun wine. What a great sunshine drink. This place should be drunk. Who is still in? You take a tentative sip. A long silence ensues. What's the point of living? Why should I live? Why don't I go and die? Die and be done with it. After 5 seconds, you snap out of it. The feeling I just had, it's killing me. What kind of poison did you put in this wine?
It can actually interfere with my spirit. Your eyes are glowing.
Su has an innocent face, there is no poison not a single drop, all are green and non-polluting good materials.
Good. This material is really good.
Glancing at the spirit plants that haven't changed much, you shake your head and prepare to continue your cultivation. This small island is planted with a kind of spiritual plant called green skygrass, which is mainly used for alchemy, and the effect is not bad.
210th year. This is the year you come out of your training room, ready to relax.
As a result, just as I went out, I ran into the Morong family disciples who came to harvest the green skygrass.
After seeing you, his eyes lit up. Brother Lin. You nodded in greeting.
The other party also just joined the Morong family, named Cheng Tai, a sort of workmate. There is no need to be too familiar.
Brother Lin, I didn't expect that you would silently break through to the second turn. Lin Bei, this is your trumpet in the Morong family.
Cheng Tai Sked, it's not simple for you to cultivate so quickly with this C-grade qualification.
You wave your hand, it was just a fluke. Haha, Brother Lin, I have a great deal here, do you want to consider it?
Cheng Tai approaches you and whispers, after this is accomplished, I promise to let you get your hands on 3,000 divine pills. The cultivation world does not have spirit stones, Yuan sure, but also need to trade, after a long period of development, then use the Yuan Shindan as a general equivalent.
This can be used to restore depleted genjutsu, but that's about it. No one uses it for training, it's mostly for trading.
3,000 Yuan Shindan is also a not insignificant amount, enough to purchase many cultivation resources in the Morong family market.
Fellow Taoist, tell me exactly what it is first? You ask again. You're a man who doesn't give away his head easily. It's too dangerous to go.
Hey, it's simple, it's just helping to kill someone, a third turn low level, someone bid $6,000 of divine pills. I broke through to the peak of the second turn some days ago, and I've also practiced a powerful Yuan mysterious method, so I'm sure I can take him down, so Brother Lin only needs to give me a predatory formation.
A peak second turn is going to kill a third turn?
You shook your head, fellow Taoist, your probability of success here is too low, let's talk about it. Your current battle power is probably also at the peak of the third turn, although you're not afraid, but you'll definitely expose your bottom card if you make a rash move.
Unless you kill someone and then silence Cheng Tai.
But just for 6,000 Yuan Shindan, it's really not that much.
Well, you're a cautious fellow Taoist.
Cheng Tai left with some regret.
In the year 223, you noticed a change in the person delivering the supplies. Ask and you shall receive. Cheng Tai is dead.
Good one died at the speed of light, before you could turn the page, didn't you?
You're not surprised, skimming your lips and continuing to practice. In the 235th year, you naturally did not make a breakthrough.
Su has been doing the same, the outside world is too dangerous, there are too many human beings, Su goes out alone and you don't feel at ease, so you can only let her stay with you all the time. Over the years, you've done nothing but cultivate and familiarize yourself with the mystical methods in your hands, and your strength has improved a lot. Su is in control of all the mystical methods of the Yuan dynasty, and her combat power has increased greatly, but unfortunately, she is still no match for you. When the ultimate state comes out, it crushes everything. This year, Su suddenly appeared, sir, there are people outside looking for you. You're a little confused, after all, you've always been in the Morong family in a state of hard cultivation alone, no friends at all, who would look for you. Walking out of the cave, you see a young man in a white Taoist robe with a bitter look on his face.
Are you Lin Bei? I am.
On the count of 3, tell me who is behind Cheng Tai, or I will kill you. Feeling the other party's cultivation level of 3 turns, you're lying down.
I don't know. Don't talk tough.
I've already found out clearly that Cheng Tai only had contact with you alone before he killed me. The youth's gaze grew colder and colder. Tell me, who the hell is it?
He's murderous and icy. I don't know.
You're speechless.
What's this?
A fire in the gates is a fire in the eyes of the beholder.
A man of honor, but sadly, I took an oath, I wind up. You can't listen to me anymore. Direct activation of insanity.
Transforming into a small giant of nearly 30 meters, he drew his bone sword and attacked directly, blazing sun sword chi.
I can't tell you, it's a big deal.
Feng Xiaoxiao was stunned, I didn't expect you to make a sudden move. After reacting, the hot, sword air made of flames was already plastered to the face.
Courageous, a second turner, how dare you make a move on me?
He laughs coldly and raises his hand in response.
Boom! The surrounding mountains tremble. Feng Xiaoxiao retreated a step back and managed to stop the sword chi. The corner of his mouth was slightly red. Interesting, a second turn, actually able to injure me. Looks like insanity won't take him down. You're back to normal, and the power of your genjutsu is returning little by little. Opponent's third turning low level. Su. The next moment, a sword light suddenly flew from the sky. It's Soso's Genmiki method. She's hiding around and can't wait. Feng Xiaoxiao's face suddenly changes. Chapter 85, Escape, Cultivation. He didn't realize that there was a third turner here, and by the looks of it, a demon. It is well known that demons live longer than ordinary people and their overall strength far exceeds that of human practitioners. He waited for the sword light to fall. He immediately cast the Yuan Mystic method for defense. Boom! This time the cave is completely shattered. It simply can't withstand the battle between the two third turners. You're rather sorry, you'll have to trouble Susu to build a house later. After the attack, Feng Xiaoxiao was already in a state of serious injury. He was half kneeling on the ground, with a large piece of his clothes in shreds, and a wretched face. Damn you, you're a human, how dare you collude with a demon? I despise you. After giving you a vicious look, Feng Xiaoxiao twisted his head and left. Lin Bei, I will report to the elders, wait for your death. Reporting to the elders? You're squinting. Next moment, directly activate the ultimate state. I'm sorry, but in that case, I can't keep you. In fact, you have no intention of letting him go. After the ultimate state, your power reaches its peak, the snake's head shakes, and 9 shadows fly out, cross-twisting and rushing towards Feng Xiaoxiao. There's a muffled sound in the air. In less than 10 seconds, 9 black dragons return and bring you back Feng Zhao's mangled corpse. He died quickly. But he's a character for having lasted this long. Susu rushes over. Gongzi, what to do? She also senses that things are difficult. You pulled out his bag. Good fellow, this storage bag is also too big. There are more than 100 squares, and the resources inside are also outrageous. You take out a token, the corners of your mouth twitching. Susu was also stunned. It's an elder token. This guy has an elder master. Elder of the Morong family, only the 6th turn can serve. Cheng Tai, why did you kill him for nothing? Isn't this? If you don't know the identity of the other party, even if you know it, you still do it. This is not what is it? Go! In less than 2 seconds, you grab Soso, return to normalcy, and led her all the way north. The Murons can't stay any longer. Your own second turn in the Morong family cannot even be counted as an outsider, can only be described as a handyman. Regardless of whether or not you have a point, killing an elder's disciple will not end well. You're running for your lives. On the way, I also kept counting the harvest of this time. 100,000 yuan Shindan. 3 immortal laws, one of which can be cultivated to the peak of the 7th turn. 3 immortal techniques, a total of 10 yuan xian techniques, all of which can be practiced to enhance strength. In addition to these, there are also a large number of high-level pills that can speed up cultivation. In the end, you even found 3 wisdom stones. I didn't realize this guy had one of those. Worthy of being a disciple of the 6th elder. And Cheng Tai, he's really brave. 225, end of year. You are about to leave the power of the Morong family and set foot on a larger map of the southern realm. This year, you have not wasted your time, you have successfully practiced the 3 Yuanshao techniques, and your combat power has improved. A few days later, you left the Morong family's sphere of influence without incident. You're relieved, you really didn't expect to escape so easily. It's not right, how to say it's been a year. How to check on me. You feel like things aren't easy, but it doesn't matter, what matters is that you survived. In the 230th year, you traveled north to a continent. After a while of exploring, you get the general idea of what's going on here. This is the Wind and Cloud continent, the center of the South Realm, and the largest islands in the entire South Realm. Here, a large number of cultivation forces are distributed, densely packed, and countless. The situation is very complex. Walking into the continent, you find a feng shui site and open a cave. I'm going to practice for a while. There are still 3 wisdom stones in my hand, I must utilize them. 1 wisdom stone can sustain 1 year of practice. 3 pieces in your hand, if you go all out. In the cave, Su Su is protecting you. You took out the 7-turn immortal law that you got from Feng Xiao. The Book of Taishang Heian Ghosts and Gods. This immortal law is stronger than the wind and cloud sword technique in every aspect. After looking at it twice, you chose to change your training to Kung Fu. Anyway, if you change your Kung Fu, you can also practice other Yuan mystic methods, it has no effect on your strength. The Taishang Peaceful Ghosts and Gods record has 5 Yuan mysteries, 3 of which are attack, 1 defense, and 1 assist. Attacks are Taishang Ching Fu, Jinxian Sword, and Dongfeng Crack. The attacks are all stronger than the Blazing Sun Sword Qi, and not only that, the consumption of Yuanshan power is also smaller. The strongest of these is the Jin Evil Sword, which consumes the power of the Yuanshan and condenses the Jin Evil Sword made of thunder, with a very powerful attack, and all kinds of additional damage to the demons. The remaining 2 can only be used as minor skills. The defense technique is called Thunder Dragon Body. This is a growing discipline that can shape the Thunder Dragon's golden body by devouring thunder, and once the golden body is complete, it is indestructible. The last secret method you're more interested in is called Corpse Puppet. As the name suggests, you refine a corpse into a puppet that you can manipulate. Taking a deep breath, you begin to change your technique and practice hard. In the 240th year, you successfully changed your Kung Fu and also learned the 5 Yuanshao techniques, greatly increasing your strength. This year, you took out 3 wisdom stones and focused on cultivation, hoping for a breakthrough. Your enlightenment, the speed of cultivation has greatly increased. You take the opportunity to devour all kinds of high-level resources in the hands of Feng Xiao to accelerate the speed of cultivation. Under this operation, your cultivation began to increase rapidly. In the 242nd year, you've broken through to the high level of the second turn. With only 1 year left, you are nothing how to break through to the final peak realm, and you put away the last wisdom stone, preparing to use it later. My lord, when will you go out hunting? Seeing you wake up, Suzu asks with some boredom. As a snake, she can't stand to be lonely. No rush. You pat her head and turn to walk out of the cave. Next, you're going to cultivate the golden body of the Thunder Dragon. With a wave of your hand, a huge thunderbolt appears and is grabbed by you and instantly refined. The first turn of the realm can call the wind and rain, make clouds and fog, summon thunder and whatnot, it's a piece of cake. After devouring a thunderbolt, you're so refreshed. Susu, I want you to help me cultivate. Susu assumes human form, stretches, and begins for summoning thunder, lightning, and striking in various positions. You're absorbing it all. The surface of his body began to flicker with a ray of lightning. Thunder Dragon's golden body. You're still looking forward to it. Chapter 86, War. In the 248th year, your Thunder Dragon golden body is still under cultivation, and is still far, far short of success. It's also a watering hole. There are 3 layers of Thunder Dragon golden body, each layer can greatly enhance the physical body's defense, strength, and is also a body refining technique among practitioners. Your time is rationally allocated. Half of it is used to enhance cultivation, half is used to quench the Thunder Dragon's golden body. Susu chose to go out and make a break for it in order to improve her strength, and this time you didn't stop her. The environment here is chaotic, and because of the chaos, there are demons and humans, so it's not as if Susu was decimated by humans as soon as she appeared. In the 260th year, your Thunder Dragon golden body is about to step into the first layer, your body has been upgraded a lot, and your Yuanshan power is mixed with a ray of thunder. In the 270th year, you have officially entered the first level of the Thunder Dragon's golden body. Beyond the cave, you stretch your limbs, a thunderbolt flows on the surface of your body, see Kongjin-like? Reaching out and flicking his hand, a thunderbolt flew out, blowing the pond not far away to smithereens. The attack was not bad. In addition to the accompanying thunder, you have a new ability. Zip, zip, zip. With the Yuanshan power running, a blue dragon made of thunder flies out of your chest. He's only about a dozen meters long and protects your body with a majestic, hideous demeanor. This is the bodyguard Thunder Dragon, a nature with the black snake bodyguard, but the attack power is also far more than the black snake. In addition to that, your snake, insane, and ultimate states all have a lot of thunder power in them, making them look even brighter. You perceive it all carefully and grow addicted. In the 300 years, Susu came back. She was covered with wounds, but her look was unusually determined. After going out for several decades, her cultivation level has increased a lot. Right now she has reached the 3rd turn of the high level, and she looks a bit more weathered. Gongzi, the world outside is so scary? Su Young spits out her tongue. That's. You nod and pat her head, followed by a shake of your head. Keep up the good work, we're still too weak right now. Su is deeply touched.
You released a large amount of genjutsu power to recover her injuries, and Susu slept quietly in your arms. You placed her in the cave behind you, then continued to summon thunder and refine the golden body. You've been doing this every day for all these years, never letting up, always livering. If you don't have enough qualifications, then make up for it with time. You're very committed to this. 3013. Susu is still lying at home, saying she wants to calm down before going out to mix with the society. You don't care, you're still in the liver thunder dragon golden body, it's just that the second layer is much harder to cultivate, it seems that there's no hope of stepping into it in a short time. 3110. You're practicing. Whoosh. It was also at this time that a sword light suddenly flew in from the distance. You're frowning slightly as your opponent is attacking himself? One step forward, you fling your long sleeve, lightning surges out, shattering the sword light. Immediately afterward, a young man's shadow appeared in the sky. You were the one who killed Feng Xiaoxiao back then? He is dressed in a purple Taoist robe, holding a sword and looking at you with interest. At less than 500 years old, you've cultivated to the high level of the second turning, you're a bit talented as well. It's a pity that Feng Zhao's master won, and you, little mouse, are going to die. Morong Xian of the Morong family, I will take your life today. These words reveal so much, you have a guess. Are you so confident that you want to take down my? In your perception, the other party is clearly a fourth turn cultivator. He himself is but a second turn high level, it's okay, right? Ha ha ha, I love your inexplicable confidence. Sinner, don't die yet. Morong Xian flings his long sword and strikes directly. You put away the Susu behind you, and in the next moment, directly unfolded the ultimate state. In a matter of moments, it transformed into a 180-meter-long black snake, with a terrifying shape and a streak of thunder surrounding it, making it look even more bizarre. Morong Xian was doubly surprised. This is the black cloud immortal technique of the Yuelu sword sect, strange that you are able to cultivate to such a degree. He raises his sword, you have secrets, and I like your secrets. Long sword sweeping, rushing toward you. You take a step back, and 9 illusory black snakes and thunder dragons rush out of your body, all of which are also more than 180 meters long. Together they stopped Morong Xian. The sword light kept flashing and shooting out. Morong Xian was incredulous. This is the thunder dragon golden body. Cultivating my Morong family's main skill, today you will die even if you don't. His murderous aura, the sword in his hand instantly divided into tens of thousands of points, then turned into a ray of light, the black snake, the thunder dragon through. Not bad for a four-turner. Something's up. But right now, you're ready, too. Points right hand, east wind cracks. This is one of the minor skills of the Taishang Heian Ghosts and Gods record. A black wind rushes in from afar, Morong Xian retreats 2 steps, resisting with some difficulty. With the help of the powerful Yuan mysteries, I can kill a 4th turn? Looking at your opponent's eating expression, you wave your hand again, Taishang Changfu. A single golden talisman flew out from your hand, transforming into a long sword with shining golden light, rushing straight towards Morong Xian. After seeing this scene, Morong Xian didn't shake his head frantically. Impossible, you're only at the 2nd turn, how could the Yuanshan power fold so strong? Your tactics are bringing him to his knees. Jailbird, if this is your limit, then you can die. You turn away with a look of disdain. Yuan mysterious method evil suppressor sword. The Yuanshan power in your body is drastically depleted, and a tens of meters long black longsword has also appeared behind you, with lightning flickering on it, and its aura rushing to the heavens. Is this the evil sword? Morong Xian clenched his teeth and forcefully broke the Taishang Cheng talisman from years ago, then also condensed in addition to a dozens of meters long Jinxie sword, Lin Bei, today you. Your face is embarrassed, and the Jinxie sword flies out instantly, no son. Morong Xian pushes smoothly. The 2 evil swords clashed together. A wave of horrible power aftermath erupted, and the surrounding cave mountain shattered another large area. You narrowed your eyes, then coalesced another Jinxie sword, go. One is not safe, more than a few is good, anyway, one's genjutsu power recovers quickly. Feeling this aura, Morong Xian in the ruins changed his face drastically, spare my life, spare my life. If you kill me, the Morong family will spare you even less. Spare me, I can maneuver for you. You trust me. Looks like this guy can't take it anymore. I'm sorry, I don't trust anyone. Chapter 87, again? The cave is broken and you have to change the map again. You wave your cuff and the Jinxian sword flies out, easily penetrating Morong Xian's chest.
His body gradually disintegrated, shattering into tens of thousands of pieces in the midst of the sky of thunder and lightning, a scene so tragic that one could not bear to look at it. You take a step towards your opponent. The sword of Geneval is indeed very strong, but his fourth turn cultivation is also a bit watery. After this battle, you know your own strength better. Without using anything, a flat A can kill the same realm in seconds, and after the ultimate state, a slap can kill the peak of the third turn. Since the other skills are too useless, facing the fourth turn, you can only rely on the skills of Taishang Pingon Ghost God Record. East Wind Split, Taishang Cheng Fu can all deal damage to the fourth turn, and when the Jinxian sword comes out, it can even kill the opponent. Layer upon layer of Yuan Shinli fills the room, and you begin to put it together. I'm sorry for making you break into so many pieces. After spelling for a while, you're not interested anymore. Summon Susu and ask her to continue spelling. My lord, what are you doing? You hem and haw, practicing. In the Book of Ghosts and Spirits of Taishang Heian, there's also a mystical method called Corpse Puppet. A 4-turn low level, this has to be utilized. You searched for half a day and didn't see a storage bag, but finally found a ring on a finger. It looks like it's made of some kind of wood and looks extraordinarily delicate. You threw your finger to Susu, and the power of the genjutsu grabbed the ring and saw everything inside as well. Surely it's a storage ring, an advanced version of a storage magic treasure? The space in the ring is limited, not even half as big as Feng Xiao, and the things inside are pitifully small. 300,000 yuan Shindan, 1 immortal method, exactly what you're practicing now, 1 wisdom stone no. A search, you're speechless. Nothing good at all, more or less bad. At this time, Soso is finished. My lord, look, is it complete? You look at the skeleton in front of you and the corner of your mouth twitches. No dude, where's his meat? It's gone, it looks like it was corrupted by the evil suppressor sword. Okay. Your head is full of black lines, skeleton should work too. I don't care. Let's go, the Morong family will surely come again. You call out the black cloud, pull Susu, hold the skeleton and run away. Along the way, you've been multitasking. Trying to refine Morong Xian into a corporeal puppet while rushing along. In the 330th year, you went deep into the wind and cloud continent and came to a deserted mountain. The temperature here is low, the air is cold, and there is endless snow all year round. Su, do you like it here? Su is dressed in white. I like it, it's cool, it's good for sleeping. There are also quite a few demons around, so it's convenient to fight and stuff. You nodded. With a big wave of your hand, a skeleton comes out of your hand. It's Morong Xian. He's become your puppet at the moment. You can perfectly manipulate him to do anything through the power of your genjutsu. He has no previous memories, but his IQ is normal, and after a few years, he's almost as normal as a normal person. Yuanshin cultivation is also still in place, with normal combat power, and only 2 deficiencies at the moment. First, unable to regain flesh and blood, can only survive in the form of a skeleton. Secondly, his cultivation cannot continue to rise. The limit in this life is the 4th turn low level. Dry. You pat Morong Xian's head, and Morong Xian nods, by order. His voice came directly from the power of the genjutsu, without any emotion, robot-like. Morong Xian reached out, a large amount of Yuanshin power surged out, digging out a set of cave dwellings in a snowy mountain, followed by placing out various living materials from his storage bag. Tables, chairs, benches, wine pots and teapots, sofas, and food. Looks like hard labor. You are dressed in white, standing in the middle of the wind and snow. I do not realize that I have been practicing for more than 300 years, it is really not feeling at all awe. You are lamenting, when a white shadow suddenly falls, followed by a body full of snow debris. Susu laughed out loud and coalesced another snowball with a radius of 10 meters. How about it, Gongzi, do you feel it? You grab a clump of snow on your face and fill your head with black lines. Gu Susu, it looks like I'm going to have to give you some color today. Susu blushed slightly, no coloring. You let out a cold laugh and directly transformed into a snake-like state, becoming a black snake over 30 meters long. Relieved to see this. Luckily, it's just the snake state, she can still carry it. My lord, it's hard to tell which is stronger or weaker. Saying that, she also resumed her original form and transformed into a 50-meter-long black snake with a full beard, standing alongside the Baryu as if she was more like a male. The sun and the moon are gone, the snow is collapsing, the mountains are crumbling, everything is recovering. Who is competing with each other? The 2 dragons are playing with the pearls, the yin and the yang are infinite, and the wind and the rain are drifting. After a round of hard fighting, you return to your cave, ready for a good night's sleep.
Susu sighed, snake state is no fun, next time, try the ultimate state. Also, I heard Gongzi say that after the third layer of the Thunder Dragon golden body is complete, it can be transformed into a real Thunder Dragon. A true dragon, surely more powerful. You've started a new practice. The view in the snowy mountains is nice and keeps you motivated. Susu often takes Morong Xian out, and every time she comes back, she looks like she's in a bitter fight, and her strength keeps rising. In the 345th year, you made a breakthrough in your cultivation and raised to the peak of the second turn, finally reaching this point. At the same time, your Thunder Dragon's golden body has reached the second level. The body protecting Thunder Dragon has gotten even stronger, and at this moment has far surpassed the 9 black snakes. You tried with Morong Xian and found that today's protective black snake still can't harm him, and the Thunder Dragon can hurt him but not kill him. The East Wind Split can seriously injure him. The last Jinxian sword just came out, and Morong Xian couldn't stand it. Originally he was a human being, but now that he has become a more evil and eerie puppet, the damage of the Jinxian sword to him has increased even more. I think I can kill you with one sword. You're even better when you're stronger. During this year, Susu also raised her cultivation to the peak of the third turn by devouring demons. There's a big difference between you and me. Life in the snowy mountains is all very peaceful. These years passed, and still no one from the Morong family has come over, so it seems there are twists. A huge thunder dragon suddenly flies from the sky. Susu shivering, not daring to move at all. You look up. That thunder dragon was over 30 meters long, arcs of electricity surrounded him, crackling as he circled the sky, his horns hideous. Lin Bei. Killed 2 of my Morong family disciples in a row, why don't you come out and die? Well, some years ago it was said that the Morong family wouldn't come over, but now they're on the doorstep. This is a slap in the face. You look at the thunder dragon above your head with a pang of emotion. The other person's cultivation is very strong, so strong that you can't even see through his realm. Susu put away, you stand by. In this case, it's time to fight. But you don't want to die like this. Reaching out, Morong Xian's skeleton appears. Morong's family, I wonder if you care about him. The thunder dragon above his head's face changed, Xiener. He hastily transformed into a middle-aged man, his tone fierce and full of anger. Sinful animal, you even refined my son into a corpse puppet. Still in this form. He's heartbroken. Looks at you with increasing anger. Behind him, a sword to suppress evil quietly coalesces. Feeling the astonishing force behind your opponent, your face changes slightly. This damn thing has to be 5 turns at the weakest. Don't come any closer. You grabbed Morong Xian's skeleton, 1 step forward and I'll pulverize your son. Middle-aged man Morong Changlong lowers his head. My son was taken and refined into a corpse puppet, and now he has become a means of blackmailing the other side. I can't help it, I can't help it. Demon evil, threatening the living with a dead man, who gave you the courage? The evil sword behind him shines brighter and brighter. The Morong Sin in front of you can't hold out, she's about to melt. You put him in a storage ring in a hurry. It's killing me. Yuan mysterious method black python swallowing the sky. Yuan mysterious method black snake body protection. Yuan mysterious method thunder dragon golden body. You reacted quickly, and after the ultimate state, 9 black snakes and a thunder dragon rushed straight at your opponent. You turn and run. Huge body interspersed with lurid thunder, creating a huge storm in the air. Running away again. Is this the daily life of a bottom? This is the territory of the Sky's End Pavilion, with several 6th revolutions in attendance. I think I can stop the other side. But the probability doesn't look particularly high. Soon, there's someone coming from the End of Days Pavilion behind you. A young man with a fluttering beard and long hair stepped out, and he sighed, but the Southern Morong family? 3,000 years ago, I used to discuss with Morong Xangtian for 500 years. You have a bad feeling. Morong Changlong saluted. Senior Morong Changlong pays his respects to Senior. Morong Xangtian is none other than my family head. Good. You're back to your normal self, standing on a white cloud, feeling a little emotional. Since you're from the Morong family, be my guest. The young man shook his head and turned away. A wave of air rushes in and directly knocks you off your feet, and when you look again, Morong Changlong has grabbed your clothes. Escape? Where else do you want to escape to? He sneers and a thunder dragon flies out, wrapping around your body and binding you. He bent down and saluted. Many thanks, Senior. Senior will report to the family head.
Pity. You're in a bad mood. Morong Changlong didn't kill you directly, but took you all the way south. Feng Xiao is the family master's personal disciple, so let the family master decide. Listening to him, you grow desperate. It's only been 350 years, is this the end of the line? This doesn't make sense, does it?
3 days later, Morong Changlong took you out of the wind and cloud continent.
You continue south over the sea. He didn't say a word to you the whole way, and you kept trying to figure it out. You really don't want to die after all. Uncle, you still look good. Actually, I like you a lot. Did you let go? I'm with you. We've traveled to the ends of the earth and seen flowers bloom. Morong Changlong's face turned blue. Don't think that I don't dare to kill you. You sigh and change your mind. I'll tell you what, you don't have a son, and I don't have parents, so let's make it work. Righteous Father is above, please accept my child's obeisance. The corner of Morong Changlong's mouth tugged. Your kind of person is really rare. Oh, come on. By the looks of him, it's a bust. After 2 skills, you've given up. He stopped communicating with him. A month later, you are getting closer to the Morong family. You've given up, too. Let's just die. This life is almost over. This day, Morong Changlong put away the thunder dragon on his body. The protective thunder dragon is not permanent and must be re-released at regular intervals. You can only let it out for less than a quarter of an hour.
Morong Changlong is a bit stronger, but it can only last for 3 days. That's why he's binding you every 3 days with his mystical spells. You didn't waste any time, you borrowed the power of the thunder dragon every day to cultivate and harden the thunder dragon's golden body. Chapter 89 Mutation, 30 years. There's a bargain to be had. Morong Changlong didn't stop you, after all, this bit of Yuanshan power he still has. Thunder dragon wraps itself around you and you kiss the dragon's head. Little baby, electrocute me hard. Be sure to give it your best shot. You also do a lot of abstract things to pass the time. Talking to a brontosaurus is one of them. To tell you the truth, I'm a traveler, I'm from the M28 Nebula, I'm a native masked knight of the earth. As a citizen, I was born with a black rhino armor summoner that was distributed free of charge by the Federation, and a green dragon Vajra that I can manipulate. You look at Thunder Dragon's head, and while being electrified by him, you say, the day before I crossed over, I was watching a meteor shower in the Pegasus constellation, and I ended up encountering a group of 3 body aliens, who nonetheless claimed that I took some kind of energy amethyst, a token of the Guardian City. Morong Changlong listens quietly. Sometimes it feels good. These messed up stories he's never heard of. Not good. Just then, Morong Changlong suddenly changed his face. In the sky, 2 rays fly by. Nalan Ghost Town, die. BBK, hand over the Tsong Tian Divine Records and I'll spare your life. In a trance, you hear only 2 voices. The next moment was Morong Changlong's heartbreaking screams. The sea turned over, revealing a deep pitch-black space below, with dark clouds and thunder in the sky. Space turbulence after space turbulence surfaces. Along with a deadly attack that will kill you 10,000 times. Morong Changlong's full defense. But sadly it didn't help, his body was instantly torn apart into a million pieces, the thunder dragon on you disappeared, the bindings are no longer there. More attacks, the aftermath of the power surges, your legs and hands are directly wasted. A dazzling blue light flashes, and in the next moment, you lose consciousness. Are you dead? Of course not. In a darkened room, you slowly open your eyes. You look around in disbelief. It's too dark, you can't see a thing. You just realize that all your cultivation is gone, and you've become an ordinary person, but fortunately, your arms and legs can be used. What's going on here? You're trying your best to remember. Morong Changlong took me back to Morong family, there are 2 strong people passing by, and then we were rippled. I was probably sucked into a nearby space rift and came here. That's about it. I'm not dead, but feeling a drop of Yuanshan power that is not in your body, you are speechless. I've been practicing for 350 years. How come it's just gone? Without Yuanshan power, you can't open the storage space. But okay, analog space is fine. You're just about to summon Susu when a door suddenly opens, followed by a large glow that shoots in your face, and you reach up to cover your eyes. You're awake. A surprised voice rings out, followed by a silhouette arriving in front of you. She reaches out and touches your wrist, your brain, and nods with a smile. It looks like you've recovered well.
Listening to her nice voice, you lowered your hand, and what came into view was a clean face. She looked at you with a smile, revealing 2 tiger teeth. Looks good. It's good to be recovered, you look really tasty. The next moment, the girl suddenly laughed, her voice progressively more sinister. I've been practicing here for 1,000 years, and this is the first time I've met a man like you. She reaches for your shoulders and keeps sliding her right hand over your face. What a nice man, and to eat it, it must be beautiful, too. You don't feel much. It's a big world, and it's normal that there are so many changes. Are you a demon? You asked. Licks her hand after questioning. The girl you're screwing is gone. You're not afraid of me. You shake your head, it's hard to scare me when you're like this. The girl takes a step back. Fine, then I'll show you what I'm made of today. She turned her head slowly, and immediately afterward, a face turned directly into a dog's face? Girl with a dog's head. You sit up from the bed and reach out to touch her head, a little too many blackheads. Take care. Getting out of bed, you walk out of your room and find yourself in a mountain forest, surrounded by lush greenery, with only a small house standing behind you. The girl pokes you in the back. It doesn't make sense, you're not afraid of me, aren't you human? How can you not be afraid of me? She speaks incredulously. My mother said that even the strongest among humans are no match for a single finger of mine. You looked back at her. An uninitiated, or completely uninitiated, dog demon. Without her cultivation, you can't tell her cultivation either. Out of the cabin, you come to a tree. A thought, Soso, suddenly appears. How's it going? Sususu is dressed in white and looks pretty good. I'm okay, Gongzi. I've been practicing for 30 years, and I've recovered from all my injuries. What about you, Mr. Gong? You? Susu frowns, and that's when she realizes all your cultivation is gone. Your Excellency, this is. Speaking, she spotted the dog demon behind you again. Turn 1 middle order? You patted her head. The situation is a bit bad. You said you've been practicing for 30 years. This isn't right, is it? It's hard to believe that you've been sleeping for more than 30 years. Yes, I remember it well. You lean against a tree and look to the dog demon. Hey, where is this place? Dog demon bowing its head, shivering. Susu gives her too much oppression to speak. So, go ask. You shake your head, feeling more and more bull. After a few minutes, you understand. This is the north. This large mountain nearby is called the Wuyun mountain range, and there are several demonic forces here as well, the strongest being the second turn, and below the mountain are human villages, cities and towns. I've been in a coma for over 30 years. Or is it that more than 30 years have passed in the process of crossing space? Taking out a mirror and looking at the unchanged face on it, you can't figure this out. In the 380th year, you're thoroughly acclimatized to this place. Take out the book of peaceful ghosts and goddesses, and continue your training. But realized that his cultivation had not disappeared, but had been sealed by a force. But fortunately, that power is dissipating a little bit. In a conservative estimate, it will definitely disappear in another 1,000 years. In 1,000 years, one's strength will be restored. 1,000 years and I'll still be alive, right? Looking at Susu, who is training her dog not far away, you lower your head. Chapter 90, Thinking About Life. You're not sure if your life expectancy has changed. So the future is unknown. But it's also a good proof. As long as one can live for 100, to make life a little better, you moved straight to the center of the Dark Cloud Mountains and lived in the center of the monsters. A lot of demons surround you and a small life is not bad. You're so cool. Cat lady, rabbit lady, fox, 7-star ladybug, flower big sister, Ming Ming wow. These demons are only loyal to Susu and don't have a good impression of you. After all, you're weak, but with the protection of the Murong Xian skeleton in the 4th turning realm, you don't have to worry about your safety at all. In the 600 years, you are thoroughly immersed in this tenderness, and every day of your life is a joy. It would feel good if life could go on like this forever. You're thinking about it. In the 700 years, Susu went out once. I don't know how many demons she swallowed, and her strength was directly raised to the peak of the 3rd turn, and the next step is the 4th turn. You're happy with her, you like to dish it out when you're not doing anything, and Soso was glowing and shining. In the 800th year, you're lying in bed contemplating life. What is the meaning of human life? Just for the sake of enjoyment? You laughed, then grabbed a fox. It's all about enjoyment. What am I living for if I don't enjoy it? Tender land, hero's grave. You're not a hero and you don't want to die here. You're simply venting. You've decided that when you can practice, you must observe them 24 hours a day and roll them to death. It's just a break now. It's normal. Slurping. In the first millennium, you're looking forward to the future. 300 years and I'll have my strength back. On this day, Susu suddenly found you. Gongzi, something has happened. You emerge from the doghouse, cloaked, bleary-eyed, with deep-set eyes. What's wrong? Susu touched her stomach and looked grave. You're pregnant? You're surprised. Susu couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud before saying, I broke through, and I'm now a 4th turn expert. 4 turns? Mother, I haven't even broken through in 3 turns. You look back at the dainty dog bear and say You shake your head, dude, that's no use killing demons. You shouted, the demons here are practicing every day and have no chance to harm the people. At most, there are some unenlightened beasts that would hurt the people, but they were all rounded up and taken down by the villagers and brought home to make soup. The people at the bottom of the mountain are not living well. Have you ever thought that maybe the city lord is not governing well and is oppressing the people too much? After hearing your words, teenager Li Muyun froze. He comes to you in one step, wide-eyed. May I elaborate? You laugh and tap him on the shoulder. Dude, do you know a word? Li Muyun looks puzzled. Do you know what surplus value is? He's even more confused. You shake your head and expound to him what true horsemanship is. The more you guys talk, the more you talk, the more Li Muyun listens to his soul and spirit, too excited. Chapter 91 Soso's Change. 10 days later. My name is Gu Ming. I thought I would fail in my dream, but I never thought that I would succeed, and the threat of Mount Wuyan disappeared. At the foot of the mountain. Li Muyun thanks you with a solemn face. Comrade, thank you for clearing up my confusion. I've been practicing for 1,300 years, and today I've come to a complete understanding. He gripped your hand hard, his face heavy. The strong in this world control everything, occupy all the resources, and do not give the weak any opportunity. This situation is time to change. You shake his hand. It's meant to be a hard road. I'm not afraid. Li Muyun has a yearning face. I will teach this valuable knowledge to my offspring. If one of me can't do it, then let millions of me do it together. You sigh. Tries to say something, but feels too pale. Li Muyun became even more determined, and as he was leaving, he smiled and said, Comrade, at first you were wrong. The term surplus value doesn't exist in this world. After all, we don't have capitalists on poles here. But those ideas of yours do work, and I will, little by little, change the world. The stars of humanity shall shine. You stare in disbelief at his departure. Dude, you go. 1380th year. You're lying in bed. Feeling the regained peak 2nd turn cultivation. Cool. It's back, it's all back. You're boiling. Then without hesitation, he launched his practice. From now on, I'm going to roll on moment by moment. Take out the visualization chart. You continue to practice the Taishan peaceful ghosts and God's record. During this period, he also fought with Morong Xian and Susu to confirm his strength. Morong Xian is probably high on drugs, his cultivation is a little watery, so he can only fight high and low. Su is different, she's really practicing, and she's also really rolled. In the ultimate state, you went all out before you cut off one of Susu's scales. This is still under the various enhancements of the evil suppressing sword. Susu comforted you. It's normal, Gongzi. After all, there is a big gap between the 3rd and 4th turns. You have to face up to your own flaws. This guy, who has been in charge of the demon race for a long time, has been saying one thing after another, in the hall. All right, practice. In the 1400th year, you realize that your cultivation speed is too slow, and without advanced resources, it is difficult to break through to the 3rd turn in a short period of time. You've left Mount Yuyun. It's time to look for ways to improve spiritual qualifications. You've made up your mind. Susu, Morong Xian will follow you. There is little difference between the north and the south. Everywhere is a fight. Along the way, there were constantly demons and humans who attacked you, all of which were eaten and killed, and by the way, enriched Susu's collection. You've also gotten a lot of humans practicing meta magic, and they're all very weak kinds, but they work. The 1500th year, walking for 100 years, you've experienced a lot, and Suzu and others have each grown. On this day, you encountered a group of lava demons in a volcano. They suddenly appeared and attacked you. You didn't make a move, and Susu and Morong Xian took care of them. These demons are no more than the strongest of the 3 revolutions, and they are Early in the morning of the fourth day, Susu woke up. She is restored to her human form, refreshed. My lord, I'm awesome. She reaches out and summons a hot flame that burns all over her body. The next moment, a white dress turned into a red dress. The figure is still slender, except for the large amount of red eyeshadow that appears near the eyes, making it look even more alluring, and 2 horns have grown out of the hair. You reached out and touched it. It felt good in your hand. Your original body is a 1-horned, why are you 2-horned after taking form? You're unbelievable. Su doesn't quite understand, it's not a big problem, I'm stronger anyway. This snake, it's really interesting. Is she herself like this, or is it related to the 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique, the secret method of the 5 poisons sect? You rub your chin in thought for a moment. The first Susu was just a small snake. Is it possible to reproduce it once? You're interested. With a few more Susu, one's security will increase dramatically and it will be easier to do other things. In the 1503rd year, you found a poisonous lizard and decided to experiment with it. You tamed this colorful lizard while walking in the north, searching for qualification-enhancing techniques, and you kept practicing halfway through, never letting go. Over these centuries, both the cultivation level and the Thunder Dragon Golden Body have improved nicely. 1530th year. You followed the previous method exactly, without making any changes. Little lizard getting bigger and bigger. Nowadays, it is already 10 meters long and short. In addition to that, it also possesses a not bad spirituality, but it is still far from awakening wisdom. Susu is helping with all her heart, though she is a bit upset. Is it possible that the 2 techniques can catalyze all kinds of powerful demons by cooperating with each other? You're a little surprised. In that year, he found another spider and a toad, and was ready to continue his attempts. But when you raised the spider, you got a hint. It's the simulator's cue. Pets have reached their current limit. You suddenly understand. You've had a good run over the years. Although his qualifications were not good, he still managed to make a breakthrough, stepping into the lower stage of the 3rd turn, and the Thunder Dragon Golden Body was completely consummated, cultivated to the 3rd layer. Your combat power increases dramatically. Susu has been raised to the middle stage of the 4th turn by eating demons, but she's not a match for you yet. In the ultimate state, a slap in the face. She can't kill you with just the Thunder Dragon. The 3rd level of Thunder Dragon's Golden Body, you also have the ability to transform into a Thunder Dragon. It was a 200-meter-long blue dragon with hands and claws and horns on its head. After practicing, it fused with the black snake swallowing heaven in its ultimate state. This takes you to the next level. Everything is getting better. This day, a cave at the foot of Mount Snow. You and Su are both looking expectantly at the giant lizard of more than 40 meters in front of you. After so many years, Sissy has absorbed a lot of toxins and eaten a lot of demons, and has reached the stage of enlightenment. We're about to break through to the Tao. This kid is finally going to break through, it's so exciting to see. Susu looked flamboyant and pulled out a piece of demon meat from her pocket. Judging from its color, it was a peak 3rd turn demon. I'll give him this piece of meat as a gift later. You lean against a stone wall and wait quietly. After 10 minutes or so, the giant lizard across the street suddenly exploded, and right after that, a naked, voluptuous woman appeared in front of you. Susu rushed up. So it's a little sister, this is going to be fun. She's a 1-horned snake, after all. Master. Sissy transforms, gets on the ground, and keeps crawling toward you. Eat, food, sleep. You walk up and lift her up. TSK, come on little thing, I hope you catch up to Susu soon. So cut off a piece of the meat in her hand and shoved it into Sissy's mouth. She licked it and went straight to sleep the next moment. The blood and flesh of a demon of the 3rd turning realm is not something she can withstand. You wrap a blanket around Sissy, it's still a step-by-step process. Su nodded, I'll definitely take care of her. In the 1600th year, Sissy was gradually molded under your and Susu's cultivation, and her cultivation smoothly broke through the 1st turn, practicing a few Yuanshao techniques given to her by Susu, and her battle power is not bad. Susu's character is relatively strong, crazy, and loves to fight. Sissy is a bit more introverted, every day besides practicing is sleeping, like a hibernating snake. It's been hundreds of years, and you still haven't found a way to improve your qualifications, but luckily, the North Realm is huge, and there are so many unknowns, which means there are still a lot of opportunities for you. In the 1800th year, you broke through to the middle stage of the 3rd turn, Susu broke through to the high stage of the 4th turn, and Sissy broke through to the 2nd turn.
In this year, you're hanging out in a human marketplace. There are practitioners setting up stalls all over the place, placing all kinds of techniques, magic weapons, and pills on them. There are many workshops like this in the Northern Realm, and you'll come to look around every area you come to, hoping to pick up something. Walking down a narrow path, you suddenly see a token. That token is surrounded by broken swords, and in the center is a large Gu character.
This is Gu family token? The Gu family is in the Southland, and how could they appear in the heart? You are shocked in your heart, fellow Taoist. Where did you get this? The ground stall owner was a bearded middle-aged man. His cultivation was also at the 3rd turn level. He picked up the token and shook his head, picked it up on the ground a few hundred years ago.
This must be a lie.
How do I sell it?
The bearded man stretches his limbs. This thing is of no use, just give 100 yuan shindan. You nod your head, put down the corresponding yuan shindan, and take away the Gu family token. Then after a few more turns, you went to explore the various stores on both sides of the street, and as you looked, you really found what you were looking for. You look at this technique on the cabinet and are very surprised. That Heavenly Sun Nourishing Chi technique, 12 levels, can be used to enhance spiritual qualification. The 3rd level can have D qualification, the 6th level C, the 9th level B, the 12th level A. There is a big feature of this technique, that is, you can only get all the qualification increase by practicing it to the fullest, only practicing it to the 3rd and 6th level, it doesn't work at all. Not only that, each weight requires 10,000 years to cultivate to the peak of the 12th weight, one would need at least 120,000 years of life.
120,000 years. Cultivators can only increase their lifespan by 3,000 years per breakthrough. What a concept!
None of the 9-turned powerhouses have enough life to cultivate. After all, the 9 revolutions can only live for 29,000 years at most, and that includes the 1,000 years of initiation, the 1,000 years of martial arts. In all your years in the north, you've never heard of a means to increase your life expectancy.
Longevity is absolutely paramount.
I'm afraid only the demon race is qualified to practice this technique. But judging from the labeling on it, only humans can practice this thing.
Chapter 93.
You're interested. The Heavenly King's Flare skill, the Heavenly Sun's Chi Nurturing Decree, these two techniques are definitely related.
And the previous Gu family token. You're thinking about it. If you want it, 3,000 yuan shindan will do.
You say, I'll take it, with a blank face.
Boom! With a violent explosion, it's all over.
Susu hurriedly took away the storage bag, storage ring on the ground, and the dense body fragments. In the air, Susu just came back, and Sissy subconsciously covered her nose. Sister Susu, you kind of stink.
Susu raised an eyebrow. Gonzi, next time, can we not have these losers? Wouldn't one Morong Xian be enough?
You shake your head. More people, easier for you guys. And can you lighten up next time? Look, one by one, not a single piece of meat.
Skeleton chompers. Susu is speechless. Pulls Sissy and starts assembling.
A month later, you refine all these people into corpse puppets. Counting Morong Xian, there are 2 of them in the 4th turn, both at the low level, and the new one is stronger than Morong Xian, who is high on drugs.
There are 15 of the remaining 3 turns, and they'll do just fine. It's not bad.
You're heading south, resting in a dense forest.
Numerous skeletons cleaning up the environment, guarding the perimeter.
You take out the many ideas you get from them. Even that 4th turner only possesses a technique that goes up to 5 turns, it's really crotch-pulling. These people also look like they are all casual cultivators with pitifully few resources. After reading it over, you've only memorized 2 genjutsu techniques, both of which are attack type, which can increase the way you attack and enhance your. But compared to the Heavenly King's Flare technique, this is not a big speed increase again.
You are keenly aware of this.
The Celestial Sun's Chi Nourishing Decree also has a matching elixir, and the Tian Luodan is probably just close in properties to that kind of elixir.
The 2 disciplines are definitely related. The effect of Tian Luodan is not too good, but it's still useful. As long as there are enough of them, the speed of cultivation can also be greatly accelerated.
You take out all the Tian Luodan, more than 3,000 in total, all left over from the previous simulation. Looking around, this is not a good place to practice, you take them away immediately.
Sissy shakes her head, the ass isn't even warm yet. Susu yanked her up with one hand. It's fine, I'll warm it up for you in a bit. Orange is good.
In the 1850th year, you wandered with your 2 pets for a while, and finally stopped in a small country south of the north.
Although it is a small country, it is larger than many islands and has a surprisingly large population. There are also a large number of cultivators here, but they are generally first turn and weak. You operated for a while, killed a lot of people, and became the state master of this country called manhwa, on top of 10,000 people, with a status far exceeding that of the emperor. You build a cave here, and the skeletons under you command all the practitioners to make more and more Tian Luodan for you. You have begun the practice of stabilization and harmony. In the 1900th year, you utilized a large amount of Tian Luodan, and the Tian Zi Qi nurturing technique was upgraded to the 3rd level. You're overjoyed. This means you can really improve your qualifications with the help of this technique, Tian Luodan. Cool, 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 you're getting more and more excited about the future. Susu took Sissy around the neighborhood to eat and drink, and also raised her cultivation to the 3rd turn. The strongest demon around is only a 2nd turn, with limited strength, and after breaking through to the 3rd turn, both of them are stuck in their cultivation. You waved your hand and told them to go out on their own. I'll continue my training at the State Master's residence. Time continues to pass. 1995. Your Tian Zi Qi nourishing decree has broken through to the 5th level and is still very fast. This year, Susu and Sisi came back, both of them with injuries, quite. The alchemy thing you keep very secret, each alchemist only masters one process, and finally will be handed over to the puppets under his command to unify the manufacturing process, so it is reasonable to say that it won't be leaked. Of course it's from the brains of those losers. The gray-robed old man licked his tongue hard. Junior, hand over the Dan formula and I can give you a decent. You shake your head, put away Sisi, and give Susu another look. The next moment, without saying a word, directly open the ultimate state. Transformed into a 200-meter-long thunder dragon. All over my body, there's constant lightning. You roar, 9 thunder dragon shadows rush out and kill each other. This is an advanced version of the Black Snake Bodyguard, and the effect has been increased quite a bit. At the same time, there is a protective thunder dragon hovering around, ready for action. In addition to this, a large amount of genjutsu mysteries were also shot out by you. Rushes out from every direction and shoots him in the face. The gray-robed old man dog in the mountain is calm and collected, although surprised by your means, but did not panic. A large number of Yuanshan power surged out, turned into a piece of falling leaves, floating to all your attacks. Boom! 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 An explosion rang out, the sky turned upside down, the State Master's mansion where you were completely shattered. Not only that, a large number of surrounding streets, buildings collapsed, and an unknown number of mortals died. It's late at night, and they're all asleep, and it's not clear if it's luck or too much luck to die like this. Purgatory scene. You do have some means, but wanting to confront me is not self-consuming. Dog laughing in the mountains. A tiny fallen leaf then flies in and you reach out, east wind cracks. A black wind blows, but it can't help this leaf. Boom! A few seconds later, the fallen leaves explode, and you're sent flying by a strong force of genjutsu, as Susu flies in and stops your massive body. My lord, what to do? Susu is a bit anxious. You stabilize your stance, and the dragon's claw pushes forward. He already knows about the Dan formula, and one of us must die. Isn't that the peak of the 5th turn? Although you're only in the middle of the 3rd turn. But your tail flicks, a 200-meter-long giant sword coalesces in the air. Susu hastily lowers her head, not daring to look at the giant sword at all. The evil-suppressing sword of the Taishang Heian Ghosts and Gods record remains the strongest tool in your hand. The blade flows, the luster continues. You're staring at each other. Dog in the mountain is also a bit surprised. This kind of means is a bit interesting. He was dismissive, but that's as far as it goes. Your Dan formula, these means of yours, they're all mine. He coalesced a larger leaf and fluttered toward the Jinyi sword. A fresh aroma follows, permeating the whole of Kyoto. Your face turns pale, and before the leaves explode, you feel that powerful force. Without hesitation, you put away Susu and then turn and run. Buzzing. A strong aftermath of the battle surges in, and you spit blood from your mouth, unable to withstand the power. This is the peak of the 5th turn? There's something there. You fell in a heap of rubble, restored to normality, ragged and wretched. Dog Zaishan also came panting. Interesting, too interesting, you're a 3rd turn and you're actually able to erupt a Yuanshan attack of this intensity. He grabs you by the collar, but everything, too, should end. Your chances are all mine, dog in the mountain. You spread your hands and suddenly said, villains die of talking. The dog in the mountain doesn't understand you. but that doesn't stop him from doing it.
A falling leaf flies in and presses against your forehead. Let me see what you really are. Among the fallen leaves, a deep genjutsu power spreads toward your body. This guy, he's ready for a soul search.
Isn't that an ability that can only be possessed by a 7th turn? You're full of doubts. Your consciousness is fading. Your mind is slowing down. Your memory is about to be plundered. And that's when it happened. Time passes naturally for a second. 2000th year. The sky suddenly lights up. A ray of light flashes from afar, illuminating the whole world. Having acquired the Genjutsu Mantra 55 doors, 72 storage bags have been acquired. I've acquired Pet Susu Unicorn Fire Python, 5th turn low level, Pet Sissy 7 Colored Lizard, 3rd turn peak. I have obtained the TNZ Chi Nourishing Decree 5th level of training. Accessed. I've obtained a skeleton of the peak of the 5th turn, and I've obtained its storage bag. All memories of this simulation have been acquired. I've gained all the experience of 2000 years of training. Having gained all combat experience for 2000 years. Is it inherited? Guming stood up from the river and nodded slightly. Everything descends. He stepped directly from mortal to the middle stage of the 3rd turning, his strength increasing crazily. There was also a great deal of cultivation experience in his mind, and combat experience. What made him speechless was that those battle experiences also included 1000 years of hanging around. TSK, couldn't look at it, not at all. Instant control without any side effects. Guming stroked his chin and looked into the storage space. At this moment, all the storage bags were inside. Among them are also the skeletons of dog in the hills. Dogs in the mountains, why don't you call them dog things? Stretching his back, Guming tried out the various Yuan mysteries on the seashore, and they were all smooth to cast. The sensitivity is not bad. To the martial artists of this world, at this moment, he was tantamount to an immortal god in the world. It's a blast. Immediately after that, he went through the 2000 years of analog memories. In that case, Guming's face was heavy as he kept thinking, it's still the fox that's flavorful enough. Dogs and bears are also authoritative. No, what was I thinking? Guming cast aside these cluttered memories, and a token appeared in his hand out of thin air. Gu Family Token. Open the memory and look at the dark shadows in the last scene. Broken swords really don't look that different. Judging by the two were a bit surprised to hear that. Also, all know about the simulation. Guming wasn't worried about any mission reward, 1 simulation opportunity. Mandate penalty, none. Good. This mission postulates. And their names, TSK. Guming took the teacup. Laughing. 3 sisters, why have you taken this path? Lu Rui, who was playing the zither, lowered her head. My father is a good gambler, my mother is a loser, and my brother often goes to the greenhouse. The dancing Li Shishir also stopped. My father is a loser, my mother is a good gambler, and my father often goes to greenhouses. Su Xiaoxiao put down the teapot, and before she could speak, Guming stopped her. Your mother often goes to the greenhouse, your brother is a loser, and your father is a good gambler. The 3 nodded and continued to operate. You sigh. It's so pathetic. Bang! You slap your palm on the table at the thought. A power bloomed slightly, an invisible killing intent enveloped and oppressed them. 3 sisters, I think it's better for you to change your profession. After all, it's easy to die doing this. The 3 don't understand. Lu Rui raised her head and struggled. There are children born here from time to time, so how could someone die? You laughed, taking a sip of your tea, easily killed by me. When these words came out, the 3 of them didn't dare to speak. You reach into your pocket, actually probing into analog space, and pull out 3 gold ingots and a handful of silver tickets, but think about it. Li Shishir, Su Xiaoxiao, and Lu Rui did not hesitate. To hesitate is to disrespect yourself. They split the money on the table and hastened to promise that they would never do it again. Cue to appear. It's ready for simulation again. Chapter 96, the 7th time, the Gu family. Guming waved his hand and the 3 of them left. A pang of gratitude for him. He didn't say anything. Just doing good. A little something. He poured himself another cup of true dragon tea and savored it. After organizing his thoughts, Guming then prepared for the simulation. This time it's best to raise the qualification to a grade. With that in mind, he powered through. The most marvelous thing in the world is the 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique. Gu family ancestor. What's his name?
Old ancestor named Scruples.
Where is he buried with Gu Xian? You asked the last question. The Gu family head's face is stunned. This young warrior, don't be too desperate. He stood up and said with a strong attitude, even if you destroy the entire Gu family, we will not betray our ancestors. Looking at his determined look, you ponder. This Gu family head is your grandfather, and you ended his life in the previous simulation. If you don't tell me, then I'll really destroy the Gu family. If you destroy the Gu family, who will give you back your alchemy? Gu Jingzhou, head of the Gu family, acting tough. It's not like I don't know the Dan formula, Lao Deng, don't give face to it. You reach out and a dozen skeletons appear. Looking at their appalling appearance, Gu Jingzhou was shocked. This. Things are completely out of his control. Good. I'll take you. After agonizing for a long time, Gu Jingzhou agreed. You nod your head with a wave-free face and order the puppets around you, make a trip to the condensing Iceland and try out the White family's bottom line. Give me control of the White House when you have the chance. Last time you had to work for the White family, now it's different. We've turned over a new leaf. We can kill anyone with our hands. Yes, sir. 2 skeletons of the 4th turning realm leave with other 3rd turning skeletons racking the clouds. Speeding up. Gu Jingzhou was startled again and hurriedly led you to the Gu family's ancient mausoleum. As you pass through a compound, he suddenly turns his head and looks away, then sighs continuously. You stopped and felt the breath too. Young warrior, what are you? You suddenly uttered the inexplicable phrase, who really killed that greenhouse girl back then? Gu Jingzhou instantly thought of something, his face changed for a moment. It's you, or it's him. Gu Jingzhou meets your deep gaze, and in the next moment, he hastily turns his head. Young warrior, I did it. If you want revenge, I'll take it. 15 years have passed since this incident, and I didn't expect to recall it again today under these circumstances. You shake your head, you're lying. It seems that what Gu Han said during the 4th simulation is true, he really killed this body's mother and also killed his later elder brother Gu Lang. With a grab of your right hand, a withered silhouette was pinched by you through the air in the courtyard room, followed by a hand in your hand. Gu Han keeps struggling in front of you, who are you? Gu Jingzhou hurriedly pleaded, young warrior, it was me who killed that woman in the first place. I also left that child alive on purpose. You shake your head and pull out a technique from Gu Han's pocket. With a flick of his right hand, you throw him to the ground and the kung fu floats in front of you, unfolding automatically. Is this the Infinity Book of Swords? You'll be amazed. Taking the initiative to get in touch with people, accumulating feelings, and then later striking out and killing the other person when the feelings are the strongest and at their peak. This is how to get the sword chi of heaven and earth to force a breakthrough. After looking at it for a couple of moments, you lost interest. After all, it's just a martial arts technique, it doesn't mean much to you. You threw the gongfu to Gu Jingzhou. If you don't kill such a son, do you still keep it for New Year's Eve? You're really waiting for him to destroy the Gu family in order to break through his cultivation before you're happy. Gu Jingzhou gazed at the infinity record of 10,000 swords in his hand in fascination, gradually becoming engrossed. On the other side, you've also lost interest. With a flick of his right hand, a drop of Yuanshan power landed on top of Gu Han's head. Goodbye, old man. Don't get me wrong, I'm not out for revenge or anything, I just simply look at you with displeasure. Buzzing. Yuan Shenli infiltrated downward, instantly eroding his flesh and blood. Yuan Shenli is a higher level of power that is extremely destructive to anything, and to ordinary people, it's a highly toxic poison. Gu Jingzhou put down his gongfu, only to find that his son, Gu Han, had already been corrupted into slag. Nothing left behind. Ugh, why bother? Even if you are nothing, even if you are just a waste, I am willing to raise you until you die. Chill, why do you need to pursue this? Gu Jingzhou choked, hundreds of years old, crying uncontrollably like a small child. Chapter 97, Come to the Blind Box. Okay, don't you have a son, a grandson? Go to the ancient tomb first. You pat the old guy on the shoulder. Gu Jingzhou wipes away his tears and carries you onward. After a few minutes, you've arrived at the depths of the Gu family, the Forbidden Land. A large number of tombstones are placed here, so densely packed that you can't see the end of them at a glance. You look around and suddenly ask, do these people have any tokens in their hands? Gu Jingzhou nodded, there is, but it's not the batch that Gu Xian's ancestors brought back. That's no fun. He leads you to the end of the tombstone. There are only 3 graves here. You glanced at the 3 people who are none other than Old Ancestor Guji, Old Ancestor Guxian, and a Guhua. What's this one's story? You look at Guhua. It's not easy to be buried with Guji and Guhua. Gu Jingzhou lowered his head and wiped the dust from the tombstone with his own hands. Guhua, born 3,000 years ago, 2,900 years, when he was 100 years old he broke through the Big Dipper, left Great Qin and made his way north. Didn't come back until 1,000 years ago. Gu Jingzhou lamented. After Guhua returned, he brought back the world's #1 miraculous skill, the 10,000 poisons body nurturing skill. You spotted Watson right away. 3,000 years ago Guxian died. You can't listen to me anymore. With a grab of your right hand, the ground begins to tremble, and the graves of the 3 old ancestors are slowly lifted by you. Grandson, you're being unfilial. Where are the grandchildren who dig their ancestors' graves? Gu Jingzhou wants to stop you, but he can't do anything about it. Yuan divine power vibration, you easily lifted all the graves, first came to the old ancestor Guji graveside, glanced, in addition to a skeleton, nothing else left. It's really clean, not a drop left. You reached out and touched it, and as a result, the old ancestral scruples crumbled directly into powder. That was never the intention. You bow your head and apologize. It's all Gu Jingzhou's problem, he's the one who didn't stop me. Gu Jingzhou is furious, blowing his beard and eyes. Can I stop it? Can I stop it? After shirking your responsibility, you feel relieved. After re-examining the area for a while, and still not finding anything useful, you regretfully fasten the coffin panel. It's like opening a blind box. Followed by Gu Xian's. When you opened it, you saw a ring on his hand. Storage ring. Sure enough, he's up to something good. Gu Xian died 3,000 years ago, his bones are still a bit hard. You took out the ring with the power of your genjutsu, and felt the strength of his body in the process. This kind of physical quality definitely exceeds that of an ordinary 7th turn. This old ancestor is not to be trifled with. You'll be amazed. It's a pity that it's been dead for so long that it can't be refined. Just after saying this, you directly slapped yourself. Gu Ming, a Gu Ming, you're such a soul, how dare you even think of such a thing? Gu Xian had nothing but a ring by his side. Taking out the ring, you try step by step with your genjutsu power and finally succeed in opening it. There's a lot of space in the ring, thousands of square feet, the biggest storage ring you've ever encountered. There's very little in it. Sweeping through, there was only a letter, a pile of wisdom stones, and rows of pills. Wisdom stones. A total of 100 pieces, all complete and ready to use. You open the pills and find that they are also all about enhancing the speed of cultivation, recovering from injuries, and so on. Lots of them. Great harvest, absolutely great harvest. At the end, you pulled out the letter. Reads carefully. My name is Gu Xian. When you read this letter, I must be dead. After all, no stupid bee would live to show someone the suicide note she wrote. It's gone. It's gone. It's funny, mother. Right the beginning and it's gone? Loneliness. You can't help it. Upon closer inspection, you realize that there should be writing on the back of the letter, but it's been erased. The letter, the envelope inside and out turned over a dozen times, but did not see what the name of. Putting away the ring, you come to the last grave. This is Gua's. He brought back the 10,000 poisons nurturing technique. There are quite a few things in the grave, there are a lot of household items, and after feeling the strength of the bones, you find that Guhua's cultivation is a bit weaker than Gu Xian's. Immediately following a sapphire ring that you also saw on his hand. It's obvious that this is also a storage ring. You take a deep breath. Blessed be the fathers, let me get some good stuff. Great-grandpa, I'm sure you would never screw over your own offspring. After praying for a while, you just open it. After one look, you said you couldn't stand it. Chapter 98 Cultivation, Powerful. Guhua's storage bag is too rich. As far as the eye can see, there are all corpses. Various skeletons. The corners of your mouth twitch, and you pull one right out, scrutinizing it. This bone is surprisingly silver. Gu Jingzhou exclaimed. You touch the skeleton in your hand, very mysterious, can only feel very hard, specific strength, cultivation, cannot see at all. Interesting. This body's been dead for a while, it's useless. You continue to operate, pulling out hundreds of corpses from the storage ring and examining them one by one, with no luck. Leaving a ring of corpses for future generations.
Old granddaddy, that's a pretty abstract gift you've got there. You touch your head and end up stuffing all the bodies. 350 in all, some with flesh and blood preserved, others just bones, even bone fragments. Gold, silver, pink, purple, whatever colors are available. Skeleton elves. Gu Jingzhou has been shocked speechless. Everything you do is outside of his perception. You're calming down. In this case, the only thing one gains is the elixir, the wisdom stone. Not even a set of visualization charts. Sighs. Reuniting the three graves, you leave the Gu family's ancient tomb with some regret. Gu Jingzhou follows you. Grandson, is there any interest in being the head of the family? Grandpa will support you in whatever you want to do, but on one condition. He smiles, a happy smile spreading at the corners of his mouth. Give me a baby first. Our Gu family has a single line of descent, don't let it suddenly break with you. You froze for a second. Think about it carefully, the process of giving birth to your own door, and try from time to time, but the results. I think she had one with Su Wanru. Rush, stop. You shook your head and arrived at the Gu family hall. I need a large amount of Tian Luodan, I'll leave this matter to you. You reach out and Susumu Sisi walks out of analog space. You two assist him here, You take out a skeleton and start refining it. This is the one who died in front of you, Dog J-san. In addition to the bones, there is a huge storage bag that looks like a cloth pocket. You pick up the storage bag and look at it expectantly. A peak 5th turn powerhouse, won't let himself down. Dog's storage bag in the mountains is definitely the biggest you've ever seen. There are also a lot of things inside, all kinds of visualization charts, pills, yuan shindan, densely packed. Worthy of being alive at the peak of the 5th turn, just rich. After a bit of searching, you come up with a technique. Of the many visualization charts, only this one has the highest rank, and the others are not as good as the Taishan Peaceful Ghosts and Gods record. This is a visualization chart that can be cultivated to the peak of the 8th turn, called the Soul Devouring Infinity Method, which contains a large number of yuan mysteries, all targeting the soul. Among them is the true spirit looting, which can force the power of the genjutsu to obtain all the memories of the target. It's just that this technique has an Achilles heel, it's eerie in nature, and is restrained by all kinds of masculine, overbearing yuanshin power. It's not necessary to change the cultivation technique, but the yuan mysteries inside can try to cultivate a part of it. You're thinking about it. Estimating that this is also the operation of the dog in the mountain, after all, in the simulation, he didn't suffer any effects from the Jinshin sword. Putting aside the soul-devouring infinity method, you picked up the corpse of Dog J-san, which is a good thing. He just died recently, and although he has no flesh and blood, he's still warm and can be used. It's hard to believe that I can only refine skeletons. Shaking your head, you begin the maneuver. Corpse puppets, screwed. A month later, you're done. The dog has become a puppet of your absolute loyalty. The peak of the 5th turn. This is the strongest power in your hands. Meanwhile, on this day at the end of the month, Sissy, the many skeletons are back. Sissy has brought you the Order of Immortality from the Yuelu Sword Sect. Skeletons have also taken control of the White House forces and taken everything. The strongest of the White family is really only at the peak of the 3rd turn, and with 2 4th turn skeletons around, they can't make waves at all. Surprisingly, there aren't any undercards, it's really. One of the techniques is called Soul Suppressing Seal, which can be used on cultivators who are 3 great realms below themselves. After planting the soul seal, the other party will be completely loyal to you. All obedience. In the whole of the Fiery Sun, only the strongest person in the 9th turn can unlock the brand. All in all, it's very difficult. Besides the soul suppressor seal, there are other secret methods to make soul slaves or to devour souls to enhance their strength. Soul slave, as the name suggests, takes out the soul of the target, forcibly controls it, and makes it his own slave, which can be used for attack, service, and a lot of wonderful uses. Those enhance the strength of the Yuan mystic method will be a bit pulled, enhance the strength of too much water, will also be subject to a variety of Yang Gongfu restraint. Not very useful. But with these Yuan mysteries, your strength has also increased by a small amount, and not only that, the few doubts in your mind can also be directly closed. I've thought about it, and you've just ended this retreat. Chapter 99, The Plot of Dogma. Out of the Gu family chamber. Sissy Su jumped out in a hurry. Have you made any breakthroughs in your cultivation? Sissy asks nicely. Suzu bristles, I want to go out and get something to eat. You nodded, 5 turns isn't weak enough to go.
Cece hurriedly followed. Then I'll go too, Sister Susu, and I'll just eat some leftovers.
She speaks pitifully.
You laugh and pat her on the head.
You can go if you want to, but for safety's sake, take the dog on the mountain. The dog that had been standing guard around, cloaked in black robes, nodded his head at the mountain. Yes, sir. You glance at him. Before that, you guys go ahead and use the soul suppressor seal to stabilize the surrounding cultivation forces. Dogs in the mountain 5 turns, can control only 2 turns, but in this remote place, 2 turns is also the head of many forces.
I know. Dog speaking calmly from the mountain.
With a thought, the skin on your body twists and turns into a long white robe, gorgeous and colorful, with an upright posture, and a jade belt around your waist, adding a bit of flirtatiousness. Hair is also tied up with a black rope, looking much fresher.
My lord, which woman are you going to see?
So asked curiously. You waved your hand. Children don't butt in on grown-ups' business. Saying that, you stepped on a black cloud and left Great Sheen, all the way to the southwest. Lights and shadows change. After a few breaths, you've arrived at the headquarters of the White Lotus sect of Western Commerce. After sensing for a while, he really saw Nangong Qingluo's aura here.
Today I'll see what kind of relationship you have with me.
Cold snort, you step to the deepest bamboo building of the headquarters. In the plainly decorated secret room, Nangong Qingluo was practicing her meditation when you suddenly appeared in front of her.
You! Nangong Shiro suddenly wakes up and looks at you warily.
The moment she saw you, her face obviously changed a lot.
You reach out your right hand and grab her white, slender neck. Nangong lightning?
You. Tears fall from the corners of her eyes and she can't speak. You look her straight in the eyes, and after 2 seconds of hesitation, decide it's best to use the soul seal. Nangong lightning is too weak, directly exerting true spirit plunder. The probability is that it will directly turn her into silly bee. The soul suppression seal can only be performed by those weaker than themselves, which naturally includes mortal martial artists.
Reach out a little.
Yuan Shinli consumes. A black legal seal emerges on her forehead, flickering.
You look at the scene in silence. According to the feedback from the genjutsu, you're almost there.
But right at this moment, a berserk force suddenly erupted from Nangong Lightning's body, and immediately after, a black gas flew out from her mouth and nose. Those gases are filled with all kinds of grievances, negative energies, and you put her down in a hurry.
What the hell?
You reacted quickly. If you were a step behind and got these things on your hands, you would have been in big trouble. The black chi gathered together and transformed into a silhouette. She closed her eyes and her body continued to solidify, and after a few seconds, it transformed into a stunning woman wearing a long black fitted dress, with long loose hair and a pair of peach blossom eyes.
Gu, it's you.
The woman in the black dress was a bit surprised. No, not the whole you.
Her face kept changing and she soon understood everything. You're going to cast that evil spell on me? You're in a more complicated mood, and you're cursing in your mind.
How the hell do you still have this kind of status?
I just want to know the truth.
The black-skirted woman closes in on your body and embraces gently. Don't be so curious, it'll kill you.
I don't want you to die. Feeling the softness in front of you, you take a deep breath and ask again, what exactly is my relationship to you?
The black-skirted woman shook her head. You are my husband, in life and in death, you have never changed. Stop looking for the so-called truth, you'll really die.
This is my last tip for you.
After finishing, she cradles your head in a soft kiss. In the next moment, she completely dissipated, and Nangong Lightning lay on the ground in an unconscious state. You reach up and touch your forehead where you were kissed.
Gu? Will people die? Husband for life?
Jindy, how many years has this been a novel trope?
Can you not be so ancient?
Glancing at Nangong Lightning on the ground, you give up on the idea of the soul suppressor seal, grabbing her and giving a few slaps.
Wake up, wake up. Nangong Lianruo recovered and looked at you and
You skim, pre-crossing brother?
You, how did you know about the crossing?
You're really not my brother. Nangong Qinglu was even more surprised in her heart. A show, I miss you so much. She hugs you fiercely.
Stop.
You climb up, grab her by the neck, and peel it off yourself.
And who is Asho?
Nangong Lightning shook her head and forced herself to calm down. He was my brother who died trying to save me before crossing over.
Then this person is definitely not you. After all, you're the one who shat the bed. Maybe her memories are false. You suddenly thought of this.
Creepy, too creepy. You questioned carefully, and this time there was no hiding. She told you everything. A Xiao is named Qin Xiao, Nangong Qingruo's half-brother. They met in the orphanage, grew up, worked and studied together, attended classes, and finally got together. But the day before the wedding, they were walking down the street. Coincidentally, they met an inmate who had just been released from prison, and the other man was ready to operate on sight. Chen Xiao rushed up to fight him and unfortunately died. The plot: it's too bloody. You're covering your head and you can't stand to look at it. And what about the Asho you met after you crossed over? According to the simulation's memory, Nangong Lianrua said that she had met people who looked a lot like herself before and after she crossed over. He's. Although Nangong Rouge was amazed at how you knew all this, she still told you. The plot is simpler this time. That person was named Qin Turn, her senior brother in the White Lotus sect. The two trained and practiced together, and finally, in a mission, Qin Turn died in the hands of the in order to save. The corners of your mouth lift up in the smile of a dragon king. Chapter 100 Trial, Difficult Clam. The woman in the black dress is suspicious, very suspicious, but it's a pity she didn't come in time to ask for a name. And the Riddler's words she spoke. Together for life? What a trashy romance novel setting. You let go of your curiosity about Nangong Lightning and turned away, ready to check on Ling Chou. This woman died quite a few times in the simulation, there can't be a problem with that too. You said through clenched teeth. You were just about to leave, when Nangong Shiro suddenly called out to you, Xiao, don't leave me, okay? You stop, just now I've checked, Nangong Qinglu is spiritually qualified, not only that, the grade is not low, directly the strongest grade A. What if we train her to step on the road of cultivation? You turn around and take out a garbage kanji from your storage ring, which can only be practiced up to the first turn level. If one day you can reach your limit, come to the Gu family and find me. Also, my name is Gu Ming, not Sima Xiao, Qin Turn, say their names again and I will kill you. As soon as the words are out of your mouth, you've disappeared. Nangong Lightning picks up the visualization chart on the ground with a firm face. Gu Ming, I absolutely won't let you leave me again. She holds on tightly with a perverted grin. At the same time, you traveled all the way east and once again found Ling Chou at the end of the East Sea. She was in a small sailboat floating on the sea, downwind. She was barefoot, sitting on the edge of the boat, letting the river wash over both feet. Hair still in a high ponytail, incredibly thin at the waist, but rather frightening above, and at the moment looking away with a melancholy face against her chin. You step into the air and stop in front of her, Ling Chou? As soon as the words left your mouth, you repeated the same trick and carved a soul seal directly on her face. Ling Worry hasn't found anything yet, and the soul suppressor seal is completely formed. Ling Worry is motionless, the corners of his mouth quivering slightly. You step on a sailboat and wait quietly. Waiting for her to call herself master. Rubbish. Just as your sense of anticipation reaches its peak, the soul suppressor seal on Ling Chou's body completely shatters, and in the next moment, a long sword drills out of her. Boom! You only took one look and were instantly knocked back and ended up crashing hard into the ocean water, creating wave after wave of shock. Now, you're in the water and you look embarrassed. This is the day whose husky, how one by one, are not simple. After reacting, you rushed out of the water, that one sword still stuck in your neck. Sure enough, trashy people doing trashy things, to try to cast that disgusting secret spell on me. Ling Worry steps in, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword as he looks at you with a mocking face. How can the gap be so big for the same person? Even if you are the reincarnation of Gu, so what? To even think of controlling me, there's only a way to die. Ling Worry's murderous aura is so strong that it's scary. That kind of power is so strong that you're seriously injured and have no strength at all after just one look. The whole person also fell in the water and couldn't move a muscle. In the nick of time, a dark shadow arrived. Are you crazy? He's a Gu. The black-skirted woman rushed over and blocked Ling Chou. She grabs you up with one hand. Gu, you go first, she can't kill you. You have a gloomy, ugly face and a feeling of constipation. Enough! You came to them while recovering from your injuries. What exactly are your identities? Tell me directly. This time, you have to get it right. Ling Chen sneered. Tell you what, are you worthy? A dead dog. Even though you're exactly the same as Gu and have a similar soul, you'll never compare to a single hair on his leg. Who's the fool here? The black-skirted woman sighed. Cheng Wan, the past is the past, there's no need for you to hate every reincarnation of Gu, they are innocent. Ling Worries laughing. Innocent? I'm innocent, my ass. Are you blind?
He wants to control me and make me his slave. Does he deserve it? Feeling the powerful aura of these two, you are speechless to the core. Bracing yourself, you plop down on a white cloud and walk straight away. Someday you're going to figure this out. Only. The soul suppressor seal has been planted, but Ling Cho, or that Chang Wan, still broke through, which means that her strength is 9 turns at the weakest? 9 turns, just a couple of simulations? Gu, before you break through the 9 revolutions, it's best not to come to us, you'll die. As you were leaving, you heard the voice of the woman in the black dress. I don't need you to remind me. Gu, my name is Huangji. Suddenly, in mid-air, you stop in mid-flight. Flowering? The name. Your memories keep coming back and images from before you traveled come to mind. Before crossing over, I was writing a book myself, the plot was not thought out, the genre was fantasy, the force value was as high as it could be made up, the details were not there at all. The only thing I'm sure of is the name of the main character. At the time, I was thinking of a single female lead myself, and it took me a while to think of their names. Gutingji, the male lead, and Huangji, the female lead. Mothers? I've traveled to the world of a novel I wrote? Good news, it's your own novel. Bad news, one hasn't even begun to set up anything other than the protagonist's name. So that the world formed and then cobbled itself together to constitute this state? You're still a little unbelievable, but it's still necessary to test the waters. You look towards the two who are still confronting each other and ask through the air, that who was my past life Gutingji? Whoosh! A falling leaf flies, grazes your body, and cuts down a dozen large mountains directly behind you. But this situation already has you thinking about it. GFA is the strongest, but the Big Dipper simply can't hold up your power, so that something's wrong. You're leaving with a sigh. Brat, come back next time. As you're leaving, you suddenly hear a low voice. Tisk, TSK, TSK, TSK. It gets weirder. Those who don't know will think I've come to a weird world. Return to the Ku family, you continue your training. This time I really don't want to care about all that nonsense. To be sure, those celebrities in this island are not simple, but it's not like they haven't been killed before. It's likely that the soul suppressor seal is so insidious that it upsets them. Putting aside these stray thoughts, you continue to practice. Going all out to get high and break through the TNZ Chi nourishing technique, of course, proper cultivation can't be left behind. In the 20th year, your TNZ Chi nourishing resolve has improved greatly, but it is not yet time for a breakthrough, and at this point, you find that the speed is obviously slowing down. Instead of being discouraged, you continue to practice and improve yourself. 30th year, still a bit of progress, but not a lot of it. This year, you have a guest. It's Nangong Xiao. Gu Ming, I've cultivated to the peak of the first turn. She looks at you with an excited face. I just want to be by your side, I'll do anything you want me to do. You look at her expectant face and smile and smile. In any case, the current Nangong, Ling Cho, can be utilized. If something bad ever happens to you, forget it, most likely they won't help, they'll just die with you. Yes. And you gave her a Kenjutsu that was practiced to the peak of the second turn. Gu Ming, I won't let you down. You drove away Nangong Shiro and continue to have a hard liver. In the 50th year, you broke through to the 6th level, which happens to be a C-grade qualification according to the idea of the Heavenly Sun's Chi nurturing decree. Continue. 80th year, fix it hard. First 100 years, no breakthrough yet. In the 150th year, he broke through to the 7th level. There are 5 more weights in the back, and it's expected to take longer. You're ready for a protracted battle. All these years down the line, Nangong Lightning's a qualification is really not false. Right now she has already broken through to the 3rd turn. It's practicing? Observe. Ling Worry suddenly smiled, full of wrinkles squeezed together, extraordinarily eerie, terrible. In the forbidden zone. You look away. Letting Ling Chi cultivate is also part of your plan. Regardless of what the Qing Wan behind her really thinks, Ling Cho can still be utilized. As with Nangong Lightning, perhaps the future will bring surprises to oneself? In the year 201, Ling Cho came. She has regained her youthful appearance, but her gray hair is still there, and I don't know if it was intentional or accidental. Nangong Shiyu looks at her in surprise. I can't believe it only took you a year to do it. 1 year, breakthrough from ordinary people to the peak of the first turn. This qualification makes her think. Ling worried nods. After all, I am a human Jedi. It's like this, there are extra bonuses for the cultivation of overwhelmingly powerful people. Even so, Ling Chao's talent is terrifying. Nangong Lightning had a burst of emotion, and finally gave her a new visualization map. Continue to cultivate here in the future, your life, it's only just begun. Ling Worry catches it with one hand, nods his head, and doesn't say a word. You smile in the dark. Both Ling Worries and Nangong can be utilized, after all, they have an emotional foundation with themselves, though not very decent, right? Other geniuses are different, totally unknown, not at all easy for you to control. Both of them have also been in high positions for many years, and each of them controls a huge power with a lot of experience. No matter which aspect, they can bring you great convenience. 250 years. Cece and Susu are back. After more than 200 years of fighting, Susu broke through to the middle stage of the 5th turn, looking more stable and resolute. Sissy has also broken through to the 4th turn level and has matured quite a bit. And you, with your efforts day and night, have broken through a small realm with the help of the elixir resources left behind by the Gu family's ancestor. Entering the 3rd turning higher level. Nangong Lianro broke through to the high level of the 4th turn, one step short of the peak. Lingqiu was as powerful as ever, and also broke through to the peak of the 2nd turn, her aura becoming more and more overpowering. Chapter 102 The Alliance. Cultivation is about longevity, time. For most practitioners, all they seek is longevity, and power is only incidental. But for you, only power is eternal. You'll never give up your endless quest for power. Time flows like water and never returns. Soon. In the 3rd 100 years, your Tianzi Qi nurturing technique has seen a new breakthrough, officially stepping into the 8th level. Ling Worries, Nangong Qinglu are stuck at the peak of the 4th turn at the same time, and for them, this is not a small bottleneck. With frequent contact, you realize that Lingqiu does not seem to be a simple grade A qualification. After all, her cultivation speed is too fast, and apart from the major realms, there are no bottlenecks at all between the minor realms. I guess it won't take long to surpass Nangong Shiro and all the people under you. The stronger you are, the better. After all, in another 1,000 years, that pervert will destroy the whole world. Nowadays, your strength is too low, not to mention exploring the truth. You don't even have the qualifications to go up as a pawn, so you still need to work hard to raise your realm. You gave them a new technique that can be practiced all the way to the peak of the 7th turn. The Tai Shang Ping and Ghosts and Gods record that you've been practicing. The two of you have been practicing day and night in the 4 chambers on either side of you, and have never stopped. Looks more curly than you. 4th century. This year, Gu Jingzhou, the head of the Gu family, left. He had no spiritual qualifications, unable to cultivate, and in the end he could only live to a ripe old age. Although the Heavenly King's Yu Tree can open up spiritual qualifications, it is not possible for every single Gu family disciple. It still depends on the person. Maybe it's what he said. The guy with 3 names is indeed worse in the Gu family. After Gu Jingzhou's death, Gu Lang, that is, he succeeded the head of the family. These years he has long recognized the situation, has been working for you, now, just a different identity to continue to assist you just. These years down, you Tian Luo Dan 8 I do not know how much, the body has long produced resistance. I estimate that the latter several realms, at least 200 years to break through once. Carefully counting, it can also be successfully practiced before 2,000 years. You're looking forward to it. You're not leaving the island this time either. There are so many awesome people here, you want to see if these big guys can carry that. 100 years have passed, Lingqiu has broken through to the peak of the 5th turn, and is even more powerful, but is still gentle with you, and you are relieved. If only the offense and defense had stayed the same. Nangong Lightning had only broken through to the middle stage of the 5th turn, and her speed had completely slowed down. He is also not obsessed with getting stronger, and in the past few years is helping you to coordinate the garbage forces around you to assist your cultivation. Cece and Susu left once again in order to improve their strength, and have not returned for 100 years. Although you were worried, you didn't stop them. After all, if they want to get stronger, they have to fight on their own. No one can change that. In the 500th year, your Tianzi Qi nurturing technique has broken through to the 9th level, and your cultivation is also trending to break through to the point where you're about to step into the peak of the 3rd turn. The pills Gu Xian left behind have been eaten in box after box, and now they are almost at the bottom. You're still in a good frame of mind, keep practicing hard. 500 years, this is the first time you've practiced steadily in one place for so long. In the last few 100 years, he didn't even move his ass, and he didn't move at all to visualize the technique and improve his qualifications. This year, an ordinary afternoon. Calm on the island.
Suddenly, a red light jumped out of the distance and appeared over the Gu family.
Cultivator from a country place, die for me.
The red light shook, and in the next moment, it directly transformed into a thin red line, shooting towards the entire Gu family. The rich power of the spirit reflects everything.
Gu family disciples looked at the scene in the sky and simply couldn't catch their breath.
Even the Big Dipper can't move a muscle.
They're crushed to death. You sigh and walk out of the practice room.
A black-clothed silhouette quietly appeared, a mere peak of 5 revolutions. Ling Worries spoke lightly, not putting the other parties in his eyes in the slightest.
And it did.
At this moment, Ling Cho has already broken through to the high level of the 6th revolutions, and his Yuan-Shin power is unfathomable. Nangong Lightning also came from a distance, looking at each other thoughtfully. Her cultivation level has broken through, but not much, and now it's only the peak of the 5th turn.
Silence.
The unconventional sword behind Ling Worries flew out, transforming into a scaly dragon that floated in the air, emitting a mountainous pressure,
covering the entire island.
In the sky, an old man behind the red light suddenly changed his face. 6 turns, how could there be 6 turns in such a small place?
Surprised, he was about to run away. But it's too late.
The auger dragon devoured all the Yuan-Shin attacks and swung its body again, coming in front of him, sweeping and wrapping his entire body.
Bang!
Old man falls hard from the sky.
You walk up and ask with some surprise. Which one?
The old man closes his eyes and does not respond.
You sigh. A leaf flies out and lands on his face.
Since he won't talk, we can only search his soul. Now that he is seriously injured and unable to resist, soul searching is naturally very easy. In fact, only when you break through the 7th turn, you are qualified to search your soul and plunder your memories, but you can do it at the 3rd turn by virtue of your true spirit plundering this Yuan mystery method. Ling Worries senses your intentions and stabs him in the chest, lowering all his resistance. Nangong Lightning also stepped on his face, together restricting his various resistances.
Don't hurt me.
The old man struggled. Behind me is the South Sea Alliance, kill me and you will surely die.
The South Sea Alliance?
You're a little impressed. This is the largest business alliance in the Southern Realm, composed of all the top forces in the Southern Realm.
There is definitely a 9th turning powerhouse suppressing it.
How could such a power come over and take action against himself?
You're too curious.
So I'll just activate the secret method. The dense Yuan-Shin power pervades his body, expands, and finally penetrates deep into his bones and marrow, devouring it crazily. A snippet of information floods into your mind, and you grimace, absorbing it bit by bit.
Half an hour later.
You've finished your first soul search. The old man on the ground has only half a breath left, his vitality is weak, his brain is chaotic, and he has become a second little cutie.
You're sweating too.
This old man has lived for 10,000 years, his memories are too rich, being plundered by your brain, there is still not a small amount of pressure.
Ling Worries holds up you who is about to fall, how is it?
If it's really the South China Sea Alliance,
things are going to be tricky.
Chapter 103 Gifts. Nangong Lightning shook her head, the probability is not high, really that kind of power, it definitely won't hit the door alone. You stabilize yourself and say, it's not the South Sea Alliance, this guy just practiced in the South Sea Alliance. He himself runs a chamber of commerce in the neighboring seas with many businesses under his belt. Over the years, we have taken control of hundreds of small islands in the surrounding area, mainly dealing in the sale and purchase of low-ranking demonic beasts. It bumped up against his chamber of commerce, and there were many times of friction, and when the old man found out, he went straight to the door. Nangong Lianrua understood instantly, after all, she was the one in charge of those businesses all these years. It seems that he is that strong man behind the scenes of the Blackwater Chamber of Commerce. As far as I know, the Blackwater Chamber of Commerce only has him a 5 turn. Now without him, our sphere of influence can continue to expand partially again.
You nodded, but still sighed. The Blackwater Chamber of Commerce isn't a problem, the main thing is that this old man worshipped a 7th turn master when he was practicing in the South Sea Alliance. They are very close and a lot happens to promote friendship.
There's a high probability that 7th turn will come to take revenge. Recalling all the little games those two played that you couldn't bear to look at.
It's a lot sicker than you think. It's horrible, jailbird. Ling Worries nodded, the relationship between master and disciple is indeed solid, but a mere 7th turn, so what if he comes?
Kill him with one sword.
She looks confident.
Nangong Lightning thought a bit more, she sighed, it's easy for you to kill him, but behind him is the South Sea Alliance.
As a former godmother, she understands these face-saving things too well. It's hard for us to carry through now. Things are tricky, but they are not without a solution. Withdraw and continue practicing. You waved your hand and walked into the practice room, holding the body on the floor. Before the retreat, you found Nangong Rouge and specially instructed something. Gu Ming, is this really okay? She covers her mouth, as if she had never thought of such a thing. We'll have to try. You show 2 rows of white teeth and smile obscenely. Nangong Lightning shook her head with some discomfort in her heart. Looking at your departing back, she sighed, Xiao, how did you become this? Skinless. Cultivation room, you look at the old man in front of you and shake your head, Jindy, it's bitter for you, being manipulated when you were young, and having to endure this kind of pain when you're about to die. Take a deep breath, I'll drop it soon. You laugh, then a genjutsu force shatters his heart. In the next moment, you grabbed with force, and the genii mysteries were in motion. Smoothly connects to the soul inside him. As the Yuan mysteries are performed, your face becomes more and more ugly, your heart beats faster, and you are sweating coldly. Half an hour later, it's all over. It's still a bit of a stretch for me to refine soul slaves across 2 great realms. You look at the soul beside you. He is quite illusory, it is the dead old man, the other is named Zhou. Soul slave, the same mystical method you learned before. A soul body under your control can target the target's soul, and according to the description, it's very effective. Nice, collect. You open your mouth and Chuki's soul drills in of its own accord. After hitting a full stop, you continue the operation and start refining the corpse puppet. At the peak of the 5th turn, this kind of good material is also a big help. A few days later, you succeeded in refining it and Chuki survived again. Souls and bodies can be used, soul slaves plus puppets, with a soul search, capitalists have nothing you can use. You have some shame in your heart. After all, I'm living like I hate it. Year 530. On this day, you made a smooth breakthrough and stepped into the peak of the 3rd turn. It's good, it's reached the level of immortal dignity. I'm at the top of my 3rd turn, who's? You're about to make a few wisecracks to get your kicks, when another terror suddenly permeates the island. Got it. That's the one who's here. You're out of the Ku house, ready to face him. Ling Worries and Nangon Lualu also came, looking solemn. In the air, a shirtless man walks up, looking down at his feet. It's you guys, you're the hot chicks who killed my little Mickey. He's got a very ugly face. Leave people without a shoulder to lean on. You guys deserve to die. Listening to what he said, you were relieved that it was really a big Mother Zero. You cough. Ling Cho, defeat him, don't kill him. To the side, Ling Cho, who had already broken through to the peak of the 6th revolutions, nodded and stepped upwards into the air step by step. Don't worry. Li Sen, the 7th turn powerhouse in the sky, laughed out loud with a disdainful face. Stinking woman, you are too overconfident yet. Kill me? Rampant. Li Sen cursed angrily and charged up as well. Boom. Ling Worries throws out his Bujo sword and clashes with him. The sword chi that is strong enough to tear everything apart spreads in the air, one after another, expanding like ripples on the water surface. Li Sen looks startled. He can't even break through his opponent's defense. That is only a 6-turner. 3 to 4, 6 to 7, the gap between all of these is ridiculously large, but Ling Cho was surprised that he could fight Li Sen like this. It was also at this moment that Ling Cho let out a cold laugh and stepped on the edge of the sky. Bloomy, not a good person at first glance. The next moment, a 10-meter long sword flashing with infinite lightning appeared and suppressed Li Sen. Evil sword. It may be small, but the power that lies within it is far greater than you. Ling Worries, this woman's qualifications are really horrible. Boom. Another round of explosions. Accompanied by a bone-piercing scream, Li Sen was pierced through his chest with a sword, and was seriously injured. Falls hard from the air. Bang. The building on the ground is shattered in a dozen places, a wreck, a miserable sight. Li Sen looks horrified. Just when he thought he was going to be killed at any moment at any time, a tall figure came and grabbed his hand. Little fool, how can you want to give up at the slightest setback? Li Sen is incredible. Feeling the sizzling heat in his hands, he had the urge to cry. This sound, this feeling, how? Get up, everything will pass. The man grabbed Reason. Still holding his hand. Li Sen gets a good look at him. A masculine face, handsome, just the way he likes it. Seeing that he was under hard control, you then came and coughed and said, "Elderly, I'm sure you're clear about what happened." It was Jomu who took the initiative to come over and send him to his death. "We're also not fighting, we'll be old friends from now on. This is my special gift for you." You clap your hands. Lee Sin's face is stunned. "Little fool, isn't it better to be with me than Chucky?" Beside him, the handsome man said smilingly. You turn your head and feel the urge to vomit. Chapter 104. This, who is he? Lee Sin blushed a lot better and asked in a solemn manner. You stare at his increasingly forceful hand and cough. "This is Jia, I'm sure you'll get better and better." "Jai, not bad at all." Lee Sin suddenly let out a laugh, her little thumb hooking up Jia's shirt, her voice even more charming and alluring. Literally throwing up. "You look serious. Elderly has a high position of power in the South Sea Alliance. There's no need to get into an unpleasant situation with us minor characters over a rouge. If you are satisfied, leave your address and I will prepare a few more gifts for you each year. Guaranteed to make you happy and joyful every day, body and soul." Lee Sin laughs, "Good, funny, too funny." His strange gaze flicks over you. "Your offer is good, I'm happy with it. Jai, let's go." He grabbed half of the chrysanthemums and took Jai straight away. Looking at his ever-disappearing shadow, you breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, there's still a chance if you look in the right direction. Ling Wuri looked deeply at you. "Gu Ming, are you still normal there?" She glances at you from top to bottom, her intentions clear. Nangon Lightning also sighed. "Where would a normal person think of this kind of plan? I can't believe it worked." You laugh softly. It's still Lee Sin who's more cooperative. A big stick, and he'll calm down. Ling worried skimmed his mouth. A big stick. Another big stick. Alright, break it up, go back to practicing. Ling Wuri has long since stepped into the peak of the 7th turn, his strength is unrivaled. She likes to step on the sky alone to watch the sunset for hours on end. This year, I don't know how many sunsets I've watched, but Ling Zhou has found you. "Gu Ming, I'm ready to leave here." Her tone was firm. "The peak of the 7th turn is not my limit, I will continue to break through." "This is very sad." You agreed. You smile and give her the few pills you have on you, as well as nearly 1,000,000 yuan shindan. "When you go out, be careful of everything. You haven't had a crisis in the recent past, so instead of letting her work here as a security guard, you should go and make a break for it. If you see Cici and Susu on the way, remember to tell them to go home early. I haven't seen you in centuries. I've missed you." You straighten Ling Chen's collar and laugh. Ling Worries nodded gently and suddenly asked, "So, will you miss me?" "Will do." You're saying it with a deep look on your face. Ling Worried laughed. "Gu Ming, your acting skills are poor, stop pretending." You put away your smile. "Is it really bad? I've been studying it for over 2,000 years. Ling Worries turned around and handed you the Buzhou sword behind you. "Gu Ming, I will come back for you. Remember to come back soon. In about 1,200 years, I'll be dead." You said this very frankly. "I understand. In 1,200 years, I will come back to see you, no matter what happens, no matter how difficult it is." You held her Buzhou sword. "This time, it's still empty when you leave so suddenly." "Well, you're all mine from now on." Nandong Yoro came out of the shadows and took your hand. This woman, once Ling Cho who suppressed her is gone, will not instantly turn into a deadly sickly girl. To your relief, Nangong Lianro is quite normal and everything is acceptable. Now that she has also broken through to the peak of the 6th turn, TSK, one can't really resist. In the 900th year, you've finally broken through to the 4th turn of the lower level. Strength increase, that's cool. Feeling the richness in his body, enough to crush everything. You tried something immediately. Morong Xian, this punk, can be suppressed with a single finger. Followed by Zhou who was at the peak of the 5th turn. This guy was very strong and even more experienced in battle. You're no match for the normal state, nor for the snake state, and the crazy state is only a tie, but only the ultimate state can kill the opponent with a tail slap. After the ultimate state, you're sized to 250 meters. To this point, you find as if fixed yes, there will be no more growth. More than 200 meters, this size is bigger than many demons. It's not too bad. Son of Heaven's Chi nurturing resolve, this speed, TSK. There are still the last 2 weights left to get the grade A qualification, so we definitely can't give up halfway. There are still 1100 years until that pervert appears, and with the assistance of Tian Luodan, one can definitely break through to the extreme. Time continues. Susumu Sisi never came back and seems to be dead. You're helpless. This child just can't be released, and if he is, he's in danger of dying. Nangong Shiro is coordinating everything for you and running a great business. On the island, over time, the celebrities died. None of them are still alive today. They only have 1,000 years to live. They can't survive you. Chapter 105, No Longer Human. After the people died, you didn't do anything with their bodies or make any other attempts. Too good to be true. You must see the so-called truth when your strength improves. For the first 1,000 years, there was no change in the cultivation level or the Heavenly Sun's chi nurturing decree. Ling Worries has been gone for 200 years, I don't know if he's alive or not. In the 1200th year, the 11th level of the Heavenly Sun's chi nurturing decision is just short of the final step. This breakthrough took 400 years, there are still 800 years left, it can definitely be done. After the 4th turn, also because of the qualification, your cultivation speed is getting slower and slower. According to this speed, if you want to break through to the middle stage of the 4th turn, you will have to wait for 1,000 years at a conservative estimate. Gu Xian's resources are completely exhausted. Only 114 wisdom stones remain. You stay calm and get stronger and stronger. 1500th year. On this day, you finished your long practice and walked out of the training room to the sky above your head to soothe your spirit. Nangong Lightning accompanies you, you miss her? She's referring to Ling Cho. You're not answering. Lying straight down. A breeze is blowing and it's cool and pleasant. You are quietly enjoying a rare and soothing moment. Nangong Shiro doesn't speak anymore. It's been hundreds of years, she broke through to the peak of the 7th turn 200 years ago, there's no way in. This is a Class A qualification. It's really strong. She's gotten to this point, Ling Cho must be even more powerful. You're enjoying yourself. Looking on, you suddenly realize a dark shadow is rushing in the distance. Nangong Lianrua also saw it, not only that, she saw it more clearly, Gu Ming, it's Sisi? You realize it's a dragon when you get closer. Lizard-like Western dragon. All black, with a hideous head and horns, and in her hand, she is carrying a tattered silhouette. You've met me. Sissy, what's wrong? After seeing you, Sissy completely lost her strength, and immediately afterward, fell straight through the air. You caught her and the man in her hand. Ling Cho. This guy, he was alive in the last chapter, why is he gone now? Feeling her lifelessness, you're unbelievable. The mood is also low to the extreme. Grieving. After taking them down, a check is made. Sissy isn't hurt, she's just a little worn out. It won't take long for her to recover. Ling Worries is really cold. Looks like it's been cold for months. You look at her broken body and sigh slightly. You can guess without asking, Ling Cho must have died trying to save Sissy and the others, and Susu didn't come back, so she's probably in. And then, we were hunted down by the demon kings of the Eastern Realm, a total of 10, and Sister Susu unfortunately died in their hands. Ling Cho fought 10-9 revolutions solo, and died as well. Sissy's voice chokes. At the critical moment, my bloodline changed and awakened my bloodline talent, forcibly breaking through space and bringing Ling Cho back here. It's really twisted. Sisi finished, and knocked his head. The next moment, a body slowly emerged. Gongzi, this is Susu's sister. After breaking through the space, I lost all my Yuanshan power and was unable to use the Yuan mysteries, so I could only take Ling Cho and keep flying forward. I see. You pat Sissy's shoulder, don't you worry about it, get some rest. Looking at Soso's body, your face is cold. Of all these people, there's only one person you care about the most, and that's Susu. She's most attached to you. But she's dead. No matter what, I will avenge you. Though the haters have a little something right. And Ling Cho. 10 of the 9th circle besieging? With her strength, once she breaks through the 9th turn, I'm afraid she'll be directly invincible in the same realm. How could she pull it so? You brought Susu, Ling Chao's body to a secret room. Looking at them, you bow your head. You don't blame me, do you? You grabbed one of Susu's hands. Whether I must take revenge or live, 2 months later. You've been through a lot of ups and downs and you've finally made it. Su is too strong for you. 7 revolutions, 3 realms above you, you did your best and it took you 2 months to succeed. Master. Susu opens her eyes and looks at you expressionlessly.
Corpse puppets have no memory, and only have that information about their cultivation techniques and normal intelligence. You change Suzu into new clothes and repair all her wounds. Don't call me master. Call me Gu Ming or Gongzi. You still owe her a lot. Your behavior is completely typical of what you are and what you do. Okay, Gu Ming. Susu said with an expressionless face. Well, go to the door and guard me. After supporting Su away, you look at Lingqiu. The 7-turn Susu have been used for 2 months, and the 9-turn Lingqiu. Time is a minor issue. You care about that Chang Wan. Will she suddenly jump out and kill herself? Gulping, you start operating straight away. I don't care if you kill it or not. You're not a human being anymore. Chapter 106, Cruelty. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days. Ling worries were completely refined by you without any accidents in the middle of the process. It's too much. You're refining a 9-turner. This gap. Chang Wan hasn't appeared. Maybe it's been too long and her consciousness has dissipated. Or maybe she doesn't care about it. After all, Lingqiu died many times before and Chang Wan never appeared. You stabilize and continue refining. 1505. It took you nearly 5 years to finally refine Lingqiu into a corpse puppet. The gap between the two sides is too big. It's good enough that you can refine it, time and all. It's still acceptable. Late night. Looking at this identical Lingqiu in front of you, you feel slightly emotional. You. Master. Ling Worry sits on her knees and looks at you with a cool gaze. Call me Gu Ming. You lifted her up and put 2 masks on her, the very 2 of the gods and the evil spirits. Go, continue to guard this place and protect me. You waved your hand. Sitting down again to practice. You bowed your head, said nothing, and continued on. Nangong Shiro follows you step by step, so do Susu and Lingqiu. You're flying in the clouds, calling out the wind and the rain, surrounded by a thunderbolt, looking weird and very strange. A few seconds later, you're in the East China Sea. Sitting on the shore, you look down at the rushing waters below, your mind getting farther and farther away. You feel guilty about refining them into puppets? That's not like you. Nangong's soft voice rings out, pulling you back to reality. She wraps one hand around your arm. Gu Ming, you don't need to feel guilty. I guess that's what they want. To be able to protect the people you care about in another form after you die is something that many people want but can't do. She whispers comforting words. You twist your head to look at Susu, Lingqiu, and finally reveal a meaningful smile. Looks like I'm not so dark after all. Sentient and sentient, sentient and sentient. You've always thought of yourself as an extreme egoist who would sacrifice anyone for himself. But you found out long ago that your egoism is for strangers, people who have nothing to do with themselves. Once you have feelings, your heart has a temperature, so how can you be absolutely cold? That's not even a human being. It's a machine, a tool. You laugh to yourself and say, the only thing that can solve this problem, I'm afraid, is time. You stopped practicing altogether and walked around the area under your command and saw a lot of the business, the industry, of the cultivation world. It's an eye-opener and a small change in perspective. After making a big circle, you're back on the island. Cece flew in wearing a red dress. Gongzi, where have you been? I missed you so much. All these years she's been in seclusion, stabilizing the bloodline in her body. This is the first time you've seen her, too. Out relaxing. You look at Sissy, coming to attention. How's it going now? Has the bloodline talent been officially controlled? Sissy nods, take a pinch. When I was in the East Realm, I ate a lot of demons with my sister Susu. Among them there was a black and not a lot of 6 turns. Susu, you are oppressed by his aura and are unable to act, but your heart is startled for a moment. 8 turns? Pity, 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 Lingqiu is just a puppet and can't tell you. It's not a big problem. As long as you have the strength, what kind of visualization can't you get? Ling Worries just reached out and refined the other party at the speed of light. Up to this point, the power of your men has once again increased a lot. 9-turn Body Shock, 8-turn Lingqiu, 7-turn Peak Nangong Lianrua, 7-turn low-ranking Susu, 6-turn Peak Cece, and a lot of 5-turn. With such power, you could have occupied a bigger and richer area to practice. Nangong. You called out to Nangong Lightning, who is in control of everything. The demon race definitely still has tricks up their sleeves. I'm going to change my cultivation place. Or go to other regions and continue to hunt and kill high-ranking cultivators, demons and monsters to keep growing in power. Nangong Lightning nodded. No matter where you go, I will follow you and support you.
You got it. In that case, pack up and get started. Now that you have a heart of gold, you can't cultivate, but you can't waste the time, you still need to keep growing yourself and prepare for the future. In the 1550th year, you took all your subordinates all the way north to a continent which is the territory of the Morong family. You took down this power effortlessly with a burst of maneuvering, and Morong Changlong, who captured you last time, was also there, and was slapped to death by you. The puppet shocker executed a secret method and controlled the Morong family's 1/6 turn through the soul suppressor seal, and the only 7th turn was also resolved by Ling Cho and refined into a puppet. With all the resources of the Morong family, you continue to try to cultivate. Unfortunately, still can't get into shape. So you started refining more puppets to increase your strength through another path. Ling worries takes his puppet out and picks a target for you. Nangong Shiro, on the other hand, is expanding her power in a big way. Everything is in the name of the Morong family, taking more and more resources for you. In the 1560th year, Ling Cho brought back the corpse of a demon of the 8th turn for you, and you proceeded to refine it. The 1570th year, you've succeeded in refining. In the same year, you got a new kung fu method, one that can be practiced all the way to the 9th turn. Wind and fire. Very ordinary, the Yuan mysteries are pathetically weak, not as powerful as the sword of evil suppression. The only advantage is being able to cultivate to the peak of the 9th turn. Nangong Shiro changed her technique and made a smooth breakthrough, stepping into the 8th turn. Not more than a few months later, Sissy also broke through to the 7th turn with the help of the blood and flesh of the high-grade demonic beasts in the surrounding area. In this way, the power of your men is stronger. This was also the year when the amazing Demon King suddenly forced his way into the southern realm, and the human powerhouses resisted with all their might, but he escaped. Having gotten the message, you are on guard and ready for his sneak attack. But he didn't show up until 1600 years ago. In the 1655th year, Nangong Rouge has brought you a special elixir. Got it at the Wind and Cloud Continent auction, Soul Restoring Dan, the effect of fixing the mind and restoring the soul, try it. Looking at her gaze, you nod. After taking it, you're overjoyed. You can continue practicing on your own. So you took out all the resources you had previously accumulated and began to cultivate like crazy, eating handfuls and handfuls of Tian Luodan, taking unlimited amounts. 1800th year. You're still practicing. But suddenly I feel a deadly threat. Inside the cultivation room, a black shadow slowly coalesced. You're the most central of them, aren't you? The frightening Demon King appeared. After killing you, they are nothing to fear. It's really interesting that a 4th turning was able to refine an 8th turning, and even my avatar was taken down by you. He sneers. But that's where it all ends. Just kill you, and all your puppets will die too. That bunch of losers, and it's a no-brainer. It's true, if you die, all the puppets will die at the same time. But the simulator circumvents this and lets you bring back all the gains. You look at him and nod gently. You're absolutely right, but ever thought of a question? As we speak, 3 figures come from behind you. It's Ling Cho, the heavenly incarnation, and the other 8 rotation demon you've refined. What if the opportunity you found was given to you by me? Ling worries coalesced the Jin evil sword and directly killed it. The avatars and demons also condensed a massive amount of Yuanshan power, blocking all the paths of the shocking Demon King. The amazing Demon King is unbelievable. So you. The next moment, the sword of Jinxian had already flown in, and he hastened to parry it. A huge wave of power blossoms. Your eyes are closed. Feeling carefully the huge aura they emit, the amazing Demon King rushes over regardless. Trying to kill you. If I kill you, it'll all be over. But sadly, he's not destined to make it. Chapter 108 Confrontation, Breakthrough. At the same time, the crowd followed. The 3 evil suppressing swords floated in front of his eyes and, after turning in a circle, ruthlessly penetrated his body. Head, torso, lower body. The shocking Demon King was furious. Humans, cunning humans. How dare you count on me? You look disdainful. After living for tens of thousands of years, your IQ is not even as good as that of an elementary school student, I am really convinced. If all the enemies in the world were like you, I could laugh my ass off. After saying this, the shocking Demon King is completely dead. Skimming, you wave your hand. Cece and Susu rush up. As soon as the amazing Demon King died, the storage space in his body exploded and all the items inside blew out. After a search, the duo found many useful goodies. A 9th Revolution Demon King, it's definitely a bumper harvest.
My lord, this secret method can condense an avatar that is the same strength as the main body.
Sissy said in surprise. You glanced at me. Unfortunately, this is the secret method of the demon race, and you cannot practice it yourself. Take your time.
You also went to check some of them, all of them are used by the demon race, and there are no resources to utilize for yourself. Looking across at the corpse of the astonishing demon king, this time you decided to refine it yourself. Although Ling worries can also refine, she is not sure if the puppet will follow her as a reward after she refines it.
I'm sure you'll be able to do it yourself. After tidying up a bit, you handed everything over to Nangong Qinglu and started refining the puppet all by yourself. All of you are also doing your own thing, practicing all kinds of meta-magic methods and plundering a lot of cultivation resources to prepare for your cultivation afterward. At the same time, once the amazing demon king is dead, the demon race will never let it go. I'm going to be in trouble. You should be more vigilant. 1620 years.
It took 20 years, you finally refined this corpse, and you have an extra 9-turn warrior under your command in the true sense of the word.
Although you can't carry a move of 8 turns of Lingqiu, right? The incarnation and the original are all the same, pathetically weak.
After refining, you begin to cultivate like crazy. There is only one last level left in the Tianzi Qi Nourishing Decree. You must succeed this time. A huge amount of Tian Luodan is sent to you, you finish them all and eat them all. In the 1650th year, the amazing demon king refined an avatar, and Susu and Sisi also refined their own avatars through secret methods, greatly increasing their strength. Each demon can only refine one incarnation, but there's a bug on this that can be stuck.
It's very simple. As long as you kill the incarnation and refine the incarnation into a puppet, that one incarnation's quota is also gone and can still be re-refined.
The amazing demon king and Susu were unable to continue to raise their cultivation levels, so they kept repeating this process.
Their avatars were all refined by Lingqiu in 1 second.
With this counterintuitive operation, the forces under your command are
stronger and stronger, albeit a bit unorthodox.
In the 1700th year, your Tianzi Qi Nourishing decision went to the next level. You played hard to get, you didn't even go to the hookah bar anymore, and you didn't bother exchanging ideas, and you kept working hard. In the 1800th year, your eyes are dark, although you haven't broken through yet. The long hours of inward scrolling cultivation have greatly depleted your energy. For the 1900th year, your Kung Fu has not failed you, your Heavenly Son's Qi Nurturing Decree has finally broken through to the 12th level. But it's still one step away from getting an A-class qualification. After all, the requirement is the peak of the 12th level.
Fortunately, the process is relatively simple.
In the 1930th year, you made a smooth breakthrough and cultivated the Tianzi Qi Nourishing Decree to true perfection. On this day, you're so relieved, you went straight to heaven. The qualification has been upgraded from Class C to Class A.
Cultivation speed, enlightenment, observation time, all aspects are greatly improved. This feels like a new processor. Everything is different.
You take out all the wisdom stones, it's still 114. It's strange to say that you've been expanding and plundering for the past few hundred years, yet you haven't harvested a single wisdom stone.
There isn't even a stable way to get it in the entire Southland. It looks like this thing is really precious.
Glancing at all the forces under your command, you recount them. The 9-turn Demon King has 1 shocking heavenly body, 1 incarnation, and 5 shocking heavenly incarnations refined by Lingqiu. 8 turns, low-level Lingqiu, 8 turns, peak Nangong Rouge, 8 turns, low-level Sissy. Nangong Lightning's cultivation speed was already fast, and now that she has a large amount of resources to assist her, she is even more advanced, with very few bottlenecks appearing along the way.
Sisi is a pure lying dog now.
With the large number of demons around her, coupled with the incarnation of the amazing Demon King, her cultivation breakthrough flew faster and faster. Of the remaining 7 turns, there is only 1, Susu, and the rest are not worth mentioning.
On this day, you ordered Nangong Shirotu. That means consuming 27 wisdom stones. After organizing yourself, you start a new practice. Class A qualification, Wisdom Stone. This time, everything is different. Chapter 109 The End, The Harvest.
In the 1980th year, you utilized the Wisdom Stone, and your cultivation increased, breaking through to the middle stage of the 4th turn.
This speed is not bad.
But you know very well that a big part of it is your own accumulation over the years. After all, the last breakthrough was more than 900 years ago, and even without the Wisdom Stone, a breakthrough at the middle stage of the 4th turn is still a matter of course. 1990 years, another 10 years of hard training, your cultivation breaks through, stepping into the fourth turn of the high level. This is a really good speed, you are very satisfied. Last 10 years left. You're extra vigilant in your mind. Cultivate. Cultivate hard. Use the kenjutsu and fix it to death, belittle, tsk 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 tsk. 2000th year. Your cultivation hasn't broken through yet. On this day, you suddenly stopped and looked at the sky warily. Solely, nothing outrageous has happened. So the psycho's not coming out? You're still a little sorry. But just then, as soon as this thought popped into your head, a blurry shadow appeared in the sky. He's holding a broken sword, standing alone in the air. I copy. You can't hold it in. This stupid bee is here again. Nangon, do you recognize him? You ask while stuffing many resources into your storage ring. Nangon Shuja shakes her head. Never seen. Nangon Lightning narrowed her eyes, but for some reason, there's always a feeling of familiarity. Familiar? You both look at the shadow in the Asian over there. The amazing Demon King, Lingqiu, Cici, Nangon, and several puppets are rushing towards you at the same time. They're keeping you in the center. But under this kind of power, their defense is just like a piece of paper, broken at the first poke, without any effect. The amazing Demon King, a genuine 9 revolutions, died almost instantly, and so did Lingqiu, who died before she even had time to coalesce the Genevil sword. Not to mention the Qingwan inside her, not a single bubble. Cecil takes the form of his own body, spreads his wings and defends you from all sides. But it didn't help, under the illumination of that power, her body instantly collapsed and turned into a corpse. At the critical moment, Nangon Lightning instantly broke through and stepped into the 9 revolutions. She stood in front of you, protected you, and turned around and said, Gumi, can you remember me for a little? I've got 399 storage bags and 151 storage rings. Has acquired Pet Susu 1-horned fire python, turn 7 low level, Pet Cici, void dragon, turn 8 low level. I've obtained a grade A qualification in Tien Su's Chi nurturing decree 12th level. Has obtained a 9th turn puppet Ling Worry's amazing Demon King, a 9th turn cultivator's corpse Nangon Lightning, an 8th turn low rank demon corpse Cici, a 7th turn low rank puppet Susu, and a 5th turn pinnacle puppet Jomu. We have obtained 18,560,000 yuan Shindan. 87 wisdom stones have been obtained. All memories of 2,000 years have been acquired. Accessed. Is it inherited? These are all the takeaways from this simulation. Gu Ming rubbed his head, his face a little odd. Come on, give it all to me. All the harvest poured into the body. Gu Ming lay on the bed, his body twitching. It's cool, it's really cool. The main thing is the increase in qualifications, from C to A. The change is so cool. Pressing down the various complex emotions in his heart, Gu Ming continued to drink tea. There are many gave them all the memories of the simulation. Cici slapped her chest with palpitations. Gongzi, what the hell is that thing? It's too scary. Susu was also a bit surprised. Feeling the amazing power inside Cici, she sighed in relief. Looks like you survived. Gu Ming took their shoulders left and right. I'm now very curious as to what that demon you guys ate in the East Realm was that was able to change Cici's bloodline. The duo hastened to recall. That demon is 6 turns in low rank. Its whole body is black and stinks to high heaven. I can't swallow it. So sharply commented, I couldn't eat it if I was given another chance. Cici licked her tongue. That's not true, Sister Susu. That demon just looks unpalatable. It actually tastes alright. It's not unacceptable. If you were to go there again, could you find it? Su nodded her head without hesitation. Totally, I remember the exact location very well. Cici nodded back. Not much of a problem. Gu Ming narrowed his eyes. Since that's the case, then if the next time, Susu will go and eat it once, and perhaps awaken the bloodline talent as well? Susu had only turned into a 1-horned fire python after eating a magma demon in the first place, and hadn't awakened her bloodline talent. Must try it if possible. Susu nodded. Okay, but that thing seems to be released by the amazing Demon King. Amazing Demon King. Glancing at the amazing Demon King in the simulation space, Gu Ming smiled. If the two of them fight, who will win? Chapter 110-8. Based on the many memories in the simulation. 9-turn demons are known as Demon Kings. The demons in this world have about the same combat power as humans, and are just a bit bigger and longer lived. After all, it relies heavily on the Genjutsu magecraft. It's a matter of analyzing what's stronger or weaker. There were still about 2 days until the next simulation, so Gu Ming was ready to take a good rest. Granted, he hadn't been very tired, I guess. The simulation was like watching a movie for him. Only now it's a bit of an aesthetic fatigue. Walking out of the hookah, Gu Ming walked around and finally came to Dongzhou. Regardless of the simulation, he loves living by the sea. Looking at the rising and falling tides always settles his mind instantly. Gu Tingji, Huaingji. Gu Ming floated in the East China Sea, and the book he had written couldn't help but appear in his mind. There is no syllabus and zero mainline. The only thing that came to mind was the main character's name. If this world was formed by my subconscious, then the words of the protagonist. The designation is somewhat similar to his. After all, characters in a novel epitomize the author's personality. The hero is the author's fantasy self. The heroine is the other half of the author's fantasy. Indeed, my ideal type is indeed like Hannah Ingji, who will come to my aid in critical moments. Xingwan is probably the same way, but for some reason she doesn't remember me very well. Judging from the last simulation, it's probably because I hurt her in one life. Gu Ming sked. There are so many mysteries in this world. He was more curious about the guy who destroyed the world. Who the hell is it? One sword chopped the entire blazing sun sky. In that last moment, he couldn't see his face himself how he looked, and neither could Cece. But he was using a broken sword. This must have something to do with the Gu family, the Yuelu sword sect from 5,000 years ago. It's too complicated, I'm just a kid, why should I have to deal with this? Gu Ming covered his face. In the next moment, he directly dug into the water and went straight to the bottom of the sea. What's under the sea? XX seaweed sandwich crunch. After a while of loitering, Gu Ming flew out again, then kept summarizing his experience in preparation for the next simulation. After looking at the simulation logs a few times, he realized he had forgotten something. That would be the Morong family. The Morong family also has 3 wisdom stones. Must get my hands on it next time. Time passes slowly. Under Gu Ming's various salty lives, soon, the simulator's cooldown time ended. He can turn on the next simulation now. The 8th time, this time, I want to break through the 9th turn, dry blast everything, and finally find out the truth. Clench your fists hard. Gu Ming buried himself in the water and started the simulation. On the first day, you came to the Gu family, asked for Gu Jingzhou, got 60 Gu family tokens, crushed them, and became 6 wisdom stones. Then, you opened the coffin and got 100 wisdom stones from Gu Xian's hand, as well as a large amount of cultivation resources. With a wave of your hand, Sissy of the 8th turn realm was sent by you to the Morong family in the north, aiming precisely at the 3 wisdom stones in the hands of Feng Xiao, and by the way, there is also an immortal ascension order in the hands of the Great Sun Kingdom, which is also a wisdom stone. You release all your subordinates. Begins refining Nangong Qinglou's corpse bones of the 9th turn low level. And the bones of Cecil's 8 low level corpse. In the same year, you found Nangong and Ling Chou and gave them the cultivation technique. After the last simulation, you determined that the 2 of them won't hurt themselves, and that they can be utilized if operated properly. You take a deep breath, take out the large amount of resources you got from the last simulation, and with the power of the wisdom stone, begin the storm inhalation. Namgung, Ling Chou, you also gave them a lot of resources. This time with the aid of resources, their cultivation speed will also be much higher than before. You're very much looking forward to it. In the 20th year, you broke through to the peak of the 4th turn. In the 40th year, you've broken through to the 5th lower level. In the 70th year, you broke through to the middle of the 5th turn. You have stopped practicing, and your mind is puzzled. Is this the only effect of an A-class qualification plus the wisdom stone? You're puzzled and a little disappointed. On second thought, the wisdom stones don't seem to be very useful. From the 4th turn, the effect is getting weaker and weaker, to the 5th turn, it is even more useless, the cultivation all rely on their own A-class qualification to raise up the. You noticed this during the last simulation, and thought it was just an accident, but I didn't expect the results to be so unsatisfactory. Put away the wisdom stone, you concentrate on your training. In the 110th year, you broke through to the 5th level. In the 160th year, you broke through to the peak of the 5th turn. In the 210th year, you consumed all the cultivation resources around you, and your cultivation successfully broke through the 6th turn. After all, this time there is Nangong Shiro, Ling Choyus together. They have also just started practicing and are in great need of resources.
200 years have passed, and with the aid of abundant resources, their cultivation has risen quickly.
Nangong Lianro has already broken through to the high level of the 4th turning, and Lingqiu has even reached the peak of the 6th turning.
At this speed, it's true, the wisdom stones are really ineffective. Looks like it's only effective on turns 1 through 3. In addition to the 2 of them, the 2 pets boosted a lot. The elixir is of the 7th grade. That is to say, below the 7th grade, one can use this elixir to break through any realm. You decided to use it for the breakthrough of the 7th grade and didn't use it immediately. In the 310th year, you've broken through to the 6th level. In the 360th year, you broke through to the peak of the 6th turn, then took the realm-breaking pill and stepped into the 7th rank. You're stronger. Using all the forces under your command, you begin to look for a suitable technique to cultivate. The Taishan Peaceful Ghosts and Gods record is still not very good. You're practicing while you wait. In the 430th year, you broke through to the middle of the 7th turn. In the same year, the puppet Nangong sent a top-level kanjutsu that could be practiced up to the 9th turn. The name of the technique is Heavenly Dragon Descending to the World. There are 3 mystical methods. The visualization charts are moderate, but it's one of the genjutsu techniques that caught your attention. Dragon Incarnation. The name is a stretch, but the effect is good. After using it, you can transform into a celestial dragon and greatly increase your strength. You immediately change your technique and try to practice. In the 435th year, you succeeded in your training. A deep mountain in the continent of wind and cloud, at the foot of the mountain. Your body twists and turns, your appearance rapidly changes, and in the next moment, it directly transforms into a 500-meter-long white dragon. Dragon's head, dragon's whiskers, dragon's claws, dragon's horns, everything. Feeling the powerful force inside you, you smile. Sure enough, this secret method has fused with the Black Snake Body Protector and Thunder Dragon Golden Body from before. The Celestial Dragon Incarnation has also become the ultimate state. After transforming into a dragon, my whole body's strength has greatly increased, hundreds of times that of the original. Feeling the powerful physical strength within your body, the rushing Yuanshan power, you immediately contact Lingqiu, and soon, a puppet at the peak of the 7th turn flies in from a distance. This is the puppet Lingqiu refined. Strength is not bad. You extend your dragon's claw and shake it slightly. A Yuanshan power flew out, suppressing and crushing the other party easily. Still invincible in the same realm. Followed by the 8th turn puppet. Facing the 8th turn, you are still at ease, and the Jinxian sword is not even used, you only coalesced a heavenly dragon to defeat your opponent. At last, Susu, who just broke through the 9th turn, came in person. My lord, come and try. So licked her tongue in some anticipation. As soon as she heard you were looking for someone to spar with, and a new ultimate, she hoofed it, and thankfully, made it. Come. At this point, you're interested in fighting. Sususu reveals a crazy smile and transforms into a 300-meter-long one-horned fire python, its entire body filled with flames as it comes towards you to kill. You're standing by. Directly summoned the 9 heavenly dragons and rushed up together. Thunder Dragon can also be used, but it's ultimately much weaker compared to the current heavenly dragon. Boom! 9 thunder dragons collide with Susu. A path of meta-magical power fills the surroundings and spreads. Roar continues. After a few seconds, the battle ends, and Suzu manages to kill all the celestial dragons by defeating them, as she hovers and flies towards you. You meet them. The 500-meter-long body crushed her, and the strong Yuanshan power was as strong as a bamboo, directly numerically breaking through all of Susu's defenses. Less than a minute. Susu was then pinned to the ground by you and didn't move a muscle. The new form of the male, it's pretty good. Susu lamented, what a pervert, being able to defeat himself 2 great realms away. Isn't it said that the higher the realm, the bigger the gap and the more impossible it is to fight across levels? You're back to normal, thinking. Ultimate state brings too much increase. If you use the Sword of Geneval, it's estimated that you can instantly kill Susu of the 9th turning realm. I think I got it. Nowadays, you are already very powerful, even if you are at the peak of the 9th turn, it's not like you can't have a fight. You're looking forward to it. Susu also left satisfied. I'm going back to practice. Ling Worries suddenly stepped out of the shadows, Guming, so you like this type. She clutches the Buzhou sword in Tisk Tsks. Under the long years of cultivation, her cultivation level has been raised to the 7th turn low level, only 1 step weaker than you. But she's also capable of fighting across levels. You're still pondering. Ling Cho is already transformed into another white heavenly dragon. Guming, try? You didn't refuse, and met it with a frantic attack. After trying for a while, the fight was over quickly. You slap Ling Cho to the ground with a claw and stomp on her. You really aren't very good. Ling worries incredulously. Sure enough, I'm no match for you. Although she is strong, she can only face the 8th turn. The 9th turn is still unable to cope with it, let alone you. You're about to lift your ultimate state when Ling Cho suddenly hooks you with his tail. Guming, wanna give it a try? Try what? Before you can even think about coming over, Susu suddenly appears and sternly refuses. No, absolutely not. Ling worried laughed. It's a pity. After clarifying your fighting ability, you continue to practice, preparing to start investigating that pervert once he breaks through the 9th turn. In the 490th year, you broke through to the middle of the 7th turn. The 560th year, you've turned 7. In the 640th year, you're at the peak of your 7th turn. In the 730th year, you broke through to the 8th turn. You're stronger, and at this moment you're already sure of defeating the strongest peak of the 9th turn. But now is not the time to do it, the realm is too low. At this time, under you, Ling Cho has already broken through to the 8th turn. Her breakthrough speed has finally caught up with you, and she is expected to break through to the 9th turn one step ahead of you. Nangong Shiro is not bad either. Her cultivation has reached the middle stage of the 7th turn. Cece and Susu, the two winning dogs, are surprised every day by the incarnation of the Heavenly Demon King, and their cultivation level keeps rising, and at this moment, they have all reached the peak of the 9th turn. When her cultivation came to an end, Sissy began to exercise her bloodline talent, constantly opening up spatial cracks to make her teleportation more precise. Counting the time, you gave them a new mission: bring back the black demon, and if you can't bring it back, just swallow it. The 2 9 turns laughed. You're very much looking forward to it, and I hope Susu will also awaken her bloodline talent and enhance her strength. In the 850th. The rest of the men have no eyes, they're just watching. Ling Cho, in a year's time, come with me. Ling worries, cloaked in black robes, nods, touché. Before that, come with me to the Eastern Realm. Susu and Sissy are both at the peak of the 9th turn, and they haven't come back yet, so what's going on? Inquisitively, you do it immediately, all the way east. Ling worries is following you closely. Looking at your departing backs, Nangon Lightning slightly sighs. How envious. If I cultivate faster and stronger, I can't tell if I can go together. Thinking of this, she regretted it even more, and after handing everything over to the puppet Nangon, she decisively closed the door. Other side. You and Ling worries keep accelerating, transforming into 2 white lights flying through the sky. A month later, you arrived in the east without incident. Here, you guys have been poking around for a while, and you've come to the land of the amazing Demon King. Just after you set foot on this land, you get a message. Fellow travelers, my family's great king is marrying next month. The object is 2 peak demon kings of the 9th revolution. I hope all of you will come to support the show. Hua, the demon king is getting married? How many this year? It's the 10th one, right, but marrying 2 at once, or a 9-turn demon king, this is too weird. You frown as you listen to the humans and monsters talking around you. 2 9 turns, it is hard not to be CC, cannot amazing so garbage. How to do? You just can't understand. Ling worries is also very puzzled. Susu and Cece are not bad in terms of strength, and they have both practiced a large number of Yuan mysteries, and there are even 2 avatars of the same realm. If the shocking Demon King can really defeat them easily, I'm afraid we're no match. She's calmly analyzing. You have a point. You didn't make a sudden move, but continue to pry. 2 days later, you guys found out again that the 2 9 rotation demons were 2 wolf kings, not Susu and Sissy. You're still confused. Late night. You and Ling worries came to the scary mountain range where the scary Demon King is located. This is the headquarters of his power, and its size ranks high in the entire Eastern Realm. A mountain range is closely connected, and on it sits a sea of buildings, of all styles, dazzling and colorful. You and Ling worries quickly sensed the specifics. Guming, there are a total of 5 9 revolutions, and their breaths are all different from Susu and Shishi. Sure enough, it's not them. 5 bits and 9 turns. You frown and look over at her. Are you sure you can take them all out? Ling worries sneers. I'm sure it's fine. Good. You laughed out loud, got up as a white dragon and flew out, rushing straight to where those 5 demon kings were. Ling worries also performs the Yuan mysterious technique and transforms into a white dragon, following closely behind you.
Soon, you'll come to the center of the mountain's great hall. Before we got close, we heard a heated discussion. Thanks to the two brothers' hands this time, I had the chance to take these two treasures. In the center of the hall, the amazing Demon King was dressed in a white robe, smilingly pouring wine for the two middle-aged men next to him. They're all buddies, amazing, you're out of line to say that. A middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and picked up a wine cup and clinked it with the shocking Demon King. Just don't forget what you promised us. The shocking Demon King patted his chest and assured, don't worry, two brothers, those two wolves are both the strongest 9th grade glazed bodies with abundant yuan. I definitely can't take it all at once by myself. He hemmed and hawed, I just need to do it the first time and take half of their yuan to break through their cultivation. The remaining half, the two brothers share equally. Not only that, in the future, if there is anything, I, Shocking Sky, will definitely be the first one to go on. You were about to do it when you heard these words. 9-pointed glazed body. I think you've seen it somewhere before. Ling worries, seeing this, explains for you in a Yuanshan voice transmission, that's a natural stove body. Refining their yuan can be used to break through their cultivation level, and the effect is even stronger than the 9th grade boundary breaking pill. The 9th grade realm breaking pill can at most only be used to break through the small realm from the peak of the 8th turn to the low stage of the 9th turn, and is completely useless in the middle stage and high stage behind it. 9-pointed glazed body. I know this routine. You brew for a couple seconds, then say, I'll take it. Immediately after, looking towards Lingqiu, those two wolves should have their cultivation restricted. You go catch them, these three guys, I'll take care of them. Good. Ling worries has never been a person to ink. She turned around and left. You've got a lot of power brewing. The power of the gods is constantly running away. A single evil suppressing sword quietly appeared and coalesced into shape. It's a good thing I don't have a cleanliness problem, or I'd die of nausea here. The Demon King, who hadn't said anything, suddenly popped up. The shocking Demon King laughed and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, brother, I'll wipe you clean. Also, isn't cultivation what we want? All those miscellaneous things are just minor issues. Another Demon King also laughed. That's right, big man, be open. As he spoke, he suddenly struck out, and a large knife burning with flames suddenly appeared, piercing through the Ling Tian Demon King's heart. You, brother. Brother. The amazing Demon King looks at him incredulously. The Crimson Demon King shook his head. Jindy, the 2-9 revolutions glazed bodies, you can't grasp them. Listen to me, you die first, and when I break through, I'll send them down to be with you. His smile was getting weirder and weirder as the greatsword spun, directly churning the body of the shocking Demon King. Also, you're really too weak. Chapter 113. Such a weak Demon King, living is also a disgrace to our demon clan. The Crimson Demon King said seriously. The Trueborn Demon King next to him laughed. Brother, this is great, one for each of us. Crimson Demon King nods, that's a must. The two of us have known each other for more than 20,000 years, where can we be compared to this mongrel fish, Amazing Sky? Crimson laughed out loud, let's go, together. The Trueborn Demon King stood up, older brother goes first. Good. The Crimson Demon King didn't say anything and directly rushed towards the location of those two wolves. You squinted in the air and didn't strike immediately. Honestly, you didn't expect this group of demons to suddenly implode, tisk. Seeing that the two Demon Kings are about to come out, you raised your hand, and the 20 evil suppressing swords behind you leapt to life. Pity, why don't you fight? Shake's head, you're about to make a move. In the next game, a violent explosion came from the distance, followed by a familiar metamorphic power. It's Ling worries. Not only that, she's injured. Between thoughts, a black shadow flew from the distance, gaining speed. It is Lingqiu, only at this moment she is in a very sorry state. Not only has she regained her normal state, but her clothes are broken and her breath is dying. What the hell? You caught Ling worries, I don't understand. Gu Ming. Those two wolves are not simple, I'm no match. After uttering one sentence, Lingqiu directly fainted. Yu Sai. In the next moment, opened his mouth and directly swallowed Lingqiu. All the Yuanshan power kept stirring, his breath became more and more pouring and powerful. Kill. At the same time, Crimson and True Life, the two Demon Kings, have also discovered you. But before they could react, the 20 Jinxian swords rushed down. Boom. With an alarming explosion, a body was found on the ground. The Crimson Demon King is dead, the True Life Demon King is still struggling, but it doesn't look like he can hold out for long. You stretch out your dragon claw and a thunder dragon flies out of your hand, straight at the Trueborn Demon King. Stop.
Just then, a female voice suddenly came from the distance. You're squinting and waiting. If he can hurt Ling Chen like this, the other party is definitely not simple. Boom! A 200-meter tall white wolf appeared and crushed the thunder dragon with a bite. Immediately afterward, another gray wolf rushes over and stands together, staring intently at you in the air. Human, this is the East Realm, the territory of my demon race, you have crossed the line. White Wolf opened his mouth, his voice was clear and cold, an imperial flavor. You didn't say anything, just looked at them quietly. Both of these two are at the peak of the 9th turning, and judging from their aura, both are very strong. But you can't do it yourself. Princess. On the ground, the trueborn demon king suddenly said, yes, I'm sorry. Before the white wolf could say anything, the gray wolf slapped him to death. You're damned if you're going to say something that disgusting? Disgusting? Are you discriminating against me? After slapping the trueborn demon king to death, the gray wolf looks at you again. Sister, what's the point of talking nonsense with him? Kill him. Wait. White wolf stops her. She can feel the terror inside you. If it comes down to it, it's not certain who will win or lose. Human, I advise you to get out of here as soon as possible. After a long silence, the white wolf suddenly said. You laugh. Then rushes on without hesitation. Looks like you two are fishing. Fishing every day, I hate anglers. Die. Your body is twisting and turning, and your energy is constantly changing. 9 500-meter long heavenly dragons flew out and rushed towards the two gray wolves, and immediately after that, you condensed 100 Morzhenia swords. This is your limit. The evil suppressor sword has additional damage to demons and devils, and is the best way to deal with them. White Wolf was shocked in his heart. Little sister, withdraw quickly. 9 celestial dragons flew in and did not make any other attacks, they directly exploded themselves. The gray wolf's eyes widened. Impossible, he is only at the peak of the 8th turn, how is it possible? Before she could react, the white wolf suddenly felt herself being pushed. The next moment, she came directly to the center of all the attacks, and behind her, the white wolf ran directly, without hesitation. That's pretty realistic. You squint and don't block. The other party is not a simple person, and you're not sure you can kill her. Not only that, but there's a sense of crisis in the air. If you go, you might die. Sister, why are you? Gray Wolf incredulous. In the next moment, 100 evil suppressing swords flew in. A series of explosions rang out, and Gray Wolf instantly lost consciousness. You withdraw most of your attacks and return to normal, coming to the center of the explosion. In a large pit filled with Yuanshan power, a thin figure lay on the ground in a sorry state, dying. She's less than 5'5", with thin arms and legs, but certain areas are a sight to behold. You grab her by the neck and pick her right up. Princess? You don't have any information about each other in your head. You've been hanging out in the South Realm all these years, and although you've gotten up in strength, you're still at a very low level in the South Realm, and you don't have much of a channel to learn about outside news. Immediately afterward, you carefully inspect for a while and finally reveal a light smile. Surprisingly, it really is a 9th grade glazed body, or a dense yuanin of the peak of the 9th turn. Good stuff, absolutely good stuff. You light up before your eyes, then you put the 3 Demon King corpses on the ground into your storage ring. Finally, I picked up the gray wolf and ran away. 10 days later, an uneventful night, a human city, an inn. You spit Ling Cho out of your mouth and lay her down on the bed. Well, the injuries on Ling Chen's body are still very heavy, not so good. My genjutsu is still too weak. If there was a more powerful genjutsu, I could definitely kill them. You let out a laugh and left her with a large amount of pills. Don't worry, take your time to recuperate. After a few words of comfort, you leave the room. Guming, what are you doing? You nod. I have to do it. With that said, you come into the next room, where the gray wolf is lying on the bed, looking at you with a devastated look on his face. Human, you can't do this to me. Well, you're right. You're not prepared to hold back when faced with a demon that wants to kill you. Punch. Just then, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared. Human, I know you're here. Hand over my daughter, and I can leave you with an intact corpse. Your brow is furrowed, your opponent is a bit strong. Whatever. Chapter 114 Fighting? What level is the father of a peak 9th turn Demon King? This really touches your knowledge blind spot. But at this moment, the arrow is on the string, and it has to be fired. I don't care. You operate immediately. Looking at your crazed form, the newly awakened Grey Wolf is filled with fear. Humans, are you crazy? My father, the Silver Moon Demon Emperor, is a powerhouse above the 9th turn. Do you really want to die that badly? 9 turns above? You make a move, but it's just a move. It's done, it's done. You're charging up. In less than a second, you've got the Grey Wolf's genjutsu. She lies on the bed in pain, her face hard, tears gushing. You carefully perceive the state of your body, and your cultivation at the peak of the 8th turn breaks through directly on this basis, stepping into the 9th turn. An icy power runs through you, strengthening you in every way. This is the 9th grade glazed body, it's too strong. More importantly, you can feel that the Grey Wolf still has half of its yuan-yin inside. If you can take it down, you can still continue to break through. But in the attack just now, the Grey Wolf's yuan-yin has shattered and must wait for it to reunite. Gu Ming, how are you doing? Ling worries and rushes here. Feeling the cultivation level that you have broken through, she was relieved, but soon fell into doubt again. Are you too fast? It's all about speed. The skin on your body turns and transforms into a brand new set of black clothes. The only way to survive in a complex environment is to be fast enough, and that's what makes us superior as human beings. You quickly take control of the power you just broke through and look at Ling Cho again. Keep an eye on this guy and see what other treasures she has on her. I'm going to see the one in the sky. Ling Worried's face was a bit uncomfortable. Gu Ming, be careful. You nodded. High up in the sky, a young-looking man wearing tight black robes and a crown stood with his hands folded. He is only one person, but his aura is thick and heavy. You walk out of the room, and the first time you see him, there's a deep sense of powerlessness. What spiritual pressure, it's all just vanity. An expert beyond the 9th turn? Silver Moon Demon Emperor. You look at the young man in the sky and your eyes collide with his. Ha! The Silver Moon Demon Emperor frowns, his heart is not happy, your eyes make him dislike you. Chuckles. A white light shoots out of his eyes and flies toward you. You met me. Run and you can't run away, you can't help it if you've done it all, just do it the hard way. Concentrate all your energy, you give it all you've got. Boom! As soon as the white light fell, you instantly transformed into a 500-meter-long ultimate state heavenly dragon, and 9 heavenly dragons circled out to block the white light. Paging. With a strange sound, the 9 heavenly dragons collapsed and dissipated, and the white light disappeared with them. Both forces cancel each other out. The Silver Moon Demon Emperor eeped and couldn't help but look at you highly. Good boy. He gave a sudden laugh. In the next moment, it directly turns into its own body and rushes straight towards you. It was a 1,000-meter-long, 8-headed white wolf, hideous in shape, furious, and filled with killing intent. As soon as it appears, you feel a great sense of oppression. Your huge body stalls slightly in the air, and at the same time, beneath your feet, the entire city shatters. Under this pressure, the weak practitioners are not rivals in the slightest, and one by one, they instantly perish. Houses fell down and became a piece of ruins. The city was a scene of human purgatory. You did your best to break through the pressure, and in the next moment, 200 evil suppressing swords flew out and surrounded you. At the critical moment, your brain spins rapidly, and your dragon claws point, Jin evil sword formation. 200 evil suppressor swords surrounded each other and turned into a long dragon, rushing towards the Silver Moon Demon Emperor. The corners of Silver Moon's mouth rose, and the wolf's head moved, spitting out a crescent attack. This thing is outdated, isn't it? The sword formation collides with the crescent light, and after struggling for 2 seconds, you can no longer control it, falling from the sky and smashing hard on the ground. Ling Worries reacted quickly, dragging his severely injured body, transformed into a heavenly dragon, swallowed the Grey Wolf, and dashed towards the distant ruins with her, dodging. Bang! After you landed, the earth trembled and a mountain range not far away directly collapsed. At the same time, the Silver Moon Demon Emperor in the air revealed a look of surprise. The power of the evil suppressing sword formation is much stronger than a normal evil suppressing sword, coupled with the characteristic of restraining demons and devils. This makes you explode with a strong power. Far more than he could have imagined. Interesting. The Silver Moon Demon Emperor takes human form and descends downward, then stomps on your dragon's head. You're powerless and your whole body aches. At the same time, he grabbed with his right hand, pinching the distant Ling Cho, and took out his daughter, Grey Wolf, from her mouth. Looking at the Grey Wolf, the Silver Moon Demon Emperor revealed an icy smile. My child, what do you choose? The Grey Wolf, Summer Point Star, looks at you at his feet and is silent for a long time. You're still struggling, but under the suppression of the Silver Moon Demon Emperor, not to mention anything else, you can't even concentrate your Yuanshan power. Father. Xiao. Clenched her fists. I, for one, want him to be my emperor's son-in-law. Silver Moon Demon Emperor Xiao Huan unsurprisingly laughed. I knew you would do this. Since you have made your choice, this man is yours. Make the rules clear to him, and in a year's time, come back to the Holy Land to meet me. After saying that, his figure turned into a piece of starlight and disappeared. All the restraints on you are gone too, and you're free to move around again. But in the battle just now, you were wounded so badly that you won't be able to fight for a long time. You're back in human form, lying on the ground. Summer. Is looking at you so quietly. Sister, you chose to abandon me in the first place. I'm gonna show you that this is the worst thing you've ever done in your life. She smiled, then took out a pill from inside her mouth and swallowed it into her stomach before returning to her best state. Yuanshan power spreads and pulls you and Lingqiu, taking you away from this ruined city. You've lost all consciousness too. I don't know how long it's been. You open your eyes and realize you're lying in bed, clothes and all, and not only that, but your whole body is sore, as if you've done something particularly tiring. More importantly, your injuries have completely recovered, and not only that, your cultivation level has also broken through on the basis of the 9th turn low stage, stepping into the 9th turn middle stage. You're stronger. But you don't have any joy. You're awake? A tiny figure walks up and asks. Chapter 115. The Xiao Family. This is Summer. She has changed into a black dress with a cold expression on her face. You gave it to me. You subconsciously ask. Well, I've been practicing for 10,000 years of Yuan, and I'm giving it all to you. You're quite surprised, yet you quickly think of the conversation she had with that Silver Moon Demon Emperor earlier. What's happening now? You're a little weak. I didn't expect the Grey Wolf to have such a hard background, far more than the 9th turn of the old man, too strong. Recalling that night's fight, that guy didn't look serious at all. I'm afraid I'm a piece of in his eyes. Xiao. Moved a chair, sat on it and crossed his legs, but because of his short legs, his posture was not too elegant, and his two legs swayed around. It's easy. You have become the Emperor's son-in-law that I have decided to marry, and in the entirety of the blazing sun sky, no one can change that. From that night on, it's my Xiao family. My father is one of the 5 demon emperors of the demon clan, and the 3rd strongest person in the entire blazing sun heaven. Xiao Pointing Star tells the Xiao family's situation in great detail. You're getting worse and worse. After a few minutes, you understand everything. Silver Moon Demon Emperor Xiao Huan, that's a powerhouse beyond the 9th turn, which is the 10th turn. That's right. It's outrageous. The 10th turn is the peak battle power of the entire fiery sun heaven, supreme and strong. A drop of Yuanshan power at random can crush the 9th turn. In the entire fiery sun heaven, there are only 10 turners. They are truly top-tier powerhouses, no longer just representing the demon race, the human race, but the entire blazing sun heaven. In the eyes of such a powerful person, the conflict between the demon race and the human race is a joke. They communicate more with each other and have an intricate relationship. The situation is complex, yet simple. There's only one way in front of you. Dutifully became the emperor's son-in-law of the Xiao family, and returned to the Xiao family after a year with Xiao Xing. If you don't go this way, you'll die for sure. Become a sidekick. It doesn't seem to hurt. So far, the Xiao family doesn't have many restrictions on themselves. You reorganize your thoughts, then stand up and look at Summer. That, your sister? Her name is Summer. Moon. We're twin sisters. She was born 15 seconds before me. Good man, he remembers so well. I be the emperor's son of 2 men. No. Xiao. Is very stable emotionally. Moon is the name of father's 2 weapons, only we call this one. You popped her in the head, why are you? Like a wood, yes. Summer. Didn't say anything as she jumped on the floor and collected her chair. The woman is in the next room, I've healed her, you can visit her anytime. She turned around and said as she walked out the door, I don't mind if you have many women, but you have to remember that you are my Xiao family's son-in-law, and nominally, you're my man. The feeling in your heart grows weirder and weirder as you look at her departing figure. Summer. Xiao Huan. Shaking your head, you go to the next room and see Lingqiu who is practicing. Are you better? Ling Chen's brows furrowed. I heard all of your words, Gu Ming, what are you going to do? You bow your head, There doesn't seem to be any other way at the moment. Becoming an emperor's son-in-law would be a good choice.
Just in time, you're ready to see if the so-called 10th turn can carry that pervert.
Will you be dead in 800 years?
The probability of death should be high. After all, these 10 turns didn't come out of nowhere, every simulation they are in.
Ling worries keeps moving closer to you, gripping the Buzhou sword behind him. Guming, I will change all of this.
She hugs you gently.
Immediately afterward, she left the inn without hesitation. You want to stop it, but you don't know what to use. Damn, this is a fantasy world, not a romance novel.
Sure enough, as long as the strength isn't there, you'll get tangled up in this crap emotion.
If you were strong enough, you wouldn't have to do all this. After calming down for a while, you find Summer Point Star, find me 2 people.
The Xia family is absolutely powerful, and if it can be utilized, it will be of great help.
Who?
My 2 friends, they are both demons at the peak of the 9th turn.
Summer Point Star frowns, female?
Yes.
A snake?
A black, winged monster?
You blush, you know them.
Xia Star understood, she continued, 400 years ago, 2 peak 9th grade demons entered the East Realm and snatched a pet he kept in the hands of this waste, amazing sky. It is said that the snake ate it, and then its temperament changed drastically, and it fought with another monster in the air, and a lot of human beings, demons and monsters were implicated in the deaths. In the end, the monster forced open a rift in space and took the snake with him. My father and the others were investigating this matter some years ago, and they were so intrigued by the monster's means of tearing through space that they blocked all news. She gave a laugh. Maybe they found it and are working on it, or maybe they haven't found it yet.
Regardless, those 2 demons are being watched by the 10 turns, so whether you find them or not, it's pointless.
You have an incredulous look on your face.
Stunning. Chapter 116 Wandering. I didn't think it would end like this. It seems that Susu's bloodline has indeed mutated and awakened some weird bloodline talent. What happened 300 years ago? If they're targeted, it's easy to trace them back to their side. Things get more interesting. What are your plans now? You look at Summer Point Star and ask. There's no need to go to the auction. You're going to the summer home in a year, and you know what to do now. Walk me around the 4 realms, I want to relax. I'm too tired.
Summer Point Star lowered her head, her voice getting weaker and weaker, as if this was something hard to do.
Good. I'll stay with you. You agreed. There's no other way to go at the moment, we can only take 1 step at a time. You've left the inn, you've left this little town, and you're heading west. The East Realm is the territory of the demon race, begging for other areas or coexisting with humans and demons, and the situation is very complicated. But there are fewer and fewer places under the sky for you to be a threat. You're invincible under 10 turns. Only the 10th turn can harm you. The 4 realms of the world. You have traveled from the Eastern Realm and have come first to the Northern Realm, where you have walked around and enjoyed the scenery. Summer Star is having a great time. You've also noticed that her personality changes too much. Sometimes introverted social fear, do not dare to speak loudly, and sometimes extremely crazy, encountered a martial arts competition, directly up to abuse. But no matter when or what she does, she has very little expression on her face, really like a piece of wood. 3 months later, you got tired of playing in the north and came to the west. The plan is to play for 3 months in one realm, and then finally go to the Xia family's Holy Land in the East Realm. The situation in the Western Realm is even more complicated. The environment here is very harsh and the resources are pitifully small, so much so that there is a lot of fighting. Whether it is a cultivator or a mortal, if you don't fight or grab, you simply can't live. The atmosphere here is too depressing. The streets, the alleys, the forests, the canyons, everywhere you look, there's killing. On a high mountain, you and Xia Xing stand on a rock, quietly looking down at the 2 waves of bandits that are charging below. It's a pretty weird sight here. Xia Star shook his head, savage, killing, growing up from here, every one of them is not an ordinary person. You nod, it looks that way. Saying that, you hooked your finger and 3 figures appeared behind you. The 3 9th Revolution demon kings who were in the east. You and them, there's no difference. You smiled, it's like this, in order to get stronger, in order to keep getting stronger, one has to loot resources like crazy to improve their strength. I won't give up any chance, because if I give up, I'll die. Summer Point Star can't understand this thought of yours, just as you can't understand her eccentric character. Soon, the 3 demon kings came back and placed a storage bag on your body. You grabbed a handful of them and checked them out one by one. After a few minutes, you successfully found 3 good yuanshao techniques and instantly practiced them. This greatly enriches your means of attack. Let's go. You gather up the wreckage on the ground and pat Summer Point Star on the shoulder. 3 months later, you were very satisfied with the many special resources you harvested from a killing spree in the west. Then Southland. Your old neighborhood. You've returned to the wind and cloud continent with Summer Star. Nangon Lightning felt your breath from a long way away. She was wearing a red dress, bright and colorful, standing in the clouds waiting quietly. Guming, you're back. She smiles, her eyes keep wandering over you and Summer Point Star. Well, a lot has happened along the way. You're briefly introduced. Summer Point Star looks at these forces under your command, subordinate, with no ripples on his face. Nangong Shiro looks normal, but you can feel the discomfort in her heart. Tisk, TSK, bunch of. You shake your head. Taking Summer Point Star around the various areas of the Southland. She is very satisfied and enjoys this kind of activity. But it means nothing to you. After wasting 3 months in the Southland, you return to the Eastland. You stopped all outings and began to learn about the 10 Holy Lords. All this information is very secret, even the strongest of the 9 turns do not have many channels to obtain all the Summer Point Star for you to bring the 10 Holy Lords are unrivaled and long-lived, and have each established forces in their own lands to serve them. Most of these forces are hidden in areas where people can't find them, very mysterious. In general, it's the 10 holy places. What Xia Huan has created is the Holy Land of the Free. The reason for this name is related to his own name. Xia Star said that Xia Huan's highest dream is to get away from the world and do as he pleases, that's why he took the word get away. You have a strange feeling in your heart. When I was a kid watching TV, the first time I heard the word easy, it felt unique and I liked it very much. But growing up and seeing more and more novels and movies, the word getaway is almost overused. Slurping. In the Eastern Realm, in addition to the free and easy Holy Land, there are 2 other 10-turn created Holy Lands, both of which are also of the demon race. The Rain Phase Sanctuary created by the Dragon Aoshan, and the Black Cloud Sanctuary created by the Black Ape Sun Xian Shuangtian, respectively. Rain Phase. One look and you can tell it must have been named because of the word frost. Black Cloud Sanctuary, Black Ape, Black? You shake your head and continue to understand. The 10 holy places are the strongest forces in the entire fiery sun heaven. Of the 10 10-turners, the first ranked is Burning Zuanhai who created the Heavenly Sea Holy Land, and the second is Qin Jian who created the 10,000 Swords Holy Land. The third one is Xia Huan from the Holy Land. The first 2 are human, only Xia Huan is a demon. The 7 10-turners below, 3 of the human race and 4 of the demon race. 50-50. It still looks like a very harmonious blessing. If you want to break through to the peak of the 9 revolutions, you must obtain the method of cultivation in these holy places. But Xia Huan is a demon, can he use the techniques of the human race? You're in deep doubt. In any case, the present self has no choice, no matter what happens, can only be hard. Chapter 117 Guessing, carrying on. Not only that, from the peak of the 9th turn to break through to the 10th turn, the chance, resources, gongfu, you can't have one without the other. You learned a lot of information in one breath. Finally comes to a conclusion. Ordinary people? Don't seem to be qualified to step into the 10th turn. Not only that, but it always felt like they teamed up to break the 10th turn. Based on history. The first 10-turn powerhouse, that is, the Heavenly Sea Saint Lord Burning Zuanhai, who stepped into the 10 turn was 2 million years ago, and in the following period of time, the second 10,000 sword Saint Lord Qin Jian, and the third easy Saint Lord Xia Huan all appeared within 100,000 years. Now, it's been 1,000,000 years since the last 10th turn appeared. There hasn't been a Holy Lord born in 1,000,000 years. That's bull. There must be a conspiracy. One more thing. You pulled out the Yuelu Sword Sex Immortal Ascension Order, and took out a Gu family token, comparing the broken sword marks on it. The Buddha's teachings, the teachings of the Tao, spoken by that destroyer. Of the 10 Holy Lords, only 2 took this path. One ranked 7th and created the true Buddha Holy Land, called Transition, and one ranked 8th and created the Great Tao Holy Land, called True One. Could it be that the exterminator grew up in these 2 holy places? For a moment, you thought of many, many things. Time passes slowly. Soon, a year has passed since your departure from the east. You've returned to the Holy Land of the Free with Summer. Star. The Holy Land is located in a primeval forest on the easternmost side of the Eastern Realm, spanning a sea of mountains and passing through dozens of teleportation arrays to reach it. There are many different kinds of buildings in the sanctuary, various and neatly arranged. Easy Sacred Lord Xiaohuan stood in front of the door, waiting for a long time. Star, have you been happy this year? He was dressed all in white and asked with a smile. Star nodded and curtsied. The child is happy. It's true. This year with you has far surpassed the tens of thousands of years of depressing life that preceded it. You look at Xiaohuan across the room, and Xia Dixing beside you, somewhat uncomfortably. My father-in-law is almost 2 million years old, my wife is a few thousand years old, and I'm less than 2,000 years old. TSK. This world, it's crazy. Good. In 3 days, I will invite all my friends and marry you. Gu Ming, there will be holy sons from other holy lands challenging you at that time. Do you have confidence? Greeting Xiaohuan's oppressive gaze, you look calm and smile. Under 10 turns, kill indiscriminately. Xiaohuan smiles back. I like your confidence. Immediately afterward, he added, if you can defeat all the challengers, I will recognize you as my righteous son, and from now on, the only holy son of my easy holy land. The corners of your mouth twitch. It's not enough to be your father-in-law, you want to be your father, this guy. But more importantly, since the creation of the sacred land of the free, there has never been a holy son. Xiaohuan gave birth to tens of thousands of children in his life, and the result is, without exception, all female children. The most outstanding is Xing, Xiaoyu too, but compared to the bloodline of the other holy lords, it is also limited. If you can become a saintly son, there are so many benefits for you. The holy son and the emperor's son-in-law. Slurping. I don't care, let's go first. Please rest assured, father, I will take it. You said without hesitation. When it's time to recognize your father, it's time to recognize him. Xiaohuan laughed and became more interested in you. You have entered the Holy Land, and you have taken up residence in a city prepared for you by Xiaohuan. A large area, a large population, and an abundance of resources. Late night. Bed. Star was a bit worried. Gu Ming, are you okay with this? Those Holy Lord bloodlines are all at the peak of the 9th turn. Not only that, but there are all kinds of bloodline talents, and Yuanshan weapons to enhance. Those guys will definitely show no mercy, and if you're not careful, you're afraid you'll die. You caught the word, meta weapon. What's that? That is a divine weapon that can only be created by the 10th turn, a weapon forged by the Holy Lords using their own Yuanshan power that is condensed into substance, a great addition to strength. How come you didn't? You asked subconsciously. Star laughed. My father is bent on pursuing strength, how could he put his heart into this? After all, forging metamorphic weapons is very taxing on the Holy Lord. So it is. A Holy Lord bent on strength. You're thinking about the fact that they might have caught Cecil Sows. These old yuppies can't be defended, they must be absolutely vigilant. You're being more careful. Don't worry, the big deal is a death. Anyway, this life is enough. If you are saying something, Summer. Star can't understand it. 3 days later. Your wedding is official. The entire Easy Sanctuary is bustling with activity. Drums and gongs, firecrackers. Instead of wearing the clothes they prepared, you used your skin and made your own imitation of a wedding dress. In a red suit and a high hat, in a rather strange form. In accordance with the etiquette of the sanctuary at large, you have begun a long and tedious campaign. The whole wedding ceremony is very complicated and strict, every action and every word is required. You're proceeding calmly. Greeting the bride. After some maneuvering. Finally, he walks into the wedding hall on the arm of Xing. You look up and a multitude of unfamiliar figures have appeared around you at some point, all smiling and gawking at you. These are the holy lords, and their holy sons and daughters. Xiaohuan is sitting at the top. A burly man with a cultivation level of 9 revolutions and dressed in festive clothes roared, a toast. 2 cups of wine appeared out of thin air in front of you, and Xing picked up 1 cup each and toasted to Xiaohuan. Followed by a burst of complicated maneuvering. In the process, you always feel that someone is looking at you, and the gaze is still scary, and you have a feeling of tingling in your body. With a few turns, you get a good look at each other. It was a woman standing in a distant numbered building, dressed in white, tall, a glass of wine in her hand, looking coldly at the scene. The man gave you a familiar feeling. Soon, you identified her. If there are no surprises, it's Xia.Yu. Do you want to kill me? You laughed through all the intricacies of today's wedding. At the end, Xia Huan stepped out and announced your existence. The holy lords and holy sons and daughters of other holy places congratulated one after another, looking very harmonious. You're ready down there. The next one is the so-called challenge, right? Can you kill a few holy sons and daughters? You're looking forward to it. Chapter 118 The Ring. And the so-called genjutsu weapons. They won't say anything if they snatch it themselves, right? After all, they're just a kid. Not even 2,000 years old. Waiting for a while. A young man wearing a Taoist robe stepped out. I have long heard of the name of the emperor's son-in-law of the prosperous Holy Land, and today I have a glimpse of it, and it really is extraordinary. He crowned a big paragraph, and finally his mouth twisted and laughed. I wonder if the extra horse harnessed by the side of a teen would be interested in having a couple of strokes. Don't worry, I definitely won't kill anyone. Beside him, Xiaodat introduced, this is the holy son of the great Dao Holy Land, Qin Bai Rui, 150,000 years old, peak of the 9 revolutions, very strong. So it's You step forward, come on brother Qin. Saying this, you take the lead and jump into the ring not far away. There's no one else. Who prepares a ring on the wedding day, like a martial arts competition? Gu Ming, you call me brother, but it's a difference in seniority. But that's okay, I know you don't understand any of this either. I've been pursuing the point star for 10,000 years without result. I didn't expect to let you get there first. In the ring, Qin Bai Rui just came up and talked endlessly, his little mouth was like a machine gun. You stand still and lick your tongue, it's moist. Qin Bai Rui was stunned. For a moment, he doesn't understand what this means. But he's so smart. Soon again, I could tell everything from the word and the look on your face. Looking for death. After I kill you, I'll kill Point Star and then marry Point Moon. Qin Bai Rui stepped out, his Taoist robe radiating a white light. A mysterious aura comes over you. You hold your position, face unchanged. In the next instant, you jump straight up, and an extra Bujo sword appears in your hand, destroy. A sharp sword light flew out and fought towards Qin Bai Rui. The Taoist robe on his body trembled slightly, effortlessly stopping it. Gu Ming, you won't be able to break through my defense, attack as you wish. If I move one step, it's my loss. You sigh. This guy has lived for tens of thousands of years, this expression, this character, how is he like a teenager? Girls can still say a cute, kawaii, male, more or less disgusting jail brother. You look like you were born to be a turtle. You take one step, and in the next moment, you directly transform into a giant over 200 meters tall. This is what insanity looks like. In general, the insanity state is sufficient to deal with all of the same realm. The ultimate state is too powerful, you're afraid of irritating these holy lords. Strength increases dramatically, and you smile as you pull a bone sword out of your chest, jailbird. The mysterious method of Yuan one sword, one rainbow. The Big Dipper flies out and crushes downward. Metamorphic mysteries rolling thunder in the sky. A streak of thunder turns into a long tongue and rushes out from the two horns on top of your head to kill Qin Barui. Meta-mystic methods. In a split second, you cast more than 30 Yuan mysteries, killing each other at the same time. Boom! Under the ring, Qin Bai Rui's face was unchanged, just silently defending with his Dao robe. After a round of attacks, he was unharmed. Gu Ming, is that all you've got? He speaks disdainfully. You're staring at the Taoist robes he's wearing, maybe that's a genjutsu weapon. Feeling the gap, the two sides, you no longer hesitate, and in the next moment, you directly transformed into a 500-meter long. You know what you're doing. Immediately afterward, another silhouette walked out, stepping into the air. The young monk, pure idiot, has come to ask for advice. This is the holy son of the true Buddha Holy Land. Also known as the Buddha's son, over 100,000 years old. You even dare to make a move, it seems that you are truly not afraid of death. Pure idiot folds his hands, death is not scary. He's very calm. As he spoke, the two strings of Buddha beads in his hand flew out, transforming into two golden-haired lions in front of him, both above 100 meters in size, with a rather majestic aura. Master Gu, please instruct me. I'll teach you a lesson. You pawed down again. Two lions rush in to confront you. Feeling the power in their bodies, you laugh. That doesn't work either, Jindi. With a slight force, the two lions couldn't carry it any longer, and were directly crushed by you and turned back into Buddha beads. Pure idiot was just about to catch it when your claws fell. Carries him to a hard slap on the ring. Like a big mountain, the earth trembled when it landed. Raises the dragon's claw and another mosaic appears on the floor. It's really not that difficult. You put away the beads and look at a crack on them, pondering. Having killed 2 saints in a row, the other saints were a bit frightened. Most importantly, Shin by Rui, pure idiot's Yuanshin weapon is not useful at all, and they have no bottom in their hearts. Any more? You maintain the look of the ultimate state, dragon eyes glaring round. Ha ha, a few of you, this extra horse harness of mine is a bit interesting, isn't it? Xia Huan said proudly, not hiding his smugness at all. An old man carrying a long sword and dressed in rags stroked his beard. Wanma, you go and try it. He's the second-ranked sword saint, Qin Jian. Underneath the seat, a woman wearing white cloth with the word Su emblazoned on her chest nodded her head. I'm going to the master. You're staring at each other, and something looks familiar. 10,000 Swords Holy Land, Su Wanma, please instruct me. You remembered. You hover in the air and ask curiously, what is Su Wanru's relationship to you? Su Wanma drew her sword and shook her head, I don't recognize it. Chapter 119, Let me give birth again? Rush. Rush. As soon as the words left her mouth, she flew into the sky with her sword and came at you to kill you. You'll be able to handle it. Su Wanma's attack is very strong, and her aura is very similar to Ling Chao's. The combat strength is similar. So you're nothing to me. I hate Sawani. So die, too, please. You shake your head and a thunderbolt flies out of your dragon's horn. Before it was all physical attacks, while now, it's a normal genjutsu attack. Feeling the majestic power contained in the thunder. Su Wanma looked surprised, it's really strong. She looks determined, but I'm not going to take a step back. Master's orders must be carried out to the end. She's about to take it on the chin. Qin Jian suddenly shot out, it's ready. He pulled back Su Wanma. Your thunder falls on the ring without making a wave. Burning Zuanhai, the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Sea, who was the first in terms of battle power, laughed out loud, Xiao Huan, good tactics, this emperor's son-in-law of yours, it's not simple. It won't be many years before it catches up with us. He was wearing a golden robe with a majestic look. Xiao Huan shook his head, Brother Burn is joking, this kid is just lucky to have that much chance. Burning Zuanhai glanced at him, chance, sometimes it can be more important. Also, being the same Holy Lord's holy son, Qin Jian seems to care more about his own disciples. The Holy Lord of the Great Tao and the Holy Lord of the True Buddha don't feel this way. As if, in their eyes, the sun is a tool that can be replaced at any time. Wang Feng, you go and try. If he doesn't die, you die. Just when you think the tournament is over, the burning sea suddenly opens its mouth. Under his seat, a white-haired boy stood up, as you command. He had an upright figure, handsome features, and looked quite dashing with a black cloth wrapped around his head, covering his eyes. Wang Feng, sacred son of the heavenly sea. He didn't say anything about the scene, he directly struck out, Yuanshin power added to his fists and feet, constantly attacking. You flung your tail and also added a large amount of genjutsu power. Wang Feng reacted quickly, dodging and attacking at the same time. But unfortunately, he's still a step too slow. Thud. Your tail smacks him hard. As if he was hit by his semi-mounted brother, Wang Feng flew out directly, and in mid-air, his body and also unable to resist your power, and instantly exploded. Puffing, flesh and blood flying. You don't look proud. After all, it's nothing. All the way through your training, you've never treated an enemy of the same realm as a rival, because the gap is too great. You are truly invincible in the 9 turns. Burning Zuanhai clapped his hands, not bad, Xiao Huan, I like your extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. The holy sun died, the burning Zuanhai did not have any sad expression, instead he laughed out, pointing at you in the ring, his expression getting weirder and weirder. You're back to normal, back in the ring. The surrounding holy lords casually exchanged words for a while, then sent prepared gifts and left one after another. This is the end of the wedding. You sent everyone away with summer. Immediately afterward, Xiao Huan announced on the spot that you are his only righteous son and the sacred son of the free Holy Land. Crowd cheering. The gaze of the distant Xiaodachu becomes more and more complicated. Late night. Zahuan has summoned you. In the middle of a large hall filled with light, he leans on a chair made of dragon scales. Gu Ming, your performance today was very good. Xiaohuan stretched his back, a wave of relief on his young face. Young age, Class A qualification, gifted. The future is limitless. He's got a compliment. I don't deserve it. It's all my father's teaching. Xiaohuan smiles even more happily. Gu Ming, do you like moonlight? He suddenly asks. Summer.moon?
Father, there's only one person in my heart who has a point star.
Temptation or not, that's how you answer. After all, the other party is his father-in-law, or a top-level powerhouse far beyond himself. No matter how stupid B is, she can't tell the truth. Looks like you're interested.
Xiaohuan sat up straight. I'll give you a task, and as long as you complete it, Point Moon is yours.
He gets up.
I don't care what you have to do, make sure I get a grandchild. After finishing, he smiles slightly at you, a force sweeps across the room, and you are sent directly out of the hall by him.
In front of the door. You're frowning. Another baby? This kind of scheme is too blatant. Want to have your own baby? Grandchildren? What kind of is this holding in its stomach?
You're thinking about it as you walk toward the residence.
He wants to use my bloodline? No matter what, Xiao. You absolutely cannot be spared.
If we get her, we can break through 2 small realms. At that point, one is truly at the peak of the 9th turn.
Strength will increase.
Facing these demon emperors again, the Holy Lord wouldn't have no means at all. A few minutes later, you return to the mansion.
Summer spotting ready for anything. Pouring wine for you with my own hands. Husband, what are you thinking? Summer Point Star looks at you with some confusion. You poured her a drink too. Father wants us to have a child as soon as possible. What do you think? Summer Point Star blushes slightly. What do you want me to think?
You hand over your glass and drink a glass of wine with her.
I can't help it, I'm having a baby.
Saying that, you pulled her into a new fight.
Late night. A wolf howls endlessly. Eerie and terrifying. Time passes day by day. So what if you become a saintly son? It really doesn't change much for you.
There are many resources in the Holy Land, but the ones that can accelerate cultivation and that one is qualified to utilize, one does not. The only thing that interests you is the vast amount of meta-mystery here.
This is the accumulation of Xiaohuan for millions of years, it's too rich.
You're searching for Gongfu, having a baby, and practicing at the same time.
Time flies in this mechanized operation. 1300th year.
You work hard day and night, Summer Point Star's stomach, but there is no big trend, but the color, the mood is getting better and better.
Also,
in this year, you found a very heaven-defying Yuanxian mystic method in the Holy Land's wind and cloud building.
Chapter 120 Heaven and Earth Sword, Born.
That Yuanxian mystic method is from a visualization chart called the 8-9 Xian Tian technique.
The name sounds strong.
I don't know what it has to do with the 8-9 metaphysical skills. But it's also just a look-alike, and can actually only be practiced up to the peak of the 3rd turn. The name of the mysterious law is face justice.
This is a one-time secret method.
After use, a weapon will be created according to the practitioner's face value.
Cultivation has come to a point where you rarely use a weapon anymore.
After all, most of the fights are in the ultimate state of the Tenryu mold, it can be done with it. Before practicing the 10,000 poisons body nourishing technique, my face value is...
You laughed and then practiced without hesitation.
You'd like to see how far you can go with your final androgynous face. The 1500th year, after wasting 200 years, you've finally succeeded in practicing. On the occasion of the completion of the work,
you feel an inexplicable melancholy. With a thought, a rectangular-shaped weapon quickly forms in front of you. You look up, and it's actually a sword box.
Reaching out and touching his hand, the sword box unfolded, revealing 3 interlocking long swords.
You're interested. 3 swords?
Gripping the hilt of the sword on your left side, you're about to try something when a memory appears out of nowhere and is quickly absorbed by you.
The 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man? Memory is exactly the information about the 3 swords.
These are the 3 swords that originated at the time of the birth of the blazing sun heaven, the heavenly sword, the earthly sword, and the human sword, each of which possesses a powerful ability, and when combined together, they can also form the strongest heavenly emperor sword.
That name, what a third-rate metaphysical novel setting. You spit out a sentence before reaching out and drawing your human sword.
According to your memory, you can only use the human sword, the earth sword and the heavenly sword can't be utilized, and you don't know exactly what conditions are required. The three swords of heaven, earth and man, each of which derives different abilities according to the user. Chuckles. The human sword was taken out by you, and you instantly grasped the sword's power. Bloodthirsty, can restore injuries, strength, energy, spirit by drawing blood. One maintains range, not bad. It's worth mentioning that this ability doesn't originate from the sword, but the user, which means that in the future, without a human sword, you also possess the ability Bloodlust. So, what do I need you for? You put the human sword back in its case. A command was then given. Men fill several storage rings with blood. You try for a while. Finding that the effect is not bad, and that the blood in the storage ring can be absorbed with a thought for renewal. So then you prepared a sea of blood for the occasion. Walking out of the wind and cloud building, you saw at a glance a woman in a black dress, Ouyang Qingling. She seems to be waiting for you. Father says I'm to marry you when you have a child with Point Star. She is none other than Xiaodat Xing's twin sister. It's like this. You nodded to her and skimmed right over her. You're not really interested in her. It's been 1,500 years, and there's not much time left for you to take advantage of all the opportunities. Guming, don't you have any feelings for me? Summer Point Moon suddenly said. Sounds a little aggravated. You turn your head, somewhat puzzled, to look at the cutie. Looking at her as if, sister, have you developed your cerebellum yet? I don't know you particularly well. Why should I have feelings for you? After leaving a message, you turned around and left. Summer Moon is silent. Point Star, you found someone. Really good. She speaks through clenched teeth. Back at the residence, Xiaodat Xing is still drinking medicine, all kinds of supplements to promote fertility, elixir. I say, there's no need to be so crazy. Isn't it just having a baby? You shake your head, somewhat unable to understand her thoughts. You don't understand, once you have a child, the woman's status will be completely different when she marries you. Xiaodat Star swallowed a handful of pills in one gulp and sneered, I would love to hear her call me sister. When the time comes, I'll make her realize what it means to be the master of the harem. Two perverts? You'll be amazed. Actually, you're responsible for her not being able to have a baby. After all these years of thinking about it, you always think there's a conspiracy. There's no guarantee that the child will die on its own once it's born, so it's necessary to control it. So every time I have sex, I kill all the cells with the power of the spirit, they are all dead, so it would be strange to be able to give birth to a child. Solely, it's hard for strong people to have offspring, and it's only been a few hundred years, without attracting anyone's attention. By the way, did you find out what I asked you to find out? You asked. Xiaodat put down the elixir in his hand and shook his head, the 4 realms of the world, the 10 holy places, there is no expert that uses a broken sword. My friends in the Holy Land of 10,000 Swords, the Holy Land of the Great Tao, and the Holy Land of True Buddha haven't heard of it either. You nodded. In that case, where would that pervert be? It's a mystery. In the 1600th year, you broke through and entered the 9th level. There's another boost in strength. Not far from the final peak of 9 turns. In the last 400 years, with my cultivation speed, breaking through to the peak of the 9th turn is still somewhat difficult. You know your situation well. Even the peak of the 9th revolutions cannot break through, let alone the 10 revolutions of the holy lords at the back. You rub your chin in deep thought. Finally decided to take a chance and try and have a baby. You don't regret the plan to kill the sperm in the previous few hundred years. Now that you've broken through the 9th turn of the high level, your strength has improved, and you're more certain to cope with any changes if they occur. You recall Xiao Huan's 2 strikes and keep calculating the actual gap between the 2 sides. Still not good. Night. You're sitting on the bed early. Xiaodat Star was a bit surprised. Why are you so early today? You don't need to practice. Over the years, she's vaguely guessed some. But she never said anything. From a wife's point of view, she's very qualified. Cultivation? You know, I'm a person whose least favorite thing to do is to cultivate. Speaking, you grabbed her by the scruff of the neck. Late at night, wolves howling. Half a second later, you grab a tail and linger slightly. For the strong, every second counts. Half a second is already enough to output damage, or that kind of unreserved berserk output. Guming, is there something on your mind today? Summer Point Star asked with some concern.
After all, you did act a little out of character today, it was so weird. Chapter 121 Nine-Headed Silver Moon Wolf. No. You shake your head and the storage ring on your hand flickers slightly, followed by a large amount of blood being absorbed by you. Instantly, you're back to life. A hand grabbed her by the neck. Mate, don't talk. Don't jam me. Crossover. After a while of operation, you're happy again. No talking all night? You have unlimited renewal through bloodlust. In the end, you directly consumed all the blood in tens of thousands of storage rings. And you're satisfied with the results. Something like pregnancy is also a game of probability for the strong. Since it's a probability, if it's done enough times, it'll be done. After a bout of maneuvering, at this moment, Xiaodat Xing is pregnant. Not only that, but in your perception, she's carrying a baby boy. I don't know if it's a male wolf or a man. It's not Wolverine, is it? You walked out of bed, refreshed. A group of maids rushed to serve the motionless Xiaodat Xing on the bed in a hurry. Oh, my god. How could the battlefield be so fierce? You guys don't understand, the Emperor's side harness and the princess are both 9th turn powerhouses, and each of their battles is enough to crumble countless 8th turn. It's normal. The crowd is overwhelmed with emotion. You squinted and came to the center of the Holy Land to meet Xiao Huan. After waiting for a while, a black dog flew in. Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, the Holy Lord is waiting for you inside. Trouble, Uncle Black. You smile and curtsy to the black dog. This is Xiao Huan's personal supervisor, said to have followed him for 1,000,000 years. In the Holy Land of the Free, he's in a very special position. All the children in Xiao Huan must call out to Uncle Black. The name is more than a little abstract. Komio Hall. In the middle of the pond, you see Xiao Huan, who is fishing. He sat quietly as one fish after another was controlled by him with his meta-magic power, compulsively biting the hook. I can't feel a thing about this fish. You walk up, father. Just as you were about to speak, Xiao Huan nodded. I know all the things. I will send someone to inform Moon that you can get married tonight if you wish. You stop where you are, sweating cold. This guy knows everything? This is a 10th turn powerhouse? In that case, wouldn't he know about his secret killing of sperm, and last night's winning by volume? This old man, he's too immodest. Don't think too much, it's just a special bloodline induction. Xiao Huan glances at you and explains, my lineage of 9-headed silver moon wolves has been passed down for many years, and after myself, the highest bloodline is only 3-headed. That child of yours is not bad. Surprisingly, he is 7 heads, not the highest, but enough to pass on the bloodline. Listening to him, you're thinking. What, you got something else? Xiao Huan asked again. His gaze is very stressful. You ask with a smile, father, there is someone I would like to ask you about. Who? I'm not sure of the exact name, but he has had contact with Taoism and Buddhism, and the weapon he uses is a broken sword. Xiao Huan shook his head. I've never heard of a cultivator with such characteristics. Aha! You've come to your senses. Yeah, since it's not a practitioner, could it be a mortal? You're a sight for sore eyes. Farewell to Zahuan. You didn't waste any time and came straight to the palace of Xiaodat Yu. The sun is not yet fully up. Xiaodat Yu was sitting on a high step, teasing a small white dog. Hearing a voice, she looks up at you. Gu Ming, what are you doing here at my place? Ugh. Xiaodat Mun's face changed. Aha. You take a step upward. Point star is pregnant, or 7 songs. Xiaodat Yu understood everything at once. Heh, is this my destiny? Summer. Moon is confused. After a few minutes, you place her next to Summer. Point star, alright, you're all dismissed. You drank away the surrounding maids and servants, and took care of both of them by yourself, meticulously and very considerately. Summer. Star, Summer. Moon can't understand what you're thinking, but enjoys it. Summer. Point star, Summer. Point moon, how I wish it could go on like this. Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, the Holy Lord asked me to bring you a message. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard. It's Uncle Black. You pat them on the shoulder, too. I'll be right there. You step out of the room, ready to turn on the ultimate state and give it your all. Outside. The black dog floated on a white cloud, revealing a smile. Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, Princess. Moon has conceived a 9-headed silver moon wolf. Congratulations. 9. You're in shock. That's right. Chapter 120. 10 turns. The most important thing is to have hair. Soso and Cece at home are covered in scales and are too uncomfortable to touch. Well, I'll see you next time, you kid, kind of. The black dog breaks free and walks away on clouds with a smile. Why don't you take on a new form? You suddenly thought of it. The black dog is definitely at the peak of the 9th turn. Its strength could have been transformed long ago. Why hasn't it acted yet? Is it that it doesn't like the human body? 9-headed silver moon wolf. I don't know how strong it is, but it's definitely powerful. You go back to your room, ready to continue taking care of Xia.Xing, Xia.Yu. Sister Moon, I want grapes. Xia.Star lying on the bed, speaking coldly. Xia nodded at the moon and gave her a blank look. Eat your own. I'm pregnant, I can't move. What a coincidence, I'm pregnant too. How dare you talk back? Bitch, I'm my husband's legitimate wife, you're nothing but a nameless. For an unmarried woman like you, you have no shame. Have you eaten all of your father's teachings? Xia.Star reprimanded with an ironic face, and if you look closely, you'll see that she's smiling. Aren't you too, having sex with Gu Ming before you're even married? You walk in and you hear the sound of two people fighting on the tip of their tongues. Lip syncing, don't. Okay, we're all sisters, calm down. You made a quick move to calm these two wolves. Looking at Xia Dangyu's stomach, you reached out and touched it again and again. This son of mine, will he kill me later? Shaking your head, you clear your mind of those garbage thoughts. In the days that followed, you taught wholeheartedly. You checked the canonical books and found that the Silver Moon Demon Emperor's 9-headed Silver Moon Wolf bloodline is truly heaven-defying. According to the Xia family's secret code, as long as the bloodline reaches above the 7 heads, one will be qualified to break through the 10th turn and achieve Holy Lord. And in the entire Xia family, the highest bloodline today is only Xia Huan's 8-headed Silver Moon Wolf. Yes, Xia Huan is not 9 songs. If it's so important, why doesn't the old man ever come to see the baby? You can't understand the heart of this holy man. Time continues to pass. Your life is stabilizing. Every day is just practicing, taking care of the moon, reading books, and accumulating blood. Thunderclap. 1700th year. Xia.Star, Xia.Yu's stomach hasn't changed at all. Although pregnant, she has not gotten any bigger and does not have any tendency to go into labor. It's been 100 years. He's even more fertile than Neza. He's worthy of being a demon. You took care of them with all your heart and all your soul. This makes Xia.Xing and Xia.Yu's favor towards you go up. After all, they had never experienced this kind of unmitigated, all-encompassing concern before this. This time you strictly controlled your facial expression, managed your emotions well, and didn't show a single crack. 99 years ago, you married Xiao Dianyu, announced it to the world, and took the opportunity to collect a wave of money. Xia Huan directly supported Xia.Yu to the position of the main wife as well, and did not make her a concubine, which made Xia.Xing extraordinarily unhappy. But fortunately, as you continue to operate, the relationship between the two people has become much better, no longer the same as before, the sword. Outside the room, you look at the sky above you and no longer hesitate. After 100 years of patience, one's patience is enough. It's time to go to Xia Huan to get the method to break through the 10th turn. Give or take, you have to act. After all, the pervert will appear in 300 years. You've searched for people throughout the 4 realms by all means, both mortals and cultivators, and you haven't missed a beat, but there's still no news at all. You don't want to waste the remaining 300 years. Instead of dying with no progress, I'd rather take a chance. You're not sorry. Komio Hall. You're here again. This time it was Black Dog who brought you here on his own initiative. The Holy Lord knew you were coming. His old man is still in seclusion, and what you want is inside. Black Dog's words surprised you. This old man, he's so dirty. Little old me can't play with them at all, can he? One by one, living a million years, so long, Jackie Chan's son is coming out, who can stand it? Walking into the hall of empty light, you see a scroll at the Black Dog's gesture. Gently unfolds and realizes it's a 10-turn view of a door. All fires nurture the heart. This is the name of the visualization. You continue reading for more information. The Black Dog said from the side, this is a 10-turn technique suitable for human cultivation that the Holy Lord spent a great deal of resources to trade in at the burning Zun Sea. You should also know that the achievement of 10 turns is not simple. From the last 10 turns to breakthrough, there have been a million years. The Black Dog's mood is a bit low. Maybe this world doesn't allow the 11th 10 turn to be born, so His dog's paw suddenly turns into a slender white palm and grabs your shoulder. Guming, you mustn't get your hopes up too much. The black dog brings his face to your face and directly turns into the appearance of a big-headed loli. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He's in an oddly shaped pose. For a moment you thought you'd eaten a fungus. I see. You put away the scroll and speak seriously. The black dog laughed, his head turned into a dog's head, his right hand reverted to a dog's paw, and the whole dog lay down on the cloud. Alright, for the following 1,000 years, the Holy Lord is going to be in seclusion for cultivation. Guming, if there's anything you can say to me, I'll help you. He looks at you with an ambiguous face. Chapter 123, the 190th century, the birth of a child, Ling Cho Nangong present. You're not talking. His mind is still reeling from what Black Dog just looked like. Since he's in that form of a dog pouncing upright on a man, you can see it clearly. Uncle Black, no pixie ball. This is a black woman. Did he do it on purpose or by accident? Is it a she, a he, or an it? At this moment, your CPU, KFC, and NPC burn out at the same time. Go schoolmates, that's a tough move. It's hard not to be cut up by Xia Huan for having sent something before. It's very likely. After all, he's the chief steward, and he looks like a eunuch in every way. You're so messed up, you've lost the ability to think straight. You don't know how you left the Hall of Empty Brightness, and in the end you only remembered the black dog's hand, which is so white. Returning to your lodgings, you look over the technique carefully. From the 10 revolutions of the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Sea, burning Zuanhai. There's only a flame on the chart, nothing more. You hesitated for 2 seconds and finally decided to practice. Class A qualification is strong. After a couple of glances, you went straight into a state of contemplation. You've come to a world of fire, where there's no magic, no fighting spirit, just pure, hot fire. Flames burn your body little by little. A message suddenly appears. You soon understood the main way of practicing this Gong Fu. 10,000 fires nurture heart inflammation. In the overview of this technique, there is a fire in everyone's heart, which can be nurtured and strengthened through a special way. The main way of practicing is to grow one's mindfulness through visualization. You feel it and realize the attack is really good. As with the evil suppressing sword, this technique is too heavy in yang energy and has a strong suppressive effect on demons and ghosts. According to the narrative of the 10,000 flames nurturing heart inflammation, as long as one can cultivate the heart inflammation to a certain degree, there is a chance of breaking through the bottleneck and stepping into the 10th turn. Can be practiced. From this day on, you have one more thing to do in your daily life, and that is to cultivate the 10,000 flames nurturing heart inflammation and enhance your heart inflammation. 1800th year. Your 2 children are still unborn, and you haven't found any information about. At this point, you've decided to take the plunge. Black Dog shook his head. Every father gets nervous, children, blood, offspring, what a wonderful feeling. He laughs. You didn't say anything. In the beginning, you really didn't have any feelings for Xia.Xing and Xia.Yu, it was all about calculations and interests. If Xia Huan hadn't been too strong, you would have killed them, or even the children, and run away directly. After all, these 2 women were trying to kill themselves in the first place. But now, after hundreds of years together, you take care of them every day, and they are all kinds of pampered, do favorite things with you, provide emotional value, and it's hard not to be emotionally attached under this kind of time together. After all, you're a human being, not a piece of wood or a rock. You're too young and have experienced too little to be truly ruthless. Looking at the wooden door of your room, you can't help but look forward to your 2 sons. What should I name it? You're thinking, and you're smiling. In the midst of waiting, you suddenly notice a special aura. Something familiar. Black Dog also noticed. Guming, someone is coming, 2 people. He twitches his nose vigorously, or 2 women. You look up. In the sky, a red and a black light breaks through all the blockades of the prosperous Holy Land and comes over your head. Guming, you're really here. The black light landed and transformed into a familiar figure. It's Ling Worries. She's dressed in black, carrying the Buzhou sword, wearing a high ponytail, her legs are long and thin, her waist is flat. Her cultivation level has also broken through to the peak of the 9th revolution. It seems that she has had opportunities over the years. Guming, I'm strong enough now, do you want to come with me and get out of here? No one can stop me. Ling Worry asked bluntly, her aura bloomed fiercely, the surrounding demons felt a sense of oppression at the same time. Uncle Black was directly unsteady, almost fell down. Stop.
You open your mouth and say, break down all her pressure.
My baby's coming.
You look seriously at Ling Cho and then at Nangon Lightning. It's been 700 years, and it's hard for me to let go of it all. Ling Worry understands, and she stands beside you, saying firmly, in that case, I'll accompany you.
Me too. Nangong Shiyu said immediately afterward. You're talking, and two new scents suddenly appear in the room. The child you've waited 300 years for is finally born. You take a deep breath, push open the door and walk in. On the bed, Xiaodat Xing, Xiaodat Yu were emaciated and had already passed out. Not only that, their cultivation had directly fallen to the peak of the 8th turn. It seems that giving birth to a child really takes a toll on them. You transformed a large amount of Yuanshan power and used it to warm up their bodies, while, at the same time, focusing on the two children. Chapter 124 Death, straight to the face. The newborn doll is not in the state of a werewolf, nor is it a human baby. 2 eggs. No, more like 2 meatballs. Round, heartbeat-like, trembling. The 7-headed silver moonwolf and the 9-headed silver moonwolf are all like this. Yutsuked grabbed the hands of your 2 wives, and looked at the 9-turned wolf demon who delivered the baby. So, this is the baby, right? After you finish, you glance uncertainly at your 2 wives. I don't suppose it's a booger you picked out? Husband, what are you talking about? Xiaodat Star was tired, but still explained with all his heart, this is just a normal phenomenon. After all, we are all 9 revolutions. This little guy absorbed a large amount of Yuanshan power in my body, as well as a variety of resources provided by the Holy Land. Just haven't been completely absorbed yet. The wolf demon delivering the baby on the side nodded. Don't worry, extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, the baby is fine. 2 male wolves, this is definitely the first great joy of my easy Holy Land. The future of the Holy Land is bright. She said excitedly and ran out like an NPC. You retracted your gaze, and Xiaodachu, who was on the side, suddenly grabbed your hand with force. Husband. You frown. Mental shock. I don't know when, but Xiaodachu's health is getting worse and worse in every way. The original flesh and blood body withered rapidly, and the whole person lost weight as far as the eye could see. Husband. She struggles. Your face changes, and you quickly bend down to look at her, constantly using your Yuanshan power to heal her injuries. Moon, what's going on? You're doing everything you can, but you're not getting anywhere. Uncle Black, go find the Holy Lord. You cry out helplessly. The black dog stood in the doorway, did not act, but quietly said, Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, the 9-headed silver moon wolf's qualifications are against the heavens, and at birth it has a 5-turn cultivation, and it has the qualifications to step into the 10-turn. It is not easy for a princess to conceive such a bloodline. It consumes all her essence blood, her Yuanshan, even the Holy Lord can't save the princess. Hearing his words, your face hardens and you twist your head to look at Ling Cho. You have a way, right? Your condition is unstable. Emotions run high. Ling Worries hugged you and kept patting your back. Gu Ming, calm down. The Holy Lord can't do anything about it, so what means do I have? She sighed, and her tone was a bit feeble. Nangong Qinglu also came up. Gu Ming, don't you? You pushed Ling Cho away and leaned down to hug Xiaodachu. You're in tears. Eyes full of sadness. Xiaodachu is getting weaker and weaker, no longer has her original stunning beauty, and the bones on her face are visible to the naked eye. Husband, I'm content. She smiles, looking extraordinarily forlorn. It's enough to make you do this to me. She spat out her last words, and then transformed into a skeleton, which continued to change and finally became a small, crescent-shaped tooth. You pick up the teeth on the bed, the emotions are still intense. I can't control it. After 300 years together, even if your relationship is fake, it's still real. No matter how much you disguise yourself, you lose your original meaning. You keep your head down, remembering the past 300 years. You've spent over 700 years with Summer Point Star and only 300 years with Summer Point Moon, but you still can't break away fast enough. Xiaodachu, Ling Cho, and Nangong Luolu are all looking at you. They have different minds, and the emotions in their eyes are very complicated. You put away Xiaodachu's wolf tooth and casually carved the word "dachu" on it, then gently put it into the storage ring. Crunch! A cracking sound rings out. You look at the meatball in front of you. This is the child born in the month of summer. At this moment, a crack has appeared on it, spreading like a spider web, and soon, the cracks are densely packed, running through the entire meatball. Put! A small, furry hand reaches out. Immediately followed by the head, the other hand, both legs. He's a little guy with a wolf's head who is subconsciously eating the meatballs around him at the moment. Grunting. Z. Ga. At this point, another meatball ruptured. Xiaodat was so consumed that he fainted as well. You put the two little ones together in one piece with a slight frown. Looks exactly the same. Both are wolf-headed and furry. The biggest difference is still strength. Xiaodat Moon's baby had a 5-turn cultivation at birth, while Xiaodat Star's baby only had a 3-turn. Gu Ming, is this your child? Nangong Lightning is a bit curious, it looks good. You pick up the two little ones. The moment they touch you, they fall asleep at the same time, their little hands clutch. Black Dog resumes. Chapter 125 Showdown, Confrontation, Fight, Name. You withdraw your power and nod. Only 100 years left. What else can one do? After Black Dog leaves, you went back to your room and carefully took care of the two children and Summer Point Star. After working for a while, you're getting calmer and calmer. The child fell asleep, and so did Summer Point Star. You got up and came down the hall. Ling worries and the two of them followed. Gu Ming, are you telling the truth? Ling worries asked incredulously. Nangong Lightning smiled, Gu Ming wouldn't lie, this must be true. Then why is there me, the shadow of Nangong? And Cece, and so many familiar people in that image just now? Ling worry asks again. Nangong gently patted her shoulder, you already have the answer in your heart, don't you? Ling worries and stops talking. As early as in the beginning of those years, they saw the puppet Nangong, puppet Lingqiu, puppet Susu, puppet Cece after they had a guess. You lower your head, playing with a ball of flame in your hand, and explain, I'm a reborn person, with the cultivation from my last life, and the supplies went back 2,000 years ago. That's why I've been able to make it this far, step by step. They're instantly convinced. After all, if you don't believe me, there's no other way. Gu Ming, you're really surprising me. A familiar voice rang out and Xia Huan suddenly appeared. You've got a straight face, you've been ready to face him for a long time. Even making a move on Uncle Black and saying what he's saying now was to draw him out. No matter how it turns out, you must try. Rebirth. Blame? A mysterious smile spreads across his young face, 15 years of life ahead of him were uneventful. Taken captive by bandits, but suddenly exploded in power. Destroy the entire fortress, step by step. Xia Huan looks at you with a playful expression, it looks like you've been reborn more than once. It seems he's investigated you very thoroughly, and he's come up with everything from 1,900 years ago. He looks into your eyes and tries to see through you as a person. After leaving a message, he's leaving. Don't you want to see your grandchildren? The oldest, Gu Wulong, and the youngest, Gu Wulong. Time continues to pass. The two children are growing up day by day, as the bloodline of 29 turns, they are growing up too fast. In just 1 month, he was able to communicate normally, live independently, and even practiced alone through his inherited memories. You're taking care of the children, and the children's mother, and life is pretty peaceful. After another 2 months, Xia Huan appeared at your side, I've already told them what happened, and now everyone is looking for him. He sits with you and looks at the two children at play. The Gu family is really interesting. I've been investigating for 3 months and I have no meaningful information. He glances at you and hands over a stone, this is all I've gotten in the last 3 months, dare you look? This stone is specially designed to store information, and a sweep of Yuanshan power can receive everything. Why don't you dare? You ask a rhetorical question and hundreds of hairs reach out and grab the stone. Chapter 126 Outbreak, Battle of the 10 Turns. Meta-magical forces touch and you absorb all of it. In these 3 months, Xia Huan went to the southern realm, searching for traces of the existence of the Yuelu sword sect, various histories, and the island where you are. As he said, there's no meaningful gain at all. All the information is what you already know, nothing special. Gu Ming, I now believe you can continue to be reborn. Looking at you so decisively, Xia Huan stood up and said in a serious manner, our world will not end, no matter what, I will find that man and kill him. After saying that, he just dashed off. So you came here simply to test me? You're frowning. Xia Huan must have lied. He can't have no information at all. The relationship between you and him is also not pure enough to truly trust each other. After all, Susu and Cece's affairs are still unresolved. I have to go there myself. You're thinking about it. The next day, you left the free sanctuary with Ling Chou and Nangong Rouge, and traveled all the way south. Yuelu Sword Sect, Gu Fan, Jin Shi grimaced, they have no feelings for their master, they don't care about me, I'm not. Master has been so gracious to me, his majesty, his everything, I'll defend it with this life. Saying that, he directly holds a ball of golden light and rushes toward you. Pull out. You speak up. Ling Wuri, Nangong did not hesitate to fly towards the sides. They were very fast, but the ratio of Jin Shi's Yuanshan power to theirs was too great, just a hint of breath made them suffer serious injuries and fall to the bottom of the sea. You have one hand outstretched, all in flames, confronting him. Interesting, to be able to stop one of my attacks. Jin Guang was surprised, you, of all people, are qualified. Speaking, he strikes further, pounds of power gushing out, you can no longer support. You don't keep it anymore. Why are you making me? I just want to find the truth, I just want to live. You snarl, the world, which has been so mean to me, has not been too mean. In the next moment, you directly transformed into a 1,000-meter-long heavenly dragon, only, this time, the whole body of the heavenly dragon was filled with white flames, looking even more hideous. Heartburn is all over your body, your strength is greatly increased. Dragon claws outstretched, your power collides with Jin Shi. Boom! The sea churns, countless seawater evaporates and turns into a thick gas that surrounds you. For a few minutes, the square miles of ocean instantly disappeared and the bottom of the sea was clear. Chuckles. Xan Yen jumps, making your power stronger and stronger. Jin Shi frowns and takes a step back. You even learned the means of the burning Zuni Sea. To force me to this state with the power of the 9 revolutions, you are proud enough. He said with all his heart. You hover, your orifices flashing, the beard on your chin waving slightly, noisy. Today, it's either you or me. After feeling the full force of his power, you've got it in your heart. Directly bursting into full strength. Meta magic endless fire. The rich heart inflammation spreads in all directions, and within 1,000,000 miles, all seawater evaporates. A quarter of the Southland is within your reach. Within this range, all living beings are disturbed by you, their power is greatly restricted, and even some ordinary people have difficulty breathing and may lose their lives at any time. Under the 10 revolutions, all the practitioners felt this oppressive feeling and knelt on the ground, not moving a muscle. There were a few old men at the peak of the 9 revolutions whose eyes were filled with astonishment. Is this the arrival of the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Sea? To be able to see the endless fire domain of the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Sea in my lifetime, my life is worth it. That's the number 1 in the world. It's been the world's number 1 for 2 million years. People getting excited. But there are those who understand that this is not the power of the burning sea of respect. This power is relatively young, but it's not much worse than the burning honor sea? An old man located in the South China Sea frowned. Who is it? A new holy lord? Impossible, there are only 10 holy lords, it's impossible for anyone else to advance. This is one of the 2 Saint Lords of the Southern Realm, the Saint Lord of Eternal Life, Return to Eternal Life, ranked 4th, he is of the demon race and his body is also a turtle. Between thoughts, another holy lord suddenly appeared. Old turtle, go take a look? This is the Blackwater Saint Lord Chang Baiyin, ranked 5th, the body is a sea serpent, once took the name of the overwhelming sea Saint Lord, the burning Zuanhainuit, and directly beat him to death 30,000 times, so that he was forced to change his name. After all, the burning sea is the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Sea. The name over the sea is not good after all. Chapter 127 Crushing, Surprise, Refining, Card Bugs. Within the field of endless fire, you saw everything, including the conversation between those 2 holy lords. They're revealing too much information. And what Jin Shi just said. Gu Ming, you are indeed extraordinary. At this moment, the opposite side of the gold pool, sweating profusely, actually some cannot withstand. It's true. You close your eyes and carefully feel the gap between them. In the end, it turns out that Kim Chi is really weak. Chang Baiyin, Gui Chang Shang does nothing, but gives you a feeling of equal power. And the golden pool, pure waste. Maybe that's why he's in 10th place. Interesting. Then destroy it. I've lived too long and got bored a long time ago. Gui Changsheng suddenly stretched his back and said breathlessly. Alright, the people have also met, Gu Ming, there is something I can do, directly say. Gui Changsheng revealed a smile full of kindness, we are all from the blazing sun heaven, don't be so formal. After that, he turned into a puddle of water and disappeared. Chang Baiyin also said, we are all from the southern realm, We have to be united in the future. Don't be disgusted by those losers, don't you think so, Jin Chi? Jin Chi looks angry, but has nothing to say. After a few more words, Chang Baiyin also left. You regain your normalcy and look at him. What, you don't want to tell me? Between words, you pulled Lingqiu, Nangong Lianrua over, and kept running the Yuanshan power, healing their wounds. Not long after, they're almost back to normal. Master is the strongest in the blazing sun heaven, and it was he who guided us on the path of cultivation, finally stepping into the 10 revolutions. Jin Chi speaks in a muffled voice like an aggravated man. All 10 of you? That's right. What's his name and where is he now? Jin Chi hesitated and spoke. Master's name is Gu Zhou Tian, and he left this world 3 million years ago. 3 million years ago? Gu? Your brows are furrowed. This is related to the Yuelu sword sect and the Gu family. You directly pull out the Dengxian order, the Gu family token, you recognize it? Don't know. Jin Chi said affirmatively, I've already investigated the ones you mentioned before I came here, and found nothing. Investigated? Did Xia Huan not lie to himself? He really has nothing. I understand, go away, I'll call you if anything happens. Jin Chi turns around without hesitation. Wait. You suddenly, after returning to Tenchi Island, you found a secluded area and pulled out one of Jin Chi's corpses. Can it be refined into a corporeal puppet? You're not sure. After all, this is outrageous. First, Jin Chi is 10 turns, himself is 9 turns. Secondly, the corpse puppet is nothing more than the Yuan mysterious method in the 7 turns of the conceptualization diagram, and there are countless secret methods like this throughout the blazing sun sky. If it really works like that, those holy lords must have done it. There's no way they wouldn't have thought of that. You touched it and checked it. I realized that Jin Chi's whole body is very ordinary, his clothes and masks are also the most ordinary. Work the secret method, and you'll directly refine it. 1 second later, you can't believe it. I can't believe it's possible. I've got a tart just. This process makes you incredibly sure that you can really refine a 10-turner, albeit the most wasteful bar. Chapter 128 Searching, Harvesting. Not only that, the time needed to refine the gold pool is pitifully short. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that he's too much of a loser. Without hesitation, you immediately refined all 3000 plus gold pools. After another hour, you're excited to end it all. 3,000 corpse puppets of the 10th turning realm. Excellent. You put away all the puppets and take Lingqiu, Nangong Lianro to get up and walk towards the Gu family. You don't hold out hope for finding the truth, after all, the 2 holy lords have come up empty-handed. If they're not lying, it doesn't make sense that you'd find something on your own. When you arrive at the Gujia, you realize that the place has really changed a lot. Gu Jingzhou died a long time ago, after all, they mortals only live for 1,000 years. Gu Han is also dead. This simulation didn't last long before you picked a good day to kill him. This guy is disgusting no matter when you see him. The current head of the Gu family is the eldest grandson of Gu Han's elder brother, Gu Lang, and his name is Gu Yuan. Your uncle. Gu Yuan walks out of Gu's house, surprised. When Gu Jingzhou guessed your identity before he died and told the Gu family descendants, they all saw your portrait and recognized you at once. You nod slightly. Do the Gu family have any notes from their ancestors? You ask casually. Yes, yes. Something like notes, which every generation of ancestors has. You waved your hand. I'm looking for the trio of Guji, Gu Xian, and Gu Hua. Gu Yuan hurriedly responded, eldest uncle, these 3 ancestors have a high status in the Gu family, there must be handwriting left behind, I'll go and look for it. You move to the main hall and wait a moment. You nod and follow. It won't take long. Guji, the Gu family's oldest ancestor, the one who founded the Gu family, who created the Heavenly King's Flare technique, which can enhance qualifications and open up spirituality, and which requires the Heavenly Luodan to aid in its cultivation. Gu Xin, your Mrs. Grandpa, brought back 60 Gu family tokens, 100 wisdom stones, and a lot of cultivation resources 5,000 years ago. Judging from the corpses, the weakest cultivation level is the 7th turn. Gu Hua, great-grandpa, brought back the 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique 3,000 years ago, along with 350 corpses. The weakest cultivation level is the 7th turn. After waiting for a while, Gu Yuan came, and he caused a large amount of yellowed paper and books to be brought. Eldest uncle, these are what the 3 ancestors left behind. You glanced and read all the information. Mostly a record of the trio's lives, nothing worth saying. They must have seen all these things. For example, the scrupulous, the greatly state is scattered, Xin, Xia, Shang and Zhou are divided into 4 kingdoms, where should I go? I'll just die. No, I want to revitalize the family. It was not easy for me to come out from the mountain valley, so I must establish myself in the big city and lay a solid foundation for my children and grandchildren. Hookahs are different in the big city. Below I record all the famous hookers within the 35 channels and 800 counties of Qin, and later, don't waste them. Most of this old ancestors' records are of various greenhouses, brothels and hookahs from 5,000 years ago. There are all kinds of details, and it's so yellow. Abbreviation, scrupulous scouting. Gu Xian is more normal. The Gu family has gained a foothold in northern Qin. I want to make the Gu family even stronger, surpassing the Zhao family and becoming the #1 family in Great Qin. Cultivate, I want to cultivate, no one can stop me. All notes are practice. Guwas is similar, this pair of father and son are both natural cultivation maniacs, all kinds of records are their own understanding of martial arts, feelings. After reading it, you shake your head, what a lack of nutritious information. You're about to look away, but then there's a whim. You're in a state of mind. It's not easy. Close to all the records, you look left and right, along the kind of feeling in your heart, and finally grab a piece of yellow, borderless paper. It's densely packed with information on various famous hookers. Names, ages, looks, sizes, shapes, and even sketches. Looking at it, you suddenly spot a bloodlight in a line on the back. Gu Ming, what did you see? What's all this? It's immodest. Ling Worried and Ling Worried are coming. You deliberately exposed the bloodlight to their eyes, but they didn't notice anything. Am I the only one who can see? The line under the bloody light is also very ordinary. In Black Cloud City, Qin, Miss Shaowan of the Yichuan Academy is really something. Upon closer inspection, you realize that the only thing you've got is this glowing line. You use your Yuanshan power to cut the line and give Lingqiu a look. Find all the information on Black Cloud City, Yichuan Yuan Shaowan, she's probably from 7,000 years ago. Nangon Lianro exclaimed, Gu Ming, one cannot, or at least should not. People died a long time ago, you this, taste also. Go find it. You patted Nangon Luolo's head. This woman, she's so full of. The two immediately utilized the Gu family, the influence of Qin, using all means to find relevant information. One day later. Ling Worries brings you the results. Black Cloud City is in the northern part of the state of Qin, and in earlier years it was a border city of the state of Qin, but due to natural factors, that side has been deserted and has become a deep mountain. Shaowan girl is not found, called the name of too many people, 7,000 years down, the relevant region eligible for more than 300,000. We'll have to wait for them to check the data. Northern Qin. Gu Xian and Gu Hua both went to the north of Qin. After getting the exact location, you immediately rushed over. Over a mountain range, you looked down on everything beneath you. Yuanshan power surged out, exploring every inch of land bit by bit. What is the mystery here? After reading it once, you still have very little to show for it. Leaving Black Cloud Mountain, you continue to wait. A dozen days later, Ling Qiu and the others locked onto a suitable target. According to various information, the other party did work as a koan in Yichuan Yuan in Black Cloud City 5,000 years ago. You've come to her grave. After 5,000 years of living, this place is so full of weeds and wildflowers that you can't tell it's a grave, the tombstones are nowhere to be found, and the land is flat. It's been so long that nothing related to her has been preserved, maybe there's something in the coffin. Ling Worry speaks up. Your mind moved, and the soil in front of you tumbled over itself, revealing a pitch-black coffin in the ground. Yuan Shenli opens. You saw a skeleton. In the skeleton's hand, there's also a triangular jade pendant. Chapter 129 Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Tower. This thing. Triangular jade pendant. You close your eyes and recall a novel you once read before crossing over. That author you still know, the same classmate, before crossing over also drank wine together, said he online dating Ben now met a 300 pounds of young lady. He cried so much that day, you and another friend drank a lot with him. I see, this world is a novel world I wrote because I only identified the name of the protagonist, the rest all came together on its own. The 300+ pound Su Wanru prototype is Zhou Xian's online love interest. And this triangular jade pendant is a common item for the protagonist in his book. In your eyes, this triangular jade pendant emits an extraordinarily bright bloodlight. It's tiny, not even the size of a thumb, with an even smaller Gu printed on it. You got the pendant from the skeleton. Gu Ming, what is this thing? Ling, worried, asked suspiciously. Who knows? You scrutinize it carefully, testing it bit by bit with your genjutsu. This jade pendant is made of ordinary material, it will break when pinched gently. Yuan Shinli sweeps through every corner. Fruitless. You held out your right hand and after 2 seconds of hesitation, squeezed out a drop of blood. Blood falls on the pendant. An even more vivid bloodlight was emitted. 3 words flashed above, Bad Water Lake. What the, it's like a treasure hunt novel. Ling Chen looked puzzled. Gu Ming, are you dripping blood to recognize your master? Did you find anything? It seems that all these bloody lights, hints, are visible only to you. Before you could answer, Ling Cho suddenly exclaimed, Gu Ming, Nangong has found something, she found a letter. Letter? That's right, Gu Xian left it behind. Your mind was made up and you took her a step back to the Gu family. Thoughtfully closing the coffin panel before leaving. Gu family, Nangong Qingrua walked up with an envelope. Gu Ming, look. You opened the envelope and took out the letterhead inside. My name is Gu Xian, by the time you read this, I'll be dead for sure. This beginning. You immediately pulled out a letter from your storage ring, the very one you got in Gu Xian's coffin during the last simulation. Chapter 97. The first paragraph reads exactly the same. Except there's a second paragraph to this letter. Children and grandchildren of the Gu family, if you can find this letter, go to the Listening Water Pavilion, there is a small wooden box under the bed, which contains my hope for you. More hope than you can imagine. Hope? Listening to Water Pavilion is a small courtyard where Gu Xian once lived, very small, and then this courtyard was lived by Gu Hua for more than 100 years. Meta magic power is released and you find a stone in a small wooden box. The stone is still bloodshot, exactly like the jade pendant. You continue to drop a drop of blood. The bloodlight flickered and the exact same 3 words emerged, Lake of Evil Water. Gu Ming, what are you doing? Nangong Shiro, Ling Cho are all baffled. Where was this letter found? In some of Gu Hua's relics. Nangong Shiro replies. Gu Hua. Gu Xian's son. Help me find a place called Bad Water Lake. You give the order. Holding stone, jade pendant gently in hand. Soon, the Gu family's people brought accurate news. Gu Ming, the evil water lake is the one in the center of Black Cloud Mountain. You got it. Then came to Black Cloud Mountain and found this place. Just now when you were exploring you had already swept this place with your Yuanshan power and found this lake as well. Bad Water Lake is black. Looks eerie. You grabbed the pendant, the stone, and jumped right in. Nangong Shiro, Ling Cho waiting on the shore. The lake is not very deep. It's just over 10 meters. After entering the evil water lake, the jade pendant and the stone in your hands glowed at the same time, followed by a sudden rupture of your 2 hands, and a large amount of blood gushed out and was absorbed by them. 2 seconds later, your figure instantly disappears, and when you reappear, you've arrived. It seems that if you defeat them, they will disappear. One little flat A, and you've killed everyone. The challenge is over. You have earned the following reward. 300 wisdom stone fragments, 1 copy of the Heavenly King's Flare technique, 10,000 grains of Tian Luodan, and 1 copy of Tian Luodan's formula. This reward. At this moment, you understand completely. Gu Hua got all the martial arts he brought back from here. A white light fell and transformed into 300 Gu family tokens, a book, a piece of paper, and a small bottle. You take a look around. The Gu family token is exactly the same as the one you got before, the book, the formula, all of which you've already gotten. Tian Luodan is also, only the effect is much better than the ones made outside. The bottle is a storage device. You put away all the rewards. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Tower's voice then sounded. The first level has been passed, do you want to challenge again or go to the second level? Chapter 130 Great Rewards. What is the challenge of the second level? Is the intensity still the same if you repeat the challenge? You asked. The minimum requirement for the second level challenge is a low level of entry. The second level of the challenge is to defeat 1 million people of the same realm. On the same level, after the second challenge, the challenge target strength is increased tenfold. The rewards will also be enhanced. Listen to the sound of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Tower and you'll understand everything. This thing really is exactly like a replica. It is estimated that the third level is also facing more peaks of the 9th turn. You didn't hesitate much and said directly, I'm going to challenge the first floor for the second time. The challenge is on. Fearing that you will back out, Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Tower instantly said. Then 100 peak 9 turns that were elevated tenfold appeared. You look at them quietly. 100 black-robed men appeared at the same time, all sorts of genjutsu power coming at you head-on. You unfolded your madness state and pulled out the bone sword in your chest. The blade swept across the room, cutting off dozens of black-robed men. It wouldn't be hard to raise it tenfold. Insanity is enough. You calculate the gap between the two sides and think to yourself. In less than 10 seconds, you have defeated 100 peak 9th turners with the power of insanity state flat as several times without any problems. The challenge is over. You have earned the following reward. 1,000 stones, 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique, with an additional 351 bones of. For each one you refine, you can increase your power by 1% on top of the original. The only problem is that the refining process hurts a lot. To the extent that it's probably 10 times as much as absorbing the toxin, 100 times as much, if not more. You sit cross-legged on the ground, and with a wave of your right hand, a large number of corpses appear on the ground. Plus the 351 this time, totaling 1,051. Tisk, TSK, I didn't realize that was the purpose of these corpses. You put aside all the complicated thoughts in your head and prepare to refine the other me. Regardless of their status and relationship to himself, as long as he can improve his strength, he is a good baby. Grabbing a golden skeleton, you begin to perform the 10,000 poisons body nurturing technique. You froze at the beginning. Ouch. It hurts too much. You're sweating. This pain is unbearable. But you can hold on. It's just a little pain, that's all. One corpse is a 1% increase, 100 is double, 1,000 is 10 times. It's too good a deal. You won't waste this opportunity. 1 minute later, after your hard resistance, you succeeded in refining this skeleton. Strength really increased by 1%. Scent. The joy of increased strength covers the pain on your body. You continue to refine. Time passes by. The Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Pagoda didn't rush it either. You're refining faster and faster. Not only that, but in the midst of endless pain, you find a hint of pleasure, more and more pleasure, more and more pleasure. You've had an attack. Guided by this feeling, the speed of your refining greatly increases. After 1.5 hours, it's all over. You're refreshed and glowing. The strength is increasing by 1% every time, and when combined, it has far exceeded the so-called 10 times. This feeling, it's really good. Feel the power of elevation, you're cool. This boost is on your existing base, not the base of breaking through the peak of the 9th turn, so the addition is still very scary. Would you like to continue the challenge? The rewards will be even greater. Listening to the compulsion of the Wind Spirit Moonshadow Tower, you recall it carefully. I crazy state will be able to kill elevated 10 times the same realm, after the ultimate state, in the various abilities, the role of the Yuan mystical method. 100 times is not impossible. Not to mention the fact that you've just boosted your power by a huge amount. Come. You speak with some anticipation. The challenge is on. The next moment, 100 black-robed men appear and come up to you. This time, the normality really felt a wave of pressure on you. Without hesitation, you directly turn on your ultimate state, transforming into a 1,000-meter-long celestial dragon, surrounded by flames, lightning. Meta Magic Mysteries Endless Fire Domain. You're going straight to the top. A massive amount of heart flame gushes out, covering the entire first floor. The black-robed men's motions lurch and their power is weakened. Your dragon claw. Crushed one with ease. They are not elevated 100 times in the second challenge, but in the first. You've figured out the other side's logic. The so-called powerhouses in the same realm are counted according to those mediocre peaks of the 9th turn. The first time you challenge them to a fight is 1, the second time it's 10, the third time it's 100. And you, a body of power as early as the martial arts period is far more than ordinary people. Cultivation, with the help of a variety of Yuan mystical method is greatly enhanced. To you, the same realm is still pathetically weak. Of course, this is with the ultimate state turned on. Yuan mysterious method heavenly fire descends. Your dragon head flung out, endless heart inflammation fell from the sky. Those black-clothed people were completely unable to resist. Almost as soon as they touched the heart inflammation, they were burned to death. In less than a minute, the third challenge is over. The challenge is over. You have earned the following reward.
10,000 wisdom stones, the 9 revolutions of the observation chart Dark Dragon God technique, and one of our divine weapons, the bow of the throne knot.
The reward is even cooler this time. You're back in human form, waiting with bated breath. Soon, as the light lands, you see 3 rewards. Wisdom stones thrown into your storage ring. You first picked up the Dark Dragon God technique and looked it over carefully. Good stuff, good stuff.